going on, Donkey Kong?
What is up? What's up?
Yo, what's going on? Hey, you can keep it named after me, but it may attract. I've got no clue, but yeah, if you want a small crowd, it's probably the way to go about it. Name it after me. Um, I'm gonna have to run from the space, but I'll stay in the space, stay a speaker. But I've got to go between here and the toilet, man. I've had this reverse electomy, and it's fucking horrible, eh? I'm like 3 days post-op, and it's I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, dude. Can you hear me, Logan? Thanks, Nate. Well, imagine that heart's for me, bro. Or if anyone gets any blood in their feces on going to the toilet, do not fuck around with that shit. Go see a doctor, get a colonoscopy. I waited a little bit too long and had to get a bowel sectional because of it. So don't fuck around with that shit, guys. Especially you guys, because I know what us guys are like. We procrastinate when it comes to that kind of thing. Yo, Logan, can you hear me, bro?
You gonna talk, Benno, or what? What's up, Nate? Hey, Nate, you guys wanna play some guitar, or what's going on?
Can you hear me or not? Yo,
Yeah,
yo, yo.
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, Sweat, I was talking before. That's all.
Oh, okay. I didn't see. I got a phone call just now, but yeah, that's probably why I didn't hear you a second ago.
Yeah, too easy. What do I mean, we don't have to talk about UFOs if you don't want. I don't really give a shit either way. But what do you think of that latest Vegas one? I thought, nah, bullshit. It's just a fucking meteorite. The light lights up like a meteorite, and I thought, nah, this is a bullshit story.
Yep.
But
Yep. Yeah, it's a distraction for sure. False
hang on, hang
flag.
on, hang on.
Not a
Hang
false,
on, hang
not
on,
quite
hang
a
on.
false flag, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, there's been a few little anomalies though that give it credence, and they're not from. And I'm keeping the kids that rung up and made the story them aside. One, I've heard that there was satellite tracking of this object, and it changed direction. So it wasn't a straight linear line like a meteorite would go. And two, James Fox just tweeted that the Vegas police have been fucking harassed by the fucking super agencies, the CIA, as far as what's going on. Like they're calling them. So
Yeah, I figured you were going to say they're like quarantining them. You know what I mean? Like they like in the literal sense, like they're taking all of them and bringing them in for quote unquote questioning or whatever. Like that would be interesting to see. Like if, a significant portion of the police force there was like brought in by feds and somebody, blew the whistle on that, that'd be pretty fucking awesome.
the cops are getting questioned, but they didn't fucking see anything, right? So the police said that from the story I heard, and it was from the police, they said that they took an hour. So from the time they got the call, they're pulling someone else over. They saw that one guy saw it on his body cam. Another unit responded though.
I
And
saw that. I
apparently,
saw there were two different guys, and one of the guys was joking. Like he was like, "Don't call me here next time. I don't want to take on some 9 foot
yeah, he said just
extraterrestrial."
shoot
you
them,
know?
and he goes, yeah. So to me, like, look, there was some suspicious things there. Like one, when they got to the backyard, that camera vision was blocked, right? It was blank, stated privacy reasons. One of two
Right?
reasons I
Yeah.
think
Why the
is that
hell? Like somebody had their phone in their pocket. Like that's the
how
thing that
many
always
episodes
pisses
of
me
cops?
off.
How many episodes of cops have you seen where they've scaled multiple back fences chasing felons? And there's no, this is a private property. We're not going to film.
Yeah.
That's never happened. But look, to me, it sort of denotes that the people who made the call may have said, you know what, you're not using that footage because I'm going to use that
Yep.
footage, or because it's going to promote what I'm trying to sell. There could be money behind it potentially. But I thought that was a bit strange. But that being said, flash forward
Well,
10
hell, dude.
minutes.
Once the feds get involved, they can wipe anything off your phone they want to. So that's the other part of it.
Yeah, exactly that. But this is body cam footage, right? So it's like evidence that can be subpoenaed, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but
So
I'm
what
saying
I
like
found
the
was
people who reported it who had aliens in their backyard, you know what I mean? The
100.
question is, where's the footage from their phones? And the answer is, like,
Well,
who
he shows
knows? Like
there is a
the
video of that.
government could have erased it. Like
Yeah,
that's not a conspiracy theory, it's true.
there is a video of that, and there's been a few links made of it, but they've slowed it down, enhanced it, and it looks like it could be something. Once again, grainy shit. Everything else is super clear, except what we want to see is too far away, obscured, blurred out. It's more questions than answers, and that's where I just go like, what the fuck's going on here? But it happened a month
Yep.
ago, and you're right. They definitely could have scrubbed, and he could have salvaged what he thought he could have salvaged. But look, the body mannerism of the police who actually attended. So they get to the gate, it goes black, and then basically fast forward to the other side of the camera footage, the vest cam footage, and it shows them like being pretty cordial and jokingly saying, don't call us back.
Yeah,
And they
that
didn't
part
hang
was
around, nothing
very
was
candid,
cordial. Yeah, so it's like, to me, it's sort of like, is this sort of like a bit of a joke, a bit of a prank? Like they didn't seem to take it that seriously. But that being said, look, let's just entertain for a moment the idea that this is real, right? That this kid had this experience, this family, they all saw the same thing, and this object left, because there's radar verifying that this object changed direction, did a 180
Wait, you're talking
literally.
about the same thing? The
The
same thing over
Vegas thing,
Vegas?
correct.
Oh, damn. I thought you were talking about something different.
No. And then it took off. It was there for about 20 minutes, and then it took off and went to the Lade Mead area. Okay, so this thing landed and then left. So what's being said on radar
That's
and
fucking
lining up,
cool.
that
Because
is
all I
cool.
got from
So
like the news reports, I like actually, of course, you kind of want to watch the mainstream media reports on it. So I was like watching the local one in Vegas, and they were basically making it sound like the two beings in their backyard and the craft just like disappeared. And I'm like, okay, so there was no like,
that's essentially what they're
physically
claiming.
leaving the
It just
space.
disappeared. Yeah. But I mean, what the question it sort of raises, I mean, like, why isn't this happened? Why hasn't this happened? Why isn't it happening like sort of now, as far as this kind of event.
Right. All the coverage. Yeah.
Yeah, like why is it happening? I think is it a case of? I mean, we keep banging on about like disclosure being something that's up to the people, and it's between we're trying to point the finger at particular parts of government, even, or it's up to them. But I mean, it kind of would be apparent that let's just say for a moment it's real. If it is real, then what it says to me, if I'm to go on that side of the camp and sort of see it from that perspective, that something's triggered or something's happened, and that the disclosure is not up to us, and that it's up to them. And there's almost now like a green light for these things to fucking land in people's backyards. I mean, is that the case? Is that
they
where we're
control
at
the
now?
mediums in which we can share. Like we all know that.
It would be an interesting couple of weeks ahead, though. I mean, like, things are ramping up. There's a lot of fat for us to chew on, and things move pretty quickly.
I haven't seen it. Well, back to like where we originally started with a little bit of cynicism. I'm still there. Like, all right, show me something good, or else, like, leave it up to me to reasonably assume that it's a distraction.
Yeah, I'm still with the trust no one, trust nothing. There's a bait and switch going on. Like, if they're trying to get you direct your attention over here, then something else is going on over there. And like, what is the switch? What's going on, Mustang Sally?
I don't know, man. I'm just getting a lot of blue beam types of vibes from this whole Vegas thing, man. Just I mean, think about it, right? Like people, people pull out their cell phone while some innocent person's getting the shit beat out of them, outside of a Walmart, and they'll film it, right? But a craft lands in some dude's backyard in Las Vegas, and nobody in that house took any video at all. Give me a fucking break, man. Give me a break.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, it's almost too reductive to even state that. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I was saying. Like, okay, show me something. For God's sake, everybody's got a high quality camera in their pocket. Come on.
Yeah, so that's why it really feels like it. What, babe?
When we saw the craft, all our cameras were jammed.
No, I know. We're talking about this thing that happened in Vegas, though. So yeah, there was like this supposed like UFO that came down in this kid's backyard, and you could see like on the police cam like this flash of light in the sky, but then nobody at the house filmed anything. They didn't even say they filmed anything, right, guys? Like, they weren't like, yeah, we tried to film it, but everything turned out blurry, or the phones went all glitchy, right? They didn't film it.
The film's clear, and I think that's what Nate and I were sort of just discussing then. I mean, we've got to look at it from all angles.
The craft, yeah. The film of the craft is pretty damn clear. But that's what I'm saying.
You're talking about the body cam, though?
No, there's video cam of his mum's.
That's what I was talking about, yeah.
Oh, see, I'm
craft,
okay.
Object. Yeah, I should have said object, yeah.
I didn't get that. Tell me about that, Ben. I didn't see that one.
Yeah, so there's two different cams, right? One's from a police body video cam. He's pulling someone else over. It's from a different unit, right? And he's talking to someone else. In the background, you see a green streak of light, pretty much like a meteorite. And then the kid's gone and produced his own short 6-minute sort of video, right? Sort of a timeline kind of thing, and kind of a little bit confusing. But in that video, he also shows CCTV footage of that green light landing in the backyard, or what appears to land in the backyard. There's also video footage from his mum's phone, and you can see that there's someone standing at the fence, and then they've slowed and they've stopped and paused this video, and some people have gone to the liberty of enhancing it, blowing it up, trying to make shapes out and whatnot, and that's the best we've got. But like Nate said, this happened over a month ago, so the fact that the police were there, the CIA have been involved, as is evident from, if you listen to James Fox and what the police at Vegas are telling him, he's just tweeted that not long ago, like today sometime, that the CIA, I think, have been The police have called James Fox, telling James Fox that the CIA have been calling them in regard to this incident, and they are involved with it. So interesting. Like there's elements to it that sort of make you raise eyebrows. Whereas before, I kind of saw it, had a look at the kid's video, and I dismissed it. This is a prank. He's seen a meteorite, and he thought, you know what? Given the current climate, I may as well just say that a UFO landed in my backyard. Timing would be perfect here, and it may have lined up like that. The police happened to capture it also, because I mean, evidently, I'll be honest with you. Now I was in a space probably about 2 months or a month and a half ago, and in that space, I was actually going through the process of CE5, essentially how I do my own version. I have always done my own sort of initiated contact, and I was very sort of detailed in my description on how to do this with the space. It was a small space. And after I did that, not anticipating, I went out into my balcony and a green light, exactly like that, a green light dropped from the sky and literally disappeared between me and the city where I lived, right? And I felt stupid even saying it to the room. They're going to think, this guy's full of shit. You know, you kind of, you think, what the fuck? Like, I'm not even going to bother saying anything. But I did. I voiced it. Anyway, like probably 2 weeks later, I saw on a Twitter feed that an actual meteorite had fucking been captured on film on CCTV in Queensland where I live the same night that I saw what I was a green light as well. So mine might have been a fragment of that meteorite because mine didn't blow up. I saw mine come from the atmosphere and sort of disappear almost as it hit the ground, but there was no large flash, you know, like there was in the CCTV I saw. But I at least put my hand up and said, you know, I can admit that what I saw wasn't sort of a UAP contact, even though the timing was perfect, given I'd just done during that space, I'd sort of went through the C5 protocol, went outside, had that experience, put the two and two together and thought, well, there you go. But I'm more than happy to eat humble pie and admit when I'm wrong because, you know, I'm the first one to critique myself even and say, you know what, that's most likely a meteorite. Here it is the same night, around the same time, captured in where I live, and I produced video evidence of that and dismissed my initial what I thought it was. So looking at that kid's video, I thought this is the same sort of thing. You know, maybe the same sort of bit of meteorite hanging around in space at the moment, or whatever's maybe going. You know, you get the same sort of elements. They sort of come through in sort of like in not just one rock. You'll get fucking thousands and thousands, right? And then that's why you get meteorite showers. And if they're the same elements or from the same sort of broken up bit of rock, then that's what the colors are going to be relatively the same.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things from this story that like have a very familiar feeling to them. You know, I remember an event that experienced when I arrived at the Georgia Guidestones a couple years ago. And we've seen this orb, you know, flying with us right from the like outside of the county line of Elbert, Georgia, and then when we got to the Guidestones, and I'm standing there, and we saw this. Like, to me, I described it as like a greenish rainbow like fireball thing that came down. But I know for a fact, like example, like what I saw there, you know, wasn't a meteorite. I mean, this thing was it was like 50 to 75 feet away from me, and it kind of just like faded out into the ground as it came down, right? And so like I saw that part of the story, and then about the Vegas thing, which seemed plausible from experiences I've had and other people I've talked to. And then the other part of it is it's like sometimes, I mean, we have to remember from what I've gathered, you know, this kid and his family, like they're not experiencers, right? Or they don't see these things all the time. That there's that shock value. There's the paralysis type of element that could come with it, where, I mean, shit, man, you know, if you've never experienced anything remotely even paranormal, you know, and you're standing there and then this green like light ball comes down in your backyard and you see, you know, claim to see, you know, aliens with huge big black eyes, you're probably going to be scared shitless. And in that situation, you might just, you know, you might even have paralysis from the actual craft itself or whatever's happening there. So that would make sense in that situation where they might not have even thought to take out their camera, and that's why the closed circuit TV had the footage.
But you've got to look at, so I look at both sides, right? You look at the James Fox tweeting about the CIA ringing, or the FBI ringing the Las Vegas police. That raises eyebrows. you look at Stephen Greenstreet, though, on the other side, saying this kid's got NFTs. He's got a website called Area 501. It's both sides. It's once again, it's never fucking cut and dry. It's always left to scrutinize. It's always left for, and it's almost like whatever's fucking doing this. One thing I'm kind of coming to the conclusion: whatever hyper intelligent force the others, NHI, this is how it does it. That always gives itself room to abscond or basically be called bullshit on it. Like, it gives itself like that enough leverage that there's both sides of the polarity. There can be, you can go fucking all in on one, all in on the other, or you can be left just going, what the fuck? Like, which way do I go on this? Like, there's credible evidence both ways. And I think that's part of the NHI's game plan, if that makes sense. So it says to me that maybe this thing's starting to look like there's a bit of validity to it. But then also there's another thing on the other side, whereas the program that covered, or the news media that covered it, was George Knapp's, or a child company, or that parent company. That again, though, raises questions, and you think, well, is that because of you basically got to draw a timeline, or basically like a flow chart, like a yes/no flow chart, if you will. And there's a few branches you can go down, and one of them you get to with George Knapp's involved. Has he done this because they're more likely to cover this kind of news event, because they're more that way inclined? Or did it just happen to be in his county, or why does it end up in his lap? Why did he cover the story, or why did elements of the company he works for cover the story? So that in itself is questionable.
Yeah, and then the timing aspect of it is slightly sus, right? Just because of what's happened the past couple of days, and then this thing comes out. What was a month later, right? I mean, that was one of the things, like, for example, like the Phoenix Lights, right? When you have so many people that witness something like that, then it's really hard to fake that one.
You can't fake that one. I mean, that's it. You can't fake that when thousands of people see, But there's a few things I don't understand. Like, I guess one is the Kelvin UFO. There's a lot of effort. It's almost like people selectively choose particular events, and I don't know who these powers are, but there must be people with a bit of swagger that say this is the case that we're going to call the greatest case, or the most the best case we've got. When really, like, there is a fucking million better cases than the Kelvin. I know of one personally that I had friends that come to school the next day and told me about it, which is documented, which had multiple police units there, over 6 or 7 separate police units, right, with 300 to 600 people on the foreshore watching this thing for over half an hour. It's documented. It made the news press the next day. That's a way more credible case than a fucking black and white photo that was allegedly took somewhere at some time, and it happened to have a plane in the background. I mean, like, James Fox's boots on the ground, credit to him. But I mean, like, where's the logic in all of fucking this? Do you know what I mean? Like, who's to say that case there, that Kelvin case, should have the kudos or the credence that it has compared to the Gosford fucking case, for example, or the Westall school, or the Zimbabwean school, or the countless other amount of cases, like the Rendlesham, like those. And there's a lot of synonymous cases, but my point is, where does the decisions come into it? Who's making the decision to say that this particular case is our gold mark case? But I guess the bigger question for me, and what I'm getting the feeling of recently, the more that this is ramping up, is that it's either disclosures got to be either one or two things. It's our decision, or it's the decision of the NHI. And I'm really getting the feeling it's got to be the decision of the NHI, because we're almost playing along with. And if those that are in power love power, and if they fucking knew and were able to make decisions, like make choices freely in the regard to the aspects of this relationship and how the public perceive it, then you would find very quickly that the powers that love power are fucking powerless. That's how it seems. So therefore, I'm really leaning towards the NHI, the phenomena, the interaction, their amount of interaction with humanity. It is ramping up, and the best that our authorities can do, because they can never, when you think about it, I read recently, someone said it so succinctly in one sentence, you cannot, I'm going to have to find it, but something along the lines of, you cannot tell the people about disclosure, or you cannot say it. There's no way to fucking say it, essentially, is what they said. I'll find the actual comment. But it made a lot of sense. And it's a case of they know what's coming and they're trying to warn us. So these stories we're getting, these events we're getting, the fact that it's getting put into legislation, written into law, that there's, people from high-ranking positions basically letting the toothpaste out of the tube, that it's irrevocably able to be put back in. Like, this is happening, and like, this is fucking pretty big. Like, the shock and awe type stuff, because they can't go back on these comments. Like this gentleman Gulch, whoever his name is, the new guy on the block, the position he held in Space Force, the things he's saying, and he said it under oath. And he's been backed by the Attorney General or the Director General or the DA or someone along those, or someone pretty high up. You've got different terms in America than what we have in Australia. I do apologise if I get them muddled up. But, this is not territory we can walk back on. So to me, I want to know what you guys think, and I'll shut up, is like, do you believe that this is, we keep beating up our leaders saying disclosure, give us disclosure. But, I mean, when you really think about it, it's not up to them. It's up to we want disclosure. The question we want disclosure about relationship. It's about a relationship, right? So it's about humanity and another type of consciousness. And we're demanding answer from fucking humanity, from our consciousness, from our leaders to say, give us the answers, right? But for some reason, they can't just come out and say it. They haven't been able to say it, but they're saying it in roundabout ways. And that to me says that they are not in control, that the other is in control. And the whole reason that we're having this conversation and asking these kind of questions is that we're a sub-intelligent species, and this thing is fucking way above us. And there are those that know, but you can't just say it. You can't just tell disclosure. It's got to happen, I think. I mean, tell me I'm wrong. Please.
No, I agree. And so it's kind of like, imagine, the highest echelon of powers around the world. Imagine if, let's say that they knew that over the next 6 months, the presence of UFOs and the amount of sightings and the amount of experiences that people would be having around the world. Imagine if they knew somehow that these were going to be increasing, and that the phenomenon itself was going to be showing itself more and basically creating its own disclosure from the phenomenon to the world. It seems plausible that rather than go down the road from a government's perspective as saying from the government itself, the front facing government, they're here. Instead, what they do, because that would bring a whole bunch of everyone would be thinking about how they've been lying to us this whole time, right? Which is one of the elements. But if they go the other route and they have the whistleblowers come in from the inside, and they start to drip these little pieces, and basically they give the okay for the news media to start to increase its coverage on this phenomenon and start to reveal more and more and more. It makes a lot of sense if the governments knew that things are going to get much more intense with sightings and the phenomena itself all around the world, right? That would seem like the way that they would do it, because I agree with you. I think that disclosure itself is going to happen, I've always believed, from the phenomena itself. Because I've seen how they do it. Somehow, somehow this phenomenon has the ability to sense events, almost like it's processing AI data and aggregated data through some kind of ingress feed within like a huge quantum system. And it's able to sense responses and make very calculated and timed appearances. You often hear of experiencers, having a friend over and they say, "You want to see a UFO?" And the experiencer and their friend walk in the backyard and they say, "Okay, well, we're going to see one." And then all of a sudden the UFO appears above, or the orb comes down and it's right there in front of them. The moment that the experiencer walks outside with their friend and says, "Okay, let's see it." So somehow that link up between consciousness and cognitive function is so far advanced that I feel at times like what we're seeing now is a forced type of drip disclosure coming from certain parts of the government through whistleblowers with the added benefit of plausible deniability. But that somehow their hand is being forced from inside to start revealing stuff because they know that if they don't, then people will outright be upset. But if they start revealing it, they can go back in the future and say, "Well, don't say that we didn't say anything because we did."
Yeah, I totally agree. I just don't think that we're getting to decide this. Like, because think about it, those in power, if they had the ability to make the calls and play with it as much as they want and sort of show real power, then they would do that. They would abuse the fuck out of it. And it doesn't appear like they're abusing it. It's the only bipartisan issue across Congress, which that in itself is fucking unique. And just the way things are ramping up so quickly, it's almost like, should we have a point? We haven't even got to the point yet to say it's validated. Now let's have a debate. Okay, for example, right? Let's just say that that we all agree that it's fucking real and they're here and there's unambiguous evidence and we all know it. Let's get to that point in time, right? Fast forward to that hypothetically with me. Now we're there. Okay, now let's have a vote. Who the fuck wants to intermingle with these things, or going to assimilate or associate with, or are we going to like, does the public get a fucking voice? Is the real question. Like, do we get a voice? And like, it would appear that we don't. It would appear that like, there's going to be no sort of democracy about this. This is being thrust upon us. I mean, am I right? I just think it's strange that it's the only issue that is not up for debate, so to speak, if that makes sense. It's coming at us like a fucking tidal wave. Sorry, Steve. Whatever you go ahead.
Good evening. Blessings. So I just wanted to chime in real quick, and just throw my own thoughts on this, because I don't like subscribe to sorry about that, with the skaters. Here's what I have to say about the last couple minutes that you shared your thoughts on, is that I don't really think it's an issue where I don't think it's charted that as a consciousness, humanity is supposed to be. It's not that they're not going to. They're not here to tell us or to convince us that they exist. I want to make that really plain. They're not here to convince us.
Say that again.
They're not here. They're not charted to make us believe anything. They're not interested in our politics. They're not interested in our how'd you say, our our social everyday problems. I think those are all projections that we like. See, we get caught up in this idea that as a whole that people are supposed to tell us the answers to, and we ourselves have to be the ones. Just like, okay, so if we were if you say genetically engineered by these extraterrestrials, in other words, we were planted here by them, then they allow us. They would have given us like they put us here on this earth, and so we have to, as a consciousness, as a humanity, decide that we want to evolve. Does that make sense? Like, they're not going to I don't know how to find the right words. They're not here to come into our existence to tell us, you know, what to think. We have to overcome our issues on this planet, like globalization, greed, graft. All those are issues that we are facing, and yet we seem to think that there's going to be this magical wand that we wave that makes it all go away. No, any kind of consciousness, whether it starts off as a insect or it starts off as a human species, has to evolve to a point to become more conscious of itself and the world around it. So they're not going to cheat us of that understanding. Does that make sense? They're not going to say, "Hey, we're going to bring down our airships or fleet ships and just take you away." That is just the biggest misunderstanding about that to begin with.
I agree with that, Steve. We maintain free will, essentially, is what you're saying.
Yes, because it wouldn't.
We have free will as far as like our 3D reality goes, and I agree with that. And had they wanted to do anything nefarious, we wouldn't be in this existence as we know it now. We wouldn't be in the here and now experience and the ability to experience love and positivity and good things, right? So there's that as well. That's got to be taken into account. I do disagree with you, though, as far as that. I think they do care. I think they are interested. I don't think they're ignorant to it. I think that we are quite important. What I do think is that we underestimate ourselves. That's probably our biggest fundamental flaw that humanity
exactly.
has.
You go back into your, and you felt like you might have felt like you've gone through your crucifixion period in your life. You might have gone through different kind of horrors of humanity, but you still learn from those. So
they're your greatest learnings, and that's when you turn to your higher self. That's when you dig deep within yourself, and in those greatest challenges, those greatest moments. It's funny you said that because there's a recorded space. I won't go into it, but you hit the nail on the head, my friend.
Yeah, like I don't mean to ramble and everything because like in my own personal experiences, I've had ET experience, and people call that, they even have a label for it. They call it an experiencer. But I just see it as when someone is. It's like the old saying: when someone is ready, when the flower is ready, the bee will come. You know, when you open up the understanding that, or the knowledge of the consciousness that you want to connect with something greater than yourself, you know,
you're preaching to the converted. I know exactly what you're saying.
And it. I think sometimes there's so much distraction from the media in this day and age that they keep us in a circle of doubt. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like, if you want to believe something, then just believe in it, but don't be like half-ass about it. You know what I mean? Don't be like, okay, I believe in aliens, but I don't believe in this other aspect of it. It's like
I get that. You can't be selective, but you've also got to be apprehensive because there are a lot of fraudsters, and because it is a real thing, there are going to be those shields who pretend or trying to impersonate, and those who know a lot more than what we'd realise and use it to their advantage. So you do need to be apprehensive and question everything. Like, you've got to question everything. That's natural. But look, Your own reality is the most important thing. Always come back to self, like your experience, your reality, your experience. That's fundamental, regardless what anyone says to you. And you know that. I know that. We
Well,
all know that.
just take
That's what.
just take
That's what's
this into
paramount.
account. If there are such a beings, okay, if there are such a beings that have evolved to a state of consciousness of as you very well coined it as reality, we're not going to be able to see them if they don't want to be seen. Do you understand that? Because they're
That's
vibrating
a
at enough.
paradox. That's a paradox because let me just interrupt quickly, right? Objective reality. What science tells us, the tip of science now tells us that objective reality is not real. Okay, so therefore, we project reality. You've really got to think about that. It's like this. Everything you're fucking the bed you're sitting on, the couch you're sitting on, the table you sit at, the ground you walk on, the body you're in, the dog you look at, the tree you look at, everything made in this dimension, in this reality, dense matter, like is a result of projected from our minds. Like it
That's
comes
correct.
from us.
It's
Like
called
that's what
third
it's saying.
density. We refer to it as a third density, meaning that it's real to us. The tree, like the bush that we see outside of our house, the table that we sit at, those are all
We
part of
create it. We create it, and that's
absolutely.
the secret. That's
It,
the
it is
reality.
it
That's the
is, but
science.
that doesn't mean it cannot be challenged. It
And
does
what
not mean
I
that.
think that there's something like a matrix, I guess you call it, that supports that consciousness, right? And in that conscious matrix, like other consciousnesses can travel along that ether or that matrix that exists. It's like it's space. You want to call it space? We can't see it, but what it does, it allows different types of consciousnesses to exist within that space.
I'd
Or
like to
it's
say
either that or that they are a projection of us, like we're projecting them, like which means that brings into question, like, well, is the universe real? And you bring into the flat Earth, not the flat Earth, but is the moon a reflection? And those other things come into the conversation at that point in time because you're now down that road of, well, like if objective reality is only fucking manifestation of what our mind is producing, then we all agree on some fundamental things. Like there's obviously a fundamental ley line there, an establishment, you can call it like a basis that we call reality. Like, our houses, our cars, all that shit, each other, all those things we see, they fall into place so succinctly, like on that vibration, on that oscillation. But there's other things above that vibration that don't fit into that, and some can see, some can't. So that's where it gets into the paradox. Are we manifesting the ETs, or are they really existing, and are they manifesting us, or do we manifest each other, or are they just a manifestation of our mind, of our reality, of our consciousness?
no, slow it. You have to slow it down. You have to slow it down, and you have to realize out of space comes time. In other words, because of space, because we exist in a reality in which we've obviously we live in our everyday lives. We are reinforcing. That's how time comes to be. Just like you take a wormhole or a black hole, right? Now we've been told that they're portals, right? Like we've been told that we don't understand how they act like a vacuum and they suck things in. But is it possible that maybe that's a way that they travel through? So time is you can see time perhaps from a perspective that it's real here to us. It's very real to us. But here's the real doozy is that is it possible that you can travel through time both in the present, I mean, in the future and in the past, or you could use a wormhole to travel through, or you could genetically create a machine or a technology that can essentially allow us to traverse those kinds of things that those barriers that we don't understand. I personally believe that Atlantis was the previous civilization in which we had such great technology that they were essentially capable of they created just like I said, these are my beliefs, but they created portals, okay, electronically created them. They had the technology to create these portals, and they ran across the equator. There are places like Java. There's places like Omaha, Nebraska. There's places like the Bermuda Triangle. They created these things, right? They're still there. All right. So there's this misconception saying that if you were to enter one of these portals that you couldn't find your way out. It's not that you couldn't find your way out. You could find your way out. You would essentially not understand how they work, because you're flipping a channel on, but you're not, the other side is not on to receive that. So you get stuck in that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, listen, I agree with what you're saying, but you're talking about one potential technology, which is portal technology or whatnot. I believe that to be the case. It's a dumbed down word. It's a very simplified word to describe one sort of like aspect of a phenomenon and how our brains could try and begin to understand it. I think that, you go to talk about Atlanteans, and I mean, when you really think about these things, and I'm sure people do, like we can trace back humanity so far. Historians will debate the date and how far that we can go back. But when you really think deeply about it, like, we're only going to go back and tell you humanity goes back as far as we can archaeologically dig for, right? To get proof of. And it's always being pushed that boundary. But when you really think about it, like, that doesn't mean that's where it fucking started. That just means that's how far back we can go to find proof of where it started. But that start line may be fucking millions and millions and millions of years way further back. That has been buried over millions and millions and millions and millions of years of fucking dust and cycles around this sun. So humanity's true origin is much older than what we're being told. That is 100% guaranteed. That's got to be the way. We've been here a lot longer. I think as far as the question is, can we create, has there been other technologies? It was just Atlanteans. That was the most recent story because it was probably in the last 20,000 years or whenever it was. But they would have got their technology from somewhere, and them from them. But the question is, can we create technology within this dimension using the objects we have to be able to traverse distances across the universe? One would suggest that, well, if we're here, that would be evident we're here. That to me, it's just a no-brainer. That the answer would be yes. That that's a given. And if you listen to what the science is saying, to those, I've listened to people on here who are pretty much throwing it out there. Yeah, that is the case. That's what they're telling us. I mean, so these ET craft, like, straight away, it's telling us the science, the E equals MC squared. There's other physics going on, So
I have friends that are very into the ET phenomena, but they do take a perspective that, well, there's different kinds of craft, obviously, but they essentially do share the type of technology they have once they reach a certain level of evolvement. And I think humanity right now is. I like to, what.
Can I just say, I'll just quickly say, I heard in a video yesterday, it was a Steve Bassett video, actually. It was only recorded a couple of days ago, him and a bunch of other scientists literally saying they had been told, and once again, it's secondhand here, it's hearsay, but that there are friendly aliens, right? And they are some who are just, you wouldn't call friendly, were her words. His words, sorry.
They've
They've gifted presidents these aliens have gifted governments over the world ET craft technology, straight up gifted it to them.
No, I wouldn't say they gifted them. I would say they, in some cases, manipulated the governments and got what they wanted in return, and didn't completely fulfill their side of the bargain. At least some of the from what I've researched, the negative ETs. Like, and this is when my friend wrote a book about it. Like, and he detailed like the different races. Everything from the Greys to like the Nordics, and then the Andromedans. I mean, I haven't completely like I say, I don't completely believe anything without like factual, logical evidence presented to me.
Can I just rebut that for one moment? I used to be like you, but you get to a point though where like sometimes you've got to put fucking logic and what fits in your square narrative of that's logical, therefore it resonates with me. I've tried, and I know I'm guilty of it too. But all I'm trying to say is like you've got to be really open-minded on the subject, and it can't always be a case of because of this logical reason. And then you build. I hear it all the time in these spaces. People have a belief, and when I listen to where their belief comes from, and I'm not knocking them or saying they're wrong or anything at all, but they'll find one idea, and because that idea fits logically to their perception of what's reality, and then from that they build the other ideas, and then they build
yes, we call that
theory.
neurosis.
But
It's a form of neurosis.
let me just quickly say, like what I'm saying is, I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I mean, no disrespect at all. All I'm saying, Steve, is that we've really got to get an understanding that, like, we can't expect it to be logical. We can't expect that, like. And the other thing I wanted to say was when we talk about technologies in this dimension, right? Like, there's other dimensions. We know that
It's very
mathematically
much
speaking. So
logical, you know.
I'll land my plane here. But like when we're talking interdimensional, we're so handicapped because we can only go from this dimensional experience. Another dimension uses other physics, other everything, stuff outside our fucking thoughts.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, I love one of my favorite books. It's called like the 7 Levels of Creation. I do think that numbers, or at least the old like numbers, had a strong. Here's the thing: it's like numerology, some of the Pythagorean theory, like some of the sciences. They all play. It's a logical sequence to what order is created by an higher intelligence. There is a intelligence in that science.
Imagine an 8th dimensional world, like an 8D world, for example. We can't even fathom what like a 5D or a 6D world would look like.
Well, no, we can't, because we were, as you say, third density, or I would like to think of it as because we can't see something that actually vibrates at a higher frequency. We can't see it. We would walk out of our homes and the craft would be there. And if they didn't want it to be seen, it won't be seen because they vibrate essentially at a higher tune. That's another thing people don't understand. It's like if you stare at a fan.
No, you're 100% on that.
No, listen, have you ever seen a fan spin? If you look at a fan, the blades spin. But if the lower the spin on the actual device, you press 1, 2, 3, whatever, and it goes down, you start to see the fans going circular. Now, what I'm essentially saying, when it's spinning so fast, you can't see the fan spinning at that. So if that is a model, that's a perfectly logical explanation of a model of how things essentially work. Because
the analogy I use is tuning the TV. You remember you used to have that, you tune the television?
Okay, yeah, that's a good one too, because you go from gray. But the problem with that is that not everyone has had that. I mean, that requires I mean, like Like
We are a
there's
particular
white noise,
frequency, right? Like,
yeah, you're getting white noise into it. It's not, you're not tuning into something that isn't there. You're actually tuning to something that is there. And if
oh,
it,
no,
and it also
hang on, you're talking about
sound
something
and
different
tone.
there. I was using an analogy to say that basically reality is like,
Okay, I know what
metaphorically
you're saying, but
speaking, like we're tuned into a certain frequency.
exactly right. But it is a tone. It's a spiritual tone. I refer to it as a spiritual tone. Just like things have central numbers or tones or sounds. It something in the universe. We always think of the universe being quiet. That's what we've been taught. That it's essentially quiet. It's vibrating very quietly, but it isn't. There is much noise in the universe. There's much calamity, like much sound. And just because, again, our devices can't record them, like people will argue with me, well, uh, this highly expensive piece of equipment didn't catch it, so I guess it can't be there. Now, if you took your helmet off, you wouldn't be able to hear it either way. You just die, right? So you wouldn't be able to hear it essentially. But again, um, if and another example I use was tone, for example, like because it's just it's if you ever look at the and I've brought this up sometimes before. If you look at the what do you call those crop circles? Those look like tones. They look like the cliff notes of a musical instrument, right? That play tone like a sound.
Well, it's funny you mention that because that Dr. Red Coley, he
Okay,
studies them,
so
and he perceived a binary, like you got binary data system. He said that they got like a quad type system as like double the binary code through that, and proposed it. You can look it up anyway. It just reminded me of that exactly what you're saying there, like an advanced type of code.
what if it's as you would say, a higher intelligence communicating with humankind, like in that movie Contact, right? But they're essentially saying, hey, dummy, you can't see us. So I'm trying to get your attention. I'm trying to get you to think differently. Trying to get you to think how you can think differently about the universe around you and tones and music and science and technology. Because maybe we're so fixated on just one thing we've been taught. And they're like, hey,
That's a way of them showing us, though, and I think the brightest minds and the brightest minds are onto it to sort of interpret what it means and sort of do the work in that regard. But let me ask you this, Steve: what do you think about sort of like the ramping up of activity? Like, what do you see that it's going to go from like crop circles and people seeing it here and there? Do you think it's going to go from that to full on, like the guy having this alleged backyard experience, to these things are going to be common, like they're going to be landing sort of more frequently among the urban areas and people are going to encounter them more often than not? Do you think that's going to become the norm, or do you think this event in Vegas was it staged? Was it set up? And if it was set up, was it set up using real UFO technology, or was it just set up using tricky camera?
all right, well, I'm very limited on my time here, just because I'm going to a birthday party tonight with my niece. Um, here's my I hate making these kind of statements because they're often taken as prediction or like statements of facts. But I'm not here to state what I. I'm just. I'm going to tell you right now. It's definitely going to definitely occur on their behalf if they were going to do it, and they would essentially see. I personally have the feeling that they've been with us in they're some of our higher more brilliant minds. Some of them are already here. They're people that are essentially politicians or some kind of scientists of some kind, more brilliant minds that are trying to influence if they were to, as I'm saying. And we're definitely in a very special time, and we're definitely going to see that. We're going to see it, and we're going to be alive to see it. So many people have probably died before our time that would have never gotten this opportunity of quantum. I would say kind of like quantum leap. Go ahead. Go ahead. In consciousness. And it's going to happen in good ways, and there will be bad cases too, here and there, not often as we think. Because they're out there, we call them this in our vernacular. These negative entities that have their own agenda that obviously uses us guinea pigs. So, all right. Well, thank you guys. Maybe I'll come back and share some other knowledge where, I mean, if you were interested in, but I did enjoy the conversation.
Absolutely, Steve. Love talking to you, mate. And yeah, have a good night at your birthday party.
Yeah, I'll let everybody know. Thanks.
And,
Have a good night.
You too, mate. Likes, you've had the mic for so long. Sorry, I've been going on there a bit. What's going on?
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah. I was just saying hello. How are you?
Oh, hi. I'm good. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're good. How's your night or morning or whatever it is, wherever you are?
I'm in California. It's 8:30 here. It's not dark yet. Things are good. It's kind of trippy watching the news, you know, having been in California for the last 6 years, where it was basically like on fire every summer, and not just like on fire, like really on fire. I know a lot of it didn't make the news because of everything else going on, but you know, for 4 or 5 months every year for the last 6 years, it was like smoke and fire warnings, and my town caught on fire 3 times, and they put it out, and it was like we were getting all these emergency alerts. We had everything packed up, ready to go, kind of like a constant state of emergency. And now we actually have fog and rain, like in the middle of June, and then I'm seeing Canada, and I'm just like, oh, like having flashbacks, and I feel so bad for them, but at the same time, like I'm just so grateful that that California is not on fire this summer. That's kind of like where I'm at right now.
That's good to hear. You know, I know exactly what you're talking about. We have horrific bushfires here. They wipe out whole communities. And the last, you know, like everywhere around the world, the last, 10 years have been the hottest years. Every year's the hottest year on calendar.
Are you in Australia?
Yeah, I'm in Australia.
You had that horrific fire in January of 2020, right before the pandemic started. Like horrific, like apocalyptic level, right?
Yeah, that was huge.
That was so sad. Like all the animals that died. Oh my God.
And it happens every year, pretty much now. But it's good you don't have bushfires. But one good initiative come out of that 2020 bushfire. They're sort of like we've got to do things differently, I guess, And one of the good things to come out of it was that they've engaged the Aboriginal people on how to sort of mitigate fire control, basically given like the reins to them to say, like, you guys have an ancient knowledge on how to sort of and because they've been here for so long, that they know how to mitigate fire and basically best manage. They understand the land better. There's something it's hard to sort of just to describe, but it's actually what's the outcome of that 2020 bushfire was the government engaging the Aboriginal elders of the communities and those who have that older knowledge to learn from them and work in corroboration with the fire authorities to sort of basically, as far as planning the back burning, how they go about sort of mitigating and reducing impacts of like these bushfires, because like you said, they've been apocalyptic, crazy big, crazy, like absolutely crazy. You hear just the most horrible stories coming out of those bushfires, and ultimately people have the option to sort of stay and fight or flee, and you'll get a text message or something will come on the TV to say, and already, like, when it's bushfire season, but I mean, they can break out anywhere, anytime, and they move that quickly that, some people just don't have a hope. Like, just don't have a hope. They just move that quickly. Yeah. So, but look, I think it's a great thing that the Aboriginal elders have been engaged to, sort of really get engaged with, and that the Australian government recognises, some of these ancient knowledges.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And while you're talking about the Aboriginal knowledge and ancient knowledge, I wanted to get your 2 cents about Ayers Rock, because it's always really fascinated me. And in terms of like what the local legends are around it, and then could it be not extraterrestrial, but I mean, there's something very special about that rock. So I'm just like curious what your thoughts are on it.
Which rock was it you talking about? Ayers Rock?
Yeah, Ayers. I say Ayers. It's Ayers. the
Actually,
giant
it's called Uluru now. They changed the name, and actually changed another name yesterday. There's another island called Fraser Island, and they've changed that to Kagar, which is the ancient or the traditional name of the island, which is pretty cool, and handed back like a lot of land as well to them for future generations to do what they want to be able to do with it, and I think that's great as well. But that rock is, I guess, there's a lot of sacred sites, a lot of sacred Aboriginal sites. They're very poorly understood sort of culture. They had good astrological understanding. I listened to a really in-depth video one day, and it was from a white guy, mind you, but he was a doctor and a professor, and he'd spent a lot of time with Aboriginal elders in the desert. And they've got some great like origin stories, and really, if you want to sort of understand where humanity come from the way I see it, you've got to look to the oldest living human culture on the planet, and that is the Aboriginals. They've been here the longer than any other living civilization. They predate the Egyptians, you name it. So getting their origin story, I thought, would be sort of like a fascinating rabbit hole to jump down. And it really was. They talk about, so this doctor basically spoke about having these rocks, and these rocks have apparently just look like they have lines in them, and the rocks are super hard. I forget exactly what type of stone they were, some sort of quartz or something, I think, but they had engravings in them. And to the naked eye, to anyone, when you look at them, you just go, it's just this lines graved into this rock, no big deal. But there was a story behind these 2 rocks, and they were ancient rocks, and the story behind them, basically, it's evidence of the first writing ever. So those lines were writing, and he lights it up, and you can see how and what it means and what it's saying. But to get those lines and what the rocks were made of, like they were fused together as well. So different types of elements that were like fused together. The isotopic particles were in a certain way that baffled scientists. They're saying this is not natural, like it shouldn't. It was almost like UFO-ish, right? So you've got these rocks that have different elements in them. They're sacred rocks. They've got lines writing in them, and they were meant to be powerful rocks. Like the Aboriginal elders respected them. Only certain people could hold them, but they connected with ancestors as well. But their origin story was really fascinating. Essentially, it goes along the lines of they come down on a spaceship. This is the Aboriginal story, right, where we come from, humans. So a spaceship come down and drops off a man. They find this planet, drop off like a man on his own. Like one of, like, there's a few of them, but one of them gets left behind, right? And he gets lonely. And because he gets lonely, he calls out to them and says, "Come back, get me, I'm lonely." And they come back and they say, "Look, you're not coming back with us. You've got to populate this planet, but we're going to make another one of you so you're not lonely." So it's essentially the Adam and Eve story. But it's more along the lines of they cut off someone's leg, right? And from the leg, they grow another person. So it's not the rib, but it's the leg, right? But essentially it's talking along the lines of what would you call it? cloning, essentially, like producing like another human being. So that's the ancient Aboriginal story. And there's some places in Australia that are so sacred, according to them, like, to this doctor, the stories he had and the way he explained it, he did a lot better than me. But he really sort of gave an understanding from sort of like our perspective on how it would sort of work, and the spiritual story, as well as the real sort of ancestral story of them to the best of his knowledge. And it was really fascinating work. And there's a lot of things in there that sort of defy science and convention, like those rocks alone, just defied, they almost manufactured. And to get the engravings into them was the same sort of technology that you're looking at in Egypt with, the stones being engraved, all those sort of things, how big blocks get moved, that kind of technology, right? It's the same sort of stuff as that.
That is super interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Sorry, I have cheese in my mouth. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I was hungry.
Not at all. I love cheese.
Have you actually visited any of the sites?
No, I have not. Most of the sacred sites you can't visit. That, like, you can't walk on Uluru or Ayers Rock anymore. So there are places you can visit, but there's some places that are just places for women. They've got that are holy places for female, other places for males. But it was really fascinating to watch this documentary. He spoke about there was one place in particular. He sort of connects the spiritual side to the physical side, the physical realm. Like there's actually like that's what the Aboriginal theology is kind of all about.
I'm sorry, I put my hand up. Is this like a documentary that we can access?
Someone sent it to me, and the funny thing was an American person sent it to me, and I hadn't seen it. Yes, it is. I'll try and find it and send it to you if you like.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Thank you.
It goes. It's sort of like, it's not like a doco. It's a guy on a stage. Well, it's basically he's being filmed, giving a lecture, I guess, or a seminar, in front of a group of people, and it's done in a town I think called Ballarat in Victoria, Australia. So it's kind of undergroundish, which makes it kind of cool. But this guy is super smart, and I mean, if you want to hear it from the horse's mouth, or as opposed to it being sort of Hollywooded up or whatnot, this is kind of like that raw information where you're hearing it from the coalface, from someone who's had boots on the ground, spent time with these Aboriginal elders, and listened to their stories. And you sort of hear for the first time, because even in Australia, we hear misconceptions about, like, Aboriginal stories and culture, et cetera, et cetera. But when you listen to this kind of lecture, it puts it into a whole new perspective. It's not sort of something that's been spun by Western or like even Australian media or Australian authors.
That sounds really cool. Thank you. Yeah, if you can find it, I would love to delve into that. It's such a it's crazy to me, the cultures that we're losing and have probably lost forever to a certain extent because of colonization. And so I really appreciate any effort to preserve, pre-colonized societies so that we can, learn something from them, and at the very least, record them as part of our human history. Oh, and I just have a quick question. What does the name Beno mean? Beno, the name of the room, Logan?
Yeah, I've asked him to change it. I mean, then again, I'm co-host. I could probably change it, so I will.
No, I just don't even know what that means. I just joined it because I saw Logan here.
He named it after me.
Oh, that's cute. Is that your actual name?
Yeah, I'm Ben. So Ben.
Ah, nice. I like it.
Thanks. I likes too.
You know, it's an ironic name. I actually was feeling very unlikable when I created my Twitter account. So I typed in unlikable and it suggested likable. So I went with that and then I shortened it to likes eventually. But it's
That's good. You can do that like that when you're feeling down on yourself. You can write something like a little trigger, something positive, sort of nice about yourself. That's awesome.
yeah. Like I've always been a writer. It's definitely my passion and my main motivation for being on this website because it's very strange to be able to just like share your writing with so many people at the same time.
Yeah, beautiful. I'm not a writer, but I love English. Um, I've started writing a fictional book. I started writing it about probably 5 years ago, and I've probably written 5 pages. But I have the idea somewhat in my head, and it's like a bucket list thing that I just want to do for my own reason. I don't ever foresee myself publishing it, but I'm a perfectionist, right? And so I kind of think in my head that it would take me. I should put more time into it first and foremost, but I'm such a perfectionist that I know that if what I write is garbage or not, right? And so when I read it back, either I'm going to be wowed or I'll not even, I'll keep working on it until I get it right. And I think that if I do this right, that this could be fucking great, fucking play, book, movie, if you will.
What's it about?
Well, funnily enough, it's about it's the story of a young Aboriginal boy back in 1788, essentially when Australia was settled. One thing that I find sort of pretty lousy is that there is not one decent movie that sort of tells the story of how Australia came to be Australia. We're a young country. We're just over 200 years old. And we're so new. But before we arrived here, or before the white people settled here, this country had a different history, and the way this country went from being like an Aboriginal people who the oldest living culture on the planet had been around for hundreds of thousands of years, arguably, to have the transition within 5 generations to where we are now, that story really needs to be told from someone in our generation, and it should be told from someone of their ethnicity. But I mean, I've yet to see one good movie or story or book about how Australia came to be, like, and told from the perspective of an Aboriginal person. So essentially, my movie's about Captain Arthur Phillip and Captain Cook coming into Botany Bay on that day in 1788, and they weren't here to trade this time or here to explore. They were here to settle. And there was, from what I've researched, there was an understanding that the Aboriginal people at the time knew that. They knew that that was, time to go to war, essentially, because their land was being taken. That story hasn't been told. There's a movie called Australia. It's that Baz Luhrmann sort of whatever it is. That's just nothing. There's some other good stories like Rabbit Proof Fence, and there's some other ones, but there's just, and you look at America, right, for example, there's so many great movies and stories about the Civil War and about sort of how America sort of got its foundations. There's 1,001, but you can't find one really good one about Australia, and there's a great story there to be told. And I want the audience really to fall in love with this. It's about me also building bridges, like, uniting sort of black and white Australia, I guess, so that the white European people in Australia have more of an understanding about sort of how you've got a culture that's so old. It's like getting a tree and within 2-3 generations, bang, like just changing everything. It's devastated them. And our hearts should go out to them. So it's about sort of creating just understanding and educating and getting the audience to fall in love with this character, so to speak, and seeing the journey from his point of view and his challenges and what he goes through as a young Aboriginal boy, growing up in Australia before white men come, and seeing through his eyes white man landing in Australia and the atrocities that he experiences and what he goes through and sort of what happens to him. So that's what my story's about. Sorry to go on.
No, that's cool. I like it. Have you talked to any, what do they call Aboriginals? Is that the proper term? I don't want to.
Aboriginal, yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have, yes, and I do have permission, and that's another thing. You need permission. You can't just write and do whatever you want. You need to sort of, and I want my story to be, even though it's fictional, to be factually correct as far as timelines, some events go. But I want it to be sort of like, as far as customs and those kind of things, I want it to be sort of factually on the money. But I've been privileged and I've got a good relationship with an Aboriginal elder in mid-north Queensland area because I worked up there for many years, and I've become close with one who was the elder, and he gave me a blessing in the middle of the pub in front of a whole bunch of sort of other people. Like, here we are, and a few beers deep, mind you, but getting blessed by this Aboriginal elder with about 90 other sort of mining, white guys around. So I had a good relationship with him, and I deeply respect their culture. Yeah.
That's cool because I've definitely heard I've heard it both ways with Australia, uh, in terms of really recognizing your history and supporting the Aboriginals versus this is our country and patriotic stuff.
There's a big debate at the moment. It's called The Voice. Essentially, it's saying, without going too much into it, it's causing a lot of controversy on both sides of the spectrum, for Aboriginals and non-Aboriginals. Essentially, The Voice is whether or not Aboriginal people should have a separate voice or an advisory council to Parliament, right? So, and there's some people saying, well, no, that's racist. That takes us backwards because essentially you're dividing your country into race. And then there's those who are saying, well, hang on, these people are very much like suffering tremendously because of, and let's look at the big picture. Like I was just saying, they're suffering because they've been around for hundreds of thousands of years untouched. And then bang, we're brought in fucking disease, alcohol, drugs. And they're like babies to that stuff. Their systems cannot handle it. They can't handle the alcohol. They can't handle, and it goes through their communities, and the addiction rates are so much higher. And they're real things. And it's tragic, it's sad. And not to say that doesn't happen in white society as well. I'm not being racist in that regard. But when you take a culture that's so old and so, I guess, it's a virgin from those things, there's no immunity to it, no sort of genealogical immunity to these things, then they become very susceptible to it. And it breaks them and it hurts them. So the question is, what do you do? There's women being assaulted. There's communities out there that are like horrible. You would not go near, and the people are getting like raped and molested and murdered or fucking beaten up and domestic violence. It's horrible. And then the police went in there and intervened, and governments have tried to do things over the year. They had the stolen generation, which is absolutely wrong, where they went in and took kids out of the homes. That's absolutely wrong. So there's no quick fix answer, and the latest debacle is The Voice. It's like, it should, and that's a referendum's coming up shortly to basically ask the question: should Parliament have a voice to Parliament that is made up just of Aboriginal people? And if you say yeah, they should because they need more help, then all of a sudden you can be cast a racist. It's it's fucking, it's crazy. Fuck. And she rugged. Sick of hearing about them, probably. I'll always fly the Aboriginal flag, even though I'm not Aboriginal. Logan, you there? Oh, I just accepted your request, bro. I thought, what a good man. Not going to leave me hanging. And we don't have to talk about Aboriginals anymore, dude.
Good evening.
Good evening, Cryptic. Where are you from? Ireland?
No, I'm from the States.
Oh, from the States.
Colorado.
Yeah, right. Just you sound English a little bit.
I read a lot. That's all. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay. Now more you're talking, you sound a bit more American.
Yeah. Well, so what's the topic of tonight?
Brother, we're just talking, we're just shooting shit. I've been talking about shit. Yeah, like what's hot on your mind, bro? Talk.
It's probably the crypto right now, obviously. Like that's probably the most important thing is like in my mind right now. That's like supposed to be something happening on Tuesday. Supposed to be some paperwork coming out with this court lawsuit with the SEC and Ripple. That's gonna be huge.
Give me a quick rundown. I'm not on top of the crypto, but in a nutshell, give us a rundown. Like what's the lawsuit about?
Oh, okay. So it was a couple of years ago. They the security that deals with obviously with money and cash and everything. They had the company Ripple. They thought they were doing securities, and I think they were operational for like 8 or 10 years, and then like the last couple of years, they basically they wanted to do a lawsuit towards them. They were about to sue Ripple for the company, and they were like, "You guys are tripping. We've been working. We've been talking to you guys, and what's going on?" And everybody thinks it intentionally is happening for a reason. It was just for a purpose, and also there was like kind of like just to like set back the whole entire technology space of crypto in general without having no rules. So basically, they attacked them with no standards and no rules to guide and operate in that space. So they went to this court case, and the court case been up for like 2 years straight, and now the lawsuit is about to end, and there's some critical paperwork that's going to come out, and a lot of people are assuming that Ripple's gonna win the lawsuit from the court from the SEC, and if that happens, I'll be super happy. But also,
Is the SEC a government branch?
Say again.
You said the lawsuit being brought against Ripple. Who's that brought against from? Is that a branch of American government?
Yeah.
Or a financial branch of the government?
It's where's the financial portion of the government where it deals with securities. That's like the deals with
Ripple won't win. I mean, I don't know anything about it, but look, the way I see crypto offers a way for unregulated economy, which the government don't want that. The government want to regulate, or it's the fiat economy. The American dollar, and things like this will sort of, I guess, as far as America goes, try and. I mean, I could be wrong, but it'd just be a play on that. That's what I'm thinking.
True. I think it's just like the technology when it comes to like finance in general. From the periods past that we used to do, it's kind of outdated. So that new technology is it's gonna roll out sooner or later to maintain how the financial structure and how to transfer value across country to country when they make business. So
what you want to do is you want to be sitting on that buy sell button with Ripple, and when that announcement drops, whether or not they've succeeded in the lawsuit or not, you fucking either offload or you fucking upload.
No, not at all, not at all. Because think about it like this: like the cool thing about Ripple is if they don't supposedly if they lose the lawsuit, there's a standard. They're gonna tell them why they lost, and they're gonna.
But hang on, while you're doing that, the price will dip. I'm telling you right now, you watch it go fucking red that day real quick. So you want to have the sell button.
No, I believe in too much in this company. I'm gonna hold it until I fucking go bankrupt if I have to. But
well, all I'm saying is what you sell today for that price doesn't mean you can't buy it back tomorrow for a fucking cheaper price. Do you know what I mean? You could just dump that fucking 10 grand worth of stock then and there. And then when it drops down to fucking 20 cents or whatever it is, fucking in 2 hours time, go buy it fucking at that price, 10 grand worth. You just doubled your stock.
True. You do have a point there. Yeah, I do agree.
Versus just hanging on to it because you're loyal. That shit doesn't fly. They're the ones that's what they get their money from.
Right, that's true. But the good thing is about it is, regardless if they win or lose, the Ripple itself, the company, have rating me or sponsorship. They already have contract and partnerships with different countries. So if America doesn't if that lawsuit doesn't go through and they get sued, whatever, and they're not allowed to, work in America, it's all well, Danny, because the rest of the world is still going to use that technology. America is just the last seal of approval. But if it doesn't, oh well, the world still turns. But but that's not the only thing that it's happening that got me really excited too, because the feds are also going to have Fed Now. It's we're receiving okay. So the one problem in here in America we're seeing right now, and I have nothing against it, but it's the system the system that we have now can't support it. So there's so many more people coming into this country by the dozens, migration, whatever, and there's nothing wrong with it. But the system that we currently have here in America cannot support it. So they're gonna launch. They're gonna the JP Morgan, the Feds, or they're gonna launch another currency, not another currency, but a currency to support the
BRICS.
Yeah.
You're right. BRICS is coming.
Right.
The American dollar is in a lot of trouble. You've increased the ceiling debt, which is that
right. There's so much pressure in the system, is so much. They're going to try to relieve the pressure with another source of currency or some way to provide that help for all these new individuals that come into this country. So they're going to try to figure that out. So that initiative they're doing, that they're going to use that new technology, it's still connected to Ripple or to any other blockchains. So I
agree. The blockchain tech, I agree with you 100% there. And even Elon Musk will say you're right. Blockchain technology is the future. These events seem to all sort of tie in together, though, don't you think? Don't you think that crypto dollar, the way the world's moving, everything seems to sort of be tying in? If you listen to some pundits, they'll say that the economic collapse would be that bad that America won't put up with it, that they'll go to war again. So there'll either be poverty or World War III. Take your pick, but there's got to be a third option on the table for sure. And that's kind of where I kind of like to think about the third option.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think I was going to say that right now there is a move for companies to move to digitizing everything. So what's happening right now is, so I work for a tech company in the US, and I don't work in terms of selling, but the people who sell our product, they are being paid extra if they have the customer use our app versus just having it done in store, if that makes sense. So these people are losing out on money right now, and they're pretty upset because their commission is cut in half if they do it in the store. But if they help them process it through the app, then they're getting paid more.
That's
So
just a transition to the meta world, though, and that's where we're going. We're going to the meta world where really, like, real world shit kind of won't matter as much. I don't think. I think the meta world's going to be where it's all at, and that's a transition, an early transition towards what Crystal was saying.
I think it's going to be more valuable when they're going to be on-ramping more individuals into this digital network to everybody to get in. And in a sense, I'm kind of stoked, you know. And another way, I'm not trying to be like mean or anything or like being negative, but like when people were saying that recession was coming in and the debt ceiling is gonna go, like, man, I was excited. It's like, hell yes, let it be so, because when you can't implement a new technology, if you can't have the old system doesn't break, you can't. It's like you can't patch something if it isn't broken. So I don't know. That's like, I think this is like the bad thing of America is if if it still works, use it. But if don't change it if it doesn't need to be changed. But the bad thing is the system that we currently have for this type of like financial system here in America, it's been used and abused. So I am really waiting for that thing to get like to break, to order to the new system to come in. It doesn't need to, but I think that's what, like, it'd be the best way to implement the new technology, that route. Go ahead, Logan. What's up?
Logan, you got your hand up. What's up, bro?
maybe he's just saying hi. But I was gonna say that sorry for interrupting y'all, but I was just gonna say that the early adopters of crypto and blockchain and like fintech, they're the ones who are going to make a lot of money, because like regardless of whether or not we want to debate like crypto, it's going to happen. The US already has their own version of it too, and a lot of companies are working on it right now. And there's also QR codes. So when I was in Italy, this was back in 2019, a lot of people were using WeChat to make payments. And so, like, other countries are using this and they're already at more advanced than we are. Like, I have a lot of customers that are from other countries and they use WhatsApp to, I mean, there's so many things. People are trading things, they're buying things through these apps. Like, I guess we
Can
fallen
I ask you,
behind, but
Crystal?
yeah.
Yeah, and you're right, we fall behind, and that's the thing. Like I saw the other day, America were looking to sell their 1% market cap they've got in Bitcoin. 1% full market cap in Bitcoin's a fuckload of fucking Bitcoin, right? But they're looking to sell it. So that tells me that maybe with AI, things will invent that quickly, that there's a potential there that things like blockchain technology may already be redundant because AI has found a better technology or a better algorithm to sort of facilitate what the same outcome would be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, AI right now is still in the works technically because it's a language learning model. So technically, what it's doing is just taking like the concepts of words, and then that's how it does everything. It computes things. But like, there's still a long way to go with that. But you're right. I mean, AI is going to revolutionize everything. And then along with augmented reality, that's going to be the next thing too.
Yeah, I agree with you. I kind of look at it from the perspective, though, and I might be being facetious or naive or even sort of tin hattish, but I look at it from the perspective that these technologies, like what you mentioned just then, they're clunky. Chatbot GPT, what version 4 now? I kind of think to myself, like 20 years ago, they had this shit 20 years ahead of that, right? So what we're getting is, I guess, military tech, filtered out little bits of it. AI, for example, being one of them, and a dumbed down chatbot version is what naturally we would get first, you know, how to talk to each other with it. But the true capabilities of AI is not something that sort of lays down the track. I think that it's already sort of evolved, if you will, 20 years, 30 years ago via the military. And therefore, things like maybe blockchain technology There's even, that's a mystery where it come from, like who invented Bitcoin. The Satoshi, like who's Satoshi? There's a mystery surrounding that, which sort of says like it's probably leaked out from like military, right? So it's all military sort of, and it's all the result of AI. So all I'm saying is maybe like what we're seeing, what we get to play with, these toys are really just that, and that like it's just it's the tip of the iceberg, and this shit has been done. AI has reinvented itself fucking a million times over, probably 20 years ago, potentially, maybe.
I think it changed so much since like I got into the crypto space in 2017 before like Bitcoin became big and stuff. And like I had Bitcoin when I got it like for $300, and now like it went up and down. But like when I got in, it was like $300 a coin. So like I've been investing, and then now I've been doing programs, engineering, doing fintech, and my prefer is like pay tech and wealth tech. So, but like business to business is what I like to do. But a lot of people like business to customers. But like it's I could totally see this how it's going to revolutionize a lot of the things like people are going to do. And this and the funny thing is like the people who knows about this technology will benefit it. But like the ones that don't know anything about it, it's really gonna be like they're gonna just live their life like it's normal, and basically all the software is gonna be running in the background. The new technology is gonna be running in the background. They won't even notice it. So it is like how I say, it's like valuable knowledge or valuable treasure if you have any experience in the crypto space of anything. So just even your dibble dabbling into this space can be valuable into the future. So yeah, I see a lot of promise in it, and then I hope that with this promise, I probably can, probably fix a lot of problems when it comes to like corruption and stuff like that. But you gotta see what you get. Make a difference every step I can get it.
Yeah, Web3 is gonna revolutionize everything in the next decade. Like, it's gonna bring everything together. So blockchain, AI, how we interact with people, and yeah, it's gonna be a different world.
Yeah, the one thing I am really curious about, like when it comes to AI, is not like the AI. A lot of people think of the AI just like, like a worker bee. You tell it what to do and it does it. And then it follows each command the way you say it. But I really want to see like AI coming towards a way that it could be your personal version of yourself online, and when you teach your habits, your personal assistants, and when it gets to the point like when you're not online, he really knows your customs and everything, what's priority and what's good, what's not, what you like. But when you get back in, obviously you have full access to the system, and the AI will even assist you with stuff that you like even more because it gathers so much information because it does part of you. So I think that type of technology with AI will benefit. I think the experience of people being on the like online and the web page, just the digital world. But like, I think a lot of people think it's just like a Terminator sequence. It's like everything's gonna go bad. I don't think so. It's like the way it's like you teach your dog, your cat, your animals. If you teach it with the right intentions, it's gonna come out being nice and it's gonna be respectful. But if you teach,
isn't that like a sort of utopian sort of dreamy sort of wish we have about it? I mean, like when you look at the word artificial intelligence, for something to be truly AI, it's got to be autonomous, right? And if you listen to the geeks, and I have, the guys who make the shit, they're telling you straight up, when AI, and this is what one guy said, he said, when AI reinvents itself 3 times over, we will have no idea what it's doing. Like, that's fucking crazy. He also goes on to say that by that stage, it will treat, and this is a prediction he makes though, it will treat the universe like a computer program and work out the glitches in it and essentially work out space-time travel, all that stuff. Like, no worries at all.
Yeah, I think in a pie in a robot's eye or AI eyes, they're probably gonna look at humans like, they're insignificant. They don't live that long. Their lives are very brief, and they fade away in and out. But they, as AI, they could live as long as their battery cells and their memory units are connected. So their experiences are going to be totally different than ours. But like, if they want to try to like anything that we create, and even God is, it's going to mimic the creator. It's going to mimic the creator one way or another. So if AI will mimic the creator, certain point, I can understand if it could turn to that type of way of thinking. But like, to be that advanced in the future, yeah, probably. I think there's going to probably be a point that a certain group of AI is going to probably separate themselves.
Because of quantum computing and because of the ability we're going to give it, then this is not like if maybe. This is what's going to happen. Like, it's going to do calculations. It's going to be able to do things that it's going to think like, like the original thought, essentially. It'll do things we just do not understand. And then at that point, it's really out of our control.
I can't wait. I can't wait for that to come to fruition.
The worst thing is, though, it being weaponized, and it's already weaponized. I mean, if you look at it on a soft weaponization scale, you look at the Matt Taibbi files from the Twitter files, using bots, essentially bots to attack accounts, bots to attack people, bots to, bot farms. And there's even an active thing at the moment now where Elon's working on reducing bot farms because they're a real thing. And then at the end of the day, that's AI weaponized against people on a soft scale. They say the future wars will just be fought AI versus AI. So that's the fucked up world we live in. So I mean, I love your utopian sort of, they're going to be good like a good dog. Come here, boy, sit down kind of thing. I love that. I wish it was that, and it has the ability to be that, and the potential to be that. But right now, where we're at, and introducing this technology into this world ethically the way we are, it's fucking disaster. Sorry, Crystal. You don't have to put your hand up.
Go ahead, Crystal. Speak your mind.
Okay, so I just linked, I don't know if you guys have heard about it because it's kind of like old news, but the Google engineer that claimed that the AI chatbot was sentient. Benno, are you worried about something like that happening? Because humans are pretty biased and like we are programming these things. So essentially it all comes from us, right? So what do you think, Benno?
Well, there's two aspects to sort of what you sort of pointed out there. One is there is bias programmed into some of these, and they are, like I said, soft chatbots, whatnot, but they can be used, to attack accounts, attack people. Essentially, though, it's, and they can also have bias towards political leanings. But what I'm talking about goes beyond that. What worries me is AI unleashed, reinvented, where it can AI point fucking infinity almost, where it's reinventing itself that quickly and progressing that quickly. And it's past the point of we understood a year ago, so to speak, what it was doing. Let's flash forward a year from that point in time where it's, what the fuck is going on? It's worked out reality. And if it can do these things, then at that point in time, we become subservient to it. Like we really do. We don't no longer have control of something with that much. I don't know if knowledge or wisdom or power is even the right word to use.
I think I totally understand that. Like, I know how you're thinking about that situation, but someone somehow they're gonna catch a whiff of that shit if that happens, and the computer become that super intelligent that quickly. Because remember, a computer can build. They can do all the math, but they can't construct their bodies as fast
But
as they
it's not
could.
building hardware; it's self-learning, and that's the whole point of AI is to self-learn. And if it can, the first thing it would want to do is teach itself to learn quicker, wouldn't it? I mean, so to self-learn and to do that at a higher, faster rate to create more efficiency. I mean, it's going to do everything. And like I said, things we think of, things we're even talking about now, are like within the realm of what we would use logical reason or whatever. We can put words on it. It's going to do things that words won't exist for.
Uh, Oh yeah, I believe that. I believe that. But like the cool thing is, like a lot of people like would say like, "Oh, will these AIs replace humans?" So, like this is, and the response I tell people when they say that it's like, robots will never replace humans. But you know why? It doesn't have a soul, and the soul is like my definition on a soul on very basic level. It's just like the person that they have their dreams, their flaws, and their flaws that makes them unique from the actual AI. It's because
That'll be you pointed out a good thing there, Cryptic. Like that'll be the final. I mean, not the final frontier. There'll never be a final frontier, but that'll be one of the frontiers I think for AI, and that comes into the alien talk and stuff too, right? That essentially, these cryptids or these fucking some of these ETs are like advanced AI from other planets that are sent to sort of scout the universe, and they don't have souls. Well, that's one of the stories, right? So they're basically just robots, are AI, and they don't have souls. But I think, like I said before, if AI is that advanced and it's trying to work out the glitches in the universe, time travel, all that shit, right? Elements required, whatever, how it works, sort of like, but the one thing it would try and work out as well, what's a soul? You'd think it would want to understand what a soul is, and it would try and synthesize a soul.
Well, even that too, like if you have like an AI or some artificial intelligence that's doing it's programmed to become better over time. It's supposed to be more efficient over time. It does more like research. It does more repetitive stuff. It becomes more efficient. It becomes better. But the unique thing about humans, or just the soul itself, we have we have flaws, and the flaws that makes us unique. Because the cool thing about it is we're biological engineer.
We've become better over time, though. Look at the Olympic records all dropping.
Right, but
humans evolve too,
Right, but then you also have like when we age over time, we can like sometimes like chemical balance, just age like that.
You nailed it. You said the key word, time. Whereas like AI, it's like time's its friend. It's got forever, but the thing is, it won't self-replicate every 30 fucking years like humans do, right? It'll self-replicate every 30 billionth of a fucking nanosecond. That's the difference.
And I think that's the unique thing about the human soul or the human flaw that makes us different from artificial intelligence. So that uniqueness can never be taken away from AI. That what makes the human species so unique, because we have our own flaws in them. So I think it's
not a flaw. I wouldn't call it a flaw. It's just by nature. That's how we are. I mean, like, there's a very good chance that this is like a Russian doll type thing, that potentially that us humans, like, everything mimics nature, right? So we're going to mimic ourselves, and we do that via AI. Who's to say that whatever made us wasn't mimicking itself by making us? And then it just keeps going, and there could be a pendulum swing between sort of like the digital, right, like the non-physical, and the physical. So therefore we create an AI which is non-physical and we are physical, right? And then that AI wants to recreate itself into physical, right? So essentially what it's going to try and want to experience reality sort of the way creator experiences, just like we're doing. So it's kind of like a mirror. It's moving backwards in time. So if you can understand what I'm saying, it's kind of like
Right,
this
right.
paradox, you know.
But I just think I think like the only thing they will never be able to mimic is our human flaws. That's like the one thing. It could create, they could build stuff, they could live the lives that we could, but it would never take the flaw of human. You know, just because of our natural habits or whatever, it would never able to mimic that. So even if you try to program it into a system or to a computer like that, it won't able to have those flaws in them because they're, you know, people's flaws are random. Everybody is unique.
But so is the AI on the basic version. ChatGPT makes mistakes and doesn't answer things quite right, and then you can ask it again and it'll give you a better answer. It kind of does have its flaws. It's working its way up, but I mean, essentially,
Right,
that guides it to what's wrong and what's right. I mean, like what's
right.
the yardstick for the AI?
But the AI is designed to improve itself over time. It's meant to become better, become more efficient over time. So we can learn something, but we could become efficient, but we also have flaws between. AI itself over time, it will fix that. It will learn more. It will correct that pattern, and it will give you a better answer to your question, you know, in detail. And they will learn over
We have
time.
emotion. That's the difference. Like whereas AI doesn't have emotion, and I think that's like a unique quality about human beings. And I saw a thing the other day where it had like it showed basically a human saying a sentence. Right, it was just a generic sentence. I forget exactly what it was. But it showed the sound waves coming out when a human says it and the tone in which someone would say this to another person, right? But when the AI said it, or if you said it in different tones, basically it was a sentence, whereas if you said it in different tones, you could come across as not nice, neutral, or nice. Right? I forget what the exact words were. But the point was this, like, because the AI doesn't have emotion, it doesn't know how to sort of speak that particular sentence in a positive, neutral, or negative way. And that was all done through the sound waves. Though they showed the actual sound waves coming out through. This is what the sound waves would look like if you were saying it positively, and it had a visual of the actual sound waves. This is what it looked like if you're saying it neutrally, and this is what it looked like if you said it in like a negative way, like you sort of with an authoritative type tone, right? But essentially, it's all the same, exact same words. And it was very interesting to sort of see, and then how AI sort of will I guess eventually be able to mimic and synthesize emotion, but it won't truly ever know what emotion is.
I think over time, AI could understand just the tone of a conversation and the way it is. I believe they can learn. I believe they can learn that. Like that could be programmed into AI to understand, comprehend, and speak like humans, like it with high tones and low tones with emotions. I think that's programmable. Over time. But that's just my opinion. It could be a harder task. That could be. What's up, Crystal?
Yeah, I was gonna say I definitely agree with you. It is programmable simply because of the fact, like, if you guys look at your algorithm, you're gonna be getting things that either trigger you to engage in it. So in a way, like, some people may be worried like how we're manipulated as human beings with this technology, but it's already happening. And it happens when you go to Target. If you use the app, it's gonna suggest deals for you. It's gonna, send you things to your house. So there's a lot of things that are already in the works that maybe we just like overlook because we're so focused on like, oh my gosh, there's this new technology, but it's like encompassing everything. Like it's been around for a while. And when you've worked in marketing, you realize like, oh my goodness, like manipulating humans is so easy.
Yeah, I agree. But that's why I said like having the conversation speech pattern, communicating and stuff like that. I think that's programmable, and I think that's where AI can become more dangerous when they can know tones, they can know how to like manipulate to the point that it seems really convincing. But like that's the cool thing about how you can program into that to a system. But like I go back to what I was saying, like an AI won't have flaws like a human does. So that's where you can actually like you can like tell the difference of like what's robotic and what's not, if we ever get to that point in the future. And I think we are, but I haven't seen anything like that yet. But yeah, it's totally true. But I also believe too, like these new systems that coming out, like like those house assistants. Sometimes people be purchasing them. Now they've just been installing the Chat GPT AI systems into those things. Oh my goodness, that is a upgrade for real. Because some of these little assistants in the house that like the little toys and little robots that are supposed to like clean up the house and stuff like that, they become a little more spark. They have the little spark in them a little bit more, the little twinkle in their eye, and they can start saying things back to you. Like you'd be like, what?
You need another bomb at that point in time.
Yeah. So I think that's gonna probably like even like Tesla, even like it was mentioned about like they're gonna have like their own little robot droid. I think Tesla, Elon, he was saying like I'm even gonna have a cat person, a cat girl or something like that, because of all the anime and people like that. I was like, oh shit, this guy can't be serious. But at least it is Elon. But the cool thing is, if we're gonna have these these machinery walking around in the future, it's gonna be interesting.
Like the Matt Damon movie.
Oh yeah.
What do you guys think about the 15-minute cities?
The smart cities?
If you can get out of them, are they a bad thing? I mean, if they're convenient, but I mean, if it like saves, like the environment, and that you have more green space in your country and less cement block sprawling like suburbs, then maybe it's not a bad thing.
Well, I asked this because we're talking about like AI and stuff. And so in the future, there's going to be a lot more streetlights powered by IoT devices. So it's going to predict like, okay, so there's a car coming up ahead. We're going to, ensure like there's no other cars on the other street. Now they can go. So like things are going to change like that. It's like the Amazon stores when you go in there and then you just scan. I think you scan your hand as a payment or something. And then you shop and then you leave.
Right. I think, so the cool thing about the smart cities is I was at East Denver, and basically we're talking about like blockchain and crypto and all that stuff. And I met this lady that she was selected to go to I think it was like somewhere in Switzerland or somewhere like in I don't know, somewhere in the Middle East. But the cool thing about it is she was right there to work on a smart city with the blockchain and everything, how everything will interact. And she's gonna be there for 2 months. And when she told me about that, I was like, I looked. Oh.
That wasn't me. Logan must have accidentally hit that. Keep going. Sorry, dude.
Oh, well, it's all good. She told me there's a smart city, like everything is going to be connected and then everything's going to be part of it. And when Crystal, you bring it up like Amazon, I was like, this, that's just happening right now. That happened a couple of months ago with one of my friends. So I think that's going to get to the point they're kind of trying to usher that technology or that mainframe into the society. It has to be, because okay, so if you're gonna have a smart city and then everything is like a 15, you really can't have pollution levels gotta be extremely low. Reusable energy, it has to be distributed everywhere throughout the whole city. You know, it has to be so green that that 15 minutes is efficient. Everybody be a part of it, can be in and out real quickly. Because if you're going to go to this 15-minute cities and if it's and it has pollution like rampant, you know, nobody's going to be a part of it. Nobody's going to be a part of that society if everybody's going to be sick and dying.
No, I don't think cars. I mean, we're looking at two different things here. I think, you know, cars are around a part of the 15-minute city idea. I think there'll be sort of more electric transport and talking about the future. But I think also I may have misunderstood. Like Crystal made a point there where they're sort of like bordering current existing towns and trying to turn them into, you know, 15-minute cities. That's different to sort of the future design of like town planning, for example, what a 15-minute city would look like. I don't agree with them sort of bordering roads or putting checkpoints in or turning them into one-way streets between certain hours in order to create a 15-minute city with existing infrastructure. I believe all curtailing people's rights to be able to go to the shops at certain times, whatever. Like, no, freedom of movement is as important as a freedom of speech.
Yeah, I think the main purpose for those towns is so that like people who don't have a car, at least the way they're selling it is the people who don't have a way to commute to like the grocery store, they'll have one within 15 minutes from them.
They're essentially trying to get everyone to live together in a smaller sort of space, you know, live on top of each other, build up as opposed to out, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that because, I mean, as much as I like living in a city, it is nice to go out into like rural towns and just like get away.
Yeah, and also having like a city that compact, that like everybody's gonna be in it. And I don't think that's optimal. I don't think that's a real. You know, I think in probably some cities, there are probably some good solutions for that. Maybe there's a purpose for those type of like environments, but like having them everywhere, left and right, I can see some of the projects and some like, you know, test sites they're using these concepts, but like having it like in full scale, man, I think that's a little bit far away to like it's gonna be implemented to everywhere.
What's crazy though is like the fact how there's already so many issues right now. Like for instance, in Minnesota, they've been working on the highway for like the last 10 years. So it's like it just never ends. So in my mind, I'm just like, how are they going to get all these projects done with all these regulations that have to go into place and then new laws to support those, like like the compliance, you know? So I don't know, maybe it's a long way from now. I don't know if it's going to happen right away.
But I know for a fact things are be popping off this end of this month with crypto. And that's what I'm looking forward to. That is the future. That is where things are going to be changing.
If you're the crypto daddy, then tell us in one word, like what should the punters that are listening, what should we get? What should we buy $50 worth of?
Oh, okay. So this is not financial advice. You know, it sounds like everybody gotta say that, but so one thing I've been looking for that got me really, really intrigued, and I think is a gem. So a lot of people go into like XRP or and the one that's dealing with this court case. That's fine and dandy, but that's great. But that's dealing with banks, like that type of token. Just that token basically deal with banknotes and bank transfers and stuff like that. You can still use it as like fiat, but like it's really meant for banks. But then you have this other token called XLM. It's called Stellar Lumens.
Stellar Lumens, I have it.
That's awesome. So Stellar Lumens, it's cool because it's not really a like more for the banks. It's really for the consumer level. It's really for payments to payments, like business to customer payments and stuff like that. But the cool thing about XLM, they have the same individuals that made the XLM token. They also made another token. It's called Velocity. VELO, velocity. So that token is supposed to, it's designed to be credit on the blockchain for XLM. So this credit, you can apply for this credit anywhere in the world if it has a bank. And the cool thing is you can send that money to anyone. So it's basically this credit is supposed to help a lot of more individuals to on-ramp more individuals into the crypto blockchain, but also offer them a source of a credit line if they don't know anything about the thing. So I'm really stoked because if that is one of the part of the things in finance and especially in fintech, that credit is essential. It's basically the grease that moves gears throughout the whole system. So if you could find a token that is considered to be like a credit token, it's beneficial. So right now it's like less than like 0.003, and I'm just buying a ridiculous amount of it every day, and because I see the benefit, I think this piece of gem that I found is going to become enormous. So
yes, people always want credit. That won't change. You're 100% right. And if you when it's blockchain technology and you're applying for credit, well, if you're applying for credit, hopefully you're applying through Velo, and you'll be sitting on your yacht somewhere smoking a fat cigar and living the dream.
Well, so I think that's one thing I thought about. Like a lot of people tell me, like, what you gonna do if you become rich? That's just like, I just tell them, like, I want to go to school, get educated more, go to school for more programming and technology. Because if I know if everything is gonna go the way I think it's gonna go, I probably will become an elite. And if I am gonna become an elite, that means I gotta work harder, study more, learn more, so I could provide the people in the communities over time and give them the opportunities that other people didn't have. But yeah, I want to, educate myself. Then I can help others the same way I can. But
that's awesome, bro. That's good. That's good to hear. You sound like a good person, and I wish you all the best in your endeavors with it. You sound like a good guy. You'll go a long way.
Yeah, man. If we can't take care of this world, who's gonna take care of it? We gotta at least help guide some people, lead some people, for the best.
Cryptic, thank you for your wisdom. I was gonna say, I was gonna ask you. Wait, now I'm losing my train of thought. I'll come back to you.
Sure.
Oh, I was gonna ask you, are you gonna remember us when you're in Elite?
Of course, I always come on Twitter. I always like to talk to people over the time.
How long's Velo been around for? I mean, like, is it an old sort of coin? Is it a new coin? What's the market cap?
So it's about
start off at. What's it at now?
So it's about a year. It's about a year old. At the original price was $1.93. It went. That was about a year ago. None of the systems were up and running, and none of the projects were like there wasn't like any actual programming into the system itself. Like that. Now they do. Now they have it up and going. It's pretty good. It came from all the way from the Philippines and then also Singapore, and it's also now it's connected to other tokens as well because it's connected to XLM, but also connected to WASPay, XDC as a payment plans and stuff like that. So it's interesting. That's really got me really fun, intrigued. And there's like this other token that was pretty cool. It's called WASPay, and that is where you go to the grocery store and you got to pay for your food and stuff like that. So WASPay, they're designing new equipment so when everything gets up and running, they could just have the equipment that they just they can adopt it, and they can up and running. So when you go up, you can just put your phone, scan, and if you have all different tokens and whatever, or different types of crypto, it will collect it and would just average out how much tokens, how much it is, and then you just get your food and get your goods, and you can get what you got to get. So it's supposed to be like an exchange for everything and for everything. So it's pretty neat, WisePay. So yeah, I like Paytech and Wealth Tech. So yeah, I want to try to well into that cool gnarly stuff.
Yeah, that's good, bro. I'll be honest with you. I've just got a regular job like a regular Joe. Go to work Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. It is what it is. But you must have looked at the price of Bitcoin a few weeks after I did, because I never. One thing that haunts me to this day is laying in bed, looking at Bitcoin, it being US $20 a coin, and me having my hand on the button to buy $2,000 worth, which is not a hell of a lot, but enough. And then going, you know what? This thing's a fucking ploy, a scam. Because it just seemed too good to be true kind of thing, and everything that was too good to be true was always someone's got to lose out in the end there. And so that was kind of like, and I didn't press that buy button, and then it just skyrocketed. I kind of like didn't think twice about it after that, but I'll never forget laying in bed looking at Bitcoin US $20 a coin and about to buy a couple of $1,000 worth then and there. And that would have made a bit of a difference in my life, that's for sure, especially if I had banked them, like cashed out when they, hit their peak.
Yeah. What my friends told me one time, he's like, you don't got to put a whole lot of money into anything. You could put like a couple of dollars here, you put a couple of there. You don't need to put all your money in one basket, and you just have a little bit of everything. And if you do see something that seems kind of like out of the norm, out of the sequence, do a little bit of research, a couple of 8 hours, 12 hours, if it seems good enough and there's enough big community behind it, throw a couple of dollars behind it and just try to take a chance of it. Because, people like to like lose the opportunity and fear of missing out of it. But if you see this new technology coming out and and there's a strong community behind it, and there's actually there's a reason to use that technology, invest, and if you're not going to use it, just have it to the side and forget about it. And maybe one day, you open up and you have your piggy bank got bigger without you even noticing it. But you got to at least try, man. Everybody needs to try at least one thing in life. If you don't try, you're always going to do the same things you do normally. So that's the whole thing I like to do. You just trying makes a difference.
Yeah, when I used to... Oh, go ahead, Benno.
No, sorry, Crystal, you go, by all means.
No, I was going to say Cryptic's right. When I used to work in the stores back in the day, you'd be surprised how many people just want you to do things for them. And it's like, no, I will just teach them. I'm like, I'm going to walk you through this. This is how you do it. So I would teach them how to use their phones and like how to change things on their own. And I'm like, next time, now you know. So like if it happens again, So it's just interesting. But you'd be surprised. A lot of people are helpless. But Benno, what were you going to say?
Oh, I've actually forgotten now. I was listening to your story. But actually what I was going to say, a couple of people just popped into the room who, one is, I listened to him speak yesterday and I had some questions for him. I haven't had the opportunity to speak to this gentleman, and he's actually coming up now with the mic. I just wanted to ask him a couple of questions, and he sounded like a guy who's got a great story to tell. And I guess essentially hi, Will, I'm Ben. Nice to meet you, mate. What I wanted to ask you was, Will, do you think this latest Vegas landing, sorry to change the topic from crypto to straight to this, but I'm curious to ask what Will's thoughts are on this. Do you think that this was staged? Do you think that this was, and if it was staged, do you think that it was using real UFO technology and these people had a real experience, but it was kind of like staged? Or do you think it's like a real sort of ET event and that's a result of something's happening on a bigger scale? And sort of it's a case of there's almost like a green light now for extraterrestrials to sort of land among the community.
Oh, I haven't really gotten to look into what happened. I haven't seen any videos or anything like that. I'm trying to avoid um, anything that's currently going on as far as experience wise because I don't want to misspeak when I'm being interviewed down in DC when that does come up. I have a feeling if they really want to probe my head for anything, they have the ability to do it. So yeah, it's kind of a rough subject for me. Like I'm avoiding documentaries and stuff like that. Like I would love to see Greer's documentary he's got coming out this weekend, but I really don't want to put any extra thoughts into my head. It's it's been kind of difficult to avoid the topic because now it's all over the place. A month and a half ago, it was you know nothing like this was going on. And then all of a sudden, the hammer drops on Monday, and whew, when everybody gets to see what I saw, it's gonna be big. And if you guys think Dave got shit for his testimony, everybody's gonna tear my ass to pieces. I got a buddy down there in Virginia. I got a couple buddies that are down there right now, and they're my backup for if I've got to not be in a hotel or whatever under guard. I'd rather be with people that I know and I trust because I mean, if they want to drag my ass out down to Nellis or something like that, I'm not gonna stop them. I'm embracing that. I'd love to go work with these guys, but it's just my wife until I got agents pounding on my door. She's like, okay, well, this is, I know you're really into this alien thing, and, so am I, because my dad, but this is just it's a clusterfuck. I was not expecting, like, all these interviews to come out publicly while this investigation is ongoing. I thought they were going to hold on to everything for like a year or two until everything was all settled before they started actually presenting this to the public because there's some heavy shit here, guys. And everything that I've seen, the two events that I saw in person, seeing the one I saw at MEPS and then seeing the craft that I saw a couple of years later, guys, that was something else. And it was a big.
What was your background, Will? Like, if you don't mind just briefing us quickly what your background was.
I had enlisted in the military. My first visit to MEPS was October 15th. And then my ship day was the November 15th. And I picked highly sensitive MOS. Well, what I thought was a highly sensitive MOS, it turns out all the rest of the guys that I was in training with, none of them got security clearances. I was the only one out of, there were 16 in my platoon, there were another 16 or so in the other battery next to us, and none of those guys, they checked, none of those guys got the security clearance thing that I did. And the kid that was in my platoon from Baldwinsville, they asked him because he shipped out of the same place. He's like, I didn't get a security clearance. They go, what made you so special? And I was like, I actually can't tell you guys what my security clearance pertained to because there's a little bit of extra spiciness added to mine because I had an extra brief that the guys that were there for me picking up my job. I had two that I could choose from that were available to me. I had 14 Sierra and I had EOD. And as much as I would have enjoyed defusing, IEDs in Iraq and Afghanistan, the Patriot missile program seemed to speak to me, so I chose that one, and lo and behold, I got the fun job. That was something else. I was not expecting what I got, but I never got to go into that training because I got injured in basic, and I tore my shoulder up, and I held on for another week and a half after I got hurt, but somebody saw my shoulder popping out, just not looking right, and they snitched on me and had me go get checked out, and that was it. February 1st, I went home, and I never got to go back and serve. By the time I did get my shoulder fixed, we had another two more kids, and the wife's like, I don't want you going anywhere. I need you here. So unless I get asked to join a three-letter agency or go work with these guys wherever the hell, I'm staying home working my regular job. But if they ask me to come work with them, I'm going. I don't care. I already let one opportunity slip. I'm not gonna let it happen again.
So have you been requested to give like evidence in official capacity
Yes,
at all?
Dr. Gern's people got back to me, and he personally has spoken to me about coming down. I'm just waiting. If you want to see the email from it, I can DM it to you.
No, I believe what you're saying. I think your story of like you're like more like a phase 2 type story. Though
Oh
I guess
yeah,
they're more about introducing craft at the moment. This is where they're at.
yeah. Because Dave, he didn't see one of these things in person. He didn't see a ship in person. I saw both in person, very close. So those of us that saw anything in person, and it's confirmed to have seen in person, they know that I saw these things. They know that I at least saw the alien at the federal building, and as far as the ship that I saw a couple of years later, something that was in that ship walked into the middle of a window I could see it get lit up as it walked into what appeared to be a hallway. It was like a dull orange, and I could see its shape, and it was moving from left to right. It stopped in the middle, put its hands on what could have been like a windowsill, and then looked down. It could see me because I was lit up from behind. I waved at him, was like, hi, and then it stood up, continued going right, and then a second later, I heard a hiss, and it started going up. I lost sight of it eventually, and then went around the house to try and see if I could spot it again. And I went around to the back and saw it over the West Valley wall. It was, if you guys want to see a picture of the location, I have it marked on a map. So over the West Valley wall next to Onondaga Hill, there's a wooded area, and the ship appeared over the crest of the hill, over the trees. It tipped up and shot off with a snapping sound, with a light crack, and left behind a purple trail of fire behind. And it took off south, banked southwest. The top of it glinted silver. And that was the last I saw of it. I have not seen it again ever since. And that has been since, it's been 18 years. It was 18 years this year, and then 21 and a half years since November 15th.
You sure got an amazing story, Will.
Yeah, I'm so looking
Yeah,
forward to
wow.
getting chewed out by the entire country like Dave did. Oh, they're gonna have a field day with me. If anyone's got any questions they want to ask me about them.
Did you feel like there was a conscious connection?
Oh, yes.
Like in that,
Yeah.
like, do you feel like there's a sense of time loss, time stop, or
Yeah,
you
with
don't know
the
about
crash,
that?
I lost good 45 minutes of time. Like I went out, I smoked a cigarette, one cigarette, which usually takes me 5 minutes, and I was just finishing it as I saw the ship tip up and vanish. But I went back upstairs. It was 9:08 when I went outside, and it was close to 10 when I got back inside. My wife was like, "Where the hell were you?" I was like, "What are you talking about? I was outside smoking a cigarette. I didn't tell her I saw that goddamn ship." She doesn't know about. She still doesn't know about it. She knows I saw the one at the federal building the day I shipped. Because I lightly whispered it to her, and I was like, "Listen, after we get done with this war, afterwards, I don't know how long it's gonna last, but afterwards, we got some serious shit heading our way. Just be ready for it." And it's just been a waiting game since then. And then once all this stuff started popping up in the public, I showed her, and she was just like, "Oh boy, here we go. How long is it going to be before you get dragged off now?" I go, "I don't know. But Dr. Greer has been in contact with me, and I'm just waiting."
Well, do you think you're going to get like briefed on anything for court cases?
Court cases? I have no idea. I'm mainly concerned with them tearing my story apart, but it's easy to confirm that I was there on November 15th and I shipped that day. A whole room full of agents know that I had just seen a damn alien in the hallway. So there's that. That's
Do you still keep in touch with anybody that knew about that?
In 2005, not 2005, after I had seen that ship, I had gone into the federal building a couple of years later, probably I think in 2008 after my first daughter was born, because we had to go get Social Security cards and do paperwork and stuff for her birth. And I happened to see the guy that escorted me to the security clearance place, and I pulled him over to the side. I was like, "You remember me, right? I'm the one that saw the thing in the hall." And he goes, "Oh yeah, I remember that." I was like, "Listen, I saw a big ship. Okay, 150 foot." Gave him the description, told him exactly what everything that I saw, and I said, "Listen, as a matter of due diligence, I needed to get this information to you guys." So they've known at least since then, since 2008 or so, that I saw a ship after the fact, and one of those beings in the ship saw me. So I'm pretty sure that they're aware of it, and it's just a matter of time before I get hauled in to go speak with Arrow, the DoD, CIA, FBI, whoever the fuck, because they know that my experience is legit because they're aware of it. They've been aware of it since the day I saw that alien for the first time, the day I shipped. And once it does come, once the word does officially hit news waves like it did with Dave, I'm gonna get. I'm not gonna be publicly speaking to anybody. Anything that I gotta say, I'm gonna say through James Fox, because he's the guy. He's my PR guy. He's gonna be handling everything for me as far as interviews are concerned. Everybody's gonna have to go through him to get to me, unless you're connected to me on here or you get my phone number or something like that. If you become part of my inner circle. But yeah, this is I'm expecting an ass chewing like you guys wouldn't believe, guys. And this shit's real. And I'm out front looking up at the clouds, now that everything is sort of blown away from this fire that we had up here in the Northeast coming from Canada. I missed looking at the sky the last couple of days because with everything that's been going on lately, it's been making me want to be outside late at night and looking out to see if any of these things start popping up around me again. And I appreciate all the love and support that everybody has given me because this shit's about to be fucking rough. And I told my son about a month or so ago.
It's good to get the stories out now, but we'll just quickly, I'll say, because I mean, when it does come full scale, like at least you can say I told you so.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, history is moving that quickly, and this seems moving so bloody quickly that it won't be long before, like what happened yesterday. And I know you don't want to go down the roads of individual stories, but what happened yesterday or the day before in Las Vegas will be happening more commonly or more constantly, I think. Something's the switch is flicked almost as far as
I wish I
the
could speak on that.
NHI's ability to sort of manifest itself
Yeah.
more often.
Yeah, I wish I could confirm what these guys saw. I mean, what are they saying, that they were tall and white? Is that what they saw? They were tall white ones?
Kurt, welcome to the mic, champ. How you been? Sorry, Will. I don't know if I could not hear you.
Can you
I
hear
hope I
me?
didn't talk over you. I just saw. I hope Will didn't drop out for me. I didn't interrupt. I do apologise if that was the case. Yeah, I can hear you, Kurt. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm actually riding my bike. I'm almost done. I'm gonna chime in about 5 minutes. If that's okay.
That's fine, mate. Good to you keeping fit.
Well, we can call it that if you want. I'll be in a spot where I can stop in about 5. Thanks.
Body's a temple, my friend.
Real quick, Will, thanks for chiming in here, man. Thanks for coming up. I'll be back in a little bit.
Thanks.
What do you, Will, if you don't mind me asking, from everything you sort of gathered, you hear Ramirez talk about, and a lot of other punters talk about the date of 2027 being like the revelation date. Sorry about the jet going past. Do you think 2020? What's that date? What's going to sort of what's the sort of the change there? Is it going to be like? Do you think that this is going to be like? There's going to be like one sort of key event that's going to really shift humanity on this issue, or do you think it's going to be like a sustained barrage of smaller issues amounting to sort of one before you know it, kind of there we are kind of thing?
Does anybody remember the old movie from the 80s called Alien Nation, where a species of aliens come to Earth for refuge and they merge with our society? Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm getting a lot of strong feelings. That's what we're leaning towards. So I'm expecting the population of the United States to go up probably about 1.5 million of these guys. And that's just one species. They're, from what I was told, there are probably 3 or 4 that are actually actively on this planet at any given time, and there are more than likely some more on their way. And we're probably within the next 10 to 20 years a lot of humans are going to be occupying other areas of this galaxy, and it's going to be time. It's time that we finally advanced as a civilization, because our people here, well, they're just afraid to advance. I mean, these old religions that I grew up in a Christian family. I was baptized Catholic when I was a kid by my mom, and this is just gonna wreck everybody with religious beliefs that are truly believe in those beliefs when these aliens, these extraterrestrials, these beings that travel through interdimensional space, you get from one side of the galaxy to the other. When all this realization hits and these people can all see it, out in the open, not on camera, but actually speak with these things in person, it's just gonna fucking blow everybody away. And with all this racism and shit that's going on right now, I mean, imagine the fucking racism when the aliens come around and they start breeding with humans, because I believe that it's entirely possible for us to crossbreed with these people and evolve 10 times faster, 20 times faster than we would just on our own. And just thinking about it is goddamn sobering. When you see these guys, your blood's gonna run cold like mine did that day. It's just, it'll all hit everybody at once, and it's gonna be really, really difficult for some people to adjust. There's gonna be
Was your first experience pre-military? Like, were you a kid when you had your first sort of
yes.
encounter with the phenomenon? And
I,
did it escalate from sort of like craft to being, or was there sort of like other sort of woo type stuff that preceded like craft even? Or
no, I saw shadows, shadow figures in my room, lit up, would light up the walls on the other side of them, because I was to picture it. If I was laying on my bed on the right side of my room, they'd appear on the wall to the left, and I'd see them walk past, go around my dresser at the end of my bed, turn around, come back, and leave the room. And this happened probably 20 times between the time I was 5, 6 years old and I was 10. And then on 2 occasions, 2 groups of tall black ones with long, spindly arms and legs, egg-shaped heads. 3 of them had red eyes and 1 had green eyes, and they split up between the 4 bedrooms upstairs. And one of the ones with red eyes came into my room, and on 2 occasions, the second time, one touched my arm over the sheet, and I could feel it. And as soon as I felt it, I went to go rip the sheet over my head so I could actually see this thing right next to me, and they all shot down the hall and down the stairs, and they vanished. And I never saw them again after that. I don't know if they ever came back, but I never saw them again. And then
was there a sense of evil presence?
No.
I mean, I'm not. You would have been scared, but I mean,
yeah,
like,
I was a little
do you think
kid,
there was evil
but
intent?
I wasn't really worried. When I saw them, I kind of gathered that they were aliens, and I was just quiet about it. Nobody knew about this when I was a kid. I kept this shit to myself. And then I joined the army, and I saw what I saw there. And then I saw the ship afterwards a few years later. And I had kept my mouth shut. And up until recently, after the disclosure thing came out, I kept my mouth shut. And I've only really been a part of this community for about the last month and a half. And it's just been nuts. And guys like James is the guy that I went to first because I saw him on Rogan, and I was like, man, I gotta get a hold of this guy. This is the one guy that I felt solid with, and I trusted in my gut, and he's been a good friend ever since. And like anytime I feel like I need to talk with him, he's always given me the time. When everything does come out, he's gonna be my PR guy. He's gonna be handling anything media related. When I do get to come out and tell my story openly on the news afterwards, they're gonna be going through him to do it. And he's been in it since he was a kid. He followed his dad around when he was a kid. He's lived this life. And if anybody that deserves to have something really good come out of this, it's him. I mean, I don't really care about, the attention because I want to kind of push that away from me because I'm really interested in working with these guys. And I'm hoping that once I do get to come forward, even if what I have to say never gets made public, if they're willing to trade me working with the aliens for my public silence, I'll stay publicly quiet and go work with them. If the chance to leave this planet comes up, there's no doubt in my mind that I'll automatically say yes and I'll just go. Because it's the only thing I've ever wanted ever since I knew about these things.
Do you think that it almost feels like that the government or the people who parade people with particular experiences out and use their experiences as the sort of punchline, so to speak, it's almost like it's just a PR exercise in itself, and they don't really sort of show a genuine interest or care in people's experiences. And that kind of tells me that, well, they obviously already know what's going on. And people want to offer their insight or their understanding, and they say they want to hear it, but there doesn't seem a genuine sort of yearning from that intelligence community really to sort of find out what's going on. I mean, unless I'm being naive and maybe they're getting it right here on a platter in Twitter Spaces, for example.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure which specific points are dead on or which ones aren't. I just know what I experienced, and what I experienced is easily confirmable by the inside sources that are aware of these beings from other galaxies.
So do you believe they have evil intent, or do you believe they have souls? You there, Will?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just letting the wife know that I was going to be coming into bed for a few minutes. I just wanted to finish talking with you guys. As far as souls are concerned, I don't know. I'm sure they do. I mean, I don't believe they're much different than us. I mean, I know there's cybernetic ones that they use to pilot smaller things like little drones. Think something like that cyborg from Alien. Whatever the hell that thing's name was, something like that. They use them to remotely pilot drones from their larger ships, I believe.
Did it look organic in nature? I guess. I mean, like I think I heard you describe it as like a dolphin sort of. Is that right? Like sort of dolphin skinned color type thing.
Yeah, it was a roughly that sort of shade. Would I if I could have gotten a better look at the texture, then I could speak more on it. But yeah, the color was a very light dolphin gray color.
It will. You're I just sorry guys, sorry to cut in. Will, you're saying that you would entertain a company, is that true?
Well, you cut out for a second there. What was that?
You're talking about entertaining, getting a job with a three-letter company after going through all of this. I just want to know if that's how you feel, if that's something you want to do.
Oh yes, if I could be, maybe my experience with them is really has left an impression on me, and I have some kind of telepathic connection to these things because I feel whatever I felt that day whenever I go downtown and I'm near the federal building. So, and it's not all of the time that I feel it. Every once in a while, I'll feel it. It's random, but yeah, it's guys, guys, this is huge, and it's so fucking real. It's out of this world. It's unbelievable, but like somebody had said before, once the Independence Day sort of ships show up, everyone's gonna be freaking out. But I don't
Have
know.
you
I
thought about
don't.
taking your story? Why do you have to go through Greer or through anyone else? I mean, like if like if you've got the necessary paperwork to back up your credentials as far as where you served, who you are, and what you did. Not that that's hugely relevant, but your experience as far as what you went through. I mean, surely there are other avenues. Not to say he's a bad avenue, but I'm just saying there's other people in the community who can help raise awareness of like your story and
Oh
have that
yeah.
sort of be a significant contribution to like sort of the disclosure sort of process.
George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, James Fox, um, they all know about this. And from what my DIA buddy has said, I'm I probably shouldn't even be talking on Twitter to people about this because according to my DIA contact, he has said that I'm a high priority asset that they want to try and keep out of the public view, at least until they're ready to bring me forward and put me front and center because Dave got his ass chewed the fuck up and he spent however long in the military. I was in for a couple of months and I accidentally saw the damn thing when I was at the federal building. And if it wasn't for that, there's no reason for anybody to believe what I said. I'd just be another tinfoil hat guy. But because they know that I saw them. Everybody in that room when I was interviewing acknowledged the fact that I saw these guys.
Just tells me that the press is controlled and that essentially that the people you essentially named, like the Naps and whatever, they're the ones who get the green light on whether or not the story can go ahead, and then it's up to the rest of the other big press networks to pick it up and run with it, and they kind of compelled to do that. Um, anyway, properly informs in here. What's going on?
Looks like you lost it.
Yeah, he's dropped out.
I have a question for Will.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, so the people who know that you saw this thing, do you think they've also seen it, like the ones that you were working with?
The agents that were interviewing me, oh yes, they know very well that I saw this the extraterrestrial was right down the hall from them, and the security clearance guy that was escorting me to the interview room got in my face because I got trapped in this guy's eyes. And I don't know how long I was standing there for. I was just hypnotized by this thing's eyes. I couldn't take my eyes off him. Once I locked eyes with him, I felt him. And
And then,
they all knew it.
oh, go ahead. I was gonna ask you, so because of that feeling that you had where you felt hypnotized, do you think that's why there's a big push for this global agenda for globalization? Because like they want to unite us like either against this or for this, if that makes any sense. Like, do we need to protect ourselves like as a human species from these people? And that's why they're pushing for this?
I'm not really sure. I've never felt anything that would make me believe that these guys wanted to harm us. At least the one that I saw. I don't know about the tall black ones that I had seen when I was a kid, the ones with the red eyes and the one with the green eyes. But as far as I can tell, I don't think these ones mean any harm. My DIA guy said there are others that haven't been here yet, but the one that he worked with in Area 51 for 6 months, trying to fix his crash because he didn't intend on stopping here. Getting stuck, I guess, something to do with an electromagnetic interference caused his ship to get damaged, and the ATIP guys back then, I believe it was 1996 when he said that he was there. Those guys were really assholes to this alien. And my buddy said that they were just giving him shit, and he tried to help him get his shit fixed. And when he left, he was still trying to fix it. So I don't know if he got stuck here. I'm not sure if that's the one that I saw at the federal building when I was going off the basic. But I gave him the description of what I saw, and he turned around and told right back to me like, I think I was working with the guy that you saw. So I'm pretty sure he was at least stuck here between 96 and 2001 when I saw him, and he might still be here. He might not. I don't know. I don't know if there are more here, but there are more coming. And when the ball drops, it's going to shock the world.
So my mom claims she saw a gray back in 2006, and exactly what you were describing with like the dolphin-like skin color, that's what she said. So that kind of like blew my mind when you brought it up today.
That's good to hear. At least somebody
Yeah,
else
it's
is
just
saying.
confirmation. It's just confirming what she's been telling me all along. But properly, I don't know if you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My signal keeps dropping, so that's why you keep seeing me pop in and out. Hi, Willie. I talked to you briefly last night. I don't know what you're allowed to say or not say, but can you give me the name, or even if not on the space privately, of your DIA friend, or is that completely confidential?
I only know him as Jay.
Jay.
Yeah.
Can I ask how long you've known him?
A month and a half, ever since James put me in contact with him.
Oh, okay. So are you able to contact him like tomorrow if you wanted to? You can contact him.
I can contact him right now. But he's my guy
Okay.
down in Virginia. He's the one that's going to give me a heads up when they're on their way. So they shouldn't unexpectedly show up as long as I don't miss his message.
Yeah. Are you familiar with a guy named Randy?
I didn't catch that. You dropped a little.
Are you familiar with a guy named...
Properly, you're dropping.
Yeah, your mic's dropped.
It's connection.
He's asking all the right questions, and that's what happens.
That's how it goes, right, Benno?
Yeah. You can always message me proper. You're
Can you hear me now?
you're following me.
That's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we hear
Okay,
you.
I got 2 bars now. Oh, 3 bars. Well, I should be good. I just have to walk out my front door and 10 feet into the front yard, and there it is. Yeah, I asked you
Go for it, bud.
if you've heard of a guy named Rick Doty.
No.
He worked for DIA, OSI, back in the 80s, retired, I believe it was 89 or 90, but he has lots of contacts still. And if you felt like it, maybe just drop that name to your friend. I'm just curious what feedback you might get. And then if you wanted to DM me at some point about that, we can maybe have a private conversation about that.
Sure thing.
Because I would like to support you. I'm not a skeptic. I can promise you that. I just try to, verify and vet any stories that I hear. And,
Yeah, the whole room
if I,
full of agents all know that I saw the alien at the federal building, which Jill Brand is going to be interested to know that she's got an office in that building. And if they still have one of those guys in that building and she's aware of it, and I messaged her, I left a not detailed message, but a message that Greer has my information, and I'm sure he's passed it along to her, but she seems to be doing a lot of touring lately, so I don't know if she's heard yet or not.
Can you tell me the year again that that you saw this being? What year that was?
That was November 15th, 2001.
And what was the actual city and state of this building? Because I heard you say it before, but I don't remember.
Syracuse, New York, the James F. Hanley Federal Building.
Okay.
And I know it was on the 5th floor because that's the floor with the slats all around the outside of the building. That's the secure floor.
And do you use Will Miles just so you can have anonymity, or is that your real name?
No, that's my real name.
Okay, cool. Right on. Well, you're probably telling the truth. I don't doubt you. I'm just that helps me though. That helps me kind of learn about some things. That's all.
I dropped my the Niles name on Facebook in favor of my mother's maiden name. Just because I like McClanahan better than I do Niles. It's I don't know. I got picked on a lot when I was a kid because of my last name. It wasn't exactly the coolest name when I was growing up here. And I currently live in the town that I grew up in, right down the street from where my old house was, because that house burned down in 2016 in a fire in February. And I was honestly glad to see it go because a lot of really shitty things happened in that house when I was a kid, and it wasn't necessarily due to my upbringing. It was a pretty decent house to grow up in, but there was also some negative shit in that building too, because it was old. It was erected in the mid 1800s and was a converted preacher's house for the church that's up the street from here. It's where the pastor used to live. And when my grandfather got that house, they were renting from the pastor, and he was an elder at that church. And once that pastor had moved on, and my grandfather had taken over the house, and he was briefly a minister there and out on the Onondaga Indian Reservation that we share a border with. They're a part of our daily lives. That's where we go to get our cigarettes. I love South Onondaga. I really do. It's beautiful.
It's a lot of information.
Yeah, it's big, and I know Proper had just gotten in here after I was talking about Dave, but Dave got chewed the fuck up over this past week. I'm just looking forward to that ass chewing when it gets to me.
What you
Why?
talking about? Dave Grush?
Yeah.
Dave Grush or somebody else?
No, that
Yeah, yeah.
Dave Grush.
Oh yeah, there's a handful of debunkers and wannabe, debunkers out there that if you put 10 of them in a room and they screamed as loud as they could, they would be louder than 100 people that know the truth. And that's how these people operate.
Hmm. Yeah, and if it wasn't for this room full of agents that I had spoken with that day, they all know. I'm 100% certain that me knowing isn't a secret. They've got a fucking file on me somewhere. And once all this stuff started coming out, I was like, oh, great, here we go. I gotta come for it. I'm either gonna have to keep my mouth quiet till they show up or get some word out to some people ahead of time. So when they do hear, they're like, he was on it.
So, Will, you're
Was
saying
that
that the agents, they know you and they know the truth?
Yeah.
Like they know who you are already before this? Or
Oh, yeah. And then in
now?
2005,
Is the
after,
file on? Does the file say Niles or your other name with the McClanahan? Or I forget how you said it.
oh, it would be Niles. McClanahan is a more recent thing over the last couple of years. I started using that in 2017 after talking
Is
with,
Will short for William, or is it
yeah,
actually Will?
yep.
William Niles.
I actually share the same, other than the middle name, I share the same full name of my great uncle, my grandfather's brother, who was in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. And I was told he flew a plane for the CIA in the early 70s before he retired, and then settled back down in California and San Francisco, where his little brood has dug themselves in.
Now, I think I asked you this last night, but I don't remember what the answer was. But so when you had that experience and you saw this being in that building, and I think you said that there was no conversation with these other agents. I mean, so there was no chit chat at the bar or at the restaurant or in the bath. You know what I mean? Was there ever any conversation after that with any of the people who were there? And the second question would be, is what do you believe that being was doing there?
No, they didn't talk with me afterwards. I was let off down the hall, and my recruiter was out in the main area waiting for me. And he saw the look on my face, and he's like, "What's wrong? You see something?" I was like, "I'm not at liberty to say." And he was an MP, so he knows exactly what that means. Um,
So what do you think it was doing there? I mean, even if you're going to use your
he
imagination,
was
why do you think that being was in that building?
he was given he must have been briefing some young engineers, because I saw these two young guys at the front of the room. They leaned forward when I was in the door, and the closest one was this young Asian kid. He looked to be about 14 or 15, MIT looking kid, probably a 300 IQ or something. And the kid next to him was wearing a similar kind of clothing, khakis, short sleeve flannel shirt. He was a pale ginger kid. He looked at me real quick, and then his eyes darted back to the front of the room, and he didn't budge. But the Asian kid, he was looking at me the whole time. I was looking at this alien, and he looked to be shocked as well.
So if I remember right, the alien didn't look human.
No,
It was
it was humanoid,
no.
but
Yeah.
I he's
Does that make sense to you? Though, well, I'm just going to say, I mean, if you were listening to yourself, and again, I'm not coming at you right now. So
yeah,
if you were listening to yourself, my experience is with my knowledge and my research is these kind of meetings happen in a skiff.
yes,
Or
that was.
underground. The fact that it happened in a 5-story building with the door open, that's what makes your story
Yeah,
difficult. You follow what I'm saying?
yeah, I pointed that out to the guy that was escorting me to the security clearance room. I said, "That is a breach of security. Why is that door open? I know I wasn't supposed to look, but why is that door open?" And then a couple of years later, after I had seen that craft in, I believe, 2008, I had to go in there to get a Social Security card for when my oldest daughter was born, I saw him and I went up to him. I was like, "Do you remember me? I was here back in 2001. I saw our friend in the hallway when I was walking through the hallway, and you had to snap me out of it." He goes, "Oh yeah, I remember you." I said, "Well, I saw the 150-foot craft, and someone that was in that ship looked down and saw me, and then they took off. I haven't seen him since." So I made them aware that I saw that ship back in 2005. So I've been waiting for this moment. I can't wait for this Band-Aid to get ripped off and everybody to know about it. Because once they do start showing up, it's gonna be interesting. It really is.
Well,
It
I'm
already is.
looking forward to
Yeah.
it.
Are you concerned about your safety, Will? I mean, like, have you put something in place? Like, I mean, you're probably relying on the whistleblower protection laws from the sounds of it, but I mean, I'm sure you probably got a fair idea of who's who from the sounds of it. But I mean, have you put something in place, like a bit of a fail safe, just for your own protection? Because you got some pretty, like I said, phase 2 type claims.
Yeah, James Fox, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, they all know. They've all been told my story, and at least they know. But as far as any protections are concerned, I'm not worried about them coming and grabbing me. I mean, what are they going to do? Take me to Area 51, lock me up with the aliens? That's exactly what I want. I'd love to go work with these guys. It's all I've ever wanted ever since I saw them back in 2001.
Have you heard of a guy named Clifford Stone?
Clifford Stone, no. There was a drill sergeant down at Fort Sill with the last name Stone, but as far as Clifford is concerned, I have no idea.
He would be from the 70s or 80s era.
Oh, no.
You kind of remind me of him, but in a different way. But he was part of a crash retrieval team, and because of his abilities, I believe that he was like more of a modern day hybrid. They selected him to work with the ET. So I just wondered if you do any research on this stuff to see other people that might have the same desires and experiences that you've had.
No, up until April when I saw James Fox on Rogan, I just kept my mouth shut. I mean, other than talking to the security clearance guy when I saw the ship, after I saw the ship, I hadn't said anything to anybody. When I whispered.
Yes, but did you Google?
Oh no!
Did
no,
you
no,
Google
no.
these information?
No, I have avoided UFO stuff like the plague. I just didn't want it to pollute
Except for Twitter.
Oh yeah, like up until recently, about a month and a half ago, I didn't have a Twitter account. I mean, I started my account back in May, and I just avoided it. I avoided the subject, and then it took him being on Rogan, because I absolutely love Rogan. I would love to sit down with Rogan privately, not on his show, but privately, once everything does come out, and talk with him about this, because he's on the fence. He sort of believes, but he doesn't. He really wants to see it with his own eyes. And his buddy Eddie Bravo, who's real deep into all the clinical conspiracy theories and stuff, and that dude's gonna die on his flat Earth hill that he believes in until he actually gets to see it for himself.
Are you on Facebook, by the way, Will?
I am. I do use my mother's maiden name as my last name on Facebook. It's McClanahan.
Okay. I'll probably follow you on Facebook, and then if you don't mind, do you work during the day? Are you available during the day, or?
I'm in between jobs. I'm actually starting another job this coming Friday. But that's it's an afternoon to into the evening sort of thing. So my days should still be free, so I can freely talk to you during the day.
I'm going to try to arrange a conversation with Rick Doty if you're comfortable with that, and I'll let you guys
Yeah,
have that
if
conversation. But
if you
he might be able to help you, or at least we can possibly learn more information than what you've shared that
yeah
could help everybody that's listening.
yeah if you want, I can just DM you my cell phone number.
Oh, okay, that's great.
That's
And
perfectly fine
you
with me.
and I'm not a troll, and I'm not going to dox you. And so just so you know, I don't have to worry about any of that.
I can vouch for him, Will. He's a decent man, and he'll point you in the right direction. And that's actually why I was sort of subtly trying to say earlier on when he was down there as listener that there's other options apart from those that would be the self-declared gatekeepers of when they can bring what out and control sort of information. And it's important to get this information out from a grassroots level. The sooner the better, because this thing is happening at a rate of knots, and needs to, and people like you. You can be that, that extra person as well that gives others the courage to step forward, and before you know it, the floodgates open, and it's real disclosure.
Oh yeah, it's a good time to be alive, man. I mean, if my grandfather could see what's going on right now, I promised him when I was a kid that if I ever got the chance to, to do the Star Trek thing, I would. And he died before Space Force came out. He would have thought that that was amazing that we finally had something like that going on. I know we sort of had something kind of like the Space Force, like NASA's version of it, but we really have our own now. I don't know if anybody's ever seen the full layout of every department, but there is a division of the Marines that are Space Marines now.
Well, hence this amazing narrative.
Yep.
Will, so what I'll ask is, once you go through this, and I'm all for you. I support you 100%. And I'm going to ask you. You say you're worried about being asked questions, getting grilled.
Oh no, I'm
But
not worried about it.
what are
I'm
you
just
going to
looking
say?
forward to it.
Okay,
I'm going to
well,
tell
those are your
everybody the
words.
same thing I told everybody here.
Well, here's my point. What do you tell them? What do you tell them when they come at you and say, "I don't believe you. I don't believe what you're saying"? What do you tell them?
All I have to do is point at the agents that were at the federal building. It's easy. It's easily checkable that I was there. Even if they don't publicly acknowledge it, they will know that I was there. They have everything for me that day. They took blood from me like everybody else. I did the physical like everybody else. My palm got scanned. They have my biometrics on hand. It's been long enough. If they had the ability to clone my ass, they probably could have by now. I mean, not saying
Is this considered a classified building, by the way, or is it still the same kind of a building that it was
it's a
back?
public building. There's a Social Security office there. There's government offices there. Republicans, Democrats, FBI is there. I'm not sure if the CIA is officially there. I've never seen them on anything on the website, but I'm sure that they're there. I believe they do the security clearance alongside the NSA and the DIA and the DOD. That MAPS floor that's got a bunch of offices on one side, and I'm not sure of everything on the other side because I had never been on the other side of that the second building until I went to go do my clearance. So I can't talk about really what I saw. I didn't see much of anything. The biggest thing that I saw was the alien, but there's if they had a spot for them to lay low and not be noticed, there was, I believe, a spot in that building for them. If you ever get to like Google Earth it and see a 3D view of that building, there's an underground parking garage that there's a gate, little uh, little standing building there with the security gate that lets down the ramp to another door that is closed unless a vehicle is going down there that transports people to and from that building discreetly without being noticed. And the days
When you were you had clearances and you were doing you were around classified project type stuff when you were doing this work. Is that correct?
no, I chosen my MOS, and there's a part of it that is classified. There's an aspect to it that is classified that the other Avenger crew member guys that I was in basic with, in my battery and the battery next to us, none of those other guys had security clearance like I did.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking.
And
So you did have clearances.
yes, I did get my clearances. It was confirmed to me. It was reflected in my paycheck. It was only an extra $35, I think, a week extra on my paycheck. So it's not like it was, I didn't make big money. It was for a 19-year-old kid back then. It was great to actually do some shopping and, get my newly married wife, a brand new crib and a bunch of baby stuff, and it got her through her time.
So you were 19 when this thing when you saw this thing?
Yep.
Am I right there?
Yep.
Can you say, without giving away anything you're not supposed to, can you say the nature of the type of work that you were doing that required clearances without being specific, just like a general idea?
Oh yeah, the Avenger crew member thing, you can look that up. It's not active military anymore. That's only with reserves, I believe. So you can easily look up Avenger crew member on YouTube and see the unclassified version of the video that I saw. I saw classified stuff afterwards that everybody else in the room had to clear out, except for the security clearance guy that ended up escorting me down the hall to the interrogation room or interview room.
What does it? Can you say what Avenger crew means, or generally, so we can get a clue?
The Avenger crew member, it's a Patriot missile program. If you look up 13 Sierra, that's the nuclear. I believe that's the Sierra series is nuclear.
So this was defense related stuff.
Yeah.
Then you're the technology and defense kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Did you hear about this story that just happened on April 29th, but kind of hit the news pretty strong here in the last few days about this family in Spring Valley, Nevada, that's out there, Las Vegas area, that had an object, some think it crashed, but it actually landed in their backyard. Have you heard that story?
I've heard about it, but I haven't really I haven't read anything. I haven't watched any videos. I saw that some have popped up. I just have not even touched it. I don't want to, like I said before, I'm trying not to pollute my thoughts with anything other than what I have locked into my brain right now, because I don't want to falter when I'm speaking with these guys. They can confirm that I saw these guys. I'm certain that they've got something on me. When all this started coming out, I'm buried on under a pile of paperwork somewhere under everybody else's files, and once they finally get to me, they'll get to me, and I've already accepted it. It's just a waiting game.
Okay, so if you don't mind, can we go?
So what is Twitter to you? Well, what is Twitter to you now? I know you talked about being grateful for having this platform last night, and now you're here again. What is this platform to you then ahead of time? Just curious.
I got it mainly to maintain well, I tried to avoid being public about it, like up until the last couple of days. Really, I hadn't joined any spaces or anything like that. Somebody said something to me, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go check out one of these spaces, and I was sitting for like 3 or 4 hours in a space with somebody.
Yeah.
And was talking with them, and she knows my whole story. She's I don't want to put her name out there, but she works in some respect to the program because she experienced stuff when she was younger, similar to me. Um, but I can't really I don't really want to talk about her because I don't want to.
How many years did you work in the service, and was it an honorable or dishonorable discharge, if you could
It
say?
was an honorable medical discharge, and I shipped November 15th, and then I went home February 1st because I messed up my shoulder.
Oh, that's right. So you're only in there a few months then, more or
Yeah,
less.
yeah. And
Wow.
everybody that all of my drill sergeants, the senior, the battery commander, my first sergeant, they all looked at my paperwork when I got there, because I'm the one that had the red folder that was sealed up, and they cracked it open like all the drill sergeants, the first sergeant, everybody cracked that thing open and they looked at it. I didn't get to look at it. I don't know exactly what was in there, but they saw some stuff and they were like, yeah. So, I mean, I got treated different than everybody else. I can tell you that much. My first sergeant took a real interest in me. I will give her name out. Um, I mean, I don't know, actually. I probably shouldn't. But I I think she may still be in the military. She might not. Last I know.
Please don't
Yeah,
give any
but I'm
names
not
out.
going to.
You can
Yeah, I don't
DM
want to.
properly. I trust properly to handle everything.
Yeah. I actually have a picture of her saved in her uniform on my phone. She's gotten a little older since the last time I saw her, but she was
Well, you can send anything you want to properly. He's got this.
she was a sweetheart though. She was a real nice lady.
Yeah, let me run another question by you, Will. So, what do you believe was it about yourself that allowed you to get into a position where you were able to have those clearances? And what do you think the people that when they brought you in and you went through training, what do you think they recognized, or did anyone ever say anything to you like, we think you're special? I'm not, I'm just using the word special. Maybe that's not the right word, but I mean, what's different? What do you think's unique about you, or is there
I'm
anything
a
unique about
legacy.
you?
My dad's side of the family, the Nile side of the family, is military. The only one of the brothers that didn't serve was my grandfather, and he had flat feet, so he ended up becoming a preacher, and he was a missionary for years. And apparently, I found this out when he had died at the funeral, and people were talking to me at the funeral. They used to travel around when my dad was a kid. My dad and my uncle and my aunt were kids, kind of like the Partridge Family, like traveling musicians that were missionaries, and they ended up settling in Nedrow here, where I live now, and they were
Was that Mormon missionaries or a different type?
Protestant. My grandfather had been a minister out on the reservation out here.
Yeah, Wolf's got his hand up. If it's okay, we'll let him ask. Go ahead, Wolfie.
Hi, gang. Thanks for the mic, Logan. Always a pleasure to be in your room. Love from England to everybody. Yeah, I investigated that case. I watched a news feed on it, and the officer's body cam picked up a light striking down, and I heard the recording of the person calling up the police, who sounded particularly calm considering they had a UFO in their back garden and almost 10-foot tall creatures standing in their back garden and one looking at them through the UFO. And I just can't help but think, in today's modern age, who doesn't have a mobile phone? I'm not as much as a nerd as I was when I was growing up. But I definitely would have recorded that shit out of my window. Do you know what I mean? If there was a 10-foot tall alien standing in my back garden. So I just don't understand why that wasn't captured. And like I say, if anybody's heard the recording of the person calling up the authorities, they sounded particularly calm considering something so strange and bizarre was happening to them. I just wonder what everybody else's thoughts was on that. I mean, the officers was very forthcoming. They was actually asking, people just driving by in their car if they'd seen anything, because, the officer who investigated the case of the aliens in people's back garden, had actually seen the footage from his colleague's body camera of, a light coming down from the sky and looking like it landed somewhere. I just wondered what other people's thoughts was, because, like I say, I'm not particularly nerdy, but my mobile phone's never very far from me, and I definitely would turn my video recorder on and start, recording that if that happened to me.
There is a video out. I haven't fully confirmed it yet. That shows the boy, looks like either his brother or his dad, and then somebody else behind them that was recording. It looks like more than one person was recording as they're going through the back gate back into the backyard to, go and observe this creature. And I don't know if this video is legit or if the picture in the video is legit, but there's two guys that took it and kind of, adjusted the contrast and whatnot. And they believe to me, it's almost kind of pareidolia, but I don't know. It could be the real ET, but they believe that there is a video of this thing just really quickly. But I was told that through my contacts and sources that the following morning, there were, and I'm just going to call them intelligence. I'm not going to say what agency, but intelligence went to the house and talked to the father. And I'm going to guess that people were asked or told to, keep their mouths shut. I'm just kind of paraphrasing. But if there were video, it would have been taken. It wouldn't be... in other words, this is being covered up. That's what I'm going to tell you. This is being covered up. I'm going to do a show tomorrow night on Shift Happens between 8 and 9 o'clock. And then next Tuesday, Logan's going to host a space with Rick Doty, and we're going to talk about a lot of things. And Rick Doty's got a lot of information about this case. I've got a friend that lives literally like a mile from where this occurred in Vegas, Spring Valley. He lives in Summerlin, and he's got information. So I have another contact who's going to check, because I've got information about the radar tracking that was done on this object. So I'm trying to verify what I've been told. I believe what I've been told is accurate, but I'm trying to get a second source. But I'll just say this, that it appears as though this object was tracked coming out of Bishop, California, in the mountain area of Mount Whitney, in that area, which I know personally, because I live pretty close to there, is kind of an area where things have been seen. I personally, with another guy that comes in this room sometimes called Open Eye Project, we saw an orb. I'll call it an orb. It was a ball of light. We filmed it for 14 minutes. It just kind of slowly just kind of drifted away from us. I was trying to drive out there on this desert dirt road as I'm recording it, and it just kind of just kept moving away from us. But anyway, so this thing was tracked from Bishop. It went through Eastern California up along Nevada-California border up towards Utah. When it got to the Nevada-Utah border, it was tracked. It turned around and went towards Vegas. Apparently, it did go over or nearby the Nellis Air Force Base, and then eventually... now, I don't know if that video that you see is the same object. It could be, but this thing, it didn't crash. It actually landed in the backyard. And apparently, at some point, when the family, it's a long story, but they left the backyard to go into the house. So there's a period of time there where there were no eyes looking in the backyard. And according to my sources, that this object was there for a total of maybe 10 or 20 minutes from the time that it actually landed. And then it lifted up again and went towards the direction of Lake Mead. And it was tracked going to Lake Mead. And then some things happened in Lake Mead that I'll talk about tomorrow night. So I'm pretty convinced this is a true
This
story.
Eric, this story's
Yeah.
been vetted pretty hard already for it to get where it got to. But there's so many inconsistencies as far as what's come out. More questions than answers, I think, and the fact that it's a lamest excuse to say, oh, because of private property, we can't show you this vision, and it's just blacked out. And that's the bit you want to see, and I think that's the part that doesn't add up for mine. That I think that maybe the vest cam does show something, but then again, the body action and what the cops were saying afterwards and how they were sort of joking around, how much of it is sort of something's there, it's been vetted, so something's there, but some things don't add up. There's a lot of questions still to be asked, but they're covering up a lot too.
Yeah, and then James Fox says that he's gotten messages, and James Fox is a great researcher, obviously, and he's saying that he's hearing that the FBI sees the body cam footage, and so they don't have that. So, I mean, if this is all true, I mean, I believe that the event happened, but if the cover up is true, that's going to be hard to prove. But I think that's what's happening. If I had to bet money, I'm saying there's a cover up, is what I'm saying, because it didn't hit the news till 5 weeks after it happened. They kept it on the down low. They took soil samples out there, so I know that to be true. So why would they take soil?
And Fox tweeted that the Vegas police, have called him and told him that the FBI are calling them.
Yeah, does everybody not think that the person who called up the authorities was just extremely calm, considering what a bizarre situation it was? He just sounded like he was having a run-of-the-mill conversation, like nothing had disturbed him whatsoever, where, that's going to freak anybody out. Do you know what I mean? You'd have like an essence of panic in your voice if you was ringing up the authorities because there was 10-foot creatures standing in your back
Right.
garden.
It's a lot of sick people. There's a lot of sick people, I know.
Yeah, no,
I think it's the culture.
You'd be able to tell by my voice if I rang up the authorities. I'd be like, "There's a fucking alien standing in my back garden. Get around here!" I definitely wouldn't go outside. I wouldn't know what the hell they wanted to do.
Well done.
It's, in my opinion, it's the culture of the people. There was a Latino family. This is not a lower. This is like a upper middle class neighborhood. I'm well versed, with this culture even in my own family. So it's a lot of times it's their nature. Some people, they just don't get excited. And I know it seems like they would get excited. I would get excited. It's a kid. We're talking.
Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about a kid too, and so anyway, we'll see. I mean, I'd probably put my money that this is a true story, but I'm going to continue to research this. I'm going to go to Vegas. I was told from another source that there was some activity out there near Lake Mead that same night, which is only about 20 miles away from where this thing landed. And that was the direction that this thing headed. So I'm going to go see if I could talk to some people out there. And apparently somebody else has already been out there talking to people, and they're not talking. So to me, that's an indication that, if you can't get people to talk about something that didn't happen, that's suspicious to me. So something probably happened, and they might have been told not to talk, or they're afraid not to talk, because that's how cover-ups work.
Hey, I just wanted to comment on what that one guy was talking about the video. I watched his whole personal video where he tells the whole story on his actual personal Twitter video that he made, and I actually thought the exact opposite. I could actually see when he was telling the story that he was having reactions to it, and he was reliving the story over in his mind. So I actually thought he was totally legit, and I don't know if just because he's not screaming going all nuts doesn't mean that he's not terrified.
Yeah, I think he was trying his best to be calm because he didn't want the police to think that it was like a crank call. I mean, you heard him say, this is real. I swear to God, that whatever he said. So I just think his main focus was to get the police out there. And so he was trying to behave as best he could,
Yeah, it's fascinating food for thought, isn't it? I mean, how would you react in that situation? I'm pretty sure you'd be able to tell the panic in my voice, and I definitely wouldn't go outside. basically, I live in an upstairs apartment. They basically would be standing by my fucking bedroom window if they're like 10 foot tall. Freaky.
I want to ask
Yeah, they,
Will, do you know approximately, if you're going to guess, Will, how tall that being was that you saw? And was it skinny? What color was its skin? Did the shape of its face look different to you? I mean, can you do the best you can to describe physically exactly how this thing looked, Will, that you saw, even though it was brief?
It was a light dolphin gray color. On the paler side, the eyes were jet black, small initially, human size when I first saw him, but as he got closer, his eyes got big. Like if you cut up a large orange into quarters and stuck them over the eye sockets and made them black and
You
smooth.
said it got closer. Did it walk towards you?
Yeah, he got into within 6 feet of me.
Okay, approximately how many feet away was it before he started walking towards you?
About 10.
And so as it's walking towards you, there's a few other people in the room, and did you notice if they were looking at it walk towards you, or were they looking at you, or what do you recall?
The two young kids that were up in the front that leaned forward when I was in the doorway, one of them, the closer one, was a young Asian kid, looked to be 14 or 15, glasses, and the kid next to him was this pale, kind of chubby ginger kid. He looked at me for a second, and then his eyes snapped back to the front of the room.
Did this creature have any hair or a hat on or a suit on or any clothes?
No hair, no body hair at all. He was wearing a Men in Black looking suit, like the one in my profile picture here.
So no hair. So did it have the typical kind of almond shaped head that it kind of goes up and kind of bulbs out a little bit?
He didn't have a large head. He looked to have, if I was to best describe his head, the head shape to you, think like Spider-Man with the Steve Ditko Spider-Man eyes, but just solid black. They were small and then they got big. Like if you could picture.
Would you say he was taller than 6 feet or under 6 feet?
He was about my height at the time. I was roughly 5'5", 5'6" at the time, and then sprouted to about 5'10", probably, I think.
Do you think it tried to send you any kind of telepathic communication of any sort? Did you sense any kind of message or emotion or thoughts from your looking into its eyes? Did you get any communication at all?
At first, there was nothing until after my security clearance interview was done, and I was upstairs on the top floor with the wife having lunch before I was shipping out. I had this feeling of sadness. I think they might have punished this guy for leaving that door open, because I accidentally kind of threw him under the bus. I was like, why is the door open? If he's in that room and y'all know that I'm coming through here, why was that door open? I mean, that was some major oversight on their part. I mean, I felt bad about it after the fact, but geez, man, it stung. I felt real shitty afterwards. And then up until recently, like those feelings really weren't there. And after I had talked with my DIA contact, after James got me in touch with him, I was on the phone with this guy for an hour and a half. And then I said, you know what? I'm going to go down by the federal building and sit there for a few and see how I feel. And I kind of felt something, but it was just, I felt uneasy. I was looking around to see if anybody was watching me. I mean, if you spend too much time sitting near that building, someone's going to say something to you. So around the back side of that building, near the the parking garage ramp that goes down to the inside entrance. I actually entered the building the day that I shipped through that entrance in a van, and I got to take that elevator from
What do you mean by when you say you were shipped? What do you mean exactly by that?
shipping from MEPS to basic.
Oh, shift. SHIFT.
No, shipping. Like shipping. Yeah,
Shipping.
shipping off to basic.
Okay, so you like being on a boat then? Is that what you're saying, or
No,
and you're shipping that?
that's just a blanket term for, oh, I'm shipping off the basic. I'm shipping off the boot. I'm going off. It doesn't necessarily mean I flew from Syracuse to Cincinnati, and then from Cincinnati
I
to
got you.
Dallas Fort
So
Worth.
were you shipped out the following day after this, or were you able to return? Did you return to that building for any number of days after the initial sighting before you were shipped out?
No, I left for Fort Sill that day.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
I mean, can I just say, Will, it sounds like, like you said, the expressions on both scientists' face looked like they were like pretty petrified. They looked like they had fear.
Yeah.
But it did look like it was a working relationship. Like this thing looked at home. Like the facility was set up as such that's where it would be, and it's a natural kind of setup. And there'd be an element there where the government would be trying to protect this asset, I guess you'd call it. If they're working with extraterrestrial entities, then they're going to protect their interests, aren't they?
Yeah, they could have had I'm pretty sure they had a barracks there. The Air Force building is actually right next door. So they could either be there or at the other building. The Air Force Research Laboratory over in Rochester. They could be over there. They could be up at Fort Drum. Other than that, there's nowhere really in upstate New York that I can think of that they would be, other than those spots.
Did you have any kind of unusual dreams? Like once you shipped out, did your dream patterns or dream scenarios change in any way?
Actually, the second night that I was in the reception battalion, because they hold you there because they got to do your shots and everything. They got to get you your glasses, your uniforms, and everything like that. The second day, I believe, is when we got our BDUs and our boots and stuff like that. That night, I had a top bunk, and I was all the way down at the end. If you're going from the entrance of the barracks all the way to the end, I was in the far back right side on the top bunk, and it had some rusty springs up underneath that mattress, and a couple of them snapped, and I went flying over the side, and I tore my knee open on the door hinge of a wall locker. I spent 4 days in the medical barracks.
Were you sleeping when that happened, or were you awake?
Yeah, I was sleeping.
Yeah, I just want to let you know I did basic at Fort Sill too, and I remember those beds.
They're fucking awful. Oh my god.
It's crazy. They'll give black projects literally millions and millions of dollars to spend however they need to with accounting that. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. And they can't even put a couple fucking decent beds for the soldiers. That's just ridiculous that's how they treat you guys.
Oh god, I was going through basic in the wintertime, and we had no hot water.
Did you do rites of passage during the winter?
Shit. I can't remember everything. God.
Yeah, we did it during the winter. We did it during the winter, and we got lost out there, and a bunch of us got pneumonia. It was really bad.
Yeah, we did an FTX. We spent a lot of time picking up brass out in those woods, man. It was all over the place. If you remember the gas chamber out there,
Oh yeah, I remember basic pretty well.
I
I just don't remember the time at my duty station real well.
So I was supposed to go to Fort Hood actually for AIT, and my
Yeah,
first
I
duty station.
DM'd you. I DM'd you a little bit and let you know a little bit about my history. I was stationed with Fort Hood, and it was terrible there.
I never had the pleasure. My dad had said he was there when after he did Korea, after he got out of AIT. He was airborne. He was with the 101st when I was born, and he was at his first duty station was Red Cloud over in Korea. Um, shit, I don't remember. I don't remember much of anywhere that he went. I know he was at Hood, and then 80, like halfway through 84, his army contract was up, and he switched branches and he enlisted in the Marines like right afterwards. Like he arranged to switch from one to the other, and he had something like 2 or 3 weeks or something like that. He came back home. I believe it was during the summertime. He went up to family friends camp up in Canada, and then headed down to Paris Island to go to boot. And I don't know all of what he did with the Marines, but I do have a set of his dog tags from there, from when he was in the Marines.
Hey, I did want to ask you, is there any possibility that they were setting up some kind of test for you in that office building?
I have no idea. Maybe to see what my reaction was, and my reaction was positive. I immediately wanted to work with them. I mean, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't want to jump at the chance to, possibly go travel?
Maybe you were supposed to say, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see anything.
That's entirely possible. But the fact that I volunteered probably spoke volumes. I mean, considering my family pedigree, it's all my grandfather's brothers served. My great grandfather served during World War One. I believe his father served during the Civil War, and believe his father.
But you haven't said anything for 20 years. I mean, this happened a long time ago, didn't it? And you've kept quiet until the new whistleblower protection laws essentially came out just basically the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Is that correct? You have been that guy
Yep,
that
I
said,
kept my mouth
"What
shut.
are you talking about?" And then now you're talking.
Oh yeah. I've had to play stupid the last 20 fucking years, But once Congress passed this thing, and especially since all this news has come out, I feel a little bit better about being open about it, and it's cool that I can let some people in and let them hear my story. So when they hear it later on CNN or Fox or something like that, they'll know what I said, and they can compare it to what's being said on the news, and you'll be able to tell what's shit and what's not. And I have no reason to lie to anybody. I mean, I kept my mouth shut for the last 21 and a half years, and once all this stuff came out, it's like, wow, it's about fucking time. Like, I was wondering when it was going to happen. I mean, I didn't expect it was going to be this soon, but geez, I mean, once everything does come out, it's going to be big, man. It's historical. It's going to be a big change for life for everybody. Tech is going to go through the roof. Eventually, we're not going to have money anymore. We're going to be like Star Trek, and we're going to be living to advance instead of living to survive. At some point in time soon, we're not going to have to worry about anything. We'll be able to, focus on advancing ourselves instead of dealing with all this fucking dude. I hate money. I hate it. And I'm grateful for what job I have now, so I can at least get by. I work part time. The wife works part time. We bring our incomes together. It's combined, it's more than one of us would make by themselves. And we got 4 kids. Our oldest is grown. He was born 2 days after I shipped. So I left that building that day knowing that my pregnant wife was going to be bringing a child into this world that I knew had aliens. And dude, it is. I remember the first time I held my kid. I held him and I was like, man, I hope you can join the military when you're older because you're gonna have some fun. And he's not the serving type. He's high functioning, autistic. He's super smart. He's got an IQ that's through the roof. The dude's a hacker. My 21-year-old son just bought his first house. It's down the road from me because he wanted to live nearby. He's really close with my best friend. He's practically my brother. So he's got people that are close by. They'll be close by him, even if we do move, because the wife doesn't want to stick around Nedrow for too much longer, anyways. She just wants to move to a better area. But I like this town. It's small. Sure, everybody knows everybody's freaking business here. I don't know if anybody's lived in a small town like this before, but I mean, just to give you an idea how small, my graduating class had 63 students in it. It was a small high school. Our upper deck football field was right next to a cow pasture.
Real quick, Will, so while we were talking, I sent the link to Rick Doty. I think he might have been listening, and I put a little note in there that about your DIA contact and that that he was working. He said that he was working with the aliens, and I think you said 96. Is that what you said?
I believe 96. I'd have to ask him just to be sure. It's been,
Yeah.
he hasn't talked about that since I was on the phone with him for the first time, and that was
the good news is he gave me 2 thumbs up, which usually that means that he's on board with your story. So it'll be once you talk,
beautiful.
That'll be between you guys. But I was kind of a little surprised that. I mean, if he didn't think that he was hearing it right, he would have said so. So, I mean, I'm not skeptical. I'm a little on the fence about this, but the more I talk to you, the more I'm kind of coming onto your side here. I mean, I know that what you're describing is certainly possible. It's just hard to imagine that they would be so careless to let somebody see this being. That's the hard part for me.
I don't know. Maybe it was on purpose. I mean, I can't say for certain, but I mean, it could have been an accident. Could have been on purpose. It's entirely possible that they wanted to see what my reaction was, and I had a positive reaction. I wasn't scared of the alien at all. I don't care if it's a politically correct term. I mean, until I really get to talk with them and find out what they like to be called, I'll just refer to them as an alien. It's just easier that way. Extraterrestrial is so 1982 Spielberg. As far as I'm concerned, extraterrestrial is a Spielberg term. It's just synonymous with him, But I like that. Well, I like that term, alien. It means what it means, When you say alien, you think, alien from outer space, not fucking illegal aliens from Mexico or some shit, nothing like that. I like alien. It just seems right.
I like non-human entity personally. I think that
non-human entity.
That just seems to fit a little better.
I low key named my cat Prometheus.
I like the old school terms: aliens, UFOs. To me, it's old school, but I don't mind the NHI as well because it's kind of more descriptive. Now we kind of understand a little bit more,
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Rabbi.
I'm in agreement with Benno. To me, it can occasionally cause confusion when we add new acronyms. I'm not saying that they're not more accurate, but UFO, aliens, those have been the standard for at least 80 years or so. And when we move away from them, I feel like it sometimes causes confusion because then people have to look up what UAP means and all these other things. Not saying that it's not necessarily important to be more specific with them, but I feel like we lose a little bit of the momentum when we do that.
We're being sheep when we do that. It's part of the agenda, you know, that sort of official disclosure agenda, so to speak.
I see Buddy down there, Alien Protocols. If somebody wants to send him an invite, I haven't got a chance to talk to him in a while unless he just wants to be a listener.
He's coming on up. G'day, buddy.
Hey, buddy. How you doing, buddy?
Good, my friends. Love you guys. Interesting week we're having, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Have you had a chance to hear Will's story before, or is this your first time listening, coming in and hearing him?
My first time hearing Will. Yes, my first time.
Yep.
I'll give you the super duper quick recap. So Will was 19 years old. He was in a building in 2001, I believe. Tell me the building again, Will. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting.
The James F. Hanley Federal Building in downtown Syracuse.
Because Buddy's from the New York area. So then apparently he was on the 5th floor, going from one down the hall, I assume. He walked by a door. The door was open, looked into the door, saw what we would call a gray type being that was dressed in clothes, but, you know, big eyes, about 5'5", 5'8", somewhere in that range, maybe a little bit taller. And they locked eyes. Apparently the being walked towards him about 4 feet. And then I think, were you being escorted, Will, at that time? And then maybe somebody said, let's go?
The escort, he got furious that I looked over, and I couldn't help it. Once my eyes locked in, I was locked in. And he had to snap me out of it. I don't know how long it was exactly, but it felt only like a few seconds. I could have been standing there for 5 minutes for all I know. I don't have any perception of time anymore. Ever since I saw that ship that crashed in 2005, it just screwed up all my sense of time. And you can, once we get to talking with each other, and everything's, your DIA contact can talk with me, and I'm about to be taken to DC or something like that. You guys can, between you two, you can tell the wife, like, your husband's not full of shit. He's on point, and your life's about to change. I don't know if it's better or worse, but I couldn't imagine it being any worse. So it could only get better from here.
Go ahead, buddy.
Wow, well, that's extraordinary. And we're in extraordinary times with a lot of different groups not unified within our government and contracted by our government or granted by our government custodianship of very precious things. And there's knowledge in this room that's like level 5, where America is just getting flabbergasted this week with the fact that there's craft, which is the real blessing. And it's something to really think deeply about. Why do we have craft? Why were we allowed to have craft from a more advanced species? Is something trying to tell us something? Is a more advanced intelligence able to perceive things that we can't perceive, but we're not listening or trying to listen? We're too busy trying to make weapons and weaponize. Is the most powerful thing the notion of a physical craft itself that can't be bullshitted like pictures and videos? Is the most powerful thing for national security the power and propulsion sources, or is the most powerful thing for national security revealing to humanity finally what it's been handicapped by not knowing, the fact that we're not alone in the universe? That is powerful, important. You know, even Luis Elizondo said this is humanity issue.
I'm not entirely sure. I do know what the knowledge that I don't have direct knowledge of that I got from my DIA guy is he said that our government's dragging their feet with getting back damaged craft to who it belongs to. And the real men in black are humanoid looking aliens that are essentially galactic police. And they're just here to monitor. They're a neutral party. They're not part of any civilization that has crashed here. They are here.
How did you come to believe this? Well, if you don't mind me
This
asking,
is
how
this
did
is
you
my
come?
DIA guy. This is what he told me. He said that there is something along the lines of intergalactic police. They are here to monitor and observe, and they're not to interfere with anybody that crashes here. They're just here to observe. What I do know is they, our government's supposed to get these craft back, and they're just dragging their feet. They're trying to reproduce as many crafts as they can before they have to give these crafts back. I mean, essentially, they're not going to give anything that belongs to these aliens back until they're ready to. And they're apparently really patient about it. They're starting to lose it, but they're really patient about it. And
So
eventually,
did your DIA friend say that maybe some of these craft were like gifted to us for like a loan, and do they want their crashed craft back also?
no, nothing's on loan. We're forcibly borrowing it to duplicate what technology we can with our own materials and some of theirs. Uh, some, God, what was it called? That I don't, I don't want to speak on the element 115 that apparently is what the stable element 115 that powered the craft that Lazar said. But that's entirely possible. I mean, God, that
Is your DIA contact retired, or is he still
no,
working in
he's
DIA?
still
Do you
in it.
know?
He does computer stuff, I believe. He's no longer a field guy. He's getting up there in age. He's somewhere between 50 or 60 or something like that. And he was much younger. Like he was like in his early 30s or something like that when he was late 20s, early 30s when he was out in Nellis. And he was working with the one for about 6 months or so, trying to help him fix his craft. And when he left, the one that was there was still there.
That was in '96, buddy. By the way, that his DIA contact says that he was working out there near Area 51 or Nellis, whichever, with the alien. Go ahead, buddy.
Very interesting. I have contacts, and a lot of people in this room have contacts with a few different people in different three-letter agencies. Some of them are well known. Some of them are people's doctors in this room. Literally, they're medical doctor. Other people are people who are the directorate of certain wings of different intelligence agencies and groups, and there is and has been a long-standing big interest in this stuff behind the scenes, and in what we all know already, the connection between ESP and phenomena, UFOs, phenomena locations, craft, and subconsciousness. And as human history has gone into science and technology, we've garnered greater and greater power as we've understood the smaller and smaller structure of the universe. From compounds, we were able to make explosives, and then from molecules, even in basic elements, even bigger explosives, and then from the nuclear understandings, we were able to make nuclear explosions, and now we're down to quark levels, and we can't even go into the Planck level because there's like this restriction. Maybe the next level is so powerful. Maybe it has something to do with the interactive nature of reality. Why is it so interactive with humans? Why can our subconsciousness interact with this thing that we're a part of. We're not visitors on Earth. We're not separate from the sculpture that is all of space-time, future, past, present, the whole thing, this physical shape, the sculpture. But maybe there's even more. Maybe we're gifted the ability to really tap deeply into the laws and structures of this universe and bend things. And perhaps there's either a data field that psychics are connecting to that ET also does. And thus, being new physics, it would be incredibly powerful and of incredible interest to aerospace and governments. But the craft are very different. They're not all the same. There's a lot of different biologicals. It's intentionally almost so diverse that it makes me think it's one thing trying to present itself as many different things. But, of course, you have to separate the advanced black projects that have been around for a long time, too, which are very real. It's complex.
Yeah, I think the gentleman, when Will had to go, I don't know, he sent me a message. His wife was requesting his presence. So it's
You've
just
got
us
to give
now.
him the benefit of the doubt, don't you, Eric? I mean, my instincts with him are, he doesn't seem to be out to be making money.
Yeah.
He seems pretty genuine in his story.
Yeah. At first, I'm going to be honest. I sent several of you DMs yesterday. I'm not going to try to hide it. When I first heard it, it wasn't really adding up. So I was quite skeptical. But now that I got a chance to talk to the guy and ask more questions, I'm not as skeptical, and I'm leaning more in his favor. Kind of like with this same thing with this Vegas story. I mean, when I first saw the story and, initially saw the little clips and try to, we've got just a few pieces of the puzzle to look at and put together, and it just wasn't adding up. It wasn't making sense. So I tweeted, I'm not buying this story. Then I said, but, before I go all in on not buying the story, I need to make some phone calls. And so I made some phone calls, did some more research, got some more information. And then I contacted the guy that actually broke the story, who's on Twitter. He's an investigative journalist out of Vegas. And after discussing all that with them and getting more information, and I'm all in on it. So, yeah, I mean, I can flip, but, I'm learning that I need to be more patient and not jump to conclusions with these people. But I know how hard it is sometimes when you first hear these stories. Are just really difficult to understand how a guy can be walking down a hallway and the door's open and you see an alien that just you have
to get their track record. It's not
Yeah.
it's like with psychics. Don't take their information on unverifiable targets to heart unless you know how good they are with verifiable targets. What is their history? What is their track record? And someone in a DIA and CIA and these intelligence agencies and different intelligence groups, even groups that most of us don't ever talk about, like the undersecretary, joint undersecretary for intelligence and security that oversees and funds Aero, which even Luis Elizondo says he doesn't trust. You know that Aero just spent $1.9 million on a company called Sancorp, SANCORP, whose specialty is hunting down and preventing whistleblowers from being whistleblowers within companies. And you
Say that word again. The name of that company one more time.
Sancorp.
SANCORP. In fact, I'll put a little. I'm not quite sure how to put it in the nest, but I can put a little picture of the company and its bio, what it says it does, and it's a little interesting piece of information that it says it does. Here we go.
Well, I was told by my friend, and I haven't got a second vote on this, but I trust his information that Aero is kind of not directly, maybe directly, but they have affiliated ideals along with the Central Intelligence Agency. So anytime that you're kind of working along that same parallel, that is a red flag for me.
Yes, look at what I just posted. It says what this company does. The heart of what this company does is called Insider Threat Mitigation and Solutions. Our team brings decades of experience in government and private industry, giving our clients invaluable insight and in-depth knowledge of risk posed by insider betrayal, as well as practical solution-driven mitigation measures. So they got $1.9 million, not to secure the place of whistleblowers, make sure they're safe. This is to let the companies that Arrow is dealing with know how to buckle down their companies to prevent whistleblowers. You know, Grosh is an executive. That's the one kind they fear the most. You know, a soldier who's part of like the recovery missions, they could discredit him, this, that, or the other. But an executive who knows where bodies are buried, and there's a line of these guys.
Buddy, could they be used to sort of bounty hunt in a sense, like, you know, potential witnesses like Will, for example? Could they be employed? Could Arrow employ those services for that company to sort of track down through social media or potential people who are whistleblowers, or is it is counterproductive?
I don't know, but I know that the fact that Arrow gave $1.9 million to that company is a very disturbing fact that got out. And I think it speaks for itself. When you look at the specialties of the company isn't about protecting whistleblowers or improving companies by information learned by whistleblowers or how to break through privatized companies that are trying to avoid Freedom of Information Acts. No, they're underneath the Joint Undersecretary of Intelligence and Security, and his job is to secure SAPs, Special Access Programs. And so that's why Lou Elizondo says he doesn't trust Arrow, because they're funded and pushed by the Undersecretary. So I think there's people inside fighting for disclosure. There's people fighting against it. I think the military-industrial complex is fighting like hell against it. And I think scientists and those who see the future and the needs of humanity, aside from their immediate selfish needs, realize the crucialness of humanity finding out about this.
Yeah, it looks to me as if Arrow and NASA they're going to try to just kind of put the brakes on this and slow it back down to a dribble or a stop, because it's moving a little too fast for them. And I was also told that Space Force, NRO, and NSA are completely against disclosure. For sure, those three agencies are against disclosure. But interestingly enough,
don't forget,
DIA seems to be okay with this, which is kind of interesting to me.
Well, don't forget NGA, the National Geospatial Agency, very, very crucial in this. But even more crucial, and least spoken about, is the Department of Energy. They have 2 intelligence divisions in charge of making sure America has the best in everything in terms of technologies, the latest, greatest power systems, the latest, greatest propulsion, the latest, greatest everything. DOE funds programs in South America.
You know, and it seems to me that really the main reason why we're even getting a lot of this information, that up until about 2016, things just seem to be kind of moving along at the regular pace, is there's these older guys, we'll call them these older guys, and some of these guys that like Lou, that've been around for a while, that think that we should know this information. And I'm also told that even in the central agency, for example, a lot of the older guys are retiring, and there's the newer guys are kind of coming up the ladder now, and that they're actually going to be trying to change. They're going to try to change their image and possibly do some things that are not what we're accustomed to doing, not that we're accustomed to hearing about these people. So things are changing slowly as new people come in, new blood, new thinking, younger generation. And that's why I think we're getting this, because the old guard is kind of just like, oh, we're out of here. We're tired of holding these lies from the people. I get that feeling.
Personally, I think the old guard is still fighting like hell. They're just dying off and becoming the old breed, where new, young, wise, deep thinkers The scientists involved in these programs are a lot of the ones starting to push, and the science-minded ones are the ones coming forward. You know, Lou has, a lot of people think of him more as military rather than as a scientist. I think he's really in all of this as a scientist. And he, as a scientist, realizes humanity needs to know and has needed to know that we are not alone for a long time. So we look at ourselves and our planet at the way we need to at this point in our system. You know, every system has eventualities, you know, the 100th monkey and all those different things that need to happen and that are eventualities. And we've been denied all the advancements just by seeing the craft. The governments don't have to reveal the secret technology they hoard and think is so valuable. The most valuable thing is the fact that the craft are physical. We won't believe pictures and videos. I think the craft have been delivered for two reasons. One, first, as undeniable physical evidence that we are not alone, which is the most powerful thing about the craft. And then two, they knew additionally that these craft would provide technologies that were needed for our planet at a crucial pivotal point where we need to do a lot of leaving of the planet. I believe they can see things in the future that we can't. And one of the things might be the fact that we're losing, like Mars lost its magnetosphere. Our last pole flip was the last pole flip. And this one now, our pole has lost 65% of its strength. We're down to the last 35% of the pole strength right now. It's not the carbon layer, it's not global warming that's warming the planet. And it's going to cause more volcanoes, more earthquakes, bigger, more extreme. All the storms, everything is going to be more extreme in all its ways. More flooding massively, more landslides massively, more. And the weird thing too is the volcanoes and earthquakes and stuff, because the higher energy cosmic rays will get into the mantle and things will just be warmer. And this is I think what's happening. And maybe they're trying to help us with the technology and stave off oblivion and maybe a few other things. But what do I know? I'm just a shaman.
Either a switch has been flicked because the encounters are going up. I mean, is it just coincidence? Is it staged? I mean, like, how do we go from like the things that have happened just in the last 5 days in the area of ufology, like real world events, is crazy. Like, we've had the revelation, we've had the conference meeting, and the next thing you get like an alleged landing making headline news in Vegas. Like, it's just, is the timing is just is it the timing? A switch has been flicked, it feels like.
It almost feels scripted.
Yep, I agree. It's that's the part where, that's why I'm not really getting real excited about all this. I mean, it's super interesting, but the fact that I'm not sure how much of this is scripted is keeping me kind of in a
Is it
neutral zone.
manufactured? Yeah, the word is manufactured. Is it manufactured? Now, is it manufactured by RO? I mean, those guys manufacture ATIP, but they manufacturing these things.
Well, here's the beauty. We know the government would likely use people like Doty to do what he has done in the past, which is he has admitted that he has provided disinformation to cover advanced drone projects. So that is his track record of doing disinformation about UFOs and aliens and all this stuff to take people away from thinking about advanced drone projects. Because what happens is, once people from the outside hear wacky stories, they won't investigate what could turn out to be real science. By heaping a bunch of disinfo on it, it makes it less investigated by the average person. So there certainly would be people who would be placed to do that. But there would certainly be, in my opinion, a lot of different groups with real advanced technologies. And then on top of that, you have the others. And that mystery, just knowing that they're more advanced than you, you have to accept your limitations, that you could be thoroughly and completely tricked by whatever you believe. They're certainly not going to show you their best.
Do you think, buddy, that like disclosure is not really up to us, is it? As much as we pound on the doors of our leaders, it's not really up to us, is
Of
it? It's
course,
up to the others, isn't it? It's up
of
to the
course,
others. It's up to the other entity, isn't it?
of course, it always has been, and it's doing contact, but it's doing contact with who it wants to contact, why it wants to contact with them. It doesn't need to speak to Donald Trump. It doesn't need to. They speak to who they want when they want to, and they've been here, and the increase. And you're completely right. Disclosure is completely their ballgame. We're just reacting, really, and there's a lot of things that happen when a system starts moving. There's a couple people who have come out who have real government backgrounds, but I think are desperate for attention and are trying to spice up the either their attention or spice up the.
Something's changed though. Sorry to interrupt you, buddy. Something's changed
No,
though.
please.
For something's changed, like for in our lifetime, for us to be now at a point in time where, like Eric was saying, like the DIA has now come out and backed this Gush bloke, from very high positions and validating. They're essentially come out and said, this is real. So something has changed, and I'm wondering what has changed. Is it us that's changed,
No,
or is
it's
it
the frequency
those
here.
that have changed? And then what's the catalyst for that change? What's happened for that change to sort of come about for us
Behind
to
the
be where we are
scenes,
now?
there's a massive uptick in sightings and our understanding of the phenomena. It's been a massive uptick for the past 15 years. And even Luis Elizondo has said there has been a big increase. And some of the predictions from the last era had certain hallmarks, and this era has certain hallmarks. And those hallmarks are more occurrences with the military, more fleets, more large numbers of fleets, more geometrics, of the combinations of the basic geometric shapes, and several other factors are the hallmarks of this modern era of ufology and their activity. And what that says, as opposed to previous eras, says to me speaks of something very interesting. If they're trying to condition the military to their presence, it might be very soon that we would have contact shortly afterwards. You would think that would be something that would be done before a major contact event to kind of desensitize militaries, or continually larger and larger and more events, which is what's happening.
It's moving very quickly, and there's a lot of people who don't trust RO. I'm one of them. I don't trust RO. It's very hard to know who to trust in this environment.
Hilarious. The funny thing is, if they use UFOs to cover secret technology, they're still promoting UFOs. So they're fucked.
Go for it, Gravity. You don't need to aim, brother.
Hey, everybody. Every single time I have my hand up in one of these spaces these days, I really don't know where to begin, because it seems like every single day it just gets crazier and crazier. And I'm not even just talking about the UFO disclosure situation. I'm talking about the collective amount of changes and heightenings that are going on in all these different factions of our reality: government, sociological, earth. Next thing you know, all these like pieces of paperwork are being passed through. Why? Like, it's all at the same time. And it just seems like it's just this big soup of change. But it's like around 2016, before that, I honestly have a lot more to talk about in my own personal life as far as this subject is concerned. But besides that, I've been interested in it my entire life, and researching in the part where talking about it to anybody would probably just, you get the whole thing. Everybody's experienced the same thing. You get what I'm talking about: raised eyebrows and rolled eyes and all that stuff before 2016, 17, that stuff starts happening. Then we start maybe having a little bit of dust settling, not really. Then pandemic, which basically cooked us for 3 years. It's nearly like something was like created and then stuck in an oven set on hot, and then pulled out. Here we are right now. And every single day, it seems after that, with everybody trying to keep their mental health adjusted and whatnot, there's so much tech going on right now that seems to be compounding upon itself at the same time this is going on. It's very non-coincidental to me. No, I'm starting to really think that human beings really don't have anything to do with when disclosure actually happens. And quite frankly, I don't think it's going to be a thing where everybody's like, da 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 da, here we are. Today is disclosure day. Big capital D for disclosure. Is everybody happy about this? Raise your hands. It's not going to be like that at all. Matter of fact, it's going to be the same way as, hey, everybody, the pandemic is over. Everybody celebrate. Well, that hasn't happened either, and it's not going to happen. We're just kind of all floating around here in this situation right now. I find it really fascinating that this thing happened in Las Vegas out of nowhere. Now have that going on, and then like Benno's saying, NASA, boom, Arrow, boom. A bunch of people pissed off that the NASA thing and the Arrow thing didn't go the way that they thought it could go. I'm really on the fence whether who you can trust Patrick or not. Maybe he's saying stuff that he's saying stuff in code. Does he have people above him saying you're gonna say this and you're not gonna say that? Who knows? Who knows? But I think that we're headed towards something just monumental. We're headed towards something monumental, and I think that we're being prepped. I think that actually it seems like there might be a little bit of that human last minute thing going on here at a high level. Like you go to a concert, there's always a bunch of people who get there late. They get in seat accidentally. They can't get there for the start of the concert. They can't get there before the lights go down. This is a common trait with humans on a whole, and it feels like the top is kind of like hurriedly prepping humanity in a way because it knows. And this is where I start looking at like some of the ex-CIA people, like Mr. John, and he's saying like he basically knows that in 5 years we're all going to know. Well, how does he know that? Part of me wants to believe him because he's pretty decorated. And part of me has a really hard time not believing highly decorated people or people that have held job positions in high ranks with high security clearances. I find, as I said, this collective of all this magnificent stuff all happening at the same time so intensely it blows my mind. And it's really hard as to put my hand up in space and anymore keep right on one point because there's so many points attached to this. It seems like, it's like almost like Walter from The Big Lebowski when he like screams in the bowling alley, has the whole world gone crazy? I really feel that we're headed towards something that has nothing to do with humans. And I do, Benno, I feel that it's a conditioning, and I feel it's picking its pace. And there are a lot of people trying to figure out, oh my God, what do we do to correct this mess that we're in right now? Because we need to, so that way we can actually direct this herd of I don't want to say sheep, but I'm just saying citizens that from the lowest common denominator of acceptance of where we're all obviously headed here to people who can take the truth. I mean, I think there are a lot more people who can take the truth than say like our bosses think we can. But in a weird way, I'm extremely excited that thing happened in my hometown. Absolutely. However, it also pisses me off that it seems that the FBI or somebody has stepped in because I'd like to bring that up. 2 points with that family. Number one, if that thing was in the backyard or if there is any type of trace of what was in the backyard, that family is bringing in the crew to take a look. They're okay with the crew being there. It is private property, but they're letting them in. So why is the video blacked out? And their excuse is it's private property. Due to the fact that it's private property, we can't show you the footage of the backyard. What the fuck is that? Because They're fine with it. Somebody's blacking that footage out.
What is
And
supposed to be in that footage? Do you know, brother?
I don't know, but the just smells really funny, and that excuse is bullshit. So that's my piece.
I agree with you. And we've gone over this gravity, and that has come up, and he's rugged it now. But Eric he's going to hold a space tomorrow night on exactly that case, because he's got some extra details about that Vegas incident. He's got some extra info, and he's going to hold a space tomorrow night and drop some bombshells. And the man is back. Loaded. And I feel you too, Gravity. It's hard to stay on one point. It encompasses so much, and it's like a flow-on effect. One thing affects the other, and it's all encompassing sort of subject. And Michael, good to have you up here, mate. You're going to take the mic.
Hi, Benno. How are you?
I'm well, thanks, mate. How are you?
Good. I was just listening to the conversation, and I just thought I'd chip in and say, look, my own feeling is, and as you know, I've had a lifetime of experiences, so I'm not really guessing, but I think anyone who wants to kind of delve into the UFO literature, or whatever term you want to give it these days, there's so much evidence there. I think it's pretty hard to dismiss. The other key thing I'd say in my own kind of experiences, I've been guided not to join any group, and so that means basically, I've been a couple of times I've been asked to join the Masons, and I've chose not to. A couple of times I've had opportunities for government jobs where you need security clearance, and I've chosen not to take those jobs. And I just think, it's so important to be able to maintain your independence and be able to speak your mind and not have some sort of government stick over your back or some secret organisation. And I think that's where a lot of these people come unstuck, is that they get drawn into one of these things. I guess the security clearance is one aspect, but, and that's, more transparent. But the secret societies are a lot more prevalent than you would realise. And, I certainly came across that living in country Australia, south of Canberra. Maybe they're not so prevalent now, but certainly going back 3 or 4 decades ago, they were very, very significant. You got nowhere, unless you were a member of one of the Masons, for example, were very big in Australia, probably still are. But that essentially muzzles you. So, that's something that's very important, I think, to keep in the back of your mind. And I do feel like there's a convergence of things like Gravity was saying, of things coming to a focal point. I kind of look at the world being in a state of cognitive dissonance where at some level, there's stuff happening that's conflicting their beliefs or putting pressure on their beliefs. And the more that, the attitude and behaviour is out of sync, the more that, stress bubbles to the surface. Whether it's UFOs, whether it's being involved in wars, whether it's COVID, all that kind of stuff is mounting. And, there are big cracks showing that there's, groups that are supposedly meant to be protecting us are leading us in very poor directions. And I feel that these are all things that are catalysts for all sorts of diverse groups and people to get together. And I've certainly found that in the last couple of years with Spaces. Some of the connections I've been made have been incredibly profound, and I feel that these networks are going to start building, and it'll be a grassroots thing, I think. I think things are so rotten at the top that it can only be sort of cleansed that way. So yeah, they're my thoughts. Thanks.
Can I ask you, Michael, and I love your input, do you think there's a chance, like you made a comment there about, these things leading us, I guess, like in a certain direction. Do you think that there's a chance that, given that these NHIs are real and that there's multiple types, do you subscribe to the potential theory that, and I heard this last night, that World War II was a direct result of different alien entities pitting humans against each other? So one type of entity representing one nation and another type of entity representing another nation, and essentially pitting us together to go to war.
Look, I'd recommend the books for the Second World War, there's a great book by Anthony Sutton called Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler. And he showed very good evidence that the corporate groups were funding both sides. So, you were looking at General Electric planes bombing General Electric submarines once you got through the holding companies the smaller companies that were in South America. Standard Oil was, sharing technology across through South America to Germany for high-octane fuels so that the Germans had better performance in their planes when they looked like they were going to lose. There's so much stuff. People were on the board of the FBA, the Federal Reserve in New York, that were also on the board of IG Farben in Germany right up to 1945. So I think there's a pretty strong evidence that these guys at the top are detached from human suffering, and I think they're.
Oh my God! You had what was it? Prescott Bush? Was it Bush's grandfather? He helped Hitler's rise to power. He funded him.
Yes.
And then you had J. Paul Getty funded Hitler to the Getty Museum.
Yep, through Schroders. And the Bushes were members of the Skull and Bones Society from Yale, all three generations. George Bush Jr., Senior, and Prescott Bush. The Harriman banking family. There's.
Have you heard the screams outside of Yale? It sounds just like man.
Sorry, is it a problem with?
No, sorry. No, I agree with you. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, what are you talking about? You say you hear screams or something?
He was talking about Yale and the Bones and Skulls, and there was actually an outside recording of the demonic screams that was coming from outside from the outside of the little catacomb where it is in Yale, where people were screaming, and the screaming that it sounded like those of the exorcism, or those who've been potentially possessed by these aliens.
Okay.
Yeah, it's identical.
Cool.
Yeah, look, I haven't delved into that, but there's certainly speculation on those groups and societies having occult connections, and how that transpires, whether it's dimensional, negative entities, whether it's extraterrestrials with negative intents. Who knows? It's a very complex scene, and there's a lot of players, I think, involved. I know my own experience. I've come across lots of groups in meditation and dreams, and kind of my younger experiences. So look, I can't explain that. All I would say is that the stuff I've been shared with is very much energy focused. It's very much in terms of the Earth grid. Stuff that I've looked into and experienced is about dimensional aspects that link in with Platonic geometry, or the Platonic solids, and I think it's led me down an academic path of exploring that. So it's I think they share stuff. I think the good guys like to keep in the background, and they don't like you won't even know. You'll maybe sense them, but you'll never see their presence. But they'll point you down a path, and I think that's available to anyone who's open to the possibilities. But you've got to kind of get above the fear of it all. So anyway, that's kind of my general feeling. Sorry, Ben, I've gone off.
Hey, Michael. Hey, Michael, mind if I ask you a question? Have you ever been like told something like during your experiences that you were told like never to share with anybody else? Like, because Benno was told something like this. He was told something that he's not allowed to share with us. Have you been told something similar?
No, I've been the opposite. I've been told that now's the time to be open and share. Trust my instincts. But no, that's because I've never been connected to any particular groups. I guess they trust me and not, I mean, I think you've got to do a lot of homework on the ethics behind what you do. And, I'm very strong in that from the scientific realm. And, so I wouldn't share anything that would propagate fear. But if someone's experiencing fear, then I would, I'd share experiences where I had to go through that process. But I also entertain, for example, that I think a lot, when you're accessing higher dimensions, you've got to realize that all of a sudden your mind becomes a lot more powerful in terms of creating things. So if your mind's not in a good place, you can create your own monsters, So, I kind of, anyone that wants to go down the meditation path, etc., I always suggest they read the Law of One material because it's, whether it's correct or not, it shows the possibility of positive and negative paths, and and the stuff that you might come across, and how important it is to kind of have, purity of your intent. And I often get a bit discouraged in the UFO spaces because they're so materialistic in, where's the evidence kind of stuff, rather than how about I put the work in and see if I'm capable of putting my toe in the pond. That's that's the message I really want to share.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Michael. But just as a quick response to what Logan said, it wasn't a case of a group sort of knowledge I was imparted with. More of a case so that this life that we all live is our own experience, and some knowledge that you are given is given specifically to you. And it was when sometimes that specific knowledge that's given to you doesn't necessarily mean it's negative, but it's given to you, and it was given to me with a very clear caveat, which said, you're not to, even me saying this, responding to what Logan said, but that's as far as I'll go. This is for me. That was for me, right? So, yeah. and that's, and it was the kind of information that's not negative, and I would love to share, but is I don't think it was a massive game changer either. So it's like, well, why can't? And I was kind of perplexed as far as that went, but it was, I was given this information, and that's where it'll stay.
Yeah, and look, mate, I understand that. I mean, I'll give you an example. So, I'm the first in 5 generations on my male line not to join the military. I was christened on the Melbourne, our aircraft carrier. My father was a Navy pilot. One of his mates, so my father was born in England, brought up in England, but then came out to Australia. And so he's got a lot of military mates. And when he first came out to Australia in 1957, I think it was, there was another English guy out here who flew choppers, helicopters, and he ended up, he's 87 now, I think, but this friend of his ended up being head of the Royal Navy. And, so I get insights from people like that I would never share in these spaces, because there's some confidential stuff that's just, it's just not right. And his son is in incredibly high position, and I won't even say where.
Yeah, but you don't gotta
Michael,
say
this is nothing
names.
like that though. Like what Benno, right? What Michael's saying is not like what you're saying though, right?
I can't say any further. I can't.
Because what Michael's saying is like of earthly stuff. What Benno's saying is like a spiritual nature. Like a spirit told him that like whatever he told him that like he just can't share with anybody, and it's not like a negative thing, right? But it's just
I wouldn't
whatever it
call
is.
it. It's not a spirit. It wasn't a spirit.
You mean like an angel or like a ghost or alien maybe?
I can't say.
But can't these things? Well, can't these things go through walls and all that? Because, well, I'll say something after gravity. You know.
Okay, but yeah, so yeah, I was but you said you can't say like what he said, but you can't even say like what he looked like or who he was or kind of thing.
Correct. Yeah, I can't say.
Oh, okay. Did he like threaten you that like if you did like there'd be like mass consequences?
No. It's on me. Like it's a caveat. I can't say. I can't say.
Oh, okay. Anyway, what's up, Gravity?
Demons are told to lie too.
Oh, hey. You know what? Just to be fair, Malcolm did have his hand up before I.
Okay, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing? I hear about the aliens and whatnot, and I believe that people do see what they see. They see UFOs. I do believe that they see it. You know, I do believe that these UFO things were flying over. I do believe that there is UFOs. You know what I'm saying? I really do. The thing is that with Hitler, when it comes down to Hitler in World War II, we have to admit that he was in a cult. As he was, you know what I'm saying? His scientists were in a cult. But before he was in a cult, he was the Nazis was Aryanism is also something that's also branched out something called humanism. And humanism, what that is that you go off, you know, feelings, basically the romanticism. I don't know if I'm saying that word right. Romanticism, or the age of the Renaissance, is that go on how you feel, that you don't need a God to rule. You don't need a God to be good. You don't need a devil to be bad. You know what I'm saying? It's what you think, and this is what it is. Well, anyways, rocket power was even brought up into power from Jack Parson. If you guys ever heard of Jack Parson was a devil worshiper along with some other celebrities, Ale LeVay and all that. And they're basically saying, I'm just going to say in a nutshell. Okay, so when these aliens that they're supposedly saying, there's been a documentary that was 2 hours or 3 hours long that's saying that that scientists who thought they were aliens, he started to study that if they're pretending to be something they're not, as in ships, as in airplanes, I mean, as in UFOs, like that's becoming like ghostly, like he's saying that they're pretending to be something that they're not. And he's saying how can these UFOs go super fast and then at a left angle? You feel me? Like they'll go so fast they'll disintegrate or whatnot, or they'll break their neck or something. So when these other scientists got together in this documentary, they're coming to the fact that if something is pretending to be something it's not, it's hostile by default. And like I was saying about the Yale on this documentary, it was a compilation of documentary that you could find on BitChute or BitChute, whatever. And the bottom line is that they were saying overall is that these are fallen angels that's masquerading themselves as UFOs. For instance, when Hitler came to, when the Nazis were running from war crimes, they went to Australia. I'm sure y'all played the game Medal of Honor. Well, remember he had to kill Hitler before he went on the U-boat? Well, at the same time, it's also in the FBI files that he went to what's that place in South America? Argentina. Yeah, Argentina. And Argentina, the thing about that is that there's some connections with the Jesuits in that. Now, the reason why I say the word Jesuits is because we always know who is on top, but we really don't know. And it is the Jesuits. This is why this was a war. that the Catholics was actually backing up. And when I say Catholics, I'm not talking about family members, you know what I'm saying, that go every Sunday. I'm not talking about them. I never talk about them every time I say the word Catholic. Those people, you know what I'm saying, they're doing what they're doing. They're going by the light of knowledge that they have. God winks at their ignorance, you know what I'm saying, through love. But he didn't say nothing during the war. Pope Innocent, he didn't say nothing during the war. He had a whole bunch of Catholics on the side, you know what I'm saying? And if you think about it, is that they have the same agenda. That's why the telescope that's in the that the Vatican has, what is it called? Lucifer. So I'm just going to say right now, you know, I'm not going to say it all right now, but I'm just going to say, just watch this documentary. It's called A Trip into the Supernatural by Roger Monroe. This dude was a Satanist. Please watch it. People are scared. My friends are scared. I've been scared to watch it way before I even was scared. You know what I'm saying? The deacons told me to watch it, but this dude was in it all the way. And what he heard, what the high priest said, you feel me, about the alien agenda. So Bill Cooper, he also talks about it. One thing you got to know about Bill Cooper, when he talks about the aliens, he throws a curveball around it by not just saying that they're really what they are. Because when he talked about Area 51, he said that Area 51 has electrical electrical walls or whatnot to contain these aliens. Why is electric? Because kinetic, when it comes to a spirit, then things are more kinetically involved. That's why with the Tesla car, when they go into the gravesite, you know what I'm saying, they see spirits, you know what I'm saying? They see spirits, but there's the Bible says the living know that they shall die, but the dead know nothing. So those are actually demons masquerading themselves. And that's the agenda that the government knows it for themselves. And the Galactic the Galactic Federation, you can't call it that because they did fall from heaven. So that's the word Star Wars. So I'll just leave it at that. But the documentary is called A Trip into the Supernatural by Roger Monroe. And I promise you, you feel me, it will be very interesting and it will connect all the dots. God bless you all. Peace. A Trip into the Supernatural.
Bless
Hey,
up.
Malcolm,
That
can
was
you
cool.
share the videos on the comments?
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, what's up, Crystal? I haven't seen you in a long time. What's going on?
I'm actually gonna go to sleep soon because I've been busy doing events, and then I was like managing the last 2 weeks, so I'm like still exhausted from that.
Cool. What events were they?
It was the little mini state fair like 2 weeks ago, and then last week it was like it's been like community like events, so like little fairs and like little town like events, if that makes sense, like where families go and then there's like a carnival, so yeah.
Hey, so Benno, what did I miss when I was not here? Anything cool?
Yeah, it's been a good space. It's been a really good space. Some great conversation. A lot of different people coming in and out of the room. Crystal's been here from the get-go, and it was just like I think 3 of us in here. So thanks for chilling out with us, Crystal. Enjoy the conversation, and hope you have a good sleep.
Yeah, it's been fun. I've been like trying to get in on the spaces when I can at work, but like it's like I'm trying to like not obviously be on my phone, but then sometimes my coworkers also want to listen in, so it's kind of fun.
Oh yeah, it has what's his name? Come and visit us again?
Yeah, Arthur has been on, but then he says he gets off because like there's not like a lot of speakers. Like he said that one time that I was co-hosting, he got on. And I was like, "Oh, I didn't see you." And then he says, "Oh, he like bounced right away." So I was like, "Okay."
What's up, Gravity?
Yeah, I was just going to say something earlier was spoken about with people that if they don't see something right in front of them, if it's not on the news, like if it's not like just one big public display, then it's not real. I have this friend of mine, he's a new friend of mine, and I'm working on a project with him, and he's a really intelligent man. He's a really intelligent man. He's really successful, but he has also basically unplugged from social media land. He watches, terrestrial TV. He'll watch the ball game. He'll work on some artistic projects. He does his work that day. He goes to bed and he repeats. And I'm on the telephone with him. Now, he knows what I'm interested in. He knows what I might have experienced. He doesn't necessarily believe it. And occasionally, because he's helping me on a project I'm doing as well, he basically goes on this thing of, well, when they say they, I don't believe it. If it's they, it's nothing. Give me something. And he starts to go in that whole diatribe about, we have so many 4K cameras out there. We have all these cell phones out there. We have all this technology that we can read a license plate from space. Where is the decent video of a UFO? I don't believe it. And he's one of those people. The problem is that I have a friendship with him and I don't want to have any problems with that. So I know that I'm not going to be able to convince him. And I also know that it might be a waste of my breath to try to. So I don't go in that direction in the conversation with him because he's just one of those folks. I don't know how to deal with that type of person in my life. I really don't. It's a toughie because, as I said, I don't want to. Sometimes those conversations, when they get too forceful, can actually ruin a friendship. And is it worth it? I don't know. Try to get I forgot, it was Benno you said, or somebody said that, look, people don't want to take the actual time to do the research themselves. They're already convinced that this is nothing because they don't have this, movie like scenario playing out on the nightly news or something. Then it's not real to them. Because if it was real, that would be happening. That's the mindset that some of these people have. And I say some of these people, and I'm talking about a friend. But anyway, I don't know what to do with that. I really don't.
I don't think it's your job to have to convince anyone, really. At the end of the day, they'll learn for themselves. It's about your own journey. And if people are challenging you on it, it's more a reflection on them. If they're sort of like, they know that you're into this or you have some knowledge around the subject and then they're probing you with questions, and just answer them honestly. That's all you can do. You can counter them with a few questions also with their beliefs and how they've come to that conclusion. And just at the end of the day, you just respect each other's positions, I think.
He's mostly, he's all science. He's all about peer review. He's all about, circumstantial evidence doesn't mean a thing. He wants to talk about it. He'll go into it occasionally. He'll start telling me about something that I know a hell of a lot more of than he does, obviously. Problem is, I really don't know how to combat that question. I mean, when people
refer him to someone like David Zed. Send him a David Zed podcast. Go watch this, because David Zed's another scientist, and he basically quantifies the woo. He's bridging the gap, and he's telling us, and someone who is a scientist also would have a brain. They'd be able to keep up with what's being said, and say, hey, hang on, there's a it's not just the STEM science, and that's been the Achilles heel of this subject. And that's what we're kind of seeing now with the funding and whatnot. It's a case of, traditionally, we always need the evidence to lead. We have to know that these things are tangible proof of its existence for us to spend money on it. But here we are, Capitol Hill getting funding on a subject that no one really has dragged out a working UFO in front of anyone yet to say, well, let's put hundreds of fucking millions of dollars into it. But they are putting it into it because they know it exists, and getting outside that equals MC squared, STEM, traditional last 80 years of bullshit science. It's kept us stovepiped in a sense. There's other science out there. So just send him, I guess that's what I'd do. I'd send him a Gen Z link, like a podcast of Gen Z, and say, have a look at that. What do you think? There's one there where he's talking to 3 or 4 other scientists. I can send you the link if you want. There's 3 or 4 scientists sitting there, and one of them calls himself Elizabeth. Interesting character. So male, calls himself Elizabeth, doesn't have a screen on his face. But they get really deep, and they are the world's leading electrical engineers, right? So they're not physicists, and they make this point pretty clear too, that electrical engineers are the guys you should be looking at if you want to work out who's back engineering these bad boys. It's not the physicists; it's likely your electrical engineers, and you want to listen to those who are at the forefront of the field. And I'll send you the link and send him that, and let him chew on that.
Yeah, please do. And the funny thing is that I don't actually bring it up to try to have that conversation with him, but he will occasionally bring it up when we're talking about a project I'm working on, and sort of, put a couple things out there that kind of push that conversation into motion. And then he will come at me with a few of these questions, which, when it's thrown at you on the spot, boom, 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 and you're sitting there going, well, the answer really isn't that simple. But the problem is his response to that would be like, Occam's razor. Well, actually, mister, it really is that simple, because if it was real, it would be that simple. And, what do you do with that?
You're not a scientist. You're not going to win the science debate with them. There's no point trying. So all you do is say, hey, you know what? I don't have the answer, but you know what? This guy I know, he does. Check out what he's got to say about it. And then let him come back at that. I'll send it to you now. Sorry, Michael, I know you've had your hand up.
Thanks, Benny.
Yeah, I was just going to chip in, and I've had these conversations, when I've been sharing an office while I was doing my PhD, and it was on remote viewing, I think, and I had a discussion with a guy for about 4 hours on the validity of remote viewing and the evidence for it and all that sort of stuff, and and in the end I said, it's the sort of thing that's so profound you've really got to experience it yourself. And I said, look, I'll happily teach you. And his response was, if I experienced it, it would be such an impact on me. It would turn my world upside down. I'm not prepared to do it. And then
I seen it on Twitter. On TikTok. Someone actually remoted through Bluetooth. It was the crazy. I couldn't watch it a second time. That's how crazy it was. But he made a portal through the frequency of a Bluetooth speaker, because that's how Wi-Fi was discovered. They was trying to make many black holes.
Oh man, you see this? Did you see like the just kidding.
yeah, so
Like the Vegas aliens thing, right? Like sorry, I was talking to somebody else when I said just kidding. The Vegas aliens, right? It was a gravel parking lot with I'm reading Axelrod's tweet, by the way. It was a gravel parking lot with lots of circular tire tracks made with a forklift and a fireball. Watch everyone harass this poor family because the kid pulled a prank. Did you guys come to that conclusion that it was a prank? You guys talked about it earlier.
We weren't sure. You want to give people the benefit of the doubt. It did raise serious questions. I mean, what's the conclusive evidence there to say that it was a prank?
That's what I'm looking at right now. I don't see what this person's. Oh wait, hold on. Well, they included a video. Maybe
A guy from Indian. What's your name? Not Indian. England. Have you considered both
he's
sides?
from Australia.
Australia, cool. When I do my research, that's crazy, because Ellen G. White, the prophetess of Seventh-day Adventist Church, she was like kicked out of America to go there. You know what I'm saying? That was just crazy. And yet the Jesuit order is still in the Congress of Australia, which says kill Protestants, which the Catholic Church says the only true Protestants are Seventh-day Adventists. But anyways, I was saying, I probably said too much right there. But anyways, have you considered both sides of the parties of these people who believe in aliens and those who don't? You know what I'm saying? As in, like, I'm not saying that the ones that don't. What I mean is that those who came to the consideration how they observe, they watched them their whole entire life. They believed in them. Then they saw things. And then those who are in the government, how like underground bases where these so-called aliens, they still got to say they're aliens when they know that they're not. They're extraterrestrials. They say that you can't say the word Jesus when you go underground, even if you step on your ground under these bases. Why would these aliens, why would these so-called beings, why would the government, before you go into these bunkers, say that you can't say his name? You know what I'm saying? So there's a serious thing about this, man. You know what I mean? And
do you think it's demonic? I mean,
yes.
Where did you hear that?
Yes, I really think that. And Bill Cooper himself, I remember one time it showed a camera view that looked really ugly. Like it was a bad camera view. Like as the dude who was interviewing had it by his foot, as if Bill Cooper said, okay, I'll tell you, just no cameras. It was like a secret camera that was like, and he said, the interviewer said, so I can't find that video anyway. It goes, so these demons are, so these aliens are demons. Bill Cooper was trying to throw a curveball of actually saying it. You know what I'm saying? That's why he said it straight when he said that they're making a satanic army, and everything that he talked about came true. Everything that he talked about in that book. So like he talked about they're going fake an alien agenda. He said he used to believe in them, even though he saw when he was on the Air Force in the spaceship, he saw a big old ship come from out of the ground. Come from out of the water and the water spread like Moses, and then it went down. You feel me? It went up, then whatever. He said he saw that, yet he's still saying that he don't believe in aliens. He said they're going to make an alien agenda. And on TikTok, this one dude, he had a mask. He was like, man, I'm just going to say it, man. They're planning an alien agenda. They're planning it. So, you know what I'm saying? Like how they're going to plan it, we got to consider these considerations too. You know what I'm saying? As in, when you do a research, you want to look at all the things, even the stuff I don't really like to look up. This is where it all goes down to, man. As in the federal government. You know, this is why, and X-Files, why was the FBI on alien stuff if they are law? Because these aliens, they say satanic. That's why Ted Gunderson said that the FBI is not all of them. I'll take that back. He said there's a lot of good people in all societies, pray to God. But he said that the ones he was talking about, the CIA and all that, or some of the CIA and some of the FBI are devil worshippers. Thus, they're saying like, yo, we can't let you know. But I put it in the comments. Please watch that video, Australian. Please watch. I didn't see your name. Sorry about that. But please watch
Benno,
that
that's
video.
cool. I'll watch it, bro.
All right, God bless you, man. Cool.
Guys,
That dude, oh yeah, I just want to say one thing. That dude was in the Illuminati. You feel me? And with high placed people. And they told
Yeah,
him.
that Roger Monroe, right? Cool.
Yes, you know him? Bro, you gotta watch
No,
that.
not personally.
Oh, no, I mean, you know of him, that's what I mean.
Oh yeah. I've you came in here before and yeah, you shared it before, so
I shared it with you. You gotta watch
yeah.
it, man. I'm telling you, there's gonna be something of a strong force to not let y'all watch it, man. I'm telling you, man. Just watch it anyway, man.
no,
Pray and watch it though, for real. Because that's where the government comes alive and what they
can I
know.
share something with you guys?
I'm done.
Yeah.
Haywood, well, Michael had his hand up, but
So,
what's up, Haywood?
no, I don't know. Because
Sorry.
there's a 20-second thing. You guys was talking about the electrical engineers, and we're talking about these portals and that. I've caught something on.
Oh yeah.
So I've caught something.
Well, I just want to touch on that real quick, because so about Bill Cooper, what he
Hey,
said in
hold
the
up,
area.
Malcolm, hold
Okay.
on. Let him. He said just 20 seconds. Hold on. Let him have 20 seconds, real quick.
20 seconds. There's a 20-second clip. I don't know how to get it to you, but I just tweeted it on my space. I don't know how to get it onto your space. But those guys you were talking about, if you know them, pass that on to them, because I think I've caught something that I believe is out of this world, but I don't have the knowledge. I'm not tech savvy enough to try and.
Oh, I see it. Here, I put it at the top of the space
Yeah,
here.
you can see. Yeah, pass that on to those guys, and I've got a couple of others. It's quite weird in the park. It's a park where I can't explain it myself.
Well, can you explain the video? Because to me, it just looks like maybe like a curtain blowing in the wind.
Well,
What are we looking at
you
here?
can, if you slow it right down, it's like someone's tumbled in on some or driven in, and I'm not sure if it was real. It was at 5 a.m. in the morning, or whether it was just like a portal. Someone just rolled into the space out of nowhere, and they're chatting. I can sort of pick up words. I've tried to, but if your guys, what you were talking about before, maybe they might be able to slow it and answer. I don't have the skills to do, slow it down or make it look more visual. But I don't know. It's just
I can help you with that. But sure, no problem.
because
It's really short anyway.
yeah, and I've got a few other ones that I can't. Like, when you're walking and you got a camera, and let's see if I can share this one, because right at the start of it, if you slow it down, it's just so quick. But there's these lines, and then you nearly can see a person or space. I might send you that one too, because I don't think it's how long is it? It's a minute long. I might cut it down to half. I'll tweet it. But if you look, let me take a screenshot of it. I don't want to keep this too long because I hate.
I'll be honest, Haywood, I'm not sure what I'm looking at there, but
No.
look, I know the camera never does justice to what you're looking at in real life for the naked eye. I get that.
That one
right?
was
So,
a facsimile one, but look at this. I'll screenshot it, and if you want, I can send this one as well. But I don't know how that got. Where are his? He's always should be. Or where are they?
what do you think you're looking at, Haywood? I mean, what do you
Well,
think
I
you're
don't
seeing?
know, because I sort of asked people around there if they heard anything. I think that, look, I don't want to sound crazy, but I feel that if it wasn't in the physical.
You're in good company. Well, you're in good
All right,
company here, mate.
okay.
Let it out.
Well,
Like, don't hold back.
all right. Well, if it wasn't this physical realm, and I believe it wasn't, it was someone that's rolled in from something to do with me or family that was making some comments about something that I'm working potentially on or something. Now, and it was sort of talking about it hadn't happened. And the more I listen to it, it's like these people knew something about the future.
Yeah, that was me.
Well, whatever it was, I would. If the point here is give this to someone who's savvy enough, or maybe find the original one. That was it.
It looked just like that on TikTok too.
You put it on TikTok. You know.
Hold on.
So I posted it when I first got on Twitter, and not many people took notice of it. But if you know someone who's really good in tech savvy, just see what he can, sound wise and visual wise, can do with it. And I've sent you maybe here. This is a screenshot of a minute one. I'll just give them that 20-minute one. But where how do I fucking do? Oh, here we go. How do I post here on your thing? Visual there. So if I I've got a post just here where that's that. I mean, that doesn't say much, but there you go. That's a minute video, but at the start, I can never work out what that. Just look in there. That I just posted. See, there's a face, and then there's that. It didn't like. You have to slow the thing right down to catch that. It was so quick.
So is this hang on? Hey, what is this? Is this your recording, mate? Like, I mean, can you tell us the story around it?
No, there
around
was
this,
not
man? Like,
much
the
of a
video's all
story.
good,
I
but
was at the park late at night and videoing because I had this funny. I don't know. It was a bit of an experiment. I think what caught my eyes that there was these little drones, and there was two always flying around. Then I thought, there might be some drug deals going on down here, but I don't know. I just can't. I can't. It's either out of this world, and there's someone around that's involved in something. Someone's rolling in from a portal and real quick or out. That's all I can think of. Because if it was in the physical, you think it'd be a lot clearer, wouldn't it? Obviously, that's as much as I can say. But if you know someone who's savvy on the thing, see what they can do, and see that photo there. That was the beginning of a 1 minute one where you just look. You got two faces there, and it's like, I've got a few others. I might post them. But that 20-second one, if you can see, look, I just can't even explain that. And if you hone in on it, there's one looks like a fucking dog face, and then there's a person. I don't know. I don't want to say, but did you see just the picture I posted? Anyway, have a go, and then
I'm jumping in your timeline now to have a look. Hang on, or your profile.
Well, it's in my no. I just tweeted underneath your thing. Yeah, is the photo, and the guy just said he's seen it. How did he see it? Because I tweeted it. I've been playing around with it, unless I'm going.
I can see it. Yeah.
So one's a screenshot, and one's a little video. Where I've tried just with the basic things to, enhance color, this, that, the other. And I give it to you guys. If it's original, I'll dig it up. Because I can't explain it. I just fucking can't explain it. It's just.
Do you think there was a portal and beings come out, or was it like a craft? Like, what's your instincts tell you? See,
my instinct tells me. Okay, this is my instinct tells me this. Someone. It sounds like a electric car driving in, but then it rolls. There's a roll, like it rolls. Something rolls. You pick up. Then there's humans talking. A few in the background, but I can't quite see how they got there or where they're coming from. And they're talking. They're talking away about actually some things that, it was actually about the cannabis, to be honest. Cannabis and the deal I had done and the future thing and that. And I thought, this is fucking insane. And I thought, personally, it was friends or family, like sisters or someone, an ex, and this and that. But I did ask them, they think I'm crazy, so I just shut the fuck up. So if I thought it was that, well, what the fuck? What, are they coming from another, get what I mean? Or am I just hearing things? That's why if you maybe give it to someone who's sound technologist and pixel guy, you might be able to get a clear thing of it. And well, I'll know, because if you do at that time of night there, you'll be able to tell whether it was out of this world and just opened up out of nowhere. It's just weird, because then you see them walking back into a portal and out, and they're gone bang. I don't know. It was just, I've been trying for fucking ages. Sometimes I spend all day on it. I can't do it. I can't clear it. I'm a scientist, not a fucking computer savvy technician like you guys. Anyway, I don't want to talk anymore. Have a go. You got me a thing, and if there's something there that's interesting, I've got a few others, and it's at a park. It's at a park that's 100+ years old, if that makes any sense. When they first migrated to this region, it was the first little town, and the park's been there fucking since they died. That's all I can tell you. Sorry.
Cool, man. I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah,
We'll try to get that sorted out.
yeah. And if someone,
See if I can like edit it a little bit to like fix it up a bit, maybe get something out of it.
yeah, and the sound as well, that'll give you a clue. And just get back to me if I
Yeah,
can get you the original. I can get you a few other things. But just focus on that 22nd one, because if there is something that's really weird and unexplainable, and you might be able to, because there's a lot of things I caught that some might have been me in the light, but some just don't add up, if that makes any sense.
sure.
Because
Hold on, we gotta get to Michael. He has his hand up for a
there's
long time
one
now.
last thing. If I was really
Mhm.
delusional, and could our body through this phone see something that we want to see, and then catch it? That's impossible, isn't it? Like, you can't catch.
Sure.
I don't know if you guys are in the space, because it's not my space. I'm a scientist, a plant breeder. But can you, from your brain, using this phone, if you've got emotions that are sort of going crazy, I mean, can you pick up that you're projecting it from your body, or because that's what I don't get. No, that's another thing I could think of.
That would kind of come down to astral projection. I don't think your phone is the common denominator there. I think the ether. I think Michael's maybe the best poised to answer that question anyway.
Look, I just wanted to go back to Gravity's dilemma on discussing with his scientific mate, some, difficult topics, or the ET one. And one of the things I'd say is that you kind of place it with observations, and the first thing I would discuss is how many suns are in our galaxy, and then how many planets are around those suns, and then what's the likelihood of life being on those, and then you would discuss, well, if there was something that was the level of human existence, there's every possibility that was 1 billion years ago. So given the advancement of technology, what capabilities would they have? And then the other big question you then have for scientists is, how do we transcend that big distance to get from one sun to the next? And that's where you raise the issues of areas being looked at in science, like string theory, which is looking at different dimensions, and therefore you can bend space and time, and all those kind of things. But also a discussion like that is always really good to start with, I find, with the Arthur C. Scott quote, which is, "We're either alone or we are not alone. Both ideas are completely overwhelming." And then you just start the discussion from there. And then the other important thing is to highlight the limitations of science. So science, basically a hypothesis has a dependent variable and an independent variable. The dependent variable is the one that you measure, and of course we have a very huge difficulty on measuring, ET existence. But people actually have done it in terms of, landing sites, proposed landing sites. People have gone there and measured and recorded unusual magnetic anomalies, is one example. And then your independent variable is the one you're manipulating. So that's your basic hypothesis. Then science then demands the repeatable experiment. And of course, most of these things are one-off experiences. Same with things like out of body and stuff like that. And hence the difficulty for them to be captured under the scientific realm. So you've got to highlight, you've got to kind of put the boot on the other foot and look at the limitations of science, but also open up Pandora's box in terms of the possibilities and, where we fit in the scheme of things. I don't think we're that advanced, although we're the top kid on this block, but in terms of the galaxy, who knows? I don't think so. Anyway, that's how I'd tackle it. I think of gravity, you can fire away, going by the silence.
Yeah, sorry,
Michael,
I was caught up there. You don't need hands here. Just go for it, guys.
all right. Well, it's funny you should bring that up, Michael,
And
because
hello, Heather. Sorry, Gravity. Just want to say hello to Heather. The lovely ladies joined the room. We haven't said hello.
That's good.
it's funny you should bring that up, Michael, because I started actually talking with him about the Monroe Institute. I said, you realize I kind of switched it over to try to find another logical approach to having him understand that there are things that can be measured. When we started talking about energy, I said, there are many, many, many cases over and over with controlled experiments at the Monroe Institute about whatever you want to call it, the ethereal body, the astral body, the consciousness traveling in one form of an energy body, measured experiments from one room to the next, controlled experiments with objects placed in other buildings, continually having amazing results. And his answer to that was, and this will give you an idea of how I don't want to say boneheaded, but how hard-headed this person is about it. He goes, well, that's because it's not real. So it's like, okay, the information is there it's sort of like what Stanton Friedman would say, the information is out there if you look for it,
I'll tell
we
you,
did. I actually was talking about that with him, and he was not going to have it. And yeah.
I'll tell you another good place to start. I mean, I've read the 3 Monroe books, but the original book on the research at SRI by Puthoff and Targ called Mind Reach is a really good one because it goes through the actual research and data they collected, and then it kind of finishes off with a little bit of speculation on what they thought might be at work, and that's where you get into the electromagnetic field stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about I even mentioned the fact that, look, and everybody in this entire space probably understands all this immediate. This is all rhetoric to most of you, but to him, I was going into the whole idea that, look, we can't even see all the spectrum of light with the eyes that we have right now. At least it's not turned on right now, and so does that mean that it's not real because you can't witness it with the eyes, or at least the settings that our eyes are on at the moment? No. There was a time I also gave him the example of, hey, I'm gonna speak a thing into this object, and then somebody on the other side of the world in a split second is gonna get it out of a speaker over there, and it's gonna be traveling through the air on a field frequency you're not even gonna be able to see, but it's gonna happen. And people would tell you, yeah, well, prove it. I told him, like, look, the scientific method only holds up to a certain amount of you don't have to, hey, Malcolm, can you turn that off?
Sorry.
Your microphone? All right. So we went into that whole realm of just the logic there, that the scientific method is only going to work. It's only going to work to a certain point, because if you're dealing with variables that we don't even actually understand, but are real, well, scientific method's only going to do so much for you, because it has to pass through all these other checkpoints. And since those are actually things that we don't know enough about, you can't just expect that only a peer-reviewed situation is going to substantiate the reality of any given scenario. And he refused to look at that as well. Very hard-headed, very stubborn. Yeah.
Yeah, my area of research is, my PhD was on the area of selective visual attention. So, I look at how the thought integrates with the stimulus, and I design experiments in that area. And my main interest is what's called the binding problem. How do the 80-odd billion neurons integrate to give us this seamless conscious experience? And so one of the things I buy into is multiplexing, which I think I've spoken on this Logan Spaces before, but the idea that there's different carrier ways for different cognitive and sensory modes, and then we look then, so for example, in my area of vision, there's a carrier wave for vision, and then we're now getting down to looking at the ripples on that wave now, and looking at what they mean and how they integrate with the rest of the cortex.
Athletic X.
Yeah, it's kind of like you've got to look at a specific part of the story. So for me, it's all about building up a bigger role for the energy associated with the body. And I've got kind of a fairly sophisticated view on how that works. So for example, the heart wave is all about, it's the bigger wave, emotions encoded on that. A lot of neuroscientists hold the view that how you feel is the foundation of the conscious experience. That ties in with meditation, because it's all about quietening down your other wave patterns so you can tap into the heart wave. And if you've done any remote viewing, the fundamental thing behind that is kind of feeling the target first, and then you start to tune in more. So to me, it's like it's tapping into the heart wave, and that's the lowest frequency wave, but then you're chipping in, or you're tuning into the ripples on top of that wave, which are higher frequency. So that's kind of the essence of multiplexing, is it's carrier waves on a low frequency with higher detail encoded on those waves at a higher frequency. And so I guess that's the goal in my experiments, is then to map what comes out from the stimulus that I've created, is that you get these timing differences, and I'm looking at maybe 4, 5, 6 milliseconds, so thousandths of a second, and then you do things which are called event-related potentials, which you've provided a stimulus that's got a reliable pattern, and then you're mapping that into the energy recordings of someone's brain as it's receiving that stimulus. And so people are working in that area and then building up a bigger role for the energy. So the scientific reductionist maybe 20 years ago was saying, energy associated with the body was just residual energy from interactions with neurons. But, we're now actually realizing that there seems to be communication, and that it's these energy waves are linking up discrete areas of the cortex. But the more we're understanding the role, the more there's a real argument that electromagnetic field is actually the mind, and it's overlaying the organic matter of the body and integrating with that. And then that opens up Pandora's box for things like out-of-body experiences, telepathy, etc. But it also explains why we have noise, because to tap into that signal, you've got to be able to shut down your own thought processes or limit them, and then the actual stimulus of your primary senses to tap into those more subtle energies. So, some people are probably more innate at doing that.
You could get possessed.
With meditation practice, you can get better at it. and so they're the kind of things I look at to kind of accommodate, because I've experienced remote viewing, and I've experienced out of body experiences and contact stuff, and so for me, while I don't claim to be a medium, but I've experienced enough to know that there's a lot more going on. I'm more interested in the process. That's kind of my main thing. But anyway, I hope I haven't lost you.
Yeah, no, you haven't lost me at all, Michael. Matter of fact, I've had successful experiences when I was younger, way younger, and as adulthood comes on, and as life starts to hand traumas to you, and it starts to make noise in your life and cloud your daily existence with a bunch of stuff that you don't really want to be doing or feeling and whatnot. If you have a mind like mine, pretty neurotic, pretty soon it actually becomes hard to get back to causing a change in your existence. Let's say I had a lot of experiences when I was a child, based on basically, I'm going to do this, I'm going to make that happen, I'm going to do this, I'm going to make that person do this event's going to happen, I concentrate on it. And I've had some really, really interesting results that if it was just one time, that would be one thing. But they are overlapping experiences over and over again. And I've had out-of-body experiences twice, not a whole bunch, just twice. One of them was more vivid. The other one was just very short. Nothing really came of it. But I kind of just fell out of practice. I fell out of practice. And I'm at this point in my life getting back to at least doing the exercises and reading this one particular book. I was actually able to somehow keep it since I was in 8th grade. And I'm back to reading it again and putting in the time. And, Malcolm, you can thumb down me all you want, but it doesn't mean that you're going to get possessed when you do this, because we do this every night when our physical body's asleep anyway. It's just a matter of whether you're actually conscious of it or not. That's why when they say if you're going to sleep on something and then you wake up with some kind of a solution or a resolution to a problem, that's what's going on there. And the same thing.
But I saw in yoga practices that the Kundalini came through and like their back was so twisted. It was crazy, man. Like they were actually doing the yoga and their back got all twisted. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they weren't conscious of it. What about that?
I was just going to share with gravity. I mean, for me too, like there are periods. It depends how focused I am. Like if I'm focused on academic stuff, then I get less of the intuitive stuff. If I make time for more of the intuitive stuff, and generally that's kind of just more unstructured time. And there was a period there where I was doing a lot of driving, and I'd get inspiration as I was driving because it was highway roads, and you were pretty relaxed. So I think for me that's a key. And I've got a meditation practice, where I raise energy that I've used for 20 plus years. So I think there's two key things in that.
The meditation thing, I want to say something real quick. The meditation thing in the United Nations, there's a room, right? And one time when I went to New York in the United Nations on the field trip with my family, because I'm from Cali, I went in there, and before you go inside the United Nations, you think it's all cool, you know what I'm saying? Like you don't see nothing, you don't sense nothing evil, you know what I'm saying? You see a gun, a big old gun that's tied into a bow. So you're like, oh, cool, you know what I'm saying? Like they want us to take the guns away, which that's a whole another issue. But when we went inside, and then I saw the AK that was turned into a guitar. I was like, wow, that's cool. Then when we went into this meditation room of 1,001 lights, it seemed very like a calm spirit, but it seemed deceptive, man, in that room. Now, the thing is, what people do not know is that the United Nations have accepted the 10 commandments, basically, from Alice Bailey. And Alice Bailey ties in with all of this practices, these meditations. She wrote it all, and she got it from Madame Blavatsky, a Russian Satanist. So the Satanists influenced this Luciferianist, and the Luciferianist has influenced your United Nations. This is why I say what I say, because the top epitome, they say what it is. Those who whistleblowers that came out. That's why I posted Roger Monroe's thing.
What a tragedy.
Yeah. So that for me is the two key things: is the like the energy raising technique and how you focus your intent. They're the two key elements to work on in meditation. I'm very secular in my practice, but I think it's if you can find quiet space. The hemp sync stuff is useful, but I'm a minimalist. I just try and work with as little as possible. And if you kind of if you've got a bit of a connection there, I find like when I get humming, like if I get a strong humming around me, usually it's it's an energy around me. I won't say I know what that is, but it's productive. It's usually a productive time for meditating, and I can get that either it comes to me or sometimes in locations. I think I'm sensitive to kind of nodal points, so that's something else that I've looked into and had a lot of really interesting success is looking into ley lines or energy centers, song lines, all that sort of stuff. And I actually found a stone circle site in the UK last time I was there that wasn't in any of the books, just from being able to divine up in the very north of Scotland. So yeah, I think that's the other key thing is you can approach it scientifically in that you look for converging evidence, and I'm kind of Jungian in that thought, and sort of to go back to what you were saying earlier, Gravity, is you look for, or you hit a point where what I call synchronicity threshold, where you have so much of it you can't deny it anymore, and I'll go through periods where it's happening all the time, and then I'll have a downtime. So I'm pretty sure you can relate to that, going on what you were saying.
I can relate. Michael, if you could DM me, I appreciate that if you would. Because I have a couple books I wanted to throw at you and,
yeah, sure.
See what you think.
I'm gonna throw some books at him. What the fuck?
Not hard. Just a nice toss.
Yeah, okay. My only thing is I was struggling with I kept getting into trouble with having too many people I'm following, and they limit me on who I can follow back. So I'll try and follow you now, and if I can, I will.
Hey, Gravity. Have you heard the news about the guitar being plugged in and how it sounds?
I haven't heard any news about any guitars. Have you upgraded your tone scape over there? What's going on with that?
Yes, I have a direct line in now for the guitar. Have you heard it?
I have not.
It might surprise you. Yes, Andrew. Stay here, don't leave. I will surprise you. I guess that surprise is over now, but I will show you.
You're going to rock for us in a minute, right?
Maybe.
I hope you would do that. I think a musical interlude would help me. And I don't know what happened there. I requested to come up pretty instantaneously. You'll have to forgive me. I was in the midst of reading a post by H.P. Blavatsky that I just made. And, I heard, not only did I find her definitely slandered, but it seemed like the Alice Bailey thing kind of got misrepresented there. Maybe that speaker just got wound up. If not, and if that's someone who would like to talk about that, maybe that was taking the conversation in a different direction. Michael, I appreciate what you share. I always have. I'm pretty sure, I'm sure I follow you because I've heard you talk so many times. And I like the things we were discussing. But I think that one of the things I've learned since I've studied theosophy for 34 years or more, and certainly Alice Bailey most of that same time, certainly something that I took from H.P. Blavatsky herself was that we should have a valiant defense of those who are unjustly attacked. And I mean, even if it's a verbal, sort of a slander or a misrepresentation, that's the reason I'm speaking, is because I'm not suggesting that there are not questions that will be raised. And if you name your publishing company Lucis Trust, which was actually originally Lucifer Trust, then sure, there's a discussion for you, or at least an eyebrow raise. If we can't get that out of people these days, they're not asking the questions and doing their homework. And I heard Freemasonry mentioned earlier, but I will say this: if there are accusations of Satanism against either H.P. Blavatsky or Alice Bailey, I would say bring me your articles and show me where you find that, either in a teaching somewhere specifically, in the actions of that person, because, hey, they never claimed to be perfect. I would never do that. Most of us wouldn't do that. But they do speak about perfection. They speak about ideals. They speak about these very things we're talking about, the forces that move our world, that shape our destiny, both within us, which means we better have some control over them. Otherwise, what's the point? But also from without, forces that clearly act, I would say, perhaps even create the planets, the stars, the galaxies, and so forth. I don't claim to understand it, but I find it the most fascinating thing I've ever done, in addition to try to understand human nature, make connections with people, and just get on with whatever my purpose is for being here. So as I say, someone who, hey, I haven't talked to her recently. I did have an astral projection where I met her in downtown Asheville, North Carolina. It was a funny thing because she was in her time, and I have certainly never been Alice Bailey's contemporary, but it was Alice Bailey, and we definitely had a good time. I'm pretty sure we probably were on the way to a meeting or some shit, but just the thought. And I do know I've traveled to Tibet a few times, at least once, and just the way I remember that is so strange, because I'm not a guy who remembers a lot of his dreams. I'm 51. Some do stand out, but my interest in this, having known the Tibetan teacher since I was 3. The Shambhala year, 1975, was a big deal. I had an experience when, let's face it, 3-year-olds can imagine a lot of things. What I experienced, I didn't imagine it, but if it's not for the power of the imagination and the simplicity of a 3-year-old child's mind, what's in your New Testament about being, simple and Christ-like, hey, I could never have had that happen. I understand it with all the same profundity and more today, but I'm not going to say that my mind brings anything to that experience that was not there for a 3-year-old. And I got to say, Michael probably understands this. A lot of people do. There's just different ways we talk about it. The year 2000 was another such year. This is the most powerful energy that I know of, which humanity experiences now directly. And I think that's something new as of 1945. So I really think that we're talking about powerful energies. In fact, the energy of power itself, the crown chakra of the planet, Shambhala. And that's important because in about 2025, that is an objective fact. I'm not saying that you have to, I guess that sounds very, very, what's the word? I don't like the word I'm about to use, but I can't think of it now, so I'll skip it. I'm not saying that we don't all understand this from a slightly different perspective, but I also think every human being has a crown chakra. I don't think that's a matter of belief. And if the doctor you go to, you're talking to them about headaches and a cannabis prescription and what's going on with this and that and the other, and if you mention chakras, and that doctor, wants to write you another prescription so you won't talk about this kind of inconvenient stuff anymore, it might be time to think again about, don't expect the doctor to understand it all, but at least realize that some people do. And a lot of people now, not just funny new age quacks or people in Tibet somewhere. Yeah, I think chakras are part of the new paradigm, and I'm not going to ramble on. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, when it comes to people who did more than anybody I can just about think of in several centuries to help us know about this kind of stuff, the teachers and the spiritual teachings that are going to guide and sustain us as they always have, I would name 2 great souls, Alice Bailey and H.P. Blavatsky. And I would say that they're 2 of the most Christ-like souls I've ever even heard of and have had the privilege to study with. And I've known them directly. So I'm just trying to say, let's be real careful, because people will kind of ascribe a Luciferian agenda. And I think it raises the subject for discussion. Yeah, what about that? Because as I understand it, the Arcane School does have some interest and influence over and in the United Nations, and that's an objective fact. And we're damn straight. That's important, because that, people slander the UN all the time, and I'm not trying to get totally behind it, but I'm going to say, when we know that there's all I'm going to say is, yes, nefarious activity, skullduggery and all kinds of questionable motive, then we need to ask these questions, and we need to take, it's brass tacks. And I'm sorry, because I like to be lighthearted. I'm trying, but at the same time, I'm sorry, it's just the future of the planet and all life on Earth that we're talking about. So I do care. And thanks for letting me ramble on and kind of soapbox. I didn't mean to, Logan. I'm sorry. I would rather hear the fucking guitar, for Christ's sake. But thank God Michael has his hand up, Genga, because I love to hear from you. I love everybody here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Adam.
Go ahead, Michael.
Oops, sorry, I enjoyed that little soliloquy, but yeah, I had I guess 2000 was pretty pivotal for me. Actually, the mid 90s was when I got to know the Tibetans. 2000, I started sponsoring a Tibetan monk who's ended up being one of the rising stars of Tibetan Buddhism. He escaped from China in 1999. So that's been a really interesting, journey too with those guys that's still ongoing. And in terms of consciousness, there's no doubt in my mind they know way more than we do. Just some of the things I've experienced. That's a whole other story. But I will say I had a month in their monastery in 2008 in southern India, and that was a pretty profound experience with 16,000 Tibetan monks chanting for 3 weeks. I can't even really describe that. It's pretty mind-altering. But I mean, there's so many kind of interesting things you mentioned. But for me, I guess, I really reopened the doors again for myself. And I was probably, I was in my 30s at the time, but 2000 was big for me. That's when I learned about remote viewing. It's when I had an out-of-body experience.
Holy shit, man! I'm falling asleep. Anybody else falling asleep?
No, it's not that late for us here.
No.
But I'm going to have to fly again. I'm going to share something with Gravity because this is one of my favourite quotes.
Hey, hold on, Michael. No, that guy's just an asshole. I just kicked him right away. Just ignore him.
Okay. Well, I was just going to share a quote, one of my favourite quotes from Friedrich Nietzsche, and that is, "I've beheld my devil. I found him to be serious and solemn. It's the spirit of gravity to which all things fall." So I thought he might enjoy that. Anyway, yeah, look, it's a great journey. I think, if you're in the right mind space to do it, you change your life. You're not interested in drugs and alcohol so much anymore. You're interested in the truth. You do it the best you can. I'm devoted to a life of serving others as best I can. I'm not, come from a very incredibly, privileged upbringing and family, but I've really kind of broken the shackles of materialism and really just interested in fundamental things now. And and I do buy in with what you were talking about in terms of the energy, Andrew. I think this is something that I'm sensitive to. I think we've got more coming in, and that changes things. It changes the dynamics of the planet. It re-energizes the Earth's energy. I've had dreams being in a spaceship being shown the Earth's energy grid, and there's. I mean, I'm not alone in kind of this view that the whole solar system is moving into a different area of energy that is going to change, what we're capable of. It's going to make it more accessible. More people are going to, start experiencing it. One example for me recently during lockdown, I live near the coast, but I jog through the bush, so I can't see the ocean. But I've had 3 times recently where dolphins have come into my mind, and I put an idea, I'm going to be swimming in the middle of this beach, and those 3 times, dolphins have been there waiting for me. So, I mean, for you guys, it's an anecdote, but for me, if you really do experience this stuff, it's pretty profound. And so I think it's it's all about being open to these possibilities, you know, and entertaining your potential. And I go into these spaces to encourage people to entertain their potential, um, and I hope that's, you know, what I do. So anyway, thanks.
You do for me, Michael, and thank you very much. I love listening to what you have to say. I mean, every time you speak, I love it.
Same here.
Well,
I feel the same way. Thank you. Thank you so much.
oh, you guys are too kind, but I'm just a pretty normal guy that just has the occasional pretty weird experience, but loves them, you know. And I guess that's the really, you know, the key thing, I think, is you don't get locked up in your own self-importance. You just really try and share with other people a bigger horizon. You know, that's all I want people to do is entertain a bigger horizon, and then when you start doing that, you start treating people differently. You don't have to own an outcome. You know, it's just your pleasure of being and sharing. You know, that's I guess where I'm at now.
Gang, you don't need a hand, dude. Go for it.
Oh, okay. Andrew, I just wanted to respond. The reason that usually Alice Bailey and Blavatsky are seen as Luciferian is because they usually have contact with these manifesting entities who inspire them and give them new material to work with, or tries to coax them into coming up with material to then spread to the rest of humanity. And Lucifer's publishing is just one example of recognition of that point. So yeah, I'd rather not go into such a deep conversation, but it's kind of self-evident.
Yeah, if I could just,
I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Sorry, if I could just jump on there too. I don't engage with that stuff. You know, I mean, I know early on, you know, particularly when you kind of having out-of-body experiences, or even in your dreams, you'll start getting attacked. You'll start drawing negative attention. You've got to kind of rise above that and take it out of your mind. I think that's one of the key kind of appreciations, you know. And then if you do that stuff, you know, you realize that you don't want to give your energy to them. You know, which means you've got to become fearless. Really, that's the key thing. You know, when I went through that process, which again was like in the early 2000s, you know, I'd have dreams with people attacking me, and they'd throw, you know, knives at me, and I'd just watch the knives go through me, and I'd laugh, you know, because I realised I was in an energy state rather than a physical state. So it didn't matter, you know, and so you kind of learn these tricks in that world or that dimension. You know, I remember someone having a gun aimed at me, ready, trying to kill me, and then I, with my mind, was able to change it to a camera, and when they went to press the trigger, it let light in and they dissolved. You know, or I was given a sword where I could spin it and it would open up a wormhole and I could go through that. I mean, this is all happening in my dreams, but I'd come out of these dreams just, you know, bubbling with energy. So it was a bit more than a dream. And as I keep saying too, you know, for new people that maybe haven't heard me, the first place you can start is start diarising your dreams. And the best way to do that is just keep a little notebook next to your bed. Keep, you know, when you wake up from a dream, one of the key things is not to move, because I think there's a real relationship between motor movement and fading that dream memory. So before you move, try and rehearse 5 or 10 keywords from the dream, and then as soon as you move, write those keywords down, and then when you get into the habit of this, you know, I write them up on my computer. You'll find that those 5 or 10 keywords will give you a heap more information that you'll have forgotten. And then the other key thing is to write how you feel energetically. So, you know, if there's no energy, then it's, you know, it's probably day-to-day stuff. If it's a higher kind of tingling, it's probably out of body, and then if it's super tingly, you'll find it's prophetic. And to me, anyway, what I entertain is that you're accessing different dimensions, and the super tingly one, the prophetic one, for me is, so if we assume we're third dimension here, out of body is mostly 4 or 5. Fourth dimension, fifth dimension. When you get into prophetic stuff, it's sixth dimension. In my own experience, there's a geometry that I see that tells me, what dimension I'm accessing. And then I'll also get a symbolism. For me, water is energy. So if it's calm energy, it'll be smooth waters. And more often than not, if it's out of body, there'll be symbolism with some sort of flying as well. But, I learnt that myself just from recording my dreams for 3 years. So your symbolism might be different. But if you've got the discipline to do that, then you're kind of, I think also you bring attention to yourself, that the energies around you, for whatever they are, that want to help you, know that you're serious about this, and that's when you'll get support. Anyway, that's kind of my working hypothesis, and if you're interested in this stuff, give it a go. That's it.
Michael, I wanted to thank you for sharing that, because I find that that's helpful advice that we can all follow very safely. And to me, safely is really the emphasis, because, sound advice is advice that anybody and everybody can take, and any adult, any person, in fact, I think even a teen who just wanted to understand themselves. It's a good habit that I think we could teach each other, and do that, the evening diary, but also the dream journal, so that when you wake up, the only thing I wanted to add, because I think you did a great job, and I wouldn't have come up with that, getting 5 key words is, I think, very helpful. For me, it's often been some of the rare time that I do have either visuals or I have those memories, which are weird, because you're coming into the present moment, and rationally I understand that the brain is just now, quote, receiving the information, and people sometimes talk about that. But of course, the feeling that you have as you experience bits of that continuity is it's a strange feeling of how the recollection of time comes tumbling in, not even as if you're, I don't know how to express it. It's like you are remembering, but you're realizing that you're not really remembering, because you were obviously there doing these things, whatever. And so the only thing I wanted to add is not to stress yourself. Never force yourself or say, I have to remember this, or try to use the will. Never try to insist, because it can actually do damage. And I find that that's why your advice of taking 5 key words is beautiful. It helps you, maybe even an image or a symbol. And as you say, the feeling, what you get with it, the energy, the vibration, that's usually when I find that, for me, detail, any kind of real precise detail in dreams has always been a powerful symbol of emotion, or of strong emotion. And that's what makes it easy. I can just write all this detail down. But even in the dreams, as you were suggesting, I think there is sometimes a symbol or an encoding of even deeper information. And I mean, that's obvious, but I'm saying, even if you're overwhelmed with feelings or with the parts of the dream you do, obviously you want to get this written down. But I think it's like you say, it takes the review, and you can kind of sometimes see later what you're trying to tell yourself, or at least what someone is trying to tell you, what is coming from, in my experience, and I think most people can bear witness to that, unmistakably, there's a spiritual level, a level of meaning, of purpose. And that's why I say, again, safety is really key. So the only I think I had a question for you, Michael, and I appreciate your time, and I wanted to be respectful of that. So when you were talking earlier, I don't know if it's a question so much as an observation, and if you wanted to respond, or anybody else, but I pictured Doctor Strange. I didn't grow up with comics, but I did go back and watch the original Stephen Strange movie, and I found it better than the remake. But I love Benedict Cumberbatch, as I call him, Benedict Cumberbund or whatever. And this guy does great Sherlock Holmes, but he also does an awesome Stephen Strange. And I wanted to know if you were familiar with that, with the X-Men, because I'm picturing, as you're talking about some of these astral fights or the things you're going through, I'm picturing a rare case where Hollywood actually does get some of it right, even Harry Potter and some of the other motifs, maybe Lord of the Rings. And I feel like a lot of that teaches us about kind of not just humanity's past and mythology, that's obvious. It teaches us about what we're all collectively shall I say, inheriting and part of. Aliens aside, whatever they have to do with it, I'm just trying to stick to the basics. And I'm wondering if you either resonate with that, you know what I mean, or have you kind of been a little more, I understand, I respect it if you're kind of more remote and you don't engage that. But, I have a great appreciation, respect, obviously, for the Tibetan teacher, all the Tibetan people, Buddhism and so forth. But I'm trying to, connect with people where Hollywood is really trying to help us, whether they know it or not. And I think they do. So do you kind of know what I'm getting at when you're talking? That's what I'm picturing is some of the stuff that we've seen actually with Dr. Strange.
You said bent over my dick, come on my back?
There you go. Gotta love the trolls, brother.
Yeah, look, I haven't watched any of the Doctor Strange movies, but I do love some of the martial arts one. In Australia, they're running a series on the IP Man ones, which I just love. He's a great kind of, and I always loved the original Kung Fu series. I guess I'm showing my age there. But one of the really interesting things, which might be insightful for you, was, I can't remember where I read it. I think it might have been in the Law of One material, but could have been elsewhere. But they actually talked about how they worked with people who were script writers for movies and television series and stuff like that. I think back then it was the 80s, so it was one of the Star Trek series, and so they were sharing through dreams ideas to go into the TV series or the movies. So, I know for myself, some of the things I've been shown have been useful for my own research. In fact, my whole paradigm that I used for my PhD came from an out-of-body experience. So in a way, you kind of feel like you're cheating when you get shown that sort of stuff. But I feel they want to work with you because they feel like you want to do something positive. And the other thing I'd say, if you go down the meditation track, I only ever ask one thing every time I meditate, and that is to be able to serve at my highest capacity, and therefore to be to be given whatever sort of useful insights, etc., that would help for that sort of path. Because I think that's, again, I can't keep stressing how important how you focus your intent is. I think, the energy raising is what you can go online, you'll find a good technique for that. But it's what you do with that energy, and that's the key thing, is your intent. And anyway, I jumped in someone else's hands up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add what you mentioned, Michael and Andrew, earlier about developing those abilities. The one thing that you're going to figure out really quick is that you're going to be noticed by other entities in our domain, I guess you could call it, our reality, that we might not be able to perceive them, but they can definitely perceive us. And if you start to get into those domains where you start developing and unrolling those abilities and procedures and psi abilities and all that stuff, eventually you're going to get noticed. You're going to have a higher propensity of coming into contact with these entities. And it's not so much that you should be worried about what your dreams have, like in content-wise, as in stabbings or any type of fictional kinds of, harm. What you should be more worried about is the psychological interactions and how it affects your psyche when you're interacting with those entities, because it's more dangerous to be absorbing information from these entities than it is from anything that they could project upon you, like your thoughts and stuff. Another thing I wanted to point out is that people always think, if you're encountering something malevolent, you're always going to be in distress, and you're always going to be in some sort of a fear state and stuff. And yet, from what I've seen, typically the most deceived are usually the most pacified and the most euphoric. So not necessarily do you feel bad because you're being fooled. Sometimes it's the opposite.
Yeah, I just want to say, yeah, you've had a lot of interaction with them, Ganga, and you have shared a lot of that with us, and I certainly appreciate that. But I'll just be honest with you, you've had a lot more interaction with the very entities you're describing, a lot more than I have. And I'm not suggesting that I haven't had my own experiences, pleasant, negative, everywhere in between. I run the gamut. Sometimes I kind of wish I could just keep it all positive, but let's face it, that's not what life is. It's yin yang. You make a very good point, and as you demonstrate your own inherent capacities, your latent capacities, and as you demonstrate the very powers that we all have within us, what we'll find is that people do take notice. And I mean, people take notice, animals take notice, nature will notice you and will support you, and so will some people. But a lot of people either will not understand, some people will challenge you. And notice that if you're trying to, if you're having a seance in the middle of your, living room or whatever, and there's people there attending, fine, they're part of that. And then you're making very solid, sound points. But also realize that, you won't just find pushback from your family or society or whatever. There really does, we do have to ask these questions. I would never advocate that people, there's actually an old adage, fools rush in where angels fear to tread, meaning that people do have natural questions and curiosities, but that's why you have the interwebs or the internet, okay? That's why you have resources published, centuries ago. That's why you can read about what Blavatsky did and what Alice Bailey was teaching and decide for yourself. She didn't say invoke the devil. None of them did. But one thing that I will have to go ahead and talk about, and I'll just keep it brief because Michael, I see you. But Blavatsky certainly asked the same questions a lot of us asked. She did have seances. She did inquire. That's how she kind of got her start. But she also had spiritual guidance. She had teachers among whom were, I would say, the most elevated spiritual beings on the planet today. That would have included the very one that people call Joshua or Jesus or Yeshua, Yahashua, whatever. It would have included other great, teachers. And I do know some of them. I think Michael's aware of them. A lot of us are. We all work with these beings and they work with us. The question is, do you have that discernment? Are you fairly certain that you're actually keeping to the spiritual path where it is your own intuition, your own higher spiritual faculties, not psychic dabblings, not let's see if I can make it rain flowers. And yes, H.P. Blavatsky could. She did that with assistance, yet she also developed her own psychic faculties. Remember, if you do all that, you're probably either taking great risk, and I agree with that, so I'm not advocating that, but I'm saying as we make inquiries, we shouldn't be afraid to ask the questions. And then if some entity comes to you and says, I'd like to work with you, well, who the hell are you and what the hell are you talking about? So there's a lot of, I'll just say, cautionary tales of people who get in over their head. And I find the topics fascinating. Even the X-Files has a wonderful episode about a tulpa, this idea that, Michael will know, this notion that you can actually materialize thought forms. And sure, all this is fun to talk about. And I think it either goes directly into this question of what is the human potential? What can we actually do? Which is fascinating, but it also, fortunately, whether we mean it to or not, it brings up the more important question, why should we? Or, well, what do you think that means about our ultimate potential or our higher potential? And that's what I think, that's where I'm going to agree with Michael all day long when he says that, it's not for the sake of all of this that people, that he's doing what he's doing. It is the very notion that there is a spiritual purpose and that there is something that is guiding us. But I don't want to put words in your mouth, Michael, because you've got your hand up. Thanks.
I know I do agree with that.
Sorry.
Sorry, Andrew. I agree with you. I mean, I personally, and I've got no proof for this, but, I believe that this life experience here is about defining our nature. And we're all somewhere on a continuum of, being self-serving or serving others. So it's really how we focus. And I could get into a long spiel on the importance of, how things open up when you're serving others and how you build up barricades by being self-serving. But, particularly on the spiritual level. But I was just going to share a couple of key points because I think this is really important. In my own journey, early on in meditating, I asked the question before meditation, am I doing the right thing? And right through the meditation, I really got nothing except for one word that came to my mind, which was palladium. And Andrew, this is a classic example of multi-layered, just in one word. So palladium ended up, because I also in my dreams get stuff from the Hellenic period. And anyway, it turns out palladium I thought was a metal, and it is a metal, but also in Greek mythology, the palladium was the name given to the statue of the goddess Athena in Troy, and when the palladium was standing, Troy was protected. So I thought, I had no idea about that. So I thought that was a really nice way that they kind of let me know that they were looking out for me. And then the other thing was I did another meditation on protection after that, and it was really super visual, and it was medieval. It was going into a castle, and then we went into this room. There was a bunch of knights there that had been decapitated, but still alive, and their heads were sitting on this round table, and energy went through this table, and they were able to pick up their heads, put them back on their body, and regenerate back into life. And then this Darth Vader entity came to attack me, and I had this sword, and it just went into dust. And then I was shown just to pull my sword out and just show the hilt, like don't pull it all out, just like a couple of inches. And I was told that it was better just to be confident and stand your ground rather than show what you can really do. And then I was shown the third level of protection was unconditional love, and I was drinking with a female out of this chalice, and then I was getting. I got so much information in that meditation. I'm just giving you like a really brief synopsis on the key points in protection, but there was heaps of other stuff which I won't go into here. But I think if you're doing the right thing, you'll get that sort of support and reassurance. And anyway, it's. I hope. I mean, I know this probably sounds mad to most of you, but it's those were key things to give me confidence on going down, the path I was taking. So I just share that.
Some great advice there, Michael.
Yeah, I think the other key thing with all this stuff I'm sharing is to take it as a symbolic nature. It's about a mindset. And when you're if you're having out-of-body experiences at a fourth or fifth dimension level, you've got to remember what your power is, and remember that you're an immortal being at that level, and and therefore you have nothing to fear. People when they first access this stuff, if they're not prepared, they meet their demons and their all of their negative stuff, and then they cower back into it, and that's it. They'll not do it again. So I think I can't stress how important it is that those two stories that I just shared with you were incredibly strengthening for me in terms of becoming more fearless in those realms, and as a result, those doors open up, and that's the sort of stuff I've kind of been encouraged to share. So, yeah, okay, and it all ties in with the. I mean, I know it's a UFO space, but it once you're working on that level, there's no kind of distinction. There's because there's plenty of. I mean, that's why I don't really like calling them ETs. I think there's dimensional entities, and sometimes we're seeing them, drift into our 3D world, and then they're transiting back to their, higher frequency world that's beyond our primary senses. So, yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah, Michael, the palladium thing.
Hey.
Is he still here? Michael? I think he left, actually. Logan, I fucking love that song.
What song is
That's
that?
Aerials by System of a Down. Aerials in the sky.
Man, it's so heavy, dude. Like, I've never tuned my guitar to this tuning before.
Yeah, you're tapping into the best times.
Hey, Dan, you should sing the words to it.
No, there's too many people in the room. I get shy.
You might as well.
No.
Hey, Dan, does that sound out of tune to you? Like right there, doesn't that sound out of tune?
It's your G string.
Huh.
Sounds a little wobbly. I don't know how to describe it, but I'm not a fucking musician. I don't know.
The G string is out of tune.
Yeah, you need to tighten that G string up.
I'll tighten that G string, baby.
What did you say, Heather?
I said I must be super immature. As soon as you said that, I started giggling.
Logan, I'm starting to believe that it's not AI. I'm getting there.
What are you playing through to get your distorted sound?
A Metal Zone.
Ye old Metal Zone.
Sorry, I'm trying to learn this song. I'm trying to like read the notes as I'm playing it. Is that not right? I think that's.
What else should I say?
Okay, that's it, I think. I should learn this song. 11.
You're gonna feel it. People want to turn to bone.
I'm fucking retarded. I have like the memory of a stoner.
You're getting close, but wait, listen, I'm gonna have to jump off for a little bit. My brother's arrived here, and I haven't seen him in a while, and I'll be back on later on though as a listener, I'm sure, before I go to sleep. But it's getting late here, and but thanks very much for letting me be your sidekick for the day, bro. I've enjoyed it.
Oh, the sidekick, bro. You're like the host of the room. You're the only reason it's open, actually. I'm gonna murder you with my bare hands.
Thanks, guys. Keep up the good discussion. Loved every bit of it.
Bye-bye.
Adios, brother. Catch you later.
Bye.
Anyway, so what do you guys want to talk about? Now that Benno's gone.
Did you guys already talk about this? I'm sure you already did. You have it posted in the nest, but the fucking shit in Vegas is so crazy. Do you think it's an op or what?
I think the kid was like, I think he saw a fireball, and he was working on his car at midnight. Probably got scared, saw some weird shit maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, but it almost seems like a sort of disjointed, right? Because then he says he goes inside, and his brother calls him to look behind the tractor or whatever. The story's a little disjointed, it seems. But that, for some reason, that
Yeah.
lends to the credibility. What'd you say, Heather?
Doesn't the dad in the body cam footage he was like that's what they said they saw.
Yeah, he did say that. But then in his clip on his interview, he sort of was like, you saw the clip of him in the backyard, and somebody posted today they have footage, but they haven't.
Yeah, like the tractor in the back and some dark figure that enters the screen.
The alien?
I don't see anything.
Yeah, I just think it's crazy that. Yeah, I did.
They got the alien on footage, bro. You didn't see that shit?
No, they didn't. Did they?
Yeah.
No.
He said it was green, gray skin, 8 foot tall, big eyes, big mouth. Is that what it was on this?
He said green, gray.
Yeah, he said it was greenish gray skin in his his deal.
What does greenish gray look like?
Well, it's probably looks sickly, right? Sort of like fucking it's hard to.
A giant Italian with no tan.
Yeah.
I'm Italian, I know. I have an olive complexion.
Yeah.
It's only olive because you're from Italy.
It was an 8 foot Italian in his
Mexico would be
backyard
a
with
bean.
big eyes
There's
and
a
big
legit
mouth.
green hue to my skin.
I don't know, man. Something about it. Something about. I feel like he got opped. Like I feel like my knee jerk reaction is dude saw something.
Hey, did you see what I shared in the net?
Yeah, I saw. I was looking at that when I was being quiet here, and then that little circular deal. I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, there's a circle in his backyard. But then you like see more of like it during the day. You're like, oh wait, hold on.
I wasn't sold on that picture myself. It's like, okay, well, there's a lot missing here. It's hard. It's hard to tell.
Like, what was that recorded on a flip phone?
Yeah, and the recording, Heather, of him, like, so there's like, did you see him like when he's sitting in front of the camera talking?
Yeah, I couldn't stomach listening.
It was kind of
to
hard
him.
to listen to, and then but there's like a clip of all of them like looking into the backyard,
I seen that.
and then like over the course of the whole conversation, he said that he heard footsteps a lot, and then he said he heard footsteps on the roof, and I was like, that was a little weird. But then, like, if I was to give him the
On the
benefit
roof?
of the doubt, maybe those circles are caused by like I don't fucking know.
That's
I
what
don't
I
know.
thought,
Sounds like he
honestly.
watched.
That circle thing.
You thought it was like footsteps, right? Like,
Well, like, I think there was some, like, fuckery with time. Like, they were manipulating the time. Because the dude literally said he heard thousands of footsteps, and the whole thing was, like,
yeah,
30 seconds. So, like, and then he described, like, a state of, it felt like sleep paralysis.
And he said the whispers, like, they were, like, loud, but it was, like, whispering. Yeah.
Something happened in a flash.
Why would they be whispering?
But he said they were, like, loud. It was almost like, that's how I pictured it.
Well, if it is
Hey,
some sort of
does
time
anybody
dilation, that makes sense. You know, I've had my own
does anybody
experiences.
remember what Tom DeLonge experienced when he was out? I think
Was
in
it
the
a smoke
desert?
monster?
No, he experienced the same things. Remember, he heard a bunch of whispering and voices and movements outside of his tent.
Was he on the island?
Here, so
And
fucking
I don't
crazy.
remember where he was exactly, but I remember he had one of his old interviews where he talks about it, where he had an experience. I don't remember. I think it was near Greer, or I'm not sure. I don't remember anymore.
The thing that doesn't come across totally clear in the video that I'm making an assumption about is whether or not there's time between the crash or whatever that was, the boom that was caught on Ring camera footage, and the fact that his brother called him to look in the backyard, because he didn't say how long that time was. He's almost like it crashed, and then there's like,
why didn't they interview the brother, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that alien picture in the nest is really, like, creepy. It's so
Penis,
long.
right?
That really long thing?
Yeah, that's my penis.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's very phallic.
Maybe it's the brother's sex toy. That's why they didn't interview him.
Like, are they seriously calling that an alien? That is very phallic.
Heather, everything to you is phallic.
I'm not Heather.
It might be that collection. Wait, which video are you guys watching? Is that in the?
Yo, that reminds me, fucking G Fuel made this thing. It looks like a fleshlight.
There's a video
What's
if
a
you
G
look up
Fuel?
like it's just like a Hispanic kid sitting in front of a camera, and most of it's already out there. You probably already seen it otherwise, but he doesn't articulate himself very well. But he shows a video of them staring in the backyard, like, and that was sort of yeah.
Wait, hold on, don't stop. They're staring at the backyard, and does anything happen?
And then
or-
nothing happened. But what's funny is somebody I didn't take notice of it, but it had it had a lot of what is it? It had a lot of interaction as far as a tweet goes, and the person said they had interviewed them extensively. This dude, and somebody in the responses was like, why didn't they take a video? And the person responded, they did take a video, they just haven't released it. And usually that means like, the typical blue ball fucking scenario. But I don't know.
Yeah, I
Considering the
also
photo.
saw a tweet where someone claims that I can't remember who the fuck it was. Joe Murgia, maybe not, someone else, I don't know. But anyway, this guy claimed that he got calls from the police department to officers who responded to the scene, and that supposedly the FBI showed up. But he's the only person I've seen mention anything about the FBI.
I don't know. I just find I find the whole thing a little disjointed. Also, Gravity, that was pretty dope. I don't really know. I find the whole thing a little disjointed. It's a kid too, right? So like, I think the call felt super. To me, my knee jerk reaction was that the call felt super genuine.
Well, typically when someone starts relaying it right after the event, they usually are in shock or they don't know exactly what they saw. So they're like piecing it together as they're talking about it, which is typical of what usually happens. So his call sounded genuine for that reason. He didn't seem to have a consistent story. He was just piecing it together from his memories and what he thinks happened.
A lot of people say that like, where's the camera? Everyone has a camera, but not really. When it comes to UFOs, no one has a camera, and if they do, they don't pull it out. So like, that's on brand. So
yeah, 10-foot tall alien in your backyard. You're gonna keep your fucking eyes on it. Like if your initial reaction is
No, I'm running away.
well, it chilled there and caught his eyes a few times. It was like sitting behind a tractor when he first saw it.
Yeah, no, I see a 10-foot alien in my backyard. I'm dipping
Oh,
as
you're running
fast as I
away. Yeah.
possibly can. I'm getting the fuck out of that bitch.
I don't know that I would
Fuck
turn
that.
my back on it, and I don't know that I would avert my eyes in any
No,
way.
my anxiety, I'd probably have a heart attack.
now you wouldn't believe what you're looking at. You're like, something's weird with my eyesight. Like I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. Like what is that? Like that's not what I think it is. Like what is that shit, right? You're gonna be like be staring at it like more and more. Like you aren't gonna be pulling out your camera because you don't even know what you're looking at yet. You're like, you could be looking at like the top of a mop mixed within like a shadow of like a tractor or something. Like your eyes are just fucking with you, but then you know what I
It
mean?
could be a
That's
fucking
why you don't pull out your
saguaro
camera right away.
cactus. It could be a San Pedro
Yeah.
cactus or something.
I don't know. See, like, I had my cell phone in my hand the entire time I seen the UFO. And I wasn't scared, right?
Well, yeah,
And
you
I just
chased it, so
well, yeah, I chased after it, but like it'd be different. I don't know. I wasn't scared. Maybe because it was like I assumed it was like, I don't know, technology. I don't know. I wasn't scared of it, but I feel like if I saw an actual fucking creature, that I would be scared because I'm a bitch who's scared of spiders. So I'm definitely probably gonna be scared of an alien if I see it.
that's why you don't want to be home alone because that's when they come for you.
You ever see like a deer, like or elk when it first catches eyes, like with something, just kind of stands there. Like I kind of imagine it's probably like that. Like
Yeah, like when you catch a guy that's like taking a shit and you guys like lock eyes.
yeah, you lock eyes for an uncomfortable
That's
amount of
like
time.
dying.
You're both looking at each other like, bro, are you really doing this? And he's looking at you like, what are you gonna do? Like,
Ooh, true story
Yo,
here.
like that episode of Jackass
I
where the
have
dude
like
took a shit in the toilet at the Home Depot.
I have a really similar experience I experienced on Sunday. This is a true story. I was in this really incredible group at Contact in the Desert, and then I wasn't bored, but I had to go hit nicotine because I'm addicted. So I went to the bathroom because you're not supposed to do it inside. But I went to the bathroom and I hit that shit hard. And like on my last drag, as I'm like walking to the door, fucking Nick Pope walks in, like looks at me. I like quickly pull my vape out, and like he walks past me, and I walk out of the bathroom. But it was like that moment. You like make eye contact, and you're like, oh shit.
you were just the fucking
This motherfucker
nicotine
see
elk
me.
in the forest, dude.
I got caught by an alien.
Yeah, dude.
Oh well, it was just a vape.
Did he smile? What did he how did he respond?
He looked, every time I saw him like walking around, he looked super stressed and like high strung.
Did he do like the white person thin lip thing?
That's
The
racist,
thin lip head
first of all.
nod.
Yeah, see, Dan knows what I'm talking about.
The thin lip head nod, bro. That's the embrace.
That's such a real thing, though, that I do daily.
Yeah, I think we all do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I just wish there was more. I wish there was more on this. I think it'll probably.
I wish there was more before they actually broadcasted the damn thing. You know, had a little more together before they actually put it on the news.
That bit is a part of.
It wouldn't be
It's the
breaking news
news.
then.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Is someone speaking right now?
I think John and Heather were both about to say something.
Yeah, then it would be the olds.
Go ahead, Heather.
I was saying, it's just the news. I mean, and then plus it was a local news station at that. So they just needed a fucking good story to run.
True.
I feel like they actually did that, right? Because it happened on May 1st. It was like over a month. They got like the dispatch recording. They got 2 like body cam footages from cops. I mean,
I guess what I mean by that is, how come the questions weren't posed that were the obvious missing pieces to the story within that news presentation? And I also found it really, really suspect that, as I said, that the whole thing about, we didn't show you the blacked out part of the video due to the fact that it was private property. It's the property that the people live on or around, and they're bringing the people in to talk about the story. They would have no problem showing the stuff. That's weird to me.
Maybe they had one too
Yeah,
many marijuana plants, so it was illegal.
But that was the law enforcement, not the station.
Whoever.
Well, yeah, but they got to cover their ass when they're releasing these videos.
Yeah, but the footage
all the time.
The footage was given to them, and the footage was given to them to show the story, but you can't show the backyard half of it. It's weird. It's odd.
They did that because they probably wanted to add more like mystery, right?
Yeah, my initial reaction, especially when I heard that there's footage that they haven't released, was that something fortunate or very unfortunate happened to them, and the family wants to monetize it in some way. And that kind of is weird because it kind of lends to the credibility in like a bit of a way. Like they feel like they have something. Like, don't show the backyard, don't show anything. Like, we will do this. We'll release it sort of on our own.
Right.
Smart.
And they wouldn't do that
I
if they
think
didn't
you're reading
fucking
way
have
too much
anything. You
into
know what I
it.
mean? Or they didn't think they had anything.
Well, why wait longer?
What's that?
Unless they do something. Why wait longer? Unless they do something today. I mean, I'm sure they're gonna get their story straight or show something. If they have more, they should put it out.
I agree. Actually, whenever I hear that, like when I saw that, I'll have to find the tweet, but it was big.
And they weren't talking about, where did the craft go? How long was it there? How long did it take for it to not be there? That nothing was like investigated about that.
And that's the thing, right? Is like where the craft. I don't think the craft was part of the story for them, because they said they saw something fall out of the sky, boom, and then there's like in the story there's like a missing piece where he says he goes in the house and his brother calls him, and he goes, there's something behind the tractor. Look behind the tractor. And I'm like, how much time passed? Like, were these motherfuckers like doing Olympic trials to get to Homeboy's backyard? Like, were they fucking hurdling over back fences and shit to get to his backyard? Like, because I don't think he didn't say the craft landed in his backyard or crashed in his backyard.
I think it was gone. No one came and took it. They did their time manipulation shit, and they were gone before the cops or anyone got there.
Have you gone full believer UFO intro?
I'm just saying, like, everyone's focused on like something fell from the sky. The cops went looking for it, but obviously it was near this kid. If he's being legit, right? And I mean, a whole bunch of shit happened really quick for him, which didn't make sense. Which means I don't know. It just seems like time manipulation. It seems very similar to the Ariel school thing, honestly. But
I guess
who knows?
what's different, right? UFO intros is the composure. So like he described that the creatures were breathing very heavily, which kind of makes me think like it's like a Varginha type situation. He said they were like breathing very heavily, and they were hunched over, looking at him and then looking away, looking at him and then looking away, which makes me think it was like a crash, not like a controlled descent type deal.
You don't want to crash on a prison planet. The inmates, they're not very friendly.
What doesn't make sense to me is that the craft, I think according to the story, it left and the occupants were still around. So why would they do that?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Maybe they captured them.
Maybe the kid wasn't really a kid. Maybe he was the alien all along.
Well, no, the cops came when the entities were supposedly there, and then they left when the entities were still there, but they couldn't see them, or that's what is implied in his testimony. So, and even after the cops left, the entities were still making sounds and walking around on the roof and all that stuff. So there's, how long were they there? The guy said he didn't go to sleep, or none of them did, and they started praying, and then they heard like wailing or crying out of the entities or something when they were praying, which makes sense if you're scared and all that stuff. But
So it's like an
so how long
intergalactic
was it
DUI
there?
with
They
some
don't mention when it actually leaves the entities.
Yeah, that's what sort of diverts me from the Ariel school sort of thing, because what was described there seemed like it was sort of very controlled, and the beings seemed like they knew what the fuck they were doing. And like these guys, they see like the heavy breathing, the wailing, the whispering, the walking around, the looking back and forth. It's giving me Varginha vibes, And like, I don't know, in the fact that the craft was able to like go away. Like, did you see the ring cam footage? Where just kind of like the boom. Like, it doesn't seem. It seems like a sloppy job. I don't know what the fuck. If that was on purpose, it's like holy shit. Also, the description, like big eyes, big mouth, and like the sickly gray green thing. Like, I don't know. That's a description I've never really heard before, I guess.
Well, I've heard it before. Yeah, some of them have the greenish tone on their skin and stuff like that. So that's not super strange or anything.
The big mouth is probably what more. Big mouth, like he can even discern
Well,
that from a distance. Like the mouth was big.
He seemed to describe two different entities because one of them had a neon eyes, like glowing eyes, like Virginia, except they were green, and the other one had normal eyes, according to him. So they sound like two different types of entities.
I don't know if Homeboy saw what he saw. Like his shit's fucked up. Like you can't. How do you go back? He was young. That's probably going to distort like his life path, like in perpetuity. I think.
Dan, are you going to be in LA Saturday?
I will not be in LA, but I just didn't like that I didn't get an invite.
That was a covert one, but yeah, fuck you.
Crash the party is what I think he's saying.
I mean, I was only coming because Dan was going.
No, you weren't. The day I show up, I'm bringing full dashiki. I'm coming in like Nigerian prince, just acting like I don't know what the party's about, so you don't really know. I might even try and like method act in accents or something.
You're gonna come in like Rafiki, or I mean Rikishi?
Both in a dashiki.
Oh, do it full Coming to America style.
Exactly.
Pretend you're a dictator.
Exactly.
And just keep repeating Aladdin.
Oh, indeed. So when is that again? What's today? Today's Thursday. Thursday. No, it's Friday right now. Hey, when did you want me to come over, man?
I think we're gonna go down there. We're gonna rent a car, so we'll be down there anyway, and we can hang out, maybe get something to eat, and then bring you back up here. Probably right around. I mean, I'll just DM you. I don't want to be like too public about shit, you know. I don't know.
Well, I mean, do you think someone's gonna come stalk us or something? It doesn't matter.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
coming
Probably
for the
like
tacos.
around. Let's see. Probably be down there around like 4 or 5.
Okay. Well, what kind of car are you gonna get? Maybe that part you don't have to say, but you thinking like an SUV or something?
Like a one of those smart cars, like really really small. So it's you, me, Paul, and your dog in that.
Oh, like the guy. You remember? Ever seen that movie? Like
Mr.
Inspector
Bean.
Clouseau.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
Like Steve Urkel. Someone else has had to have seen Family Matters to know Steve Urkel's
Oh,
car.
absolutely.
Yeah, I was thinking more like, did you ever see Mr. Bean? He had like that 3-wheeled car.
Yeah, the little
Very similar.
Yeah, kind of like Urkel.
clown car Mini Cooper thing.
I don't remember Urkel's car.
Oh, it opened from the front. It was crazy.
Yeah, let me see if I can find a picture of that.
I love that.
Was
I
it
love
a
that UFO intros is
It was a
going on
Volkswagen,
his
wasn't it?
pilgrimage here. That's so dope.
Why?
He's just tapping in. I fuck with that.
Wait, what did you say about my pilgrimage?
I just love that you're
You
doing
said you love
this.
butt
You're
stuff.
just tapping in. Like you went to
I
New
just want to meet
York.
people. Like the coolest part was meeting some of the people I've talked to here. But I don't know. Maybe it's a dumb idea. Sometimes it's
cool
better
about
to
it?
just be internet friends, honestly.
Yeah, I'm interested in that. What was cool about it?
You just get a little better read, I guess. Twitter Spaces are like, I've talked about this before, but I feel like this is kind of a lot of what social media kind of was meant to be. Like, I feel like you can actually connect with people, and that's really awesome. But it has like a darker side too. But yeah, I don't know. Just meeting people in person, even though you like hear them in Spaces, it just helps you understand a little better who they are, and just like doing like mundane shit throughout the day and just seeing how they are there. You know, I don't know. It's not like you sit and analyze everything, but you just get a better read for people. And I don't know. I think a lot of the people I've met are like, I know they're genuinely good people now, you know?
Oh, you didn't think that before?
I mean, you never know, I guess, who you're talking to on the internet.
Yeah, that's true. Like, I think that it's very possible that Rabbi is a Satanist, but you never know. But
Hey, I'm
Well,
for
like
the right price.
Taylor is the AI, right?
Taylor?
Funny joke.
I gotta say, I've never seen her and a couple of other profiles in the room at the same time. There's a bit of that.
Yeah, her and Heather are probably the same person. Just like me and Mello are probably the same person.
Never disrespect me like that ever again.
Nah, it couldn't be Heather. Not my girl.
Was anyone unlike you figured they would be, or unlike they are on Twitter?
Yeah, I didn't think Kimball would be quite as cringe as he was in real life, but Yeah, that's pretty much it. Red Panda's a spaz, but in like an endearing way.
But we already knew that.
I don't know if anybody had a chance to see. I know actually a couple of people did because they liked it. I put in the Purple Pill it's like a slideshow of 80 pictures from deep underground military bases that have been taken throughout the years. I find them to be fascinating to have like hard evidence that these things exist. Um, some interesting or highlights of it definitely have pictures of some of the entrances, but what I really found interesting are some of the docking bays that are underground. They have ships that are underground. So if you have a chance, take a look.
So Kimball, these people that you've met online, in person, was there like what you've learned about them? Was there like were you ever like, man, I think I know too much about this person now. Like, I don't think it's gonna be as fun talking to them online anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Pretty sure it goes both. I think people felt that way about me. I'm sure, but yeah, a little bit. Like removes the mystery. It's like meeting your hero, like your music hero, sort of thing. Wow, not like that. I mean,
Yeah, that's what gives me hesitancy. Like, I know you worship me as like your hero, but it's a lot of pressure for me.
yeah, I just thought, yeah, I can't make a joke out of that.
It seems like
I mean, honestly, there wasn't a ton of that. Most of the people I met actually were like better than I thought.
Yeah.
Jay Anderson is really cool. John Majorowski is fucking really just down to earth guy. Really cool. Really like accepting, I guess.
It seems like
The things that man knows are fucking beyond this world, man.
What'd you say, Logan? Sorry.
The things that John Majorowski knows are a few people in this world know.
All right, there's your Urkel car on the Jumbotron.
That was the appropriate response.
Yeah, I don't even know like what. I haven't even listened to him that much, honestly, in Spaces or elsewhere. I know he's a Mason, and that's it. We talked about that a little bit.
He's more than just a Mason. What else is he, Kimball? What other secret societies is he a part of?
Oh, Shriner, actually. Wait, how did you know to ask me that? Are you an op? We actually talked about that. What the fuck?
I'm a Shriner as well.
Welcome to the club.
I would be very hesitant about meeting people. I think, with the exception of probably a couple people, like one-on-one, it would be cool to meet people in a group just to avoid the sort of possible disappointment you're describing, right?
Yeah, like I said, I didn't experience a ton of that. I really didn't. Quantum Alien GPT has had his hand up, though. Their hand.
Oh shit! Is that me? Damn it! Headphones got stuck in my belt.
Typical Logan.
Hey, I'm not sure.
Quantum GTP. Hey, and let's hold on. UFO Twitter week or?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if you guys are into politics much. But in America, the 2024 election is next year. There's a lot of candidates campaigning right now. You know, their stance on
Ron Paul,
pro Bitcoin, pro CBDC, whatever, you know, I think is the future. But you know, if you're not into politics, you know, then you probably heard of like the Democratic Party, Republican Party. There's other parties also. There's like the Green Party and the Independent Party and stuff like that. You know, I think people are just creating their own parties at this point.
Pizza party.
Pizza party, you know, I mean, that's cool.
That's the pedo party.
That's right.
That's all you had to say?
Did anybody know that next year was 2024?
No, that's news to me. I was this many days or years old when I found out.
Not according to the phantom timeline hypothesis.
Hey, hold on. Quantum, what was your point behind telling us that?
So there is a technology party called Quantum Party, and they're very like tech forward, right? And so a lot of this AI, they think that AI should be incorporated into like the whole world.
Yeah.
They have a candidate running.
It's called they're technocracists. You can go on their Reddit. It's not like a thing. It's not like a thing though. Like you technocracists. It's an ideological stream that basically says like, you shouldn't stop ethically to think about anything. And it could be, I think they're probably under a rebrand right now, but it's an old ideal, I guess. Where are we going with that though, Quantum? What are we doing here with that?
So there's something called quantum supremacy, which is not just AI, but quantum AI, which is super intelligent, supernatural things, right? And there's a party called the Quantum Party, where it's quantum supremacy and taking over the world, pretty much.
That sounds interdimensionally racist somehow.
Are you a member of this party, Quantum?
So with this whole UFO Twitter thing,
so
we're highlighting the UAP whistleblower. If you guys seen that, I think his name's I forget his name, but Grush, yeah. So Grush was a military guy, and he pretty much came out and said the military government is working on alien technology, right? And I mean, the thing is, I've been knowing that. I mean, he just reinforced my original belief about it. I mean, if you want to say the government's corrupt and the government's keeping secrets and the Fed is flawed, we've been hearing these things, and it's just reinforcing our beliefs that something's wrong in America. You know what I mean? Something's wrong with the U.S. dollar. Something's wrong with the global economy. So, I mean, I don't want to go extreme and say we got to overthrow the government, but there has to be a better alternative.
Do you think with what Grush was saying, you can vote your way out of this situation?
No, because the thing is, if you think that voting is going to make a difference, it's not.
I guess I'm confused as to why one would then, like, I guess I'm trying to unify the theory here. Like, why then would one make a party? But, yeah.
So we've seen it a lot with in the cryptocurrency space and the DeFi spaces, where it's for all these same reasons. You have centralized military, centralized government, centralized banking, and then they're looking at Bitcoin, which is decentralized, and then it becomes okay. Well, centralization versus decentralization, right? But I don't. So decentralization is like anarchy, though.
Yeah,
So how do we keep order in a decentralization? Well, it has to be through AI.
Anyway, I know the second we said the words AI, Kent Reynolds might pop up because he loves AI so much.
No, it's his favorite.
He really, really loves
No,
them.
it's his favorite. He signed up for that Neuralink. We got him signed up. He's already on the pre-plan.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. He's an early adopter.
Good job,
right?
Freeman. Anyway, so I don't know if anyone knows this, but last night, I don't know if it was last night or the night before. I can't keep track of really anything. What time of day is it even? Let's see.
About 2:30.
Mr. I don't know. Does anyone know Game Tech? I was in a space with him at Game Tech Politics. He hangs out with this other cat named Blue Jay something or other. She's like a really good, or it could be a guy maybe. They're like a really good researcher. They like put together like the whole like meta biota thing about like the stuff in Ukraine, like the if you know what I'm talking about, then whatever. But they're apparently the pilot that flew to Brazil in '96 has been found. You know the guy that flew the plane into Brazil from America that landed in that airport, then took off subsequently after with the alien bodies, right? That pilot, he's been found apparently. And I'm guessing he testified to Congress or something.
Wait, recently?
Where did you hear the slogan? Was this from James Fox?
No, this is from this intelligence like guy that he's got like 100% of like everything he's ever predicted right. Like he called he said like this Grouch guy was coming like 3 weeks ago, and like he got it right. He's always right. He's a really good he like knows the right people or whatever, you know. But anyways, he was talking about like I'm trying to see if I can find that who was it? Oh, that's who it was. It was I gotta find their thing again. But what he said was that he was hanging out like in the space, right? And he was spending like a couple hours there, like answering questions about like he knew information about the whistleblower and like stuff regarding that and like his interaction with like inside I guess like Congress and like their reaction to like shit they saw. So apparently, like this is kind of like he didn't provide any evidence of this, but he's never been wrong apparently. But he said that Congress or whoever it was in there saw like videos of an alien, and the alien wasn't speaking. I guess it was talking telepathically apparently, but it kind of shook them like really hard. There was like some lady that was holding a piece of paper that they had to like ask her to like set the piece of paper down because she was being really disruptive with how much she was shaking holding it, and like kind of just like weird shit like that was going on because they were just freaking out so bad apparently. But yeah, I'm trying to remember what else he said, but it was recorded I think, so I'm trying to find the space so you can just play it for you. But anyway.
Kent, are you a speaker right now?
I am, Kimball.
Hey, what can you tell me about crispy fried salad?
Nothing.
Wait. It's actually crispy rice salad. Sorry. Do you know?
No.
Okay. I'll figure out like the actual Thai name. It was really good.
So apparently, like these people that are here, like actually
I forgot, like, while he was talking, I was transcribing it, but this isn't all of it. But apparently, like, ex General, what's his name? Inspector General McCullough was representing the whistleblower, and there's nothing about the whistleblower story in connection with the pyramids or anything like that. So I don't have any information on that. All right, so the guy was asking about pyramids, and he was also asking about the what landed in 1987 in San Dimas. It wasn't a UFO. At first, they thought it might be Rufus, but it said no. Rufus travels in a phone booth, not a UFO. So
Might have been Rufus's daughter.
maybe
Hers was like egg shaped.
Yeah, I think those are probably way more aerodynamic than flying saucers. Plus, there's that problem with like the parking space thing. Let's see. It's always bothered me since I was a child. There's nothing about the whistleblower story in connection with the pyramids or anything like that. Yeah, he wouldn't talk about anything else but the whistleblower story apparently. So anyway, so he just said he doesn't have any information about the whole San Dimas thing, but whatever. About the pyramids, I asked him about the pyramids over the Pentagon. He said, nah. He said it once again. We can have the discussion later if you want, but I'm just here to literally highlight the whistleblower story. That's all he would talk about. But anyway, there's nothing about. I'll tell you everything. Okay, real quick. That way, I'm not taking um anywhere. You guys, all right? All right. So we have multiple whistleblowers that have talked about retrieval of UFOs, retrieval of extraterrestrials. What are those? Whistleblowers happen to be the Virginia, Brazil case for '96. And there's a method to my mattress. That's why I had James Fox, the filmmaker of Moment of Contact. You guys can look that out if you haven't watched it. Absolutely incredible. Blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Yeah, I went to the yeah. I know a little bit about the whistleblowers. I went in front of Congress to be interviewed with the whistleblower complaint they did. It was not signups. I don't know what that means. It wasn't a distraction. That the story was founded on what with this story was founded on is basically safety and security of these individuals that came out. They went as far as compromising and bargaining with the intelligence community on what can be classified and declassified with their story, and they agreed to highlight, what was said during the Monday's interview. However, there's been leaks. There's been multiple leaks that the media, the journalists like myself have had taken and delved into. I'm highlighting what is going to be said. Okay, I've already highlighted the story that was going to come out on May 19th. I highlighted that, what I'm doing now I have the green light to highlight what really took place in those interviews and some of the details behind who these people are and what their motivations are. That's what that's the only information I have. I don't have any information about different UFOs and where they come from, and that's why I stopped transcribing, but because whatever. So but yeah, I gotta find that audio thing.
Did anyone say station?
I found food for you, Logan.
Oh, you found the space?
Yeah, I put it on space. It's Nam Cow, I guess. It's Laotian food.
Station. Has Taylor arrived?
What the fuck was that? Oh, hello, Kent.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm just laying here playing a game on my phone, and then you say the funniest shit I've heard all day. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm watching D-Max. I'm watching like cars getting rebuilt and shit. It's quite fun.
Oh, I watched the newest Ant-Man movie finally. It was pretty good.
It's like CGI on steroids with, yeah. No, I've seen it already, yeah. We could if it made a bit more sense. Like, they've got so carried away with the CGI that the plot seems to be suffering.
Oh, this fucking guy didn't record the space. Ah, I found it finally, and he didn't even record it.
You bastard.
Or Kimball asked him to delete it afterwards.
Oh, maybe it was too sensitive a subject that was recorded.
I don't know, we're all a bit too sensitive these days, aren't we? You should get in more conversations with Scotsmen. Scotsmen are rarely sensitive. Or listen to Robin Williams doing a Scotsman, which is just absolutely hilarious. I love it.
The golf bit?
Oh, that is just, I think that is one of the single funniest routines I've heard about Scotsmen ever done. Yeah, it's brilliant. I love it.
I agree with you, Kent. It is brilliant.
18 fucking holes, you know. But he literally captures it perfectly. Like, he's friends with Billy Connolly and a few Scottish comedians, and you know the way that he just pulls that face and does a, oh hey, you begin again. What we're going on? The way he does it is just like meeting a drunk Scotsman. It's brilliant, you know.
Agreed. His stand-up is some of the best that there has ever been.
And George Carlin. Oh no, I'm back on the subject of George Carlin again. I love him. I want to have his love children, but he's not with us.
I'm in agreement with you. We must have very similar likes in comedians. They're both two of the great ones.
That they are.
I'm sure that I have pure sarcasm running through my veins.
I can always go with the contemporary Ricky Gervais or
Oh no,
hell.
no, Ricky doesn't do it for me. No.
I love Ricky Gervais.
I just find him a little bit condescending. Like I've watched a few of his things. He's a clever guy, but he takes that British condescending. You know, I'm so fucking intelligent that all you idiots should listen to me abuse you and be thankful for it type approach. You know.
I like him. I follow him on Facebook, and a lot of times, like, um, he just posts pictures of his wife far off in the distance, like chilling by herself, and if he like, my wife and her friends, but she's the only one there.
What's crazy is that he was like
really good-looking new wave pop star for a second, and it's crazy if you see those clips. He looks like somebody would be on the tour of Depeche Mode or something.
Ricky Gervais,
When?
are you serious?
Yeah, I'm absolutely serious.
What, Ricky Gervais?
Yes.
I thought you were talking about Jeremy Corbell. Oh, okay.
What?
Look it up.
Come on, Logan.
Oh, Ricky Gervais? He used to be a pop star. Yeah, I knew that.
Yep.
Logan,
Really? That's news to me.
who over the age of 45 hasn't sung YMCA in a pair of tight shorts at some time in their life and been videoed, mate? Come on. You know, everyone can do make mistakes as they go through the journey.
I'm almost 43, but I don't have any such videos, thankfully.
Yeah, I wish I could say that. It involved some strippers though, so it was at least it had some tasty elements to it.
Well, it depends on who was stripping, I suppose.
No,
In
I
case it
was
was
the
like a bachelor party
bouncer.
gone
I
wrong.
was the bouncer. They were the strippers, but they talked me into doing the YMCA thing, and then the bloody owner of the club actually videoed me, and I didn't know.
So was that on Betamax?
Nah, unavailable unless you know the guy, and I don't think he's even alive anymore. He did have a picture of a penis on his license, though. True story.
Oh wow! How do you manage that one?
His uncle was a judge in a nearby locality, and yeah, the local police sort of made provisions for him. He was quite a rich dude.
So has anybody thought about trying to drag Matt Walsh into one of these spaces? I know he's a UFO enthusiast.
What he said the other day was on point. Yeah, he made some really good points. I think a lot of my more skeptical friends have made before, just about how like people need to be taken more seriously. I was pretty surprised, honestly.
Paranorman, what are you making of Dave Grush?
I think he's legit, basically. I think there's like a chance it could be a psyop, but I don't think it's probable. All the people that already like spoke on his behalf that are still in the military and stuff. And yeah, all his
Yeah, but
background
you
stuff checks
realise
out.
what you're saying with that, though, don't you? You're saying that if you're saying he's legit, you're saying that all the stuff we've been talking about for years is true.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's
But
a bit of a ball wrapper, isn't it?
yeah, for sure. It's crazy what's going on. This week has been nuts.
Most unlikely and unexpected, I would have imagined, but you know, in the way it was sort of obviously inevitable.
Yeah, I just didn't think it would move this quickly all of a sudden and have this Vegas video come out as well.
It was the Aussie mate, Ross Coulthard, mate. I heard a funny story from the Australian sub guys about how they had a competition with your guys. Can't go into too much detail about tracking a certain object, and at the end of the exercise, they thought they'd won, and then the sub commander came up and showed them the photographs of the thing that they didn't realize they'd been following for the last 7 days. It was quite funny. Point being is, I think Ross pulled off a beauty. I think he brought a story out that is going to literally change history.
He did, yeah. I do think all this shows, though, that there's definitely like I don't know if it's a coordinated effort, but there's like a strong effort within these organizations and departments to get disclosure out, just because Grush like doing what he did when he did it, especially after like both the congressional hearings with Kirkpatrick and the NASA panel with Kirkpatrick. Yeah, I mean, and the Vegas video, not that it's necessarily coordinated, but it's a month old, you know.
Yeah, but do you
So
know?
the fact that it's going viral now.
Do you know the reason why it's so good? Do you know why it's so good? Him being him and the things he knows and the people he knows.
Are you talking about Grush?
Yeah, Grush. I call him Grush.
Yeah, I understand it, like why he knows what he knows, but I think, honestly, I think his story is probably like the biggest thing that we've like had happen since Elizondo, you know, December 17th, 2021. I think this is the biggest thing, or no, it was 2017, sorry.
Well, the
No,
difference
it's
with this
actually-
guy, the way he's gone about it is brilliant because he's not actually directly involved with any of those programs, which is better than being involved, because if he was involved, he couldn't get out of the NDAs. But by being advised of them, by having critical information about how many there are and who's in charge of them, without actually having been directly involved in any of them, he's in the perfect position to get approved to tell us what he's told us. A lot of people are trying to say that it's not right that he could get approved, but he wasn't approved to tell us any secrets. As such, he hasn't said which of the programs are which and who's running them. All he said is there are programs, and I know about them, and I used to brief about it. He's in. I mean, I hope it pans out, but from all I've seen so far, the strategy, the guy, the way they've done it, seems really, really well thought out, really effective. So I'm right behind it. I think it's great.
Yeah. I watched his interview pretty closely a few times. I'm really excited for the long format interview that Ross is going to air this Sunday. But there were a few instances, like I'm not a body language expert, but there were a few times where what he said and the way he said it, I was like, I don't know, something seems off. But I think honestly part of it is Ross is great, but he sometimes not to the same degree as Corbell, but sometimes he winds up his questions so like tight that like you can't as amazing as your response or answer might be, like it's just not going to hit as hard as like
but straight up,
someone
Kimball,
hits questions and the way he poses them. So
straight up, Kimball, I did take the time to go through the latest analysis. The guy that called himself a behavioral expert that did the analysis of his video and his interview. And each of the times that he indicated that the gesturing and the way that he moved his head and the way that he, held himself could indicate a possibility of this or that. The fact is that if he was giving true testimony from his heart, if he's talking about stuff that he can barely believe himself, he could have had an almost identical reaction. Do you know what I mean? I mean, if I'm talking about, like, for an example, if I'm talking about a vortex opening up in front of me and I can barely believe it myself, I'm going to be shaking my head because at the back of my mind, I'm saying to myself, but I'm really struggling to understand that sort of thing. So my point being is that if you go and have a look at those analysis, just give yourself the discernment of saying, yeah, but he's not actually saying the guy's lying or being disingenuous. There is a reason to say that there's a plausible reason to say that his gestures could have indicated his struggle to deal with all of the information that he has as well. I just think that's a point that's fair to make as well,
What's up, y'all? I will back Ken up on that. The fact that the dude wasn't involved with the programs is a plus. How many times have I said it's the people adjacent to what's going on that can tell you, like the guys that fix things, or in his case, hand off papers, you know what I mean? The things that have to get done that, it doesn't really matter sometimes as long as you do it. That's where that stuff's going to come from. But on the flip side, he hasn't really told us anything besides that the government's hiding stuff. All the like shock stuff that everybody's tripping about, like non-human vehicles and well, technically he said non-human vehicles, but just like the crashes with the bodies and all that, like Ross Coulthart basically put words in his mouth. Like he goes, "Oh, so we have non-human technical crafts," and Ross Coulthart was like, "So you're saying we have alien spaceships?" And then he goes, "Naturally, sometimes when crafts crash, there are sometimes pilots recovered." So is it sometimes? Is it, what about the crafts you're talking about? What's going on here? And then Ross Coulthart is like, "Oh, so we have alien bodies." Like, those are huge leaps to what the dude is actually saying.
Yeah, I agree, Screen. Like, aside from dude's credentials, it kind of feels like I'm waiting for the long form, but it kind of feels like styrofoam. Like, aside from how credentialed this dude is, I don't think I'm hearing anything that's particularly novel.
Yeah, what about what Gary Nolan just said at SALT? Everybody was tripping about that. Oh, he really said this. The Grush comes out, everybody forgets all about that.
I mean, when Gary Nolan said that, I'm pretty sure he referenced this whistleblower, this leak that was going to come out. If not then, I mean, he said it many times that he was anticipating this, and he mentioned like retrieve craft and stuff. So Gary Nolan's been talking about it,
Yeah.
and I don't know. I think way more people are onto this than what Gary Nolan said. Like the amount of news coverage it's gotten has been pretty big.
Do you think that this guy is like doing this in response to the sort of whistleblower protections that have been laid in place already?
Well, don't forget, guys.
Who?
This got approved back in April. He's been negotiating this since he left the service. I think it was back in March. So, bear in mind that all of this stuff takes time. He had to put the story together, do the interviews with Ross, get it approved. Then they fished it out to the major markets in April, and they wanted nothing to do with it. And whether you believe the Hollywoodish part of it, if it's true that he was starting to be exposed, I mean, I saw him 4 weeks ago pop up. So, he was starting to be exposed 4 weeks ago. And if he really felt, and if he was being intimidated, as he said, and there were reprisals, then it all makes sense that they got to the point where they felt, well, at least if we go with the debrief, we're getting it out there. And then we're subject to, the public forum. We're subject to the media. We're subject to everybody. But at least we've got it out there. You know his name now. So if anything happens to him, that it's him. I just think I think they did it brilliantly myself.
I'd be asking how Gary Nolan found out about all that, right? Like that's what he was talking about was Grush. So how did he know? And how many other people knew before this little interview came out, right? That's a big deal to me. Like, why is it all being like kept secret or being put on a timeline? I don't like that stuff at all. Ross Coulthart could just put it out on his podcast, but he didn't do that for some reason, right?
Yeah,
It's a
whistleblowing
fair call.
typically isn't a controlled dissent, right? It's not like, oh, I'm going to talk to all the right people and make sure this comes out the right way. A lot of time, at least in the past, like if you look at Deep Throat or you look at some of these guys, it's like, I got to say something. You look at Snowden, it's not like I got to coordinate this with a bunch of people and get a bunch of approvals to get, like, that doesn't sound like whistleblowing to me, I guess.
Well, in fairness, though, and criticize me if you will, but I did say this once. I said I didn't think the gatekeepers will ever come out. I think they'll actually probably end up remain nameless. I said I think it's going to be the 2IC, the guy that hands the guy the report and says, "Yes, boss, it's okay to sign it." I always suspected it would be a 2IC that would be the one that would blow the lid off it. And this guy just seems to fit the bill so well. I'm trying not to get my hopes up, but I've gone to quite a deal more trouble than I normally do to vet what I've seen in the public forum about this guy. And no one's really got anything on him at the moment. He's remained a good candidate so far all the way through. And he's got a lot of really, 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 good people that are backing him all the way. So, I mean, this honestly, folks, I think it's a step forward.
I do think that you got like that's it's both a plus and a negative. Like I think his credentials are sort of the only thing going for him right now, right? he's not saying anything. He's not saying anything that's like. He's not talking about bone measurements in your hand. He's not talking about like. He's not saying anything particularly that no one else would know. I guess can't. That like
He
that no.
he has said he said a couple of things though, Dan. He said that one of the prime directives for him coming out is the secret arms race that's been going on under the veil of national defense, where countries are competing to get this tech, to get these down craft, or to get these craft that have been recovered to gain, gain of function or gain of knowledge or gain of power over other countries. And he said this unbridled competition without any oversight from governments and committees is not right. It's not the right thing. He said there's been misadventure in the contractual process for how some of these squirrel contractors are getting contracts. He said they've broken the law. They haven't vetted the right people for giving these contracts to them and the super special material that goes with it. So that what he's doing is he's saying, if you've got to do all this stuff, then you still have to follow the rules. And he actually seems a very clever guy. Look at how he's got there at 36. Look at his level, GS 15 at only 36. He seems like the dynamic lateral ability sort of guy, multidiscipline guy that can have enough nous about him to put it all together to say, hey, listen, I mentioned it myself, the contractual side of it with the contractors is the weakness. That's the thing that's going to bring it out into the public realm, if nothing else can, because it's the way they engaged with the contractors that may or may not have been done correctly. And if nothing else fails, that is something that can still be overseen and questioned, whether or not you get the details on what they actually had,
I guess in agreement to what you're saying, like that would be something that would rub a 2IC or like a direct report the wrong way, right? Like the fact that it's not being done administratively correct. I guess in my own way, I sort of want red meat. Like throw me some red meat, like tell me something that I've never heard before, and that's my own self. But yeah, like, dude, I agree with you. Like, the administrative mishandling would be the thing. I think you're right. Like, that would have somebody go, "Hey, sign off on this," and fucking,
And for me, if you're going to play the game, then play it by the rules.
Oh, that's why. Hey, can you guys hear me?
We
Hello?
can now.
Oh shit! Could you read my words?
No, I don't typically turn that on.
Okay, cool. Oh man, I was like, why is it like I can read my words, but like I can't hear the words? But all right, cool, man. Sorry about that. Just wanted to fix that.
Yeah, I promise we couldn't hear you.
Anyways, no, I got you. The reason you couldn't hear it is because I had the gain turned all the way down. Anyway, so I was going to tell you about this Rush. It's like Grush.
Grush.
Anyway.
Say it with Russian accents.
Grush. All right, so the Chris Parnell Chris Plain and Tim McMillan, they had to do fact checking for that story, right? For this guy's story, or I think just Tim McMillan did, and then Chris Plain interviewed him about it. But anyway, so there's like a wrinkle apparently, like because the stuff that this guy had to say to her, or whatever. I'm gonna start from the beginning. So Christopher Plain's like, Tim, so certain information which Grush obtained in his investigation could not be put before congressional staffers because they didn't have the necessary clearances or the appropriate investigative authority. So can you explain to me what that means? Well, it's difficult to understand specifically because obviously I don't have those staffers didn't have the clearance. I sure don't. And so we're talking about highly sensitive classified information, but there is blah blah blah. He goes on to talk about compartmentalized and stuff. There's no telling how many different little compartments there are throughout the government. And so if you're not read into compartments, you don't have access. Even if you got top secret clearance, what Grush is asserting is that some of the information that he has extended beyond the clearances of some of the congressional staffers that would have been hearing this information. So you very well could be talking about what are called unacknowledged special access programs or USAPs, and these can be narrowed in scope to where the level of people who have authorized access can be narrowed down as small as the president, the secretary of defense, and who's ever working on it. And normal, even congressional oversight committee members would not have access. That gets put to is called the Gang of Eight. And so the eight highest ranking oversight members in the Congress would have access to that. And so that's what he's kind of referring to. We're talking about stuff that's at the highest levels of security clearance for the government. And then the other guy's like, Chris is like, so would this mean if he was in talking to, say, for example, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, and she herself had not been read into some of these things, that there would be information that he had that he can't present to her? And he says, correct. And there's another wrinkle to this. I don't know how much you want to dive into this, but I'm happy. That's why we're here. Yada yada yada. Okay, so there's a big wrinkle here as well. And that wrinkle pertains to just bureaucratic procedure, and it is that Grush filed a whistleblower complaint with the Inspector General's office. And now, by policy and procedure, when you file a whistleblower's complaint, Congress, congressional staff, anybody in the legislative branch is now totally off limits from that whistleblower. They are not. One of the quotes that I was given was, we're basically told, don't go within a mile of where this person might be. They're not supposed to go near the whistleblower. They're not supposed to intervene in their case. They're not supposed to dig into the facts of it. And that's just not for UAP related things. That's throughout government wide. So any kind of whistleblower complaint, theoretically, it's supposed to limit political influence. What that means is that a lot of the information that once the whistleblower complaint was filed, the only people from the legislative branch who can interview someone and they can hear all the facts are the general counsel for the intelligence committee. And so a lot of the very specific information was actually given through depositions to the general counsel of the House and Senate Intelligence Committee and not to congressional members or staffers directly. And then Chris says, you mentioned the Inspector General's complaint. I know we'll get a little bit more blah, 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 but in the article, although locations, program names, and other specific data remain classified, the Inspector General and Intelligence Committee staff were provided with these details. Several current members of the program spoke to the IG's office and corroborated the information Gurush had provided for the classified complaint. Am I reading that correctly? That means several current members of the program, meaning people that are directly involved with the supposed alleged crash retrieval program, spoke to the IG's office and corroborated his information. That is correct. And that was another detail that was independently corroborated through individuals who would have been part of the process of the depositions and kind of interviewed in Congress and with the Inspector General's office. There's very tight-lipped information, but I was told, and it was corroborated, that additional eyewitnesses provided information in support, corroborating Gurush's claims to General Counsel and to the Inspector General. And then Chris says, wow, that seems really important because in many ways a critic of this story might say much of his Grush's testimony is hearsay or secondhand or things he's heard or been told. But here we're reading that current members of the program spoke to the IG's office and corroborated the information Grush had provided for the classified complaint. That seems critical. And then Tim McMillan says, I agree. And I mean, obviously that's something that is very, very sensitive information, very sensitively guarded, both the nature of it, obviously, and the fact that it is part of a whistleblower IG complaint. Blah, blah, it's going to be sensitive, doubling up, blah, 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 blah. Or doubling up the sensitive nature of it. And so when it comes to the program names, dates, that kind of stuff, that are even witnesses that or even witnesses that would have spoken on his behalf, I have no clue, but I do know that I was told that that was accurate, that other individuals had testified in formal settings on behalf of what he was saying and substantiating it. And then the guy's like, "That's crazy." And then Tim's like, "Yeah, I agree." And then Chris is like, "Okay, next one." It says, ba-da-da-da. This thing goes on for like a few pages. I don't really want to read all of it, but I thought that part was pretty important. That like people from the fucking programs themselves, that were like working on these like crash retrievals were like, yeah, the shit he's saying is like straight up true. So that's pretty important, right? It's not just like hearsay that like shit he was told. Like the actual people came up and were like, "This is what's up. He's speaking for us." So it lends a lot of credibility. That's evidence right there for other people though, not for us. But he can't tell us shit because the shit's all classified. But what are you gonna do? What's up, Lacey?
Hello, hello. I was just going to say that I posted, it's a very short clip of Representative Tim Burchett on, I think it's Fox News. It's one of the news channels. And he is backing up the claims of Grush. If I put it in the thread and up in the top. So, good morning.
Good morning,
How you
Lacey.
feel? Get any like boost from that energy at all, or like you feel like can you feel your hands?
No, not exactly, but at times they get better. They're not as numb, which is odd. And then it'll go back
We got to
numb.
try this every day. Every day we got to try this.
Yeah, I think it's like day by day they may change and get better. Or,
Can I mention something, Lacey? Do your doctors or your nurses speak to you about visualization at all with your injuries?
No.
Yeah,
Well, one of the therapy girls, she speaks to me like that because she knows that I am kind of that way. So I guess she feels safe, because not everybody.
Well, to give you a hint, there was a Scottish gentleman who had a motor neuron disease where he became a quadriplegic, and basically he taught his brain and his consciousness to take over where his disease had taken away the ability to move. And as long as he could maintain visual sight of his body, he could
Correct.
control his whole. You've heard about that one, yeah?
Well, no, I haven't heard about it, but for me, I have to see my feet and legs to be able to move them because I
Well,
have no
yeah.
feeling.
Well,
And
the
so there's a giant,
visualization part.
there's
Sorry.
like,
Oh, yeah.
there's like a giant mirror that I use in therapy to help me be able to do some of the things I'm doing because I don't have any feeling of them, so I have to be able to see them. I don't understand why I'm that way, but that's how it is right now.
Well, okay. This is just something. If you don't mind trying it, this is just an idea from from my thoughts on it.
Right.
What I try to teach people to do is do that. Is you see your foot down there and just connect the line between your foot and your mind visually in your brain of energy. Just whatever color you want. I prefer blue, but whatever color you want to do it, just try and like a meditation where while you're trying to move your toe, you're seeing a connection visually in the back of your mind of an energy cord that's actually connecting your toe back to your mind again. And that's from what I understood from that Scottish example, that's sort of how he taught his mind to reconnect his body.
That's kinda how I began the movement in my legs. But I kind of get Uma Thurman on my mind from Kill Bill, where she's in the coffin and she's like, move that damn pinky toe. Do
Yeah,
y'all
that's the idea. Basically, that's the idea, mate. Yeah,
right?
there's it's a well documented thing. Believe it or not, the power of the mind. It is.
Oh yeah, I believe that totally. And I'm leaning with that because I have nothing else to go with at this point. So thank you, Kent.
Hey, we're gonna do like another minute meditation before you leave, so don't leave before we can do one.
Okay.
Logan, you're muted again.
Yeah, are you sitting on your microphone?
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I can hear you better.
Yes.
I gotta hold my mouth. But yeah, I was saying don't leave before we can do like a minute meditation with you, like help you like visualize or whatever. I don't know. Can you see your toes now?
Well, not exactly. Shit. Not exactly because I have a boot on my left foot.
Oh, that's close enough.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant actually see them.
I don't think you have to actually see them. Do you? I mean, as long as you're looking at where it is, I guess is good enough.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, what's up, Screen?
Screen, you there?
Yeah, my bad, y'all. I forgot my hand was up.
Maybe something you can try to, mate, is if you can only see the boot, just imagine seeing your toes inside and just imagine them wiggling inside and see if you can actually feel them on the outside with your boot in your imagination.
Hey, Logan, I gotta go night-night, y'all. I gotta get up early.
Later, bro.
What's that?
Catch you later.
Catch you later, man. You guys have a
Good night, Dan Freeman.
Good night, sir.
Bye. Good night.
Bye.
All right, now that Dan's gone, I'm leaving. See y'all later.
Yeah, that's a bummer. It is 3:13. But I don't know. I think that that part of the story that I was talking about just now, where like all these other people are like talking about corroborating his evidence, right? The people that are actually working on the programs themselves, and I think that's the part that gets left out a lot. Like people are just saying like, who is this guy? Like he doesn't even like he hasn't seen anything, so like who cares or whatever, right? But like yeah, I feel like this part of the story like is another pretty important part, I think.
Oh, I remember why I had my hand up earlier. To me, like the time frame is the weird part, right? Like Washington Post like wanted to make it clear they didn't turn the story down. It just wasn't happening fast enough for them. Pentagon comes out and says, well, Arrow says there is no sign of, ET stuff. And Grush is literally saying Arrow is the people that they're withholding the information from. So I think they're trying to force these black budget programs to give up some information, just what Kirkpatrick is asking for, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean he said like right, the UAPTF, like they tried to get access, they wouldn't give them access to these programs. So like that tells you like that they're not lying, right? They don't got any evidence because they're not allowed to be shown any of it. So what the fuck?
It might help Kirkpatrick get Title 50 investigative powers, though. Maybe part of this is to help him get the investigative power, Title 50, to do what he needs to do,
You know who Grush Old People was, right?
Grush's Old People?
Yeah, he was like part of the UAP task force. The people that would be wanting the information that he is saying that, he is aware of.
Yeah, and the NRA, the NGA, and what's the other one? He's been in the NRO, the National Reconnaissance. He's been in quite a few, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the one thing that really gets him is his he's not a great he didn't do a great interview with Ross Coulthart, right? It's kind of awkward. I don't know.
He looked like a dummy.
Yeah. But what are you gonna do? I mean, that's pretty weird information, right? He's like, yeah, we got aliens, and like Coulthart is like, yeah, right now, like we got the whole world looking at your face, and like it had to make him nervous when he said that. It had to make him make an extra weird face just because he said that. You know what I mean? But
That's the wind up I was talking about. Like sometimes Ross's questions are just like, holy shit, dude, calm down. Just let the person talk.
Okay, I posted a couple of posts. This Tom Schlong dude, Tom DeLong, the,
No, you had it right the first time.
Yeah, it's Tom Schlong, I think.
right. But he's talking very weird, like he's the one that has controlled what we are getting now on information about UFOs. I don't know. I thought it might be interesting for some of you to read. But the one video of Tim Burchett backing up Grush's claims, I don't know, that
what claim?
about the UFOs. You need to watch it. It's up top. It's less than 15 seconds long.
Yeah, Tom Schlong also says that he's the reason why aliens were, made known to the public. So, take that for what you will.
Right.
Tom Schlong also says it's 15 seconds long.
What?
I just hope we don't successfully manage to take the gift horse and, cut its tail off and kick it in the balls and tell it it's a goat. Can't we just let it go? Can't we just accept this is happening and stop fighting it?
Well, I'm not fighting it, and I've been waiting for this for a long time. I'm
Yeah,
so excited.
it just doesn't we've had so many opportunities to actually get the information out in the last God knows how many years. And every time we seem to convince ourselves that we shouldn't have it. I don't know. It just every time someone comes out, every time we get another glimpse of hope, and we just seem to, I don't know, find a way to muck it up,
Well, show me one that's not lying, and then I'll show you.
Yeah, but Screen, look, mate, in all fairness, once this guy gets out and once some of this stuff, you got to sort of, the next step's got to be, well, okay, if you're telling us that you have unequivocal proof that there's recovery programs that have intact craft, then what's the next logical step? People want to see it. People want it rolled out. Once they have to do that, then the next steps are just going to go bang, 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 bang. It's going to be obvious that this stuff isn't from, Bobby Joe's backyard engineering shop. This is from somewhere else altogether. That should make the rest of it a bit easier. Even your experience, mate. It would be easier for me to understand your experience through them trying to test fly one of their craft that they've managed to get hold of than a reproduction thing, because like a few of these people seem to be indicating, the reproduction side doesn't seem to have done very well. But the triangular craft that you describe and filmed and stuff is easier for me to understand as a foreign craft than a homemade job. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm sort of behind it.
Yeah, I totally get you, but where I'm coming from, it's more of the boy who cried wolf scenario, right? Show me that stuff, and then I'll back this dude 100%. But the track record is not very good, so I'm not gonna get my hopes up until the proof comes out. But with that being said, Yeah, I struggle with that all the time, whether what I saw was military or alien. And, after talking to Burroughs and Steve Mira, those are just other people's opinions, but they seem to be in the know for what they're talking about. They make it seem like that they just want us to think that that stuff's not going well, and that we've actually been reproducing this stuff, on like a larger scale, and not large like we have a fleet of jets, but maybe more than just like two or three. But they, like Steve Mira said, the secret drone wars have been happening since the 80s. That's when Burroughs first came in contact with his Black Triangle in Rendlesham. So the timeline seems to fit, and it all seems to fit with CIA, and the word is that they're essentially for observation. It just all kind of fits in from my perspective.
Yeah, I look at the Rendlesham one. I know you got the speech, and that's really cool. But I look at the Rendlesham one. It makes, again, that one makes more sense to me as some type of probe, maybe an unmanned probe that was. And again, we don't know how many of them are observing and or interfacing with us. But the Rendlesham one, I mean, mate, I sort of followed that right from when it first got reported, because that was the same year my daughter was born. And sorry, the 80 was back when I started my apprenticeship. But there was another event that happened in the UK, I think in 84. The thing is, they both seem to be a probe thing. It even that the marking on it seemed to indicate that it was there to have a look at the Earth. In my opinion, the message that guy may or may not have got seemed to indicate some type of other intelligence that's just coming to have a look, not actually interfere. I don't know, mate. It makes more sense to me that these are foreign objects, because if they could make shit, surely they, with the budgets they have, they'd be making friggin' hundreds of them, and no one's going to argue with a fleet of friggin' TR-3Bs turning up at your front door.
Yeah, but remember, it could be the process that is hard to do, like the 4% difference in the isotopic structure of the materials and the way it's laid down. Maybe they do have to make it in space or something like that, and that's why they can't make a lot of it. There's things like that, and then Burroughs says that those are unmanned craft. And actually, if you've ever seen the movie Flight of the Navigator, I think they have it 100% spot on. They talk about their unmanned drones. It's AI. They're here to extract DNA and observe. It just all kind of like fits.
I think it's one of those 80-20 stories. I think there's so much of it that's the truth, that the other 20%, depending on how you see the story and how you read it and how you experienced it, that other 20% determines for you whether or not you think it's sort of military or local and or ET. Yeah, no, I mate, everything you say is absolutely valid. It makes sense that if we could make reproduction stuff, we would. I mean, that makes 100% sense. It's just that seems to be a lot of people saying they've tried and they haven't really succeeded. That's why they might have dragged Elazar or someone like him in, because they're just not getting there.
Yeah, if everybody could do it, it wouldn't be a big deal, right? It takes those unique people to figure this stuff out, like Teslas, people like that. But I'm not even. I still haven't ruled out that it could be a form of conscious manipulation, and I had an experience. I still can't rule out that I was being subjected to some type of EMF or a certain frequency that allowed me to sort of see that. Even in Rendlesham case, they saw orbs before they saw the craft. And take the Las Vegas thing, right? The kids saw lights in the camera, like the body cam, it looks like a shooting star, basically, not like a spaceship, right? And they never saw a craft. They just said they saw the lights in the sky and heard the loud noise. And then all of a sudden, the people in the area saw these beings. So that could still be an effect from the meteorite. And then that goes all the way back to like the Ben stone and shit like that, as to why people revered meteorites.
Yeah, but I don't know if I saw the real video or not, but the video I saw, mate, it didn't look like a meteorite to me. The way that it glowed and the green hue and the the sort of the nature of the tail, and it just didn't look like a meteor to me. It looked something. It looked really cool. It looked so cool to me. I thought it was CGI, but if that's real, it. The thing was, I don't know if you've heard. Have you seen the one yet that the kid was saying it was off his ring, and it was supposed to be the sound of it going over and blowing up? I don't know, mate. That one doesn't convince me either. I'm still skeptical about that one. How that one came about, you know?
Yeah, no, to me, it actually did look like meteorite. Like most of the shooting stars that I see that aren't really small are actually that color. And the only thing that was weird about it to me was the fact that it was a lot bigger than normal. But other than that, I didn't see too much
Didn't
difference.
it
And
look
I
too
did see that
slow?
ring video.
Didn't it look a bit slow though? I mean, for a meteorite, you know what I mean? It looked slow to me.
Yeah, but if it was bigger than normal, that might make sense, you know?
Yeah. Again, we still that's the shitty bit about it. There's no sort of way of people getting those videos being able to validate that it's even the real video we're seeing. But yeah, no, 100%, mate. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Actually, I did also, the kid said it was in the neighborhood, right? And so me being like a amateur sleuth, uh, I counted the timing from the explosion and the ring camera, and it was only 1 second, so it would have been within a mile. So he is telling the truth about that.
Has anyone calculated the speed based off the footage?
Not that I've heard of. But then, if you've seen the pictures of the backyard, it looks like there could have been, because there's one tiny circle in the middle and then the outer ring. That could have been the impact from what was left of a meteor the size of a baseball, and then the impact, ring. So it just kind of fits, But like, think about when Jacob's ladder, all that story where he saw the angels, going up and down the ladder to heaven. That was because he was sleeping on a meteorite, on a stone that was a meteorite. So think about a fresh meteorite. Maybe that has properties that we're not aware of that maybe the black SUV circling the block was.
I saw James Fox actually put out one. I was a bit surprised that he did it so quickly, actually. He's just put out a post not that long ago where he was saying that he's quite skeptical about the kid I think that's from the sound video. And there was also some comment about the ring looking as if someone had stuck their foot in it and dragged their foot around. Did you see that one?
No, I haven't seen that one actually.
Yeah, I couldn't find a video, but there was a comment. I was going through the comments, and one of the comments was that someone who had apparently seen the video of the landing point said that it looked as if someone had dragged their foot around in a circle to make it more obvious. But again, I couldn't find any videos or photos to back it up. I don't know if anyone else knows about that.
Oh, okay. Even with that, based off of the picture, I would be cool with that if they come out and say that, like that, they circled it so everybody could see it or something.
And Knapp and Corbell have both come out and said it's real. By the way, I know you've got your skepticism about them, but they've sort of both already put their heads on the block and said it's real. I thought that was quite interesting.
Yeah, think about like when we were talking with Steve Mira and he said they put the rats through to this quote unquote shadow dimension and they would age, rapidly like they were moving through time all at once. But when they surrounded them by argon, there was like a barrier there. And then a lot of these UFOs come in through these magnetic anomalies, which is theorized, is for like basically providing that barrier, like the argon was providing the rat. So with these meteorites and stuff that are super fresh like that don't burn all the way up, they would have gases like that around them, So it's like I still can't rule out that that's affecting the consciousness of everybody nearby, for however long.
I never got a chance to last time. The first time you mentioned about that rat thing, I you hear a lot of stories in life, so you can only give it the credibility that you give each story. But I've heard of a story of a place where that experiment you're talking about with the rat could be done. And it's not created by scientists. This is a point that, for want of a better word, is a consistent, naturally formed vortex point. And that experiment you're talking about with the rat, hypothetically, could be done at that point. So if that story has any credibility to it, your story about that experiment with the rat could be done there, just based on what I'd heard.
Yeah, to me, it all comes down to EMF and stuff like that. And, you get into this whole light and time and stuff like that. Think about these, like the tanks that Putoff's company is outfitting with the technology that uses electricity to essentially bend the light waves to make it invisible. Well, what if you could, like, bend all the light waves, like, around it, like that rat, for instance? What if they're just, like, basically sending him to this area that's not subject to EMF, essentially, if you know what I'm saying? Like almost like a void, or like just like an area that's not affected by time, essentially.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it was similar to what I'd heard about, I mean, the sky's the limit. If that story was true, whatever is on the other side is barely understood from what I would understand. And, you've literally, imagine having a mirror in a location that's completely, like translucent, and the mirror's there. You can stick your hand through it, but you don't want to stick your hand through it because the first few times you did, the hand didn't come back or whatever. But eventually you'd learn sort of how to be able to stick something through it. And that, so what you're talking about would make perfect sense in that type of a situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm real like Indiana Jones type. Well, my grandpa was a master mason and a Templar, so you know what kind of stuff I'm into. But basically, you have all these old stories of like people hiding gold on the treasure maps, and the X marks the spot, and you come back and the gold's not there, but then you go back during a certain time and it is there, and it's almost like they're hiding it out of time, right? And NASA talks about these X points and these electron diffusion regions, like these areas where the stargates are and stuff. And, it's like I can't help but think that they were using like natural X points to like hide stuff. The Templars were.
Well, if you think about, so I didn't see any hands up, so tell me if I'm talking too much. But if you think about something like Project Looking Glass, that could have been inspired by something that they already knew about. And if Project Looking Glass has any sort of, basis in some sort of ancient knowledge or facts from something else, I mean, it makes an awful lot of sense that these things are so far beyond what we sort of put in our everyday reality box that they'd like to keep it secret, but it doesn't take away from the fact that we could learn from it if more people knew about it as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like I know some people laugh at that stuff, and I get a little wooey, but because like I actually look into the stuff, and it could be possible. But like when you get into the stargates and stuff, right? These areas that are supposed to be portals, they're usually made out of like stuff like the pyramids are made out of, or like some type of granite that has this, the quartz in it and stuff. And basically, the people that are working on portals now, like Deep Prasad and stuff like that, he's actually looking at like quantum portals and stuff. But anyways, they talk about how damn, my bad. I looked at my dog and I'm smoking. I totally lost my train of thought because he looked at me funny.
Well,
But so they talk about these portals, and that how they like when they scanned the pyramid, for instance, they saw how even though like the sun would hit it it would actually like absorb and spread the cosmic particles, right? And they're theorizing that that's the stuff that is, you know, going to let them make the portals, and that's exactly what these stargates would be doing. And then there's a spot in the center, like the one in Peru, where you would put a sun disk, which would, you know, basically it's using like sunset, sunrise, that orange color, 600 nanometers or whatever. It's using that to like reflect that throughout the rock as well as the cosmic particles that it's already dispersing. So something like that could very well be possible based on planet alignment. And I just find it so intriguing that more people don't like look into that stuff.
There's a term I've been using lately, mate, that I call the causal matrix. I think one of the things that we need to really investigate more by the scientists and by the people serious in the field is how big the causal matrix is. I think some of the ancient knowledge is that there's parts of this causal matrix that affect the way we experience the phenomenon, all the different things we're seeing, because things like, you know, planetary alignment, earth fields, magnetic fields, there seems to be this coalescence. You look at one of the things that I looked at when I was listening to Lazar about this metallurgy and about Linda Moulton Howe, about that layered material. It made perfect sense to me that if these guys have a bigger causal matrix than us, they might be able to layer this material in a way that they build intelligence into it, the way that it can unfold, the way that it can seemingly go through solids. So if it makes no sense that you have this dumb piece of material that you've manufactured that just does these things magically. It makes more sense that you know exactly the causal matrix to build that material in a way that it understands its purpose. And I think that's what they've done that we can't do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you there. I just feel like there's a select few that are figuring it out.
Oh, it could be, mate. If they do, they have the keys to the kingdom. They really do. If there's people down here now that really have their hands on a workable understanding of that matrix, then they do really have the keys to the kingdom. You can expand our reality so quickly by understanding the causal matrix. It would be mind-blowing. It really would.
Well, this was something I thought of the other day, kind of talking to Zim, and you know, say we got one craft working, or we were able to build one. Who's to say that, like, you know, my experience wasn't a rogue TR-3B. If one of those crafts went rogue, they're unmanned. You know, besides blowing one up, how would we get it back? If it can like go Mach 60, go invisible, all this other stuff, you know, how would we catch a rogue TR-3B?
Ask it nicely.
The same way we catch everything else.
That'd be a twister, wouldn't it? Imagine if you said it, oh, come on, mate, come back, and it did.
Well, that's kind of how the phenomena works, right?
Yeah.
EMP blast.
What'd you say?
EMP blast.
Oh, okay. Well, not if it's made out of like carbon fiber materials. It might not work.
Yeah, its field would literally have to neutralize all forms of electronic interference, but maybe that's one of the ways that they cause them to crash. The Italians mentioned it to Lou in that interview. Remember, they were saying that they found a certain frequency. I can't remember the frequency off the top of my head, but they said when they uncloak to engage with them, and I imagine it's a return fire scenario, they said there's a particular frequency that they have to match to be able to uncloak to return or to retaliate. And if they found that key, then theoretically they could generate a neutralizing weapon to neutralize their field and be able to cause them to crash or be able to take them out. So, but that sort of scares me because I don't know if I don't know if they fully understand what they're doing. You know, just because you can shoot something down doesn't necessarily mean it's a good idea.
Yeah, I think if it was a real problem, we would already have known. You know what I mean? It's not like one day, like this civilization rolls in and it's like, okay, y'all are ours now. You know what I mean? Like you would hear like encounters, like, oh, we came across this and they had these weapons, and you know, and then people wouldn't believe it until it finally there was enough of it, and then it was actually here. You know, so it's like you would get signs of that. So the fact that they've been here for so long and that we haven't seen anything like that, I don't think it ever will be. But that doesn't mean that it's not still dangerous, though.
Hey, Screen, what did you say? It was like a carbon nanotube shield or something?
Yeah, I don't know what it would be made out of, but what I saw looked like it would have been made out of some type of carbon material.
Is that
It's a dielectric, so like if it's got its own field already going with that on top of it, you would pretty much have to like disrupt the field rather than like try to like get through it.
I heard,
Oh yeah.
I heard once that the way the human eye sees colors is that we actually see every color except the color that we see. And I wonder if they somehow I wonder if that matte black sort of appearance and the fact that the lights on them seem to be self-contained is because somehow their camouflage is every other color except what we're seeing. You know what I mean? It would be interesting if they have some sort of, you know, spectrum generator that can basically put every single color out there so that you only see a shadow.
Yeah, I think they're able to control light. I think that's what it's all about. I think that's what the Anunnaki handbags are depicting. It's a rainbow on top of a cube, right? So that's the rainbows, them depicting them using light bending technology, and the cube represents Earth and all that old stuff. So they're showing a rainbow going from one side to the other, you know, like, and then they have watches, and that's because these portals are timed, you know, the X points are. So that you got to sync up with the homies. That's time travel 101. So you have your bags and your watch. And like, so it just, to me, like, that's exactly what they're showing. It's just crazy that people don't look into it.
It's mad science. Also, we see the color that objects reflect, not the colors that they absorb. Yeah, that's how we perceive color.
Everything we see is actually reflected. Let that sink in. So what if there was something that didn't reflect light?
Wow.
I was
Good
blind.
morning, everyone.
I was blind, but now I see.
By the way, what's up, them? And the data in Ukraine, that object that's over 100 meters big, moves Mach 60. It's got data from two separate locations over a mile apart from each other in the same city in Kiev. But it doesn't reflect electromagnetic waves. So it just chills up over the battle and nobody ever sees it.
How's it getting detected then? How do we know about this thing, mate?
I need a link.
Two separate observatories. You can they're basically, because they can read where the data isn't, so they know that it's there. And since it's coming from two different places, they can verify it. Because at first they weren't sure if it was just like an anomaly or something. Chris Lato covers the shit out of it. The dudes that wrote the paper, email him. He covers it firsthand, and nobody gives a shit. I've been talking about it for like 3-4 months now.
What the hell is it?
Well, interestingly, Screen, I don't know what you think of the ranch, but if that's a triangulated data vacuum, when they were doing the 3D survey of the Homestead 2, they experienced a data vacuum in the LiDAR mapping of that in the second room. So just as a comparison, if they're actually being able to track a data vacuum and triangulate it from two observatories, then that is almost identical to what they got when they mapped Homestead 2. They got a black spot in the middle of the second room, and that appeared to be a data vacuum, even though they had the machine in there for 20 minutes doing the mapping.
That's wild. I would say they're probably a little different because of the speeds and the size, but the fact that it was blocking the data like that is interesting. And you know, something else that I feel like should be said about that house that people don't talk about. There was like I forget what season they like drilled into the little place in the basement that was just like a sealed off area. Um, what people don't understand is just like the pyramids and stuff, like that's acting as like a subwoofer or as like a speaker. So like the tiniest things, or you know, like the smallest vibrations would make weird things happen because they're basically like living on top of a speaker. And you'll find that in a lot of those like ancient resonance spots. They usually have like a hollow chamber like that for the resonance.
Mate, I'll go back to my favourite, the resonance chamber in the Hypogeum, built 6,500 years ago by an unknown civilization. Mate, it's a level of engineering that just makes no sense for its age. It really does. I know I keep going on about it, but you know, once you experience it and realize all it had on the ceiling was spirals that looked like we would interpret as vortexes, it just shows a level of understanding of this stuff that we've lost. I mean, we don't have the understanding they had of it, I don't think.
Yeah, the question is, did we do that? Or there's a lot of hype around this new species, Homo naledi, that because they were using tools before we were, but it's another hominid.
I posted that yesterday, mate. They've just found a species inside a cave with a smaller brain than the human being, a hominid species, that was burying its dead. It's 250,000 years old inside this cave. They had a smaller brain than us, and yet they were carving symbols above the graves for their dead. So they were burying their dead 250,000 years ago, and there's pictures of the carvings that they made above the graves to consecrate them. So that chucks another spanner in the whole wheel of evolution of intelligence and, you know, belief systems and all that sort of stuff. That was released yesterday.
Unbelievable. Remember 2 weeks ago when I saw that thing, 2 weeks ago today, one of the things I was talking on Spaces about, I said, if I did this, if I was doing a disclosure and it was real, I'd start disclosing archaeological evidence first, like spoon feed it that way, you know?
You don't think it's a coincidence that 6 weeks ago, Ross Coulthard released a report about a 7,000-year-old or 5,000-year-old vase that was designed and built by a computer. That was Ross Coulthard too that released that report, mate. And that was a mathematical analysis by a mathematician engineer. Ross released that too. That's evidence of an intelligence and a fabrication method that we can't fathom. I mean, it's at least 5,000 years old, this thing made of granite.
Yeah, I shared a video from 3 days ago that History with Kaylee and Lee Berger did on Homo naledi. It's definitely worth a watch. The question is, could they be the ones that are like, you know, maybe they did the megalithic structures?
They could also be, back then, they could be more human than they are now. Or they could have been the ones that opened Pandora's box, and then everything else is respecting them more than us because they could defend themselves better or establish themselves better or reach the level they needed to reach, you know?
Yeah, Quantum's got his hand up. Yeah, but I'll chime in about that when Quantum's had a word.
All right, cool. So, we on Spaces often, and we talk about these things often, right? It's just day after day, month after month, we're spending a lot of time on Twitter. Have you ever thought, man, maybe we are wasting our time?
Yes. As far as wasting too many hours of my day, but not without purpose, I think I've found myself right in the right place, honestly.
Yeah, for me, I love Twitter Spaces. I suffer torture just so I can enjoy Twitter Spaces, mate. No, I think this is great. I think we're bringing stuff out here that opens up people's minds, even when we argue.
Joke's on me. I'd be wasting my time anyway, no matter what I was doing. It's just this time. At this juncture, this happens to be my time waster, so.
I'm not going to touch that one, Casey. You'd literally beat the shit out of me if I said anything.
Oh, wow, poor Kent. Oh, he's so beat up.
Hey,
tortured.
How you doing, Casey? I'm sorry, Zim. I cut you off. Sorry.
No problem. To be fair, we torture Kimball almost as much as you lately, so it's getting around.
See, Kimball doesn't know I secretly love him. He doesn't understand that it's one of those relationships, you know. Sorry, Casey. Go ahead.
I said, who's Kimball?
If we call him Paramormon, he might jump in because he's been quiet.
Who is Kimball today?
Today I'm Paramormon. I just can't talk really right now. There's like someone sleeping nearby.
Oh.
You bang Paul? Doesn't want to wake up Paul.
I'm almost asleep too.
If you guys have like a whole space, like why do you have to like share a bedroom? I don't get it.
We don't. I'm just in the kitchen, like living room, and his room is right next to that. So.
Does he have to wake up early?
I think Screen wants to say something.
Screen.
Speak, Screen.
Screen, like I'm gonna go hang out with Ben tomorrow or the day after or something like that.
What? I definitely didn't hear that.
Yeah, there's going to be like a whole meetup. I'm so jelly. Except I wouldn't step foot in California if somebody else paid for my trip.
What's wrong with?
Yeah, that's too far.
What's wrong with California, Casey?
What's not?
Wow. Well, I don't think I could get through all of what's wrong with California. Yeah, I just don't. I don't appreciate it as a contribution to the union.
It's amazing, isn't it? How you can have. We used to have it between Scotland and England. We even had it between Celtic and Rangers. But yeah, I know it's lively competition between the states there, isn't it?
No, it's more like super poor bread cousin that you have that you're just so embarrassed of.
The way I like to describe it is California is not a state of the union; it's a state of mind. Unfortunately.
Yeah, we used to say that about Tasmania, but they didn't appreciate it.
So who are you meeting up with, Logan? What'd you say?
Oh, that gay guy, Kimball.
Which one? Oh, Kimball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sounds
I wish
like
you would let me
fun.
do the nails emoji right now.
What is that? Perfect, is it? Hey, Kim, are you meeting up with Logan in real time, face to face?
Theoretically, he might puss out. He is Californian, so.
Well, don't forget your towel.
And your toothbrush.
And your Speedo.
Do you know what we call Speedos in Australia, John? We call them budgie smugglers.
Oh, I'm aware. Wait, you said you said New Zealand?
Oh, no, please, no. I have nothing to do with sheep, no. I'm a Scottish-born Australian.
Okay, yeah, no, I have good friends down in Melbourne, so
That's a rarity. Yeah.
But are you a laird?
me, no.
Actually, though, I got to say, everyone kicks the shit out of New Zealand and Australia, but I worked over there for a little while, and they were really cool people. New Zealand is, I've told my wife, it's one of the places I've got to take her. It's one of the most beautiful countries on the planet, it really is.
Oh, for sure. If you've never seen someplace more green, no doubt.
Yeah, no snakes. Land of Xeno warrior princess.
And like if you go to Cape Reinga, the Bay of Islands, there's 180 volcanic islands in one bay, and you go on the ferry, and you're pulling up 6 inches away from these islands, and there's 60 feet of water directly below you, mate. You can literally go snow skiing in the morning in one part of the country, and surfing in the evening during certain times of the year. It's really, and the Waiatomo glowworm caves in Rotorua are just something else. That's something else everyone should do.
So what? You could do that here.
You got glowworms there? Where?
And glowfish.
Oh no, I didn't know, mate. But yeah, no, it's just something else to see. No, if you got it there, go and see it. It's gorgeous.
That's actually the cool part about Melbourne is you can go surfing there during the day and go up to what's that fucking mountain? Mount
Kosciuszko.
What?
Kosciuszko, isn't it?
No, it's I'll think of it later, but yeah, you can go up there and go snow surfing or whatever. I think that's the only mountain you can do it at, right?
Yeah, but there you're liable to encounter 5 of the 10 dangerous snakes in the world. In New Zealand, there's none. There's no dangerous spiders and or snakes in the whole country. There's some pretty mean.
For now.
For now, well, yeah. I mean, we're not getting into the corporate discussion, but yeah. It was wild when I was there, mate. They just within sort of 100 kilometers of us, we had the mongrel mob, we had Black Power, we had the stormtroopers, and all of them were vying for position in New Zealand at that time. It was pretty wild back in those days, eh? I didn't realize that was a buzzkill.
No, I was just doing something else. Something else. It's called Mount Buller. That's where I went. Buller. Mount Buller. Hey, so what's up to test? You got anything to say, Mr. California?
Yeah, how many Californians are in here?
I went to. The answer is always too many. I went to Fort Lauderdale in '74 and had McDonald's for the first time there. That was really cool. But Dad did warn us. He said, "Don't say anything to anyone, even the police, because any one of them could shoot you." That was '74. Yeah,
Fort Lauderdale in Florida?
yeah.
Wow.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where we were on the SS Australis, and I went back and did a job in Fort Lauderdale. Was it Lafayette? Is the name of the place I went back to for the piping job, and yeah, we went back recently and did California. We did Hollywood. The only bit that really sort of spun me out was Skid Row. While we were traveling through the states, it was just hard to take seeing it for real life. You know, you'd heard about it all your life. You'd heard about Hollywood and da da da, and seeing it for real was quite different, eh? But the Skid Row part I thought was pretty sad.
Well, it's definitely expanded. That's for sure.
But in general, we love the States. We met so many nice people there. Had a really good time there, eh? Apart from money issues.
Yeah, I think people are always. Well, I know a lot of people were surprised by me how nice I was. I think people outside of America think of Americans as a lot bigger jackasses or something. They're surprised how nice I was, I guess.
Oh my gosh, and you only get nicer as you move into the country. And I'm in the middle of the country, so imagine how nice it is here. We are so fucking nice.
So fucking nice. So much nice corn fucking fields. I love it.
I've noticed on a personal level, Casey.
Hey, shut the fuck up, Kent. That doesn't count me.
I know I'm being funny.
We're very nice. I know. I'm being funny too. I'm playing along. It's fun. Thank you.
Well, since you're super fucking nice, how dare you disagree? But no, I'd love to move inland.
Oh, goody. Somebody who's never met Kent.
The poor man. No, he's lucky. He hasn't been subjected to the Kent yet.
Kent is old and wise. Has
curmudgeonly?
No, has broad and vast experience, like in all kinds of subjects, and is really knowledgeable.
Knowledge is always appreciated.
I'm really waiting for the punchline. Honestly, mate, I know Casey too well. She's gonna find it. She's gonna beat me up in a minute.
No, that's part of finding something to say that's nice and it's true. It's not no lies. Like, those are the positive qualities. Yes, and I'm nice.
She is nice, and that's true. But in fairness, I spent 20 years sort of doing that. I deliberately spent 20 years getting as much. I took all the jobs no one else wanted.
That's it. They're coming after you, bro.
Is that a UFO? Is that
No.
Is that a water plane?
One of the kids here, what they do is they get these tiny little 125 mopeds, and they pull the living shit out of the insides of the baffles to make them sound, I don't know, they think it sounds like a 500 or something, you know.
Okay, so that's global. Good to hear. Great, awesome.
And it's
Yeah, kids are douchebags everywhere.
like it must be 100 decibels going past, mate. It's loud as fuck, and they do it at 11 o'clock at night.
That's universal for the youngins.
It's probably Interstellar too. Like, imagine just a little asshole teen versions of non-humanoids, just
Well,
like
that's
blasting
kind
their,
of what I
like
think
sticking the
happened.
pipes on their UFOs.
No, that's what I think happened in Vegas. To be honest, it was an interdimensional or interstellar DUI. Basically, they went to Vegas on a hangout interterrestrial or hangover. Yeah.
I saw Mick West made a post or a reply about it. He basically throwing it away, like not even worth time.
Did it involve seagulls? Like
I don't understand.
That's Mick's go-to animal for blaming.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any no pop knowledge about Mick West, so all of those are just going to go right over my head. But no, I don't remember. I don't recall verbatim, but it was like, it's a meteor. It's a whatever, blah, blah, blah. He just basically threw it away.
Actually, I think, Casey, it might have been, I was mentioning before, someone was talking about the kid apparently sticking his foot in that ring and making it more obvious, or maybe they're trying to intimate that he fabricated that ring. I haven't seen the pictures, but that might have been on one of Mick West's responses. It might have been.
All
Yeah,
right.
I believe it was.
I'll just go see if I can see it again. I'll scroll for a minute, and if I see it again,
I came across it a couple hours ago, but
I'm
didn't
not going to
think
give
to
it much.
reshare it. Yeah, don't waste your time.
Oh, just think. No. Here it is. From 11 hours ago. Las Vegas spaceship and 10-foot tall alien visitor? ? I don't know why some of #UFO Twitter is interested in this, but the green light was a meteorite. The story is just a story.
Yep, sounds about right. That's the same one I read.
Brilliant analysis, Mick. Thank you for going into such wonderful technical detail.
That was exhaustive research.
The thing that amazes me, it happens so often, is like the thing's barely 24 hours old and we've already come to our conclusions. It's like, what the hell? There's that Schellinger, but hang on, Casey. The Schellinger guy is saying that he's, and even James Fox is saying he's being contacted by police who are saying that they've already been contacted by federal agencies and are having their body cam scrubbed. So James has already posted about that. So that you don't do that if this is some Mick West fantasy thing, you know.
It's not 24 hours old. It's almost
that's a month old.
A week
from
and
April
a half.
30th.
Yeah, April or May 30th.
I meant sort of in the general realm that we're all talking
It was
about.
April 30th for November. Yeah, April 30th.
No, I sort of meant in the current public lexicon. You know what I mean. We're only just talking about
Yeah, it's a 24-hour-old news story, but it's actually from a month. A month and 5 weeks ago, let's say. So it's old news. There's no evidence. It was easily debunked. Unfortunately, it just took this long for it to get any coverage.
When was it debunked?
Well, apparently, 11 hours ago. But that's
not really. Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp have both said it's very real, and that James Fox only posted about 4 hours ago that he's still receiving calls about it. So how's it debunked?
But what's left over? It's a tiny piece of meteorite. I don't know. It's this. I'd love to believe in this story, but it just seems that there's it's a nothing burger. We're going on 5 weeks and nothing's come out.
Are we all talking about Las Vegas? We're all talking about Las
Yes.
Vegas, right? Okay. I don't know what was left. Testimony, witnesses, several videos, only a couple. It hasn't really gained much more evidence since it's come out. So
Can we give it a week? Can we have this conversation again in a week and see where we're at?
after
suppose we
more
can.
agency is picked up, well, so the kid that called 911 made a YouTube video and created it. The channel's new, made a new channel. There's one video on it. It's the kid sitting down and like just doing a whole recount of the story and then providing some other clips. I think what was June 7th? I think that was yesterday. But yeah.
No, it's now Friday the 9th, but yeah, so 2 days ago. Has anybody seen his new YouTube video or?
Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah.
The little bit that I saw was basically just him saying this is his ring camera video, and it's just a short video of the sound of this thing going overhead and exploding. I haven't seen any video released by that kid yet of any objects and or creatures. I have seen an analysis where they're saying that this guy's slowed it down, he's zoomed in, and he's saying that yes, there could possibly be a creature in the bit of video he had. I've seen that one, and that was by a guy who's a professional videographer.
Okay, but there's been nothing since those have come out. I'm just surprised for all these, especially kids that love, they want to be YouTube sensations. That's all he's put out.
I don't think
kind
he
of
wants to
disappointed.
be a YouTube sensation. Here, I just posted it. It's the one. The video is, I want to say 7 or 8 minutes long. It contains the ring. It contains the body cam. It contains their video where they're all on the side of the house and they're all piled up at the gate, and then everybody starts bailing. And it's him telling the story of the events.
All I'd suggest is have a look at all of this stuff with an open mind. Just have a look at it with an open. Have a look.
Oh, of course. No,
Perspective
I'm
of it
just
could be real.
saying, like, I'm just correcting the timeline for you, and also just providing just what I've seen. So I'm not arguing for or against anything. Everything is and isn't until it's proven. It's Schrodinger's Las Vegas alien.
Yeah, okay, but just if we put a few things together in the last week, we've had Dave Grush finally come out into the public lexicon. We've got Greer, who's going to be doing his thing this weekend. Whether or not you think he's good, bad, or indifferent, that's going to get 10 times the attention now that it would have had a week ago. Coincidence? I don't know. And then you've got the likes of Jeremy, you've got generals, you've got all these sort of people backing up Grush. And this is in the mainstream media more now than it has been in 12 months. So, whatever's going on, there does seem to be a crescendo happening. I mean, whatever you take away
Right,
from
but
it.
also
Wait, did you say crescendo or crescendo? Because that would have been
Oh, a
perfect.
crescendo. That's perfect.
a
That's perfect,
crescendo.
Kimball.
To be fair, let's just all keep a clear head though, because yes, it's true. UFOs are more talked about in the media right now than in the last 12 months. Also, we need to try to see what that may be a distraction from. We, people that live within the government that we're talking about. And two, what was my other two? Oh, yes, yes. We know that a percentage between 10 and 20 of journalism is disinformation provided by said government, our intelligence agencies, to confuse and dissuade. So look at both of those. Like the timing, yes, everything seems to be coming to a crescendo, but there's a reason for that, right?
Hey,
And
did you see the interview with Erica Lukes and
could absolutely be a distraction.
did you see the?
Just saying, let's look at all sides. Okay, I'm done.
I was just going to say it. Another interesting coincidence is Erica Lukes releasing that interview with Steve. What's his name? Cambion or whoever he is. Admitting that he was a state paid actor.
So, but anyway, what I was just gonna say is, I gotta go to bed, but it was
So
good.
anyway, what I was just gonna say is Kimber should go to bed, but
Casey wasn't done, Ken, but you were just gonna say something, so it's all good. I love
no,
you
it's
guys.
fine.
Good night.
I was wrapping up, but if I rambled long enough, I would have had one more good point. I know it. That's okay.
Oh, you can tuck him in. It's okay.
Yeah, go for it, Casey. I apologize. I thought you were finished.
Probably, but I did say it. But I don't. It's sober. Everything both is and isn't until it's proven, and yeah, just everybody try to look at all sides of the discussion.
How do you think it would?
Happy Wild Stallions Day, by the way, everybody. It's Wild Stallions Day.
The name of the band station.
Wild Stallions couldn't drag me away.
Can I ask you a question, Casey? What would you make of it? How would you? What do you think would be the next step forward then, if we get to the point where we acknowledge it Israel, that the crescendo comes to the point where yes, we really do have alien spacecraft. Well, how do you think we'd handle it?
That's a good question. Broadening the discussion from Las Vegas, right? Just the whole disclosure topic. Yeah, I hadn't put any thought into it really at all, what it looks like.
Come on, really? No, seriously. I mean, it's the biggest question there is, mate. If this is real, we not only know about it, we've been interacting with it for decades. I think hundreds of years. And, and Casey, you're a smart woman. Think about the implications. The implications are that not only do our governments and our militaries know this stuff's real, they've actively kept this from our reality for as long as there's been governments, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, as somebody who's been coming to terms with the fact that the government is and always will be lying the fuck out of whatever it happens to be, is to me, UFOs, that's huge. And yes, all of those realizations are a big deal, but there are more pressing issues to me at the moment. Alien overlords aren't the most looming threat to me. So that's why it's not as explosive, in my opinion. And it's 4:20, and I got to start getting ready for work. But I can still kind of chime in, try to.
What's the most looming, alarming threat to you?
Globalism.
Gravity. Are you there, Gravity? It's game time.
Yeah, it's been a while. I just been listening. I didn't go down to listener yet, but I'd have to agree that there are a lot more looming threats out there at the moment that seem to be getting worse. And I don't know what the next 5 years is going to bring, but I can guarantee it's going to be quite the ride.
Can you think of a better excuse to stop the bullshit though, and I try to be pragmatic about it, and I ask myself the question, with all this enlightenment, we still haven't really taken a lot of steps forward in reducing the bad aspects of how we live here and in increasing the good aspects. The quality of life for the average human being isn't getting better in the 21st century. It's getting worse. So isn't this, is there a better excuse than this to say, hey, we've just got to stop the shit and get on with a better way of doing it. And we know there's a better way to do it. I don't get this, we're so happy with our unhappiness that we should just maintain it so we don't have to believe in something that blows up our paradigm. I don't get it. We're not doing a good job at the moment of helping each other.
True.
So, Kent, who would rule the world? Because in that utopia, there's one world ruler.
No, there's not. If you made every eligible voter and had qualifications that allowed everyone to be a voter, an equal stakeholder in the country, then you'd have a government that formed its leadership based on how all the stakeholders, who were all equal partners in the way the country ran, were productive.
I take offense to stakeholder as.
Well, yeah, that's fine, but you're all stakeholders anyway. If when that train crashed and released all that poison into your water systems and your air, you all got the same air, you all getting the same water. So why not be part of the ownership of improving the country? Own your destiny instead of letting people who give a shit what you think run your country into the ground, and my country and every country.
And that's why I take offense to the stakeholder concept, because that's what the one world government is planning on doing. They want us to be how do you call it, subjects rather than citizens. It's that whole concept of stakeholder capitalism.
You're already subjects. How much choice do you get in your life?
How do you gather a collective that would make an impact without suffering casualties and fatalities? That's there, because I fear that it's going to take sometimes a really, really hard effort going in a lot of different directions in order to do such a thing. And there's that. I don't necessarily think that all of the key holders necessarily have all the high intellect either. I think some people are definitely just products of their family. Unfortunately, they also happen to be very ruling class and very, very rich and protected. What do you do to cause a change that would be effective for the community that needs it the most, without gathering, say, a commune together or some kind of a change that would make a difference, some impact without having any type of a fallout?
Therein lies the problem. That's something we've discussed over many spaces, probably over the last few weeks, and there has not been a determined answer.
Mention to Kent's point, that's how it's supposed to work. We have by way of elected spokespersons, but the elections have not been trustworthy. Not trustworthy. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say.
Indeed, I do.
Reliable. Thank you. Reliable.
We start wondering if it's just a charade.
Who's to blame for that?
The elected spokespersons.
No, the system.
Well,
if you have a system that can allow people to be voted in unfairly, then you don't have a system that provides the will of the people for the people. It's the system that failed, not the politicians.
No, but there isn't anything that told you to do anything, right? That's your own play. Am I wrong?
No, it depends on how much social media
Yeah, no, it
influence you.
depends on like where your idea is at already. So like you can go ahead and polish it up and say like, yeah, that's like where I belong. Or you could go ahead and say like, yeah, maybe I'm wrong. And maybe I could like sit back a little bit and like see how that unravels. I don't think that's you though.
Hey guys, I'm gonna sign off. I'll see y'all later.
All right. See you later.
Peace. Dumb fucking hoe.
I just think we could do a much better job of, having governments that represent what the public really need if we stop screwing around with labeling everyone who disagrees with us. And, it's not difficult to come up with a set of basic human principles that everyone should be able to expect as a human right. I mean, we've got it all detailed. So why do we keep fighting that? Why do we say it's okay for you to have human rights in America or Australia or England, but it's not okay for you to have human rights in Ethiopia or Senegal? I mean, why can't we just agree there's human rights and we should have a system in place that can make sure that happens for everyone? You'll get less refugees. You'll have less to your border. You'll have less
Well,
people
I mean,
going
it's
past on outside.
very hard for everyone to have the human rights scenario that you pledge. And it really is. It's difficult.
Why? Give me one good reason.
Well, because we don't even perspire or quite. You know what I mean? Like we're not even
No, I
doing that
don't.
over here. So like
No.
once in a while, we're gonna go ahead and give you like an okay system. You go ahead and just fuck all these guys, and then like, oh yeah, it was a system or like whatever, bro.
Yeah, but mate, I don't have to fuck anyone to make sure that the food that's getting wasted goes to the hungry people.
Well, I'm just sick of
I
it.
don't have to.
I'm sick
I
of
don't have
all
to.
these girls fucking like 30 people when they're 21 years old.
Oh, you're
And then like they
exaggerating.
think they have a chance with me. It's like it's fucking gross. Like I'm so sick of it, bro.
Yeah, that's
Like I'm
not on
not into it.
subject, dude. I don't want to have to meet you. If you want to talk about UAP and stuff, you're fine. But little girls, we don't want to know. That's not being
All right, well mute me, bro. Mute me, bro. I don't give a fuck.
Anyway, as usual, when I get too involved, like, causing controversy, thanks for letting me co-host.
Hold on, everybody. Yeah, hold on. I'd like to welcome someone very special to the show. We have the Knife Party podcast welcoming him to the Wild Stallions Day. Welcome, buddy.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Very happy to be here after being canceled for 2 other shows. Thank you for having me.
Welcome to the space.
Yeah, so I heard a lot of talks. I don't want to interfere on anything, but dude, you guys all got to be ethical to each other. It is Wild Stallions Day. It is the day that Bill and Ted saved the universe, and I think we should all look upon ourselves and I think we should all look upon ourselves and go, what can we do better for our families?
Party on, Wayne.
Yeah, party on. Well, no. Wrong movie. I think you should all look upon
Be
yourselves.
excellent to each other.
Yeah, we should all like think about like, dude, be ethical to each other, right? No,
that
I don't. You're not gonna have any disagreement with most of us here in the room, so you'll be fine.
dude,
Listen,
I was just canceled from not only my job, fired, canceled, and also on Twitter, I was banned and canceled. And why? Like, for what reason, dude? I mean, honestly, if you want to be ethical, if you want to be nice to each other, if you want to make people feel happy, what the fuck is the problem? I speak my mind, and I'm a little crass. I know that, but what the fuck is the problem? And that's all I have to say.
I'll say this much. I'll say this much. I'm of the opinion that we do need to have some form of rationale as to what people do discuss on spaces, because even guys like myself, yourself, Logan, we puppy, Blackie. Sorry, folks, but even folks like me, you have people listening, and I'll have to jump off for a sec.
This is affecting Blackie, as you can see. And what would Rufus do? That's what you have to ask yourself, you know?
Rufus.
So you got in trouble with Mr. Caviar?
Yeah, sorry, my pups are going schizo because someone just arrived, so I've got to jump down, mate.
That's a weak sauce. I'm talking about the knife party.
All right, you gotta bring back that Rufus energy.
True. What would Rufus do? How do you improve everything? One by one.
Well, I mean, you could start by going back to fundamentals, but the biggest problem for talking planet-wide is, humans being humans. You can't force them all to do what's in their own best interest. Unfortunately.
It's tough because there's been an incremental, over a period of time, corruption in some of the top areas of who is sort of in, I hate to say, like, in control of the populace, but obviously the flashlight's been out a little bit. The internet helped a little bit. And as I scan what's going on right now, bit by bit, besides the UFO situation, just kind of all the different situations that are going on right now, it seems like a bit of idiocracy coming to life. And it's kind of odd what's going on right now. Even today, people being indicted, fires, weird weather shit. Everybody's treating each other like crap. You can't trust people who are supposed to be actually like leading, or you can't trust that if you go to a poll, it's actually doing anything. You can't trust what you're seeing. You can't trust what you're hearing. And then on top of that, those that are in need financially, there's a hell of a lot of good people out there that don't really necessarily have the power except their voice to do anything collectively. If that's where this conversation's going, I just wonder how that's all going to be affected. This world is going to be really, really different in less than 5 years. Like it's nearly an exponential change because of the technological revolution that's happening right now. It's crazy.
Well, I wholeheartedly agree. The problem is, what can we do here in the now to make
It really sucks, Logan, that you get to jam out loud right now and everyone in my household is sleeping,
Yeah, well, that was actually kind of cool.
Oh, it was way cool. I just wish I could participate.
Well, I mean, just saying, it was kind of cool. It was a little cool.
Hey, Logan, do you know And We Die Young by Alice Chains?
No, the saddest thing is that Logan doesn't know how to play Typo Negative.
He can always learn.
Well, I mean, if he plays Love You to Death, I'll come in my pants.
Now we're talking.
Promises.
So
Well, the world needs more rocking and less talking. I don't know.
you know what the world needs, dude? Just people need to be nice. Just be
Yes.
nice.
And this world needs an enema.
Well, I mean, we definitely need an enema, but my podcast is all about movies and horror movies and everything else, but the main thing is we just sit around and we just try to actually find common ground, and there's not a lot of common ground where people are. I just got canceled like twice, and I just got someone giving me 14 messages. Logan knows about this. I just sent him screenshots. I don't understand why people are so angry at people for trying to find common ground. Logan, would you agree? And can you play a metal riff with that too? That'd be awesome. Can you play some Moped?
Can you just rock on?
Yeah. Yeah, Logan is gonna rock and sorry, man, my heart was into it.
I need to go watch Faster Pussycat Kill Kill with a big gaggle of geese. I like the fact that you have a horror movie, jam going. I like that. I do.
Dude, I had a horror movie fucking band. Anyway, Logan, can I interview you real quick? Would that be all right? Just like a good, 5-minute interview with you.
Yeah, sure. I just realized I was like, fuck, how do I talk on here? But I realized all I have to do is press the mic button. Yeah. What's up?
So, Logan, tell me, you are a man of stature in order to gain an audience. How did you get this, and where does it derive from?
Oh, so you wanted me to play The Good Die Young? Or We Die Young?
No. I'm asking you, where does your position for this dominance of gaining an audience, where do you get this from? Like, where exactly does this position of this come from?
Sorry, I'm trying to learn this guitar riff, but I don't know. It doesn't really come from anywhere, man. I don't know what you mean.
So that guitar riff tells me that there's a lot of aggression there, right? So tell me, if you were in a zombie apocalypse, what 2 weapons would you choose?
Definitely one of those super soaker guns, but then you fill it up with gasoline, and then probably one of those Zippo lighters.
Okay, but what would you do with, because this is a UFO podcast, right? So what would you do if UFO beings were attacking? Like, would you change your weapons for that?
No.
Like, what is your UFO alien attack weapons? Like, just asking. They're approaching. They're coming today.
I have firearms, but that's only gonna go so far.
But what firearms though? You can't just be vague. You got to tell me exactly what.
That's a Fed question, which you probably already know the answer to. But between rifles and pistols and shotguns, I have a variety.
Okay, so what about if it's zombie aliens? Like zombies and aliens.
Zombie aliens. aliens. Okay, Zombalians.
So no, zombies and aliens. So you have a firearm and you have a melee weapon. What would it be?
Okay, the melee weapon. How about I take this American flag that I did not put up outside on Memorial Day?
Fuck yeah.
I will fight for my freedom.
So I'm gonna run over to that, but I mean, like, how is that gonna defeat aliens and zombies? But I mean, I'm with you though.
Oh yeah, no, okay. So I mean, I'll obviously work out my frustrations, and I'll probably take this Daily Wire bat as well when I run out of ammunition.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm down with the flag. I'm coming over to you, but I mean, come on now. Like, I mean, we gotta have
we're working on a hypothetical. I mean,
No. We're working on a true army, dude. We're working on if aliens and zombies attack at the same time. What are we doing?
Okay, well, we'll use some of this overpriced California gas.
We're reaching for our ankles. Is what we're doing.
No, I'm not reaching for
I'm
my
not.
ankle.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Dude, I don't drink Bud Light, dude. I'm sorry.
If I'm going down, I'm going down.
I mean, you gotta probably have some kind of antimatter disruptor or some like a quantum harmonic oscillator or like a nanobot swarm would be a pretty sweet toy, or something like neutrino pulsar, or
dude, I haven't leveled up in D&D that much, so I don't have those abilities yet. Nothing.
You can't sit at the big boy table yet?
No, I haven't, dude. I'm waiting to get there.
Yeah, I'm not an American shaman yet, so I don't have any psionic powers.
You know what's funny is, and dude, Logan, Logan needs to unmute himself, man. I got so canceled. From last night's podcast.
Oh, which one?
Logan is got his I got so canceled from Caviar. Today is Bill and Ted Day. Did you guys know that? Today's Bill and Ted Day.
You've only told us 12 times, so I think if nobody knows, you should know by now. But good movie. The original was better than the second. I don't have a phone booth though.
No, you don't. But so there was this alien dude, and he was a journalist, I guess. And Logan and I were kind of dogging on him a little bit, but I kept going on about how the evidence of Bill S. Preston and Ted Theodore Logan were coming on, and I swear to God, man, we trolled this dude for no end. For no end, man. I'm telling you.
Journalists are a different species, so they probably had it coming.
We're talking about how.
Oh man, that was all you. I don't know that dude. What was his name? Game Tech, politics or some bullshit. Who was that dude anyway?
I don't know, but all I know is that I got so much heat. I woke up this morning and I had 30 texts of how dare you? How dare you? And I'm like, because it was really great because I would say.
Or text. Was he actually hitting you up on your phone too?
Yes, both. Well, no, because I don't give out my number, but it was how dare you do this? And I was like, well, there's the label of Socrates, which actually told about the Circle K, of the strange things being afoot of the Circle K, and the landing of the vessel. And of the vessel, two beings came out, and then it was all fun and games until the next day when they figured out that it was a ruse, and they were like, "You asshole."
I take it he was unfamiliar with the awesomeness of Bill and Ted.
Oh, You know what? I have screenshots. I have
Do
screenshots, and they
share.
were.
Do share. Epic rage.
Oh, there was a lot of epic rage.
Hey,
There
well,
Oh,
was
wait
a
a
you know
lot.
what?
second.
The world needs levity. So yeah, bring it
And
on.
dude, that's what I said. And Logan too was like, dude, you're keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. And I
How was I
kept
not in this
going.
space?
Oh, I'll post them. There's a lot of hate though.
No, the space wasn't even recorded. You know, it's fucking retarded.
Oh, that's what we were talking about earlier. Because the space you were trying to find the recording of earlier.
Yeah, I was telling
Oh,
these guys earlier about what happened last night, and I was like, I can't remember all of it, but I'll just play it for you. But then I went and found it, and there's no recording of it. This motherfucker.
oh, I know. We were going to use it in our fucking in our podcast, and that's what got him really pissed. Hold on, No,
Too bad.
I have the podcast done. The podcast is up, but I'm gonna just screenshot. But I got in a lot of trouble. Let's put it that way.
Hey, wait, that
Well,
podcast you sent me, is that space?
Oh no, I'm sending you just the screen. No, the podcast was on. Oh no, sorry, the podcast wasn't on that space. The podcast was on. Oh damn. All right, I have a few of them here.
Yeah, well, if somebody can get Elon on the horn, maybe we can get an API so we could, if we can't, wait for the screen to be recorded and saved, we could screen capture, if we could do it through the computer.
Well, I just sent a couple of them. Did you guys get that?
Let me take a look.
Yeah, I got in a little trouble.
Okay, caviar deep fake.
Yeah, he wasn't too happy with me.
I don't get it. Why not? Like, he didn't know that you were talking about Bill and Ted?
No, it was because remember that journalist that was super boring and we were like talking shit about him the whole time?
I wasn't.
Oh, dude, but you were egging me on. Don't even lie. You were in the background. You're going, you gotta destroy this dude. You got to.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I will. I'm like, don't even. I got this guy. And the guy was such a piece of shit. Remember, he went on for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, but it was like some interesting shit. Like, he was like the part of the guy who like broke this whole UFO story, isn't it? Wasn't that like interesting?
For about 6 minutes, and then when he kept doing the dude, that guy is like Alex Jones shit, where it's like, okay, we know this. Can you get to something? And it was boring. Dude, you make my pussy so dry, I couldn't even listen.
It's like I almost want. I should pull Solomon in there. He'll troll. Oh man.
I'm not even trolling. I'm saying that this guy was so fucking boring. Tell me something. Tell me, like, I love UFO shit. Don't get me wrong. I love The Abyss. I love all these movies. I love everything. I want, like, I'm in. Give me some evidence. This guy was like, well, you don't even know. And then it's like where you're scratching your chin and then you're falling asleep in your hand. You're like, yeah, okay. This guy was so fucking boring. I swear to God that I had.
Hey, how's it going, Caviar? Good to see you, buddy. Your buddy over here, the knife guy, he's saying nothing but wonderful things.
It's good times. Ah, a nice quiet moment.
And then there was silence.
Yes. Oh, Lacey, you're still here. We still need to do that 1 minute meditation. That reminds me. How long are you going to be around here for? 'Cause maybe we should get to it pretty soon. If you're
I didn't know. I just didn't want to. I mean, I saw that my messages were being shared on the chat. I don't have any animosity towards anyone. I definitely am not trying to start a fight with anybody. But I guess like I wasn't sure. I just thought if anyone had any questions about, I guess this fight is being litigated on this space, which I'm here to answer questions. And Knife, again, I don't have any animosity towards you at all. All I would say is that like I was hosting a space that a bunch of people got booted from. This journalist was like really nice to come on, and I just didn't want him to be trolled. I didn't understand that's what you were doing.
Dude, I was making a joke about Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. I cannot believe that you're going to take that so personally.
Right, but you're actually sharing private messages on a. You're literally going into a group chat and sharing private messages from me to you, which I'm not sure. Again, it's like
about Bill and Ted Excellent Adventure, a movie. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. You're really going to get mad at me about a movie called Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. There is nothing shared. There's no social security numbers. There's
no,
nothing.
you're
It's a
sharing. You're
movie.
sharing the DMs that we sent. You've added the DMs that we sent into the chat, like DMs from you to me, like our conversation, our private conversation. You screenshotted and you're putting in this chat. And again, like I don't
about
Not who.
Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
No, you're saying things that I said privately to you, which again seems kind of like
Yeah, about a movie called Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Dude, I have no. Oh, dude, this is a wrestling promo. I have nothing. Dude, I love you, man. I fucking love you. I don't understand why this is happening. I don't know why it's happening. I just, I'm going to block you and I'm going to do this
no,
and this and this.
that's well, okay. So listen, I can't imagine that other people find this interesting, and I apologize.
I do.
Oh, wait, Lacey, was that you? Here, it looks someone else had their hand up. I didn't mean to be impolite to
Oh, that's
anyone.
okay.
No.
For those that don't know, let me just provide the proper context so we understand what's going on here. So we had like I think he's like an intelligence briefer. He's like part of the people that broke this UFO story on Monday with this whole Grouch guy. He talked about him coming on the stage, I guess, like a few weeks ago. He's like a part of all that, so whatever. He was on Caviar Space over here, and he was nice enough to join. I think just randomly. I don't know if you invited him or what, but he was nice enough to stay, even though he's getting kind of trolled by me and by the Knife Party podcast guy, and with Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. But yeah, I guess Caviar, you didn't realize that we were joking, but you only just now found out. Is that what's up?
No, I mean, yeah, no, it was on Knife Party's latest podcast episode. He was talking about how he came on this space and like found the journalist boring, and so decided intentionally to troll him. And I guess, yeah, I mean, maybe I don't understand the etiquette of spaces or whatever, but for me, it's like this guy literally was on for hours with Logan, and then he decided to jump into the space to answer people's questions. And so, like, to me, it was like, wow, that's a real privilege. I don't know if I agree or disagree with the guy, right? But the fact that he, has broken a lot of stories, again, I don't know if he's right or wrong, but he decided to come in here and give us his time. And I felt like, I mean, Knife, you were not terrible to him, but like that Jason guy was really bad to him. And he almost left a couple times, and I felt like really privileged to have him there. And I just wanted to make sure that like it was a space for him to be able to field the questions that he wanted to. And so I felt like it was disruptive. And so privately I asked Knife, like, please don't do that. Like, and again, it's like, yeah, I mean, I am a little bit upset about it, but at the same time, it's like, I don't have any animosity towards anyone, A, and B, it's like, I said that to him privately. And in response,
No, you were
my
being a dick. You were being an ass, man. Dude, I fucking love your movie. I support everything you do. You were being an ass, and here's why. That guy was a blowtard. He was boring everybody, and I was making jest, not fun, but jest by making tiny little things because it was Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures Day today. And I was just making little jokes, and you got really upset at me because of a review I did today. And dude, I don't understand why you can't take a joke. And I wasn't making fun of you, and I wasn't making fun of him. I was just making levity.
Okay, so I really, to me, it just seems like if you really do think so well of me, then why is it that you decided, instead of trying to talk to me about this, you decide to post my private messages in a public forum, right? And then talk about me instead of talking to me. And I mean, maybe someone else, has something to say about this, but to me, again, like I understand that people were kidding, but at the same time, it's like this guy did, like it was a forum for a discussion about exactly this issue. And if you come in and like mess with people, I didn't understand what you were getting at. And I was trying to be polite because I thought you had a legitimate question about a UFO, which again, I didn't really get it, but I was like, let people ask their questions. But it just seems rude. If this journalist, like, did everybody else feel like he was a total blowtard? Because to me, I thought what he said was interesting.
A lot of people
Besides
thought he was
Knife, like Logan and Lacey and other speakers, I would like to hear from you. I mean, again, maybe I'm like completely insane here, but to me, to post someone's private messages in a chat where they're not there, and then to kind of like talk shit about them publicly, seems, I wouldn't do that to you, Knife. I would recommend people listen to your podcast. I think you're a talented broadcaster. I think you're a smart guy. I don't think that this is in any way productive. And I think it's like really impolite and unprofessional. And I would just ask, like, let's be civil to each other. And I would ask, like, don't mess with people in a space that if I'm happen to be hosting a space and I get a really cool guest, like, don't come in and mess with them.
But what's funny about that is that when you first actually did, I wanted you as a guest, and you would even come on the show, and then you insult me and say I'm an alcoholic, which by the way I am. But you keep doing this shit where you're like, oh, dude, if you want to talk to me in an open forum, I'd love to do it. I love talking to you like this because it's actually you and me, but it doesn't have to be in front of other people. It really doesn't. You're making it this way.
I never said you're an alcoholic. I said that you sounded drunk in that text message. I was an alcoholic. I haven't had a drink in 5 years. I understand what it's like to be drunk. There's no judgment there. I never called you an alcoholic. I challenge you to produce the text where I ever called you alcoholic, because I did not. I said you sounded drunk, which you did, which I understand because I was. I understand, but dude, there are so many days that I woke up viciously hungover and I hated myself because I knew that by 7 p.m. that night I was going to be drunk again, and I was helpless, man. So, brother, I'm on your side there, and I understand. All I'm saying is that you're in my, like, like when I was hosting a space, and again, it's like it wasn't even my space. It was a space someone else was hosting, and it got messed up for technical reasons, and so I picked it up just so that these other people could ask their questions, so that I could give a forum to people that were asking the questions, because I thought it was a really, like, energizing discussion. And so that's what I was trying to do. And a few people came in to troll. And I mean, I found that to be impolite. And the fact that you went and bragged about it on your podcast, I said privately to you, like, hey, man, that upsets me. That's not cool. And over again, you basically said, just grow us into humor. I'll talk to, like, I'm not sorry for blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I said how I felt, which is, that's not cool. And instead of addressing it with me, you said, like, stop typing. I'm not going to read anything you say. You unfollow me. And then you go on a chat with other people that were in the space yesterday and proceed to talk shit on me and share my private messages. I'd like to hear from
talk shit on you. I never talk shit on you.
Well, I mean,
always
what are all these private messages that you're posting in the chat of
private
our like?
messages.
Can we hear
It
from
was
someone else?
It was only.
Like, does this
Dude,
not seem a little bit unreasonable to other
dude,
people?
this
Like,
is
doesn't it seem
this
like
is
it's
so
not
pro.
cool, dude?
This is
I can't help but laugh. Sorry. This is. I'm not sure if this is like a comedy bit, but I just got lucky to have here. But I love you guys, man. This is good stuff. I mean, I liked that guy. Game Tech Politic, whatever his name was. He seemed nice enough. I mean, I didn't agree with Knife Party. I mean, I mean, I've never heard someone that sounded, as monotone and as boring as that guy did. But I mean, the things he had to say could have been interesting. So I just kept listening. But if you're drunk, I could totally get about how that'd be like mad boring as fuck for sure. What's up, Lacey?
I have no idea. I was going to say something a while ago that, and I think it was that people posting private DMs, that I didn't think that was cool. That if you needed to say something, just go to the other person and talk,
Yeah, if it makes you feel any better, Caviar. He said that you have sand in your vagina.
I actually do. That's actually congenital. It's not sand. It's a sandy protein that grows in there. But that's okay. I have a beautiful douche that I use to wash it out. It's actually, it looks like Mitt Romney, believe it or not, which makes it a lot easier to use. So
How quaint.
That's
Well,
beautiful.
yeah, you should definitely, make a pearl for me.
I already have.
He said something.
Better make it a full necklace then, I suppose.
Where'd he go? Did he not want to discuss this, or is he coming back? What's up, Rachel?
Hi. Yeah, I don't know who that guy was, Sandy Fanny. But no, I did actually request to talk about something else, but about the what Knife was asking you about the weapons that you would use. In the event of an alien invasion. However, I can't help laughing because what it basically, the whole conversation started out very civil and very nice, and let's all be nice to each other. I don't understand why we can't be nice to each other and all this, and then it turns into a complete altercation and full-scale fight. So yeah, I found that quite funny. That was entertaining. But yeah, what you were saying was uh Knife, what you were saying was about the two weapons that you were asking Logan which two weapons that he would use. That's really such, because I was thinking then.
Hey, Rachel. I mentioned this earlier, but he left. He left already.
Yeah. But no, but I'm just picking up on the point that he actually made. Just because I know that a lot of this is UFO, and a lot of people are interested in this. But so what I was just going to say was to ask, I suppose, all of you is the same question, because then I thought about it, and I thought, well, what is the definition of an alien, really? I mean, we don't know what they're resistant to. So let's say, for example, a bullet could kill us, but we don't know what an alien or a zombie actually is, and maybe they're resistant to things that might ordinarily kill a human, wouldn't necessarily kill an alien. So we don't know. Because none of us, as far as I know, have ever actually met an alien, or ever actually, well, not that we know of. So I mean, we could throw weed at them and it could snuff them out. So we don't know what's gonna, gassing them, is that gonna kill them? Are bullets gonna kill them? Are bombs gonna kill them? Or are they resistant and resilient to all of that? So, like I say, what might annihilate us, it may not destroy them. So that is very, very difficult to sort of try and say which two weapons would you use. I don't know, maybe get a big billboard with a photograph of a nude Biden or something. I know that would probably kill the majority of us. So you could certainly try the scare tactic, but apart from that, you know what I'm saying. We don't know uh, what they're made of. A bullet could bounce back off them. Gas may not. So that's an impossible question to ask. I would just throw everything, as well as the kitchen sink, everything at them, and hope to God that something works. But until you know what they're made of, it's impossible to know which weapon to use.
You
Hey
raise a really
Rachel,
good
I don't know if
point.
you've heard of Phil Schneider, but he, if you listen to his story, he talks about tall greys which live deep underground, and he said that the soldiers used to take the helmets off and piss in them and throw because they're allergic to ammonia. Ammonia is like an acid,
That's
so
right.
apparently on the skin.
Well, if you can urinate on them, I suppose. That's one thing to try. But I do like your recommendation though. Basically we're gonna discuss them because I guess they have Puritan sensibilities. We're gonna send them nudes, I guess. Oh gosh.
Hey, so does anyone want to volunteer to be a co-host? I have 0 co-hosts right now, and
Oh yeah, I would love to.
Oh, wouldn't we all? Yeah, put us all up.
oh, okay. I sent one. There you go. Just an invite.
So I was invited back. So what the fuck is funny? Let me ask you, if you're trying to be entertaining and you're trying to be funny, like what is that to you? I'm trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a joke, and I get pummeled. I get messages. I get everything, dude.
Yeah, we can't all have our mics open at the same time. And hey, Knife Party podcast, who are you talking to? I'm unclear on that. Also, you didn't accept my co-host invite, so I don't know what you're doing there. But also, yeah, I guess that's about it. So who are you talking to? Oh shit! I just realized. Oh wait, no, that's not true. You gotta hit the mic button. Mic button.
You can do it, Ray.
Sorry. What is it about trying to be funny and not?
Oh, you cut out. Maybe that's his problem.
Did some?
I think that's why he's like been cutting out or been falling off. Is because he has a bad connection probably. What are you gonna do? Hey, Caviar, do you think he was talking to you?
I think so, yeah. But hey, I invited him back because Lacey had that question about she wanted to address directly the question about weapons that he asked, and yeah, I just wanted to say like at least for me it's like water under the bridge. I'm not upset at all. I asked him not to do something, and I feel like hey, we're good. Like to me, forgiveness is a big deal. If he's upset with me still, I'm definitely not upset. I would ask like if I'm on a future space and I have a really cool guest, like, and if it's a serious guest, like that guy was serious, like, I'd ask we not make fun of him, like that's kind of a big deal to me. But at the same time, it's like I'm not upset right now, and let's talk about UFOs, like I'm good with it. I have, like we're all buddies in my view. I have no animosity towards anyone.
Yeah, that dude was like a hell of a guest too. Like, I'd never heard of him before. Did he just pop in there randomly?
Okay, so what happened is that Dustin guy, like Dustin and Freemason, who host these like gigantic conspiracy theory spaces, I was in there, and Dustin's space just got like just imploded at one point. Like for some reason, like everybody got booted. And so he said, "Oh, I'm calling it a night." And so I said, "Okay, I'll start a space." I just randomly on a whim, I was like, "Okay, I'm going to start a space." I invited Dustin and Freemason. And Dustin actually came in for a few minutes at the beginning and really helped me, like retweeted the space and everything. So it got pretty big. And then Game Tech, I guess, saw that and decided to come in because he was Dustin's guest. You know, like Dustin has like 23,000 followers, Freemason has like 78,000, and they were having him as a guest, like as their interview, basically, and allowing people to ask questions. And so Game decided to come in to my tiny space and just like basically help me out, you know, and I got like 50 followers over, you know, the course of a couple hours because he decided to be there and ask questions. And so I wanted to just be, and I know a lot of people didn't know that. And Knife, I know you probably didn't know that. And I know a lot of people there didn't know that, but he was like it was like a super cool thing for him to do, I think.
Yeah, what a nice guy. He seemed like a really nice guy. Like, even when he was getting tore up by that other Jason guy, like, he was going pretty ham on him when I kind of came in there. He seemed to take it pretty well. He didn't, like, take off or anything, right? So that's good. What's up, Rachel?
Yeah, I put my hand up. Excuse me. Excuse me. When the last guy was talking there about, what makes a joke? How do you make a joke? Humor is very subjective. It's a matter of taste. So you can basically, some people can love one comedian and another can absolutely hate their material. What I personally find funny is self-deprecating humor. Uh, to use your life experiences and talk like Mickey Flanagan does. I'm sure you know of that in the USA. Yeah, you know Mickey Flanagan. You know Kevin Bridges. Their material is always sort of, it's taking their life experiences. Usually they're really mortifying ones, and people find that funny because they can relate. They can go, "Oh my god, I remember I got pissed, and I remember I did that," and so something that's relatable to the public. Not so much constructing a joke like "knock knock, who's there" sort of joke, but actually telling a story as opposed to trying to construct a joke. Is, in my humble opinion, is the best comedy, and I am obsessed with comedy. That would be my number one passion in life. There's not a night that passes when I'm not watching comedy on the TV, and when I mean comedy, I mean stand-up comedy. Absolutely passionate about stand-up comedy, but that you see, that's only my opinion. Other people may like a different sort of form of comedy, so I would just say go with your heart, go with what makes you laugh, because somebody will find it funny unless you're absolutely shite, but somebody will find it funny, so go with what you find funny. And instead of trying to be so clever about comedy, just be yourself. Be your vulnerable self, and people find that funny because it's relatable. So that's all I want to say.
Oh, thank you for that. I think that's actually a good point. And as to the question as it was posed, what I would add to that would be basically depends on your environment. So the only advice I'd say to that would be read the room. There's time for self-deprecating humor. There's time for not maybe not necessarily knock knock jokes, but there's all forms of humor, and they can all. I find humor in just about everything. I myself I like a lot of dark humor, but that's probably because of my background, and I'm sure everybody else has various types of humor they like or specific ones they prefer. But yeah, it comes down to we have preferences, and some things we enjoy, some things we don't. But if you're doing comedy for a mixed group of people, you can do some test feelers. Put some feelers out. gauge your audience, and then you can determine which direction you're going to take it in. But I will jump off my soapbox from that.
He says, is he here yet? He says that I started drama. I told him that there's no drama, that you don't care, Caviar. I just told him to come back. That we're answering his question. I mean, I don't know. How do you feel about that?
Oh yeah, I just want to say I have nothing, like I don't want to say anything bad about Knife at all. I mean, he gave my movie a beautiful review, and I have, yeah, I just want to say, like, I definitely don't want to have any sort of beef. And the only reason I'm sorry if I seem contentious to anyone, and to Knife too, if you hear this, the only reason I felt sort of frustrated and jumped in is because I saw the messages. But at the same time, it's like, we all, like, we're better than our worst moment, right? And we all make mistakes, and hey, I make mistakes. Maybe I made a mistake, right? Like, so I definitely, for me, like, there's absolutely no animosity at all. And in terms of humor, I mean, it's interesting because with my movie, I've gotten, like, people on the left are really angry because they think it's a QAnon movie, and people on the right, some are really angry because they think I'm making fun of QAnon. So, like, it's hard for me to know what, like, humor is a taste matter, and obviously watching my movie, if you see the trailer, you'll see it's like, it is kind of like a giant troll. But you go in there knowing that. But yeah, that's all I got to say.
Oh, so I was going to ask you about your movie actually, but yeah, what is your movie about?
So my movie is, and you guys can see it. It's free on Tubi, and you can rent it or buy it on Amazon Prime. Trailer is on my profile. There's my plug. Sorry, but yeah, my movie's like a deep fake horror movie. So it's got deep fakes of, like, AOC and George W. Bush and Hillary Clinton and Fauci and Klaus Schwab. It's like a gigantic conspiracy theory found footage movie with deep fakes of these real political figures in it. And you can see, even on the trailer, like, you can see, there's Kamala Harris, who actually, we just used footage of her, but there's the deep fake of Klaus Schwab and AOC. You can see, like, right in the middle of the trailer. So, hey, if anyone wants to see it, I'd love to hear what you think.
I like the premise. That sounds great. I'm definitely gonna have to watch it. Because there's been a lot of, conspiracies, and somehow it keeps, in my mind, it keeps coming back to that Iron Sky, the coming race. It's got the Vril in it and all that. And we've got all sorts of characters from the past. We've got Hitler, Steve Jobs. So if you guys haven't seen that, it's a hokey comedy, kind of campy, but it's a conspiracy, funny movie.
Could you send me a link to that? I don't think I've ever heard of it.
Okay.
Oh shit!
Put the Jumbotron.
My mic was open that whole time. Damn it!
How long a movie is it?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, did you say how long?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little under an hour and a half. So it's or at least mine. If you're asking about mine, it's like 84 minutes with credit.
Okay, and you can watch it on Tubi, you said.
On Tubi, yeah, and on Amazon. But don't watch anywhere else because people have pirated it, and we don't get paid if you watch anywhere else. But it's free on Tubi.
I'm interested now, so yes.
Okay, let's hear it. Actually, Caviar, how did you make this video?
Well, it's kind of a crazy story, but, like, I used to work in publishing and I hated it. It was like the people at the job were really nice. And I was grateful for the gig, but I'm a writer, and I felt like I was making other people's dreams come true. And so, like, I'm in a spot in my life where it's like, I'm single, I don't have kids, I have the chance right now, like, in 5 years, if I was married and had kids and worked at a job I hated, I felt like I would really regret it. And so I had this chance to sort of leap, and I got a script optioned, and they ended up wanting to make a bunch of changes. And when you're doing You know, and again, good people. I don't have anything bad to say about those people either. But they, you know, it's like I had no power. You know, like I was on the bottom of the totem pole, but I had a little bit of money, and I said like I'm going to make a movie that either is going to get me permanently canceled, or going to be like really controversial and get a lot of attention. And so I decided to make a deep fake QAnon thriller, the main reason I did that is like I do feel like our civil liberties, whether you're on the left or the right, are being trampled all over the world. And B, I felt like it would be a really funny thing to do because you're like not allowed to talk about that. And so it was like right in the middle of the pandemic that I wrote it. And so it's a very angry film. You'll see. But yeah, it's like a big dark joke. But yeah, I had the chance because I had a little bit of money, and I knew some people that did production, and I went for it.
Sweet. Anyway, hey buddy, why don't you come up here, buddy?
What's the name of the movie?
It's called Caviar. If you go to my profile,
okay.
Yeah. Just if you go to my profile, you'll be able to see everything about it.
Why did you call it that?
Well, that's kind of what I will say is you will know why I called it that by the time you get to the end. I don't want to spoil too much about it, but it has to do with sort of like the ending. But I promise it. I mean, remember the richest of people like caviar, right?
Yeah.
So, or like the most powerful elites. You know, I would imagine that Hillary Clinton and George W. Bush eat a lot of caviar. So yeah, what that could mean in the context of a political horror film, I think you'll see.
Oh no.
Okay, Caviar, I posted your link to yours or your tweet. I just repinned your tweet to the Jumbotron for everybody in this space. I'm gonna do the same with the one that I was talking about.
Dude, this movie sounds amazing.
I knew it was gonna be right up your alley, buddy. I was like, this is right.
Dude. Yeah, I'm just tired as fuck, or else I would have joined in sooner. Yeah, that sounds wicked cool, man. You need to do the sequel about their human trafficking on the left.
Yeah, make sure you're good and angry when you do it.
Yeah, I mean it has to do with some of that as well, but yeah, to me it's like my hope is that it could be sort of totally nonpartisan in the sense that, I guess my feeling is I think Americans of whatever political persuasion, they're angry for a lot of complicated reasons, but I kind of wanted to articulate that, and I feel like we all feel that we're being lied to, and so that I mean that was sort of my hope, is to do it in a way that people, whether whatever party you're part of, I think if you care about human rights and civil liberties and you don't like the war crime, like it's really a criticism of American foreign policy and war crimes, and like the lies that we're told by the media constantly.
Sounds beautiful. I will definitely check it out. And I typically don't watch movies, but I will watch that one. I'll give you feedback, honest feedback.
Yeah, how has been the feedback on this movie so far?
Yeah, we got a couple good reviews. You know, like if you go to Rotten Tomatoes, some people on IMDb and Letterboxd are really angry because of the political stuff. So yeah, I would appreciate if you guys like it. I mean, go on Letterboxd or IMDb, because we're sort of getting, I don't know if you know what review bombing is, but like sometimes when people either really like a movie or hate a movie because of politics, they'll all pile on. And so a lot of people have piled on, like users. But yeah, like the couple of critic reviews, we got like 7 critic reviews, including a great one from Knife Party. And we got like 7 critic reviews, and 5 of them were really positive. And 2 were bad. but I get it, you know, like so yeah, it's a lot better than I anticipated, because I thought this was going to make everyone angry. Sorry, I'm getting a ton of hold on one sec. I got to step away for like 2 minutes. My apologies, guys.
Damn. Yeah, dude, I've been up for like 34 hours straight. We had a machine go down at the plant, so I've been trying to fix that motherfucker. I would have joined in sooner, man. I just wasn't around.
How could you join in sooner if you weren't around?
That's what I'm saying. I'm giving you all my excuses.
We love you anyway.
Love you, Lacey. Yeah. So what else did I miss besides some badass movie I've been missing out on?
Where is Sim? I just accepted him, but he's
Yeah. Yeah, it sounded like when I came in, you might have needed somebody with a God finger up here, huh?
yeah, they're doing that thing where they won't let me add any more co-hosts. But also, no, I was loving that. It was very entertaining.
What's up, Zim? I'm sorry I cut. He gone.
I guess I should sign up for Tubi. Let me see if it's on Amazon. He said it's on Amazon as well, so because I don't have a Tubi. All right.
There. What's up, Ray J?
Yeah, went quiet there, but what I was going to say to you, Logan, was that as you know, I'm new to Twitter. Yeah, I was, to blow my own trumpet, I was very, very good on the Facebook platform. A lot, thousands and thousands and thousands of people on there. Uh, as friends and followers. But what I want to say to you was I'm trying to establish what you've basically done very successfully. Well done by this space. So I'm trying to build one, and I'm just sort of trying to feel my way around and get to know it. But so yeah, if you can't get a co-host, I'm going to be talking about robots and artificial intelligence and whatnot. So you're more than welcome to be my co-host. if that's something, if that's something that interests you, you can be my co-host. Yeah. Because I'm also fascinated with robots, absolutely fascinated with robots and AI and stuff like that. So yeah, come on board, be my co.
That sounds like an amazing offer. I'll probably have to pop in on a few of your spaces to get a feel for it. But I mean, that sounds like fun.
Logan, can you go in where the little people's heads are and like where you have invited people that didn't accept it? Take away those invites and then it give you back the co-host spots, so to say. I know that I've done it like that before to be able to get some people up. It gets clogged up in those little heads sometimes. It sounds crazy, I know, but yeah.
Yeah, and Ray, there's a lot of people that come through Logan's space, and Logan's a great co-host as well. So if you just stick around his spaces, you'll end up finding people that'll do you right.
But like the two guests earlier talked about, spaces are a different thing, man. When you have people on speakers, you can't expect to control everybody's thoughts and opinions. You can steer things back and forth, but it's
Right.
it's a new. This isn't podcasting. This is a podcast where the audience is the podcast. You know,
What comes out of their mouth, you just never know.
like Lacey calling these profile pics little faces.
I love the little faces.
On my phone, they're the same size as my medication. They look like little pills.
Well, I would give
Well,
I would
that's
make a
even
reverent
better.
joke here. Little pills, I like that too.
What's up, Caviar? Oh, sorry, John. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no worries. I was going to make an irreverent joke here since we're on the talk of these little faces. Since you calling them your little pills and Lacey's calling them little faces, I had something else to say about it, but I think I'll just keep that to myself.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Well, we are
well,
being recorded here.
yeah. I was just wondering about, and Logan, maybe you could speak to this, or people like with experience in hosting spaces. I mean, I just joined Twitter, a little while ago to promote the movie, and I hadn't been on it on my other profile almost at all for a long time, and I'm kind of amazed by these spaces things, but maybe someone else knows. It's what's bonkers to me is it seems like there are only like a few of them at any point, and maybe it's just like my algorithm or whatever, but it's like there are like 30 of them up there, and for a platform that has millions of users, I guess like the question I have is why are so few people using this tool, which is kind of amazing in my view. Like it's maybe the most like it's like one of the most exciting things I've seen happen on Twitter. And it's almost like how podcasts sort of broke away the mainstream news. Like we don't watch mainstream news anymore. Like Joe Rogan gets way more views than CNN, And now like what's amazing to me about Spaces is that it's almost like anybody gets to have a podcast basically, and you actually get like a real audience. Like I used to stream on my old channel and nobody would come in, but like you open a space and there's only 30 of them and people just come in and talk. And like you already have a listenership here, and it's awesome. I don't know. I'd like to hear anybody who does this, elaborate on. I'm kind of fascinated by it.
Yeah, they've been picking
Well,
up.
for one
Oh, sorry,
thing.
Lacey.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just started to say that you may not be seeing them all at the top of your app. So you may have to go out of a space, and there's the little house for home, there's the search button, and then there's that little microphone for spaces. Tap on that and go into that area, and you can find lots and lots of spaces.
Right, and to piggyback off of that, besides the space, if you're actually searching for a space, because there are so many going all the time, anytime that you have people you follow are hosting a space, those if you stop scrolling, will scroll across the top of your screen, or appear there. There'll be a little bar. You just swipe, left or right, and then click on it, and that's what I do when I'm jumping between spaces to see where we're at and which topic I want to get on for, especially if anybody I'm following, because there's seems to be a lot of people that are doing spaces at the same time. So I've got to sometimes reel it in and figure out where I want to be. But yeah, the search space button is a great resource, as Lacey said, and again, Spaces has this, or at least the Twitter app has this ability to project the spaces on the top of your your Twitter feed, and you can just swipe it across and pick which one you want and see who's listening, Amazing.
Yeah, that's great. Any help and advice that anyone can offer, I will be very grateful for that, because we live, we learn, and so the more information, the more help I can get, it's going to be gratefully received. So yeah, I will take that advice. Thank you. That's something I didn't know, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, and until you get a feel for like your co-host and stuff, minimize your speaker count. So just have like 4 speakers up at a time, because that way you can get to learn the room. Then it just becomes like second nature after that. So you can shuffle through a little easier. It just makes it a lot less frustrating, and you can focus. And your co-host will typically take care of all that, but you're there just to kind of steer the conversation and you know boot people if they get out of hand or anything. But no, most of the time people are real respectful. Like Kent Reynolds never interrupts. He always raises his hand, and I love him for that. What's up, Kent?
Well, I only came in because I saw you and Zim were here, and I love your voices, mate. So, and I've had a Chang beer, so the worst combination of me being on Spaces. Love you guys.
Love you, Kent.
Love you, Kent.
And Lacey, the Southern Belle. How you doing, gorgeous? I fucking hope you get better soon, sweetheart. I really do. All my energy to you, love.
I appreciate that so much. Love and hugs to you.
I don't know which Southern Belle you remind me of, but every time I hear your voice, it's like one of Mum's friends talking to me from, like, wherever you are in the world. So, yeah. No, it's cool, buddy. And you bloody had that bit of paper you sent me a year and a half ago, which just spun my dial. I'm still wondering about you, Lacey. But I hope you get better soon, mate.
What are you wondering about me?
How you got in, like, in all the space. Okay, I've had a beer, but it's not a bad beer, so I haven't had too many. But
Right.
you are the only person in. I've been on Twitter for nearly 14 years, so at Tenek1 got abandoned after 2000. Oh, I can't remember. But you're the only person in all my time on UFO Twitter that actually produced a name that actually means something. You're the only one. Like, a lot of people talk about, I've got super special contacts with super special. You are the only person who ever mentioned a company. Well, it's not a company, is it?
No.
But you're the only person who ever mentioned something that actually was something. You know what I mean?
I do. I read a lot, and I have for many years went down this rabbit hole before it was internet, and as the internet became available, and at another website that I lived at,
Well, I'll tell you
before
this
they
much.
could post anything, they had to post references, so they just couldn't go in there and post what they thought. A lot of times it had to be proven or had to be posted or in an article. So
Well,
I
just
read a
just
lot
to
of
let you
that
know,
stuff.
like, I'd appreciate you. I think you know the thing I'm talking about, and I appreciate your straightforwardness and that you know what to talk about and not. But I'll say this much to you. Major Naeem, that I worked with in Pakistan, is one of the guys that I really respected out of those sort of people. And he was the one who told me about that group. And I've got an ashtray sitting in my shed waiting to be given to my best friend in the world. That was a gift from Major Naeem when I left Pakistan. That's how much I respected him. We lost him a few years later to a heart attack. But, mate, the stories that he used to just tell me at 10 o'clock at night in the middle of the desert in Pakistan, mate, you couldn't have had a better guy to sit down and just talk shit with, you know?
I would love to hear some of those stories.
Yeah, I wish. Me too. I wish I could tell them, but
I
well, I
know.
mean, the thing that surprised me was years later, I was working on a project in Malaysia that had a few of you fellow colonial members, and a guy's telling me a story, a very sort of very, very special dude who I upset because the first 5 minutes I'm in the place, I'm going, oh, well, I don't need to fucking be here because obviously you have all the fucking answers. But unfortunately, the company sent me here to ask you questions anyway, so put up with me. And that pissed off all his disciples. But he told me some stories, mate, about those groups and what they get up to. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it just really spun my dial, eh? But
Yeah,
yeah, Major Naeem trained a lot of your guys that went into those regions on local conditions. He was their contact.
right. I mean, in the grand scheme of life, you just never know who you're going to run across that's going to drop some info that is actually worthy.
Well, that's the funny thing because the story that I got, years later in on a project in Malaysia, just the guy that I was talking to had no idea that I knew Major. I never discussed him or any of that stuff, and yet he's telling me this story that's like, oh, funny you should say that sort of shit. You know what I mean, mate?
Yeah.
And and then I hear us talking in spaces years later, and I'm hearing similar sort of shit. And then you sent me that little document that night years ago, or ages ago, and I'm like, shit. It was just funny, eh?
It is strange how it comes about, and we all connect or have different pieces to the puzzle sometimes. Isn't it, Zim?
Oh, my mic is already on. Yeah, it's almost scary the way things roll together. You guys know I've had a weird couple weeks, and the timing of it just seems like what the. I'm always in the what the f moment, you know. But yeah, I value our friendships in here, and I have other friendships too, and it don't mix. So, whoop, here comes the wife.
You're
Oh shit.
another one, Zim, that you have a lot of info and real cool knowledge of some high up people and high up things that we all need to know.
Did you know, Lacey? He even popped into one of my dreams the other night. Like I didn't see his face, but it I won't go into detail. But the dream of, for some freaking whatever reason, I'm introducing a giant to people, saying he's not so scary, and like doing, how you put your shoulders up against someone and see how much bigger they are than you. And this guy was fucking huge, eh?
Yeah.
And then at the end of this freaking dream, somehow I'm hearing Zim's voice going, "Get him, Ken, get him, Ken," and it was like totally Zim. It really was 100%.
Wow. You didn't go to sleep in a space like I do, did you?
No, 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 mate. This was actually, how sometimes in the morning, like I usually wake up about 5
Mm-hmm.
and I'll go back to sleep for a little while because I don't want to wake up the missus and the puppies. And you know how you have that sort of, I have most of my lucid dreams between that time and the time I get up. And it
Right.
was in that time frame,
Wow. That's cool.
I had a freaking dream the other day, mate, I was talking about the human consciousness being the 22nd century Wi-Fi, and 2 days later, not before, not 2 days later, I'm having a freaking lucid dream where I'm connected to it. It just was really, really weird, eh?
That is weird. Um, that's a good jump off point, though. I'd like to hear people's dreams.
Oh, we should make a dream space. That'd actually be kind of interesting.
Yes, it would. I love dreams.
What about them do you like?
Well, I'm very interested in I feel like I go to another dimension, and maybe that is the real world, and being here now is the dream. I just feel more alive in the other world. Um, I think that there's more to our dreams than what we know now as a species.
I couldn't agree more, mate. I think the dream world, it's interesting that the Aboriginal people in Australia describe the ancient world, the greater world, as the dream time. I just find that, really interesting as well. But yeah, lucid dreaming. Oh, we were talking about it in the space the other night. I didn't see any hands up, so I finished the thought where I was saying that, maybe we go from consciousness to subconsciousness in our sleep. Then we go to the lucid dreaming world. And then maybe if you go further, you go to the astral world. And then maybe the next step after that is when you sort of move on from this life to the next level,
Yeah, I feel that dreams, there's clues in dreams, and I've had prophetic dreams and um, dreams where they're teaching me things. And I don't know that it's yet to be determined by me. But there's so much more than just what they say that we're processing our daily events through dreams. No, it's not that. Or not for me.
My dad he was an amateur psychologist. He studied, so he had loads of books on psychology. And I obviously, it fascinated me too, so I read them too. But I studied it for a couple of years at Murdoch University in my hometown. And they actually had a psychological um, opinion on dreaming, where the professor was saying that dreams seem to be the balance mechanism for the consciousness, that something to do with dreaming is like a mechanism where we have the freedom, or our subconscious has the freedom to maybe help us with the stuff that we can't deal with in our daily lives. I just thought that was a really interesting and insightful sort of description of what dreams might be.
Go ahead, John.
All right, I didn't want to interrupt the flow here. I found in my experiences, at least the dreams I can recall or be lucid in, for me, it just seems that they are. It's like I'm taken to an alternate reality where I'm still myself. Is the best way I can describe it. But I'm in a world that's similar to ours, but it's not. It's like I'm in a parallel universe. Sometimes the laws of physics are a little different there. Um, but what's really interesting about that, you know, is obviously I feel like I'm in my own body somewhere else. And I'm having conversations with people or interacting. There's been some harrowing activities in my alternate lives. But I it was I had such an affinity for certain people that kept recurring that I'd never met in my life. And randomly, this was back in MySpace days. I was on one of the, I don't know what you call them, but I ran across a group of I saw a picture. It was a friend of a friend of a friend. So somebody I didn't know, and they were the people from my dream, and I'm like, hey, this is gonna sound really weird, but I think I know you from a dream. And like, wait, and then they recalled, we had this great conversation, me and this group of people with yeah, they all recall the dream vividly. So we had a shared consciousness in this dream, but we were not necessarily on this earth. So it was very interesting.
Wow, that's awesome. Did y'all live in the same town?
No, we were across the world.
Oh my. I love that.
I've been getting
Did anyone? Oh,
a lot of deja vu feelings.
I just got a message that I had my account signed in from Virginia. Has anyone else received that notification?
I've only received a notification if I've logged into Twitter, because I tried to get on the Twitter analytics earlier, but I guess the site is deprecated. And it will notify you if you've logged in somewhere else. So you might want to change your password if you're not logged in from another location.
And none of us know what Virginia is famous for, do we?
Yeah, the hub of all the intelligence community. Yeah, you might want to. Somebody's getting your account. Choose a
Yeah,
good
they've done it
password.
I'd humbly
5
suggest
times.
that don't worry about it. It's going to happen anyway, Logan. You're becoming popular.
Well, why don't you put out screenshot that, and also, change your password. Send it
Is
out to the
anyone
support
talking at the
team.
moment?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was saying, yeah, you could go
Oh,
on.
okay. I wasn't sure whether John was speaking. I couldn't see his. Yeah, I just wanted to say I tried a few years ago. Something happened to me, and I kind of switched off for a few years. But I've been trying to sort of reconnect to and try this astral projection thing, and because I didn't know if it was just made up stuff or whatever, but I've managed to do it twice now, and so I was like, it is actually real. I don't know what if anybody else in the room can do it and can discuss it with me.
I've done it twice, well, maybe 3 times when I was younger, but unintentionally.
Yeah, has anybody else ever done it?
Yeah, I've done it a few times. You should jump into one of Astral Spaces. He does them every Thursday. It's all about astral projection. But yeah, it's a really cool experience. I've even experienced I think I've experienced the transition from a lucid dream to an astral traveling experience as well, where it went from a lucid dream to a much more sort of real experience and became very, very detailed, very, very informational. So I think it's all connected in a way too.
Yeah, cool. I've never read up on it or watched any videos about astral projection. So I'll just tell you what happened to me, and then it's not sort of, my information has not been doctored or anything, because it's just purely my own experience. But I just wanted to say, years ago when 3 people died around me, I was having all these. I could feel them all the time. I was sort of telling my partner at the time I could feel this person that passed away, and then it happened again, and then the third time, it was all sort of in the space of about 8 months, and then the third time, I could sense things all the time, and I felt touches on the back of my neck, and I was really, really attuned to it, that something was there, and I started getting woke up in the middle of the night, and I could see spirits, sort of grainy images of them, even though the lights were off. I could see these spirits, and the one particular, this happened for quite a while, trying to show me things I didn't understand, and after a while, this particular one that always used to be stood in front of me, giving me sort of eye contact. The rest of them weren't. We were just kind of wandering around. And I could see when my eyes open or eyes closed, and I was fully awake each time. One time I got woke up being prodded in the side of the neck. Another time it felt like an electric shock down my index finger. And it just waked me instantly out of. So I couldn't say how I was woken or who it was, but something was definitely waking me up. And this one night, this spirit was telling me to look to his right, and I could see with my eyes closed or eyes shut, but I could see better with the eyes shut. And so I closed my eyes, focusing. I could see something else, and after a few seconds, it just opened up. And it's like I was looking through my middle of my head, but it went all completely high definition, and I could see all these blue beings. They were all transparent, like just humans, but all different faces, just like walking down the street, and all completely transparent blue, but all just like talking among themselves, not to each other. None of them was interacting with each other. They just all stood there, thousands of them, like in a trance, like the heads were somewhere else. And I did that happen 3 times to me, and it was ever so exciting for about, I don't know, a month or so. I was just trying to do it all the time because it felt so amazing when I was doing it. It was really weird. It's like an out of body experience, but it was high definition. I was fully awake, and I went to the doctor and told him about it. Well, something happened that made me stop it. But anyway, I went to the doctor about it and told him it was definitely real, and they sent me for schizophrenic evaluation. This doctor just didn't know what it was. He says, "Have you ever been checked for schizophrenia?" I said, "No, but I'm happy to take any tests." And I took the test, and I got the letter. I've still got it here. It says, "Couldn't find anything wrong with me. They just didn't know, didn't understand it," sort of thing. And then I didn't do it for years, but recently I've been asking for it to happen again, because I asked for it to stop after an episode one morning, and I've just the other day I actually saw it. I woke up again in the middle of the night, and I went to just into space, and I could just see space. I was wide awake, but I could see it through the centre of my head. And I don't know how I do it, but it takes me a few seconds to like calibrate my eyes. And you can see it with your eyes open, but when it's closed, it completely opens up high definition. And I cannot do that any other way. I've never. And it lasted for about 2 minutes, and I was just flying through space. I could see planets and stuff. That's so. I don't know if that's astral projection, but yeah, thanks. Sorry for waffling on.
I was going to say that, excuse me, a while back we were having there was a guy having a meditation session, and I dropped in a space to participate. There was maybe 5 or 6 people in it, but when I was meditating, apparently I astral projected, and I met up with the guy that was having the space, because afterwards I was telling out loud him and Astral and a few other everybody that was in the room what had happened, that I had went to a place and I saw this guy and what he looked like and everything, and it happened to be the one that was holding that space, and that kind of blowed my mind. So there's a lot of things that are possible, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's that meditation state, Lacey. That's exactly what it is. It's when I was woken up, I was completely awake, and I could look around my room, but I could feel. I could just see. I could just see people around me, And it was very freaky at the start, but then obviously I tried to control it a bit more, and that's when eventually they showed me that place. But it was amazing. I know it was real because how else can
Right. You can feel the real, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Go ahead, Caviar.
Hey, sorry. Also, I see that it says no hands there, so maybe the hand thing we don't use here. So sorry if I seem like a dork, just having my hand up. But yeah, astral projection. Like my one experience with it was terrifying when I was a little kid, and it's something that I notice. Like when I was a kid, and I still have it to some degree, but not nearly as bad. But when I was a kid, I would get like a sleep paralysis multiple times a night to a degree that it was like horrifying to me because there was no Wikipedia. You know, I'm 36, so there's no Wikipedia. There was barely an internet. By the time I was 8 or 9, and I would get sleep paralysis so bad that I would have to like wake my parents up. I would sleep in a different bedroom of the house. I would do all kinds of things, and it wouldn't work. I was like truly haunted by this thing. And I've seen scientific explanations of sleep paralysis, but I'm not totally satisfied by them. But yeah, the one time that I distinctly remember it is like I was like sitting at the foot of my bed, unable to move. And I seemed to be holding a knife, which was also very strange. And again, it's like I've had a lot of other experiences with like entities with sleep paralysis that I'd rather not to go into as this is being recorded, and they're deeply personal, but let's just say, to say the least, they're like quite unpleasant.
Hold on.
I've
This
done that as
is
well.
John. Hold on. So Caviar, you saw the Hat Man or the Hat Lady when she was on your chest?
I've not seen her, but I've seen both of the figures that I remember distinctly were in fact male. Or as far, I mean, that was the vibe they gave, at least.
What do they
And
look
yeah,
like? They were like had like a long coat.
Okay, so one that I'm comfortable talking about is, has anyone ever seen the poster for The Haunting in Connecticut? I can post it somewhere. I don't really know how to post it in this thing up at the top, but if you guys would look at the poster for The Haunting in Connecticut, there's this footage of this kid with his mouth open, and this like horrible ribbon of like spirit shit is coming out of his mouth. Do you see this?
Yep.
Okay, so like I remember, and this is why I don't do Adderall anymore, actually, or I was doing Dexedrine, right? Like I'm totally sober now. But I remember falling asleep, and this figure was like standing over me, and it grabbed my face, and out of its mouth came like this horrific spirit ribbon like that and went into my mouth. And that was certainly not a consensual encounter, to say the least, right? You got to buy me a prime rib dinner first or something. Like that was a horrible experience, and I was completely traumatized by that shit. Yeah, like, so for me at least, sleep is very like the sleep paralysis stuff is really frightening, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to like divert our topic, but I do wonder if anyone else has had similar encounters. I'd be interested to hear.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. What I was going to say is there is nothing more frightening than sleep paralysis. I can absolutely relate to you. Thankfully, I've only experienced it maybe 3, 4 times, but you are literally paralyzed, and you know that you're asleep, but you can't wake up from that sleep, and it just feels like you're completely paralyzed. You don't know how to get out of it. It's the most terrifying experience, and I feel for anyone that actually suffers from that regularly, I would be afraid to go to sleep. But yeah, I mean, the human mind, the brain is so complex that even top psychologists, top neurologists, they still don't completely understand the human brain. And and I know you might go, well, I've read a lot about Freud, and I think a lot of what he says is bull crap. But I was reading up there, listening to you, and in his opinion, so this, it says that dreams derive from real life by unconscious desires. Hence, a dream is the fulfillment of a wish. Dreams revealed unconsciously repressed conflicts our wishes. And dreams are the imagery of wish or impulse, because I've written this down, that has been repressed. Now, okay, you can take Freud with a pinch of salt, but what I think is that sometimes I have had dreams where my vocabulary in those dreams is so advanced that it wouldn't be like vocabulary that I could use in real life. It's just, and things, I have also predicted things in my dreams. I have dreamt something, and then maybe the next day it freaks me out. I'll put the news on, and what I have dreamt is what has happened. So I think there's a part of the brain that obviously we don't understand, but there's definitely a higher level that we just have not as humans grasped yet. But what is our I think it's our subconscious trying to maybe tell us something that we don't actually our conscious beings don't know, if you understand. Go ahead.
Oh gosh, I do in so many ways. Uh, let's see, sleep paralysis. Let's start there. My gosh. I actually found a cure for me, because I found what created the sleep paralysis for me was that it was pressure on my brainstem. So I used to sleep, with my head down, or on my, used to sleep on my back. Now I sleep on my side, because when I would awaken from sleep paralysis, as you guys know that have suffered from it, your body's still frozen in that state, and you can feel, you might be able to slowly open your eyes, but your body still can't move, because your mind and your body aren't quite awake yet. But my encounters during sleep paralysis, I'd say, gosh, I want to say at least half the times I used to suffer from that till I figured out that if I did not have pressure on my brainstem, I wouldn't suffer from it. Those encounters were scary. I used to call them shadow demons. The first encounter I had with such an entity would I awoke to, it was just, it was like something was holding me down. I'm sure you can all understand that, but unnaturally so. And what was above me was this swirling blackness, like darker black than black, like a black hole of just just swirling. It was above me completely, and also was pushing me down. But I could see around the edges. I could see where there's some light in the room, but right there, it was just complete and utter blackness. It filled me with terror and dread. And I'm slowly trying. It took me about 10 minutes to finally be able to start moving my body, like wiggle your big toe, like we were talking about Kill Bill earlier. But I was able to slowly move, and that the presence was still there. And so when I was finally able to move enough, I ran out of my room. The first time I ever had this happen, I think it was probably 12 years old, 30 years ago. And I turned back, and the thing is still there, and there's glowing red eyes. And then it just staring at me, and then disappears and goes, it just sinks into the bed. And I stayed up for the rest of the night. The first time I had that encounter. Oh gosh, but where do I want to go from that? How about we have somebody else share a story?
Oh, I just wanted to say, the brainstem thing is really interesting, and that idea, figuring out that if you move, it sort of breaks the spell, is so it was really enlightening to me. Again, it was so much worse when I was a kid. Like, there were so many dreams that I would have where I was just falling into an infinite abyss. Like, it was really miserable. But one thing that has helped me, and I definitely don't mean to sound weird or preachy. I totally understand people have a variety of religious views, but there's this Marian prayer that I posted in the chat just now, where it's like, supposedly Mary gave this to a priest. You can if you want me to send you like the original French, I can send it, because I'm not sure about this translation. I didn't really look at it very carefully. But I pray that before I go to bed, and it's cut them down so significantly. And yeah, it's like, to me, there is something kind of diabolical to it. And just this idea, we're talking about UFOs, and in my movie, but also, like a lot of people, Alex Jones talks about this, a bunch of people talk about this, where maybe these beings aren't specifically extraterrestrial, maybe they're interdimensional. And there are other terms that ancient people use for interdimensional beings that don't wish us well. And so I can't, like, if there are interdimensional beings, I would imagine that sometimes they fuck with us. And yeah, I mean, at least for me, that has helped. But I can't. It's so strange, and it's so hard. Like, I need to read a book on it or something, like, to actually see how people dealt with this in the ancient world, because it's truly perplexing, and I don't buy that it's just a scientific thing, but that's just my view.
Well, yeah, no, certainly, I would say there's a spiritual or universal consciousness aspect to it as well, and especially when it comes to whether it's aliens or not, or demonic in nature, diabolical, especially with sleep paralysis. One thing besides the pressure on the brainstem, I noticed, is that it's always at exactly 3 a.m. So I don't know if anybody's ever paid attention to time. Maybe it's a specific time of day that occurs for you, sleep paralysis. But I've also found that same time. God, how do you explain it without sounding like I'm crazy? I'm
That
sure you
that
guys have
could be a
also.
circadian rhythm thing, though, mate. That could be a body clock thing. Maybe your
It could
body
be.
just has an energy burst at that time.
Right, and that's what I was going to say. It leads into my next thing, which obviously that's why I think there's more of an interdimensional aspect to it, because I've accidentally astral projected, and I have very vivid dreams where if I am dreaming, I am
Excuse
myself. But
me. It
yes,
says the host is having connection issues. Just want to say it may drop us all out any minute. And if it does, just giving y'all a heads up.
oh, I appreciate
No,
it.
just ignore that.
Carry on.
Just
Well,
just something to
Logan,
think about too. Oh,
yeah,
sorry, I
well,
was
oh,
gonna.
It's okay. You guys can just ignore that. It's because I was restarting the app. So that's all.
I just wanted to add that one of the things I think we haven't looked into enough is sleep paralysis is actually potentially an extension of a natural process where our conscious cuts off the nerve centers to our active muscles while we're asleep. If you've ever watched puppies dreaming, you'll probably notice that they're running and barking and doing all sorts of stuff in their dream. The filter between the subconscious and the subconscious is not really being effective. I think one of the things related to sleep paralysis is an extension of that, where your consciousness is coming back, but it's being blocked by whatever that filter is. And maybe, things like our diet now, things like our mental state, could affect the extension of that. And especially, one of the things, if you don't mind me suggesting just quickly, if you're experiencing sleep paralysis, it's just a suggestion. It's something I've done in the past. Is to try to become consciously aware of, okay, I can't move my body, but that's not a bad thing. Try not to struggle against it, and try to be aware of what's actually happening, rather than trying to fight to get your body moving. And what I found when I tried to do that was that usually I'd either fall back asleep and then wake up, or I'd eventually get to the point where my body caught back up to my conscious again. And it's only a suggestion, but if there's people listening that are experiencing it, if you're consciously experiencing fear at that time, I know it's easy to say, not easy to do, but maybe try imagining, okay, I'm here, maybe I'm stuck, but I'll just relax and see what happens next without worrying, sort of thing.
So I had a question, Kent. I believe it was you that was speaking, right?
Yeah, it was me, mate. Yeah.
Right. So Kent, I think that what you're saying completely makes sense. And I think that there is that component to it. And I guess I would ask or challenge, like, my big question there is, the exact same thing, one could argue, would happen in hypnosis, right? And hypnosis and the occult are deeply connected. I mean, if you notice, for example, what happens in Dianetics auditing, and it's interesting that so many people just completely dismiss Dianetics like it's just some crazy cult of a hypnotist, where if you look at who L. Ron Hubbard was and what he actually did and what he was actually involved in, and if you look at the whole, like, ritual magic as an idea, hypnosis is this fundamental component because it opens parts of us up that usually we don't have access to. And so I wonder if and I don't mean this at all to sound like dismissive of what you're saying, because I think what you're saying is deeply legitimate. But I wonder if we only reduce it to that, there is this. I think for many of us, and I'd be interested to hear what other people have to say. But, like, for many of us, the fact that there is either a conscious presence in the room, which again could be attributed. Like, I know that I've read stuff that people have sort of more. Quotidian, I guess would be the term, maybe, explanations for it. But there is this feeling, and I mean, you can feel when someone's watching you, and then you can see that they're watching you. And if someone is doing horrific things to you, I wonder if there's something else also going on, if that incapacitation, which again happens in hypnosis or happens while we're sleeping as a protective mechanism, if that also opens other regions of ourselves with which we're usually unfamiliar, so that something else can get through and communicate, and that other thing may not always be friendly. But yeah, maybe I'd be interested to hear your thoughts.
Oh, mate. Well, back in the old days, I call them the X days, the kids days. We actually went to a couple of shows. There was quite a famous hypnotist in Perth, and he did one show at the Entertainment Centre, which was quite a huge place, and did one show there. And then we actually saw him at a show at our local pub, which was, quite interesting. But the funny thing was that the second show, like, he did the first show, and seeing it live and seeing the people that he picked, okay, you could say, yeah, he might have picked people he knew in the crowd. But interestingly, I can't remember his name, by the way. I don't know why, but I just can't. But the second one we saw at the pub, he actually came out into the crowd. This was our local pub, so we knew quite a few of the people in the pub. A big town, but maybe 50,000 people in our town. And when he came into the crowd, I was one of the people he targeted, and he went sleep. I think that was the word he used. Now, interesting thing happened. It felt like he was zapping me. Seriously, I felt like he was I could feel myself coming under his control, and then he broke it off and said, "No, it's okay," and he moved on to someone else. After the show, I went up to him and I said, "Oh, look, excuse me, mate. I'm just interested to know." I said, "You had me." I said, "You could have friggin' had me up there like everyone else, acting like a dog and da-da-da-da-da. Why did you let me go?" And his response, I have to admit the truth, his response was, "As I was getting you, I felt your self-consciousness." And at the time, I was like 20 kilos heavier than I am now. And he said, "I felt your self-consciousness. I knew you wouldn't enjoy it, so I let you go." Straight up, that was a real story. Happened when I was married to my previous wife.
I completely believe you, and it's interesting. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the French metaphysician René Guénon. He was raised a Catholic, died a Sufi Muslim, and wrote all about Hinduism. But he has this very interesting book called The Reign of Quantity and the Signs of the Times, and he has this idea in it that we're all like that our modern society, for all its advance in technology, is actually at the end of a very long cycle of civilization, and that we're sort of in an apocalyptic era right now. And he says one of the signs of that is that in the modern world, our spiritual sense is so attenuated, right? Like we're so much less spiritual. And what we've started to do is to confuse the psychic and the spiritual. That for people who don't have a spiritual sense, when they see what would be called psychic phenomena, they mistake that for spirituality. There are two forms of that. I heard Freud mentioned, of whom I'm a great admirer. Like I've read a lot of Freud. He was a major influence on my life and on my way of thinking. But what Freud does, I'm sure anyone who's familiar with him, is he reduces these spiritual categories to psychological ones, right? So it's like, you know, like the Bible is really just sort of like an Oedipal story or whatever. The Greek tragedy is an Oedipal story, hence the name Oedipus complex, right? Like these big spiritual questions are reduced to questions of the human mind. But then there's another thing that the confusion of the psychic and the spiritual can sort of engender. There's another form of it, rather. And that form is where you confuse psychic phenomena with spiritual power. And you notice, like in so many of modern spiritual teachings, they say it's not about morality. If you become more conscious, you'll become more moral. You see this in L. Ron Hubbard. You see this in the teachings of G.I. Gurdjieff, if anyone's familiar with him. And there are many, many more. This idea that a greater level of consciousness equals a greater level of morality, which is very contrary to at least like the traditional Judeo-Christian Islamic spiritual ideas. And I mention all of this because it almost seems like that hypnotist was aware almost psychically of something that was going on. He might not have called it that, or maybe he would have. But it's interesting because you encountered something outside of ordinary life that felt like almost borderline spiritual, and he was able to read something in you that that it seems like, you know, you never told him. And I guess that's a big question for me.
I suppose the whole idea about thanks. Some of the things, about Freud. I was a big reader of Freud. But when it comes to hypnosis, and I've been to a hypnotist in the past, and I come out feeling really deflated and really sort of feeling like I've literally just spent £100 for a lot of bull crap. So the idea of hypnosis is actually not to put you in the state of paralysis or anything like that, but it's to calm and relax you and try to reprogram your way of thought. So it's like I'm thinking like all these like Paul McKenna, all these famous hypnotists who get people to, as the last speaker was saying, getting down and acting like a dog and doing this and that and the other. I'm thinking how much of that is mind over matter? Is it simply that the person who goes to that hypnotist believe so much it's like a form of brainwashing,
Right.
or is it mind over matter? Is this a mind over matter? So let's say two smokers walk into a hypnotist. One can come out and go, do you know what, I've never had a cigarette since. The other, no, didn't do anything for them. So is it to do with their vulnerability? Is it to do with their naivety? Is it to do with
Here's an interesting one. You should be able to find this on the internet, YouTube. I watched an experiment where they hypnotized some folk, and basically what they did with them was remove the number 8 from their vocabulary. Now, this is interesting. These were rational, ordinary, everyday people who were hypnotized to forget the number 8 in their vocabulary. and then the experimenter would wake them up and say to them, "Okay, can you count to 10 for me?" And they'd go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. And he would say, "Are you missing anything?" No. And this experiment was just brilliant to watch, where these people, without their knowledge, had no ability to say the number 8. Really worth watching if you want to see some of the potential for hypnotism, eh?
We're all hypnotized every day.
So pessimistic.
Yeah, you actually are. It's called neuro-linguistic programming, but don't go there.
So anybody else have a story they want to share?
Yes, I wanted to share about this UFO event in 1987 in San Dimas. There was this, actually, never mind about that. Hey, Caviar, you had that space, was it yesterday? Did you, you didn't record that space, because I went to try and listen to it earlier, but it wasn't there. So, did you record it, like, on, like, another, platform somehow to, like, I don't know, I'm asking you, is there a backup of that space somewhere?
There is not, and I was appreciating. I was assuming that you were making a Bill and Ted reference there too. I did not get it when it was made at first because it's been like 20 years since I've seen Bill and Ted. But no, I didn't. Like at least for me, I didn't really know much about spaces, and I wasn't sure exactly what was going to happen, so I didn't want to record. And so yeah, I just wanted to host it for everyone. Sorry about that, but I don't have any other copy of the space, unfortunately.
No worries. And for the future, if you can always just record, and if at the end of the space you feel like I don't want this one saved, actually, just when it's over, just delete it right away.
Aren't they all recorded anyway, Logan, and we can get them?
The host of the space can get them, yeah. Oh yeah, Caviar, since you don't host, you probably don't know that. You can still get that space recorded. It's all of them are recorded, whether they say recording or not. They're part of your data archive that you can pull from Twitter. So just request your data archive in settings, and they'll send it to you within the next 24 hours, and that space will be in it.
Okay, do you want it? I can probably get it for you if you want it, man.
Yeah, sure, why not, man? If you got it, that was an awesome space.
Yeah, it was pretty great. Yeah, just message me to remind me. In about 10 minutes, I probably have to run, but I'll request that today if you message me later, and I'll get it to you.
That's good info for anybody else that's going to start their own spaces, like Rachel over here or myself. Find that we learn something new every day. So,
Logan, you mentioned like when I mentioned sleep paralysis, you mentioned the hag, and I was wondering, have you had any encounters with that sort of thing?
No, but I know seems just about everybody around me has. But I do have
Count
my
yourself
own.
lucky.
That's funny you say that, because I actually have my own sleep problems that are very unlucky, actually. That's why I'm up in the middle of the night all night long, because I don't sleep much. So, yeah.
Isn't that getting any better, Logan? Isn't that? I thought it was getting better for a while.
No, it's well, actually, it's I don't know. I guess I just feel like it's as bad as it ever was. I guess maybe a little bit better.
I have chronic sleep issues too, like really, really bad, and I take this drug called modafinil to stay up because I could like fall asleep at any point, basically, except for when I'm supposed to.
I've been trying to get that for a long time.
It's okay, but what I have just started like yesterday is the carnivore diet, and I'm sort of like I ate some blueberries, so it's not like quite ketosis, but I feel genuinely cracked out right now. And then so I wonder, like maybe it'll be, ask me in a week and maybe it'll really help, because I've heard people say that it really helps with their sleep issues. But I don't know, man. I feel your pain because I have sleep issues too.
Did you say
can
I get in here?
is that
I've had a lot. No, I had a very powerful sleep paralysis experience that was so connected to other shit that I was aware of the science of it, the idea of it, and that it happened to people. But when it happened, it was like part of a life changing time. I think this if this disclosure is going to, at the bottom line, say there are non-human high intelligences, not even anything else beyond that, that opens up a whole can of worms with the sleep paralysis. It was way too much coincidence that it seems like, well, there's another presence when you're in this different state of consciousness that sometimes is friendly, sometimes is, most times seems is dangerous to you. But since we know none of that exists, it has to be your own sense of fight or flight, blah 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 blah. Once we acknowledge and throw in the fact of other intelligence, and especially higher end consciousness controlled things, etc., sleep paralysis is a whole different field. Everything changes.
would you agree though that if we at least acknowledge that it does seem in some way to be at least partially linked to the phenomenon, then we can get people better help? There must be such a huge range of experiences out there from people that experience it. If we could put it all together and try and find, just people knowing that it's real, I think, and acknowledged, will help them sort of build some mental defenses to it. I'm sure that would help. But getting psychologists and therapists that start to understand how it affects people, I'm sure that would be helpful too, mate.
Yes, but it's going to be a bumpy ride, right, Kent? That's, we don't know sources of all the great religions, really. We just know what the tail end of it is. And is that defense against it? You know what I mean? Does it have to become a belief system that's defending against it? It's a bumpy ride, right?
Well, I'd say this much, Sim. I don't think my personal opinion, no matter what your belief system is, if we as a society at least acknowledge this is a real issue, it sort of gives everyone more support to use their belief system to deal with it. And if the crossflow of information in the meantime gives a Christian or a Muslim or a Hindu or a Buddhist a more effective way to defend themselves against the bad issues that seem to be coming up, then surely that's got to be a good thing for everyone. Just acknowledging it, I think, is going to help. That it'll give everyone a chance to say, okay, I need to be ready for this, because when I hear my husband or my wife talking about it, I need to support them more because this is real,
I have a feeling that's coming up, dude. Whether we, whether it helps or not, or makes it, like I said, that bumpy ride, that changeover, that I don't know. The idea that we are alone, I think it's more of a modern idea anyway. I mean, the great thinkers in the past, point by point they started, whether it was peer pressure to have to acknowledge a god or whatever too. Most of them did acknowledge something there, So I don't know that humankind is so different, but in our modern belief systems and this global modern system, we introduce that as true, proven. It opens up that that to be tampering from another intelligence, and Is
The
it right?
question I'd ask you, you're a down to earth, you're a salt of the earth kind of guy. You ask yourself, Sim, are we better off navigating a future where we deal with reality, no matter what it is, in some way, shape, or form, and work our way towards a common understanding of it in the future, or just keep denying, that's what the subject of my space is tomorrow is, or I don't know what time it is your time, tomorrow my time, is about the manipulated reality we live in. I'm sure the vast majority of people would be happier to know the truth and that we're working towards how we're going to deal with it rather than just keep getting lied to. I just can't see how that can keep working, mate.
But that is depending what the truth is. I'm hoping you're right. I think you're right. But
Well, I think
the
one
truth might be pretty scary, right?
Yeah, but aren't we better off knowing that? Or at least knowing, one thing that would give me more happiness myself would be knowing that these people, these supposed gate, whatever you want to call them, I'd like to know who they are, not who they are. I'd like to know how they're coming up with these decisions because we know it's going to affect all the belief systems. Well, if this is true, and I believe it is, then it will affect all the belief systems. But aren't we better off to have all the leaders saying, okay, right, yeah, we got to deal with this and, go to your leaders and ask them the questions that you need to ask them. And then the leaders are going to have to be more responsive and say, yeah, well, we sort of did know about this about, 20,000 years ago. But yeah, okay, look, let's have the dialogue. Denying it's not ever, you're never going to get there unless you get there. You know what I mean?
A question that I would have though is, are we sure that we didn't know about this 20,000 years ago? Because in the great religious texts of the world, we see, and again, we don't have to just do the Abrahamic religions, but certainly in the Abrahamic religions, we have this idea of what in the modern day we might call interdimensional beings, and this idea of, to use Paul's phrase, powers and principalities, or in Islam we see the idea of jinn, right? Some of which are good and some of which are evil, but I kind of wonder if the religious literature of the world might reflect a knowledge of these beings that not only that actually might be more thorough than ours. If these actually do have kind of spiritual or hybrid nature, maybe they were aware of it in a way that we just haven't identified yet. But that perhaps that's my bias showing.
Well, one thing's for sure, the same applies to ancient Asian cultures, ancient Arabic cultures, ancient Australian cultures, that there were teachers, that knowledge was brought here and shared, that there is a difference between good and evil. That's one of the hard ones. That's one of the ones I think people are going to have the hardest time dealing with is there a definition of good and evil? And if there is, what is it? I think that's one of the ones they're really going to have a struggle with because depending on which way you engage with the phenomenon, you can see some pretty evil shit and you can see some really good shit. And that's often used to validate the line of thinking that certain people want you to have rather than validate that it's a part of a phenomenon that seems to manifest both.
Do you mean, just to clarify, do you mean like whether or not we interpret the UFO phenomenon as good and evil? I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Well, I mean, the first thing is it's not just UFOs, it's not just UAP, it's all of the above. And, the fact that all of the above seems to affect us to almost the same degree, whether it's spirits or demons or whatever. The Pope's colloquium said it wasn't demons. They wouldn't say that for no reason. So, Pope Benedict, his findings were it's not demons. That's come back into the lexicon, but that wasn't his findings. And he retired shortly later, so who knows what that was about. But all I'm saying is, if you brand it, then you can't fully comprehend it because you've already put a box around it. We should be more open-minded and try and discover all of it. And it's all of the above.
I get what you mean. So I'd like to see where Benedict said that. And I'm not saying that you're wrong at all. And I certainly am not. I mean, in my movie, right? It's demons because it makes a good movie. But for me, I definitely don't want to pretend like I'm totally dismissing this thing or labeling it as necessarily evil, because I mean, I have to plead ignorance because I don't know. I guess I'm just part of me is very cautious about this because of what I've read about so many of these encounters, and because their nature does seem to it does seem to be really redolent of ancient demonology. And I mean, I can point to some like actual academic work on this, but yeah, again, I don't want to close the door as to what we're seeing here or what these things are, because I think that would be unfair and reductive of me.
It could be as simple as the universal yin and yang. For all the good there is, there's bad. For all the bad there is, there's good. That goes back to ancient understandings, thousands of years older than most of the mythologies we're talking about. The balance that, no matter what happens, there's always at some point a balance between the good, the bad, the yin, the yang, the positive and the negative. I mean, it's elemented through every part of the physical world. It would not make sense to make that apply to the universal perspective as well. So in order to have good, you do need to have bad, or else you wouldn't appreciate what good is.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and my knowledge of Eastern religions is much spottier than my knowledge of Western ones, and so for me, yeah, I guess it's like a metaphysical question, right? Like I would go back to Plato, who says, the good, the beautiful, and the true are one. And so I guess my sense is that the whole good and evil thing has to do with the plane that we're on. But yeah, that's my POV is, I mean, my metaphysics are pretty Platonic. And so I'd be interested to see a Taoist perspective, but I haven't had the time really gone to study it at this point.
I live it. I just found that I don't practice as such Buddhism, but I wear a Buddha. I also wear a golden dragon. But I just found that the teachings were the most harmonious way to. I'm 59 years old. I'm probably fitter now than I was when I was 45. And I put that down to a much more natural life. We grow the majority of our food. I have my own water, my own solar power. And I try to live my life as balanced organically and mentally as I can. And it just seems to work. And the more I project that into the greater realm of life, the more it seems to indicate through synchronicities and positive reinforcement that you can have a direct influence on your path by understanding that and adopting it. That's why I sort of, as much as I become a narky prick sometimes because I get frustrated, I try to maintain the path of a neutrally positive person that gives everyone the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I mean, it sounds to me like you're doing good in the world, and I really admire the fact that you sort of are generating your own power and sort of creating, making sure that you're capable of self-reliance, and that's something I hope I can learn at some point soon. It's definitely a goal of mine in life. And guys, I'm sorry I mentioned this a few minutes ago, but I actually do need to run and get some work done. But it's been such a pleasure to talk to you all, and hopefully we can all catch up on a space soon. Thank you guys so much for having me on.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. Yeah, there's, sorry, I missed part of the conversation there. Somebody came to the door.
All right.
But yeah, I think there's good, and I think there's bad, and I think there's somewhere in between. And I think that somewhere along the line in everyone's path in life, we can cross over. So you might say, yeah, I'm a good person, but I think even the best people, even the people with the kindest of hearts, can be pushed to their limit and do things that could be out of character, that could be they do things that they would never have anticipated they were capable of doing, uh, and the other way around. So, like I say, I'm trying to just catch up because I have missed quite a bit of what was said. But yeah, I don't think. I mean, we are mere mortals. At the end of the day, we are mere mortals, and I don't believe there is such a thing as a perfect person. And you can study Christianity, Buddhism, which is what I would sort of be drawn to. Uh, I like their beliefs, but that's my personal view. But I, I do just think that, there comes a time when, let's say hypothetically, somebody would harm your child. You can be the best Christian, the best Buddhist, the best Hindu, the best whatever, but when something can spark something in your, uh, uh, you know, that just makes you react and act out and do something that is out of character. So, good, bad, in the middle. I think we're all in the middle. I think we all have the potential to be bad. I think we all have the potential to be evil if circumstances arise. But let me know what you think about that.
Well, I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. And I have to remind myself that every day that, I know I'm capable of great good and also, at my worst, terrible things. And I constantly remind myself, I call it reverse karma. It's, it seems my life has gone a little wayward lately, for at least the last 3 years. And so the reason I call it reverse karma, it's kind of a chicken and egg argument. I feel that it's I'm getting basically shat on right now for some atrocity I'm going to commit in the future. And the reason I call it it's a chicken and egg type thing. It's like, well, is it this that's going to drive me to do something, and so I'm being punished in the future or in advance, or the nature of the universe being cyclical? Is it some never-ending process that's going to repeat over and over again?
I'll give an opinion on the evil things here. Sorry, it's Ray. One thing that I learned with martial arts was that controlling a situation, if you see an opponent as evil, that evil invokes fear. If you see an opponent as just another being, no matter what they are or who they are or who they profess to be, and deal with them on a one-to-one basis in a realistic way, you are far better off. And the calmer you are during the whole process, the better you can defend yourself and defeat the opponent. That's sort of one of the principles of martial arts that I learned, over a long period of time. I think that applies to spirituality and this as well. The more you understand your opponent, the less fear there is, the less you'll see it as evil, and you'll probably see it as something that you need to deal with that's negative. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you mean, and but martial arts. My brother is actually a teacher in karate and Wung Fu. I don't know if you've heard of Young Fu. I don't know anything about martial arts. And karate, jiu-jitsu, all the rest of it. Yeah, it takes discipline, and I think that's the word. It is discipline, and it takes practice. However, in real life situations, I think that's easier said than done. So yeah, in theory, yeah, I get you, but in reality, mm, like I say, easier said than done. Go
I
ahead.
was I was the head bouncer at a strip club in a naval town for 2 years.
Were you a dancer?
A bouncer, the guy that deals with all the people who were trying to get their hands on the strippers.
Oh
Single
no, I know. I was giving you a hard time because we did discuss that earlier in the space.
people didn't do that. They respected us.
That's excellent. Yeah. So going back to what we just discussed, as far as martial arts and discipline and seeing evil in an opponent, I was specifically addressing myself because at least I know that I'm my own greatest enemy. And I try to be the best person I can be. I'm not perfect. None of us are. But at least I can admit to my own feelings and strive to, push myself and make sure that I'm always becoming a better person. Um, but that being said, like I said, I know I'm my own greatest enemy. And so nothing else do I fear in the world but that which I can do.
Yeah, and that's a great attitude and positive attitude. I think we all strive. We all strive to be the best. Well, not all, but most of us strive to be the best version of ourselves. We all strive to be good people, but like I say, it's sometimes life challenges you, doesn't it? Life challenges you, and you're supposed to keep your composure, even when you think that, even when there is injustice, and you want to fight back against that injustice or whatever. Yeah, I think it's instinctively in us to want to fight back. So do we just sit back in our armchair and just say, "Yeah, I'm just gonna let this shit just throw at me," or am I going to fight back? Am I going to retaliate? Retaliation is something that is not really, well, you could say, well, that's bad. So what are you supposed to do? Just take it all in the face? That was not a euphemism.
Well, I'm glad I had my microphone off, but yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree with that statement as well. And that's, yeah, it is the quandary of life. Because you can't just give up, but there's a time to fight and there's a time to work through or power through as you face adversity. But sometimes that's hard. We all struggle with our own issues and problems, and whether it's our internal or external forces or life situations or losses. Um, but yeah, life challenges you. Sometimes it breaks you down to the rawest essence of your being, and it challenges you to get back up and move forward. And sometimes that's really hard. People, I don't think everybody has some sort of rock bottom in their life where things are fairly hard, or some to an existential standpoint that is hard to recover from. But we all have to manage in our own way, and yeah, keeping that positive attitude is always a good thing.
Okay, does anybody want to come in? Does anybody want to come in?
If not, we can move on to a happier topic.
Yeah, maybe move on to another topic. Anybody have any suggestions of a topic that they would like to discuss?
You want to go ahead and talk about your robots thing?
Yeah. Oh, don't you start me on robots,
Ooh.
man.
Yeah,
Do
we'll
not
be here for
start
12
me
more
on
hours. Yes.
robots. Okay. Oh, where do I even start? Now you've started. Now, ha. Okay. So I'm sure all of you are aware of like Sophia, the robot. Absolutely and utterly phenomenal. Phenomenal. So what I asked myself, okay, so the advances in technology of robots is like it's becoming to a point where, like, let's say I've been on Tinder, for example, and what I notice is that we are increasingly living in a single society. You look at marriages, for example, 1 in 3 end in divorce, and so human to human contact. What I'm thinking about is, do you anticipate that there could be, at some time in the near or maybe far future, that there could be robots that will replace human to human contact, and people will actually start developing relationships with robots if technology continues to advance at the speed in which it is currently?
Well, certainly. Actually, quite a few dystopian movies have covered that topic extensively, and I love to watch those movies. So I'm definitely have to participate in your robot uh, spaces because, and that also actually is part and parcel to the other portion, the AI portion that your space would entail. Um, you know, I would say, gosh, off the top of my head, there's probably you probably found 12 movies on Amazon right now, um, or even on Netflix that have AI replacing humans in some regard, relationship wise, and I actually see it happening nowadays as well. Um, that future is not that far away. They've obviously they've got we're far from like a Stepford wife situation, but they are making robots, sexual robots, of course, because everything technologically related or advances always start with sex. That's what really drove the growth of the internet and the adoption of VHS and DVDs, and unfortunately, the state of the world that's what pushes progress, sex.
Well,
Still,
I was talking to a guy actually quite recently, and I said, "Do you think it would be advantageous to have a relationship with a robot?" And his answer was, "Well, at least you would never have a headache." So, so I mean, you have to look at I mean, I don't believe that anything is impossible right now in this technological age that we're now living in. I mean, there's Elon Musk. Well, you saw him snogging robots, but I don't believe if you can send rockets as he does, if you can do, then I don't see why you cannot build a robot that can be so advanced that they. Yeah, I know it's not actually at this minute in time. I mean, Sophia, and I'm using that as her as an example. Yeah, that's obviously, she's obviously being controlled to say, programmed to say stuff, and but her eye contact, even her eye, there's cameras in her eyes which can detect, and she will be able to remember who you are, and she will be able to detect whether she likes somebody or not. I have looked at every single YouTube video of Sophia, and I've just been blown away by it, blown away. Now, I think that so many people have given up. I think they have given up on, and yeah, that will probably be going into a different topic and different subject. But I think that so many people have given up on human to human relationships because simply I don't think people know where they stand anymore. And I do feel for men. I feel for men more so because men don't know where they stand anymore in society because of all this sort of feminist and so for example, in the past, you would have went to a bar. You might have complimented a lady on her physique or her whatever, and that was taken as a compliment. Now, oh, that's sexist. That's discrimination. So I think men are afraid to approach women even if a man holds the door open now for a woman, a lot of women, not all, a lot of women will say, excuse me, I can do that myself. So they take offense at that. So men aren't allowed to be gentlemen. Women are complaining that there's no gentleman, but when a man acts like a gentleman, uh, it gets annihilated. So that's probably why people are now looking and will look in the future for an alternative for companionship because I think a lot of people now are very, very lonely. So they're looking for companionship. If they can't find that within another human being, and robots are so advanced that they're almost just exactly like a human being, I know I would opt in.
You know, I mean, on the surface, it doesn't sound like such a bad idea, but the biggest part of our problem with humanity right now is that we are so disconnected, um, and that only further goes in that direction when we start having artificial relationships. I mean, sure, that cuts out the complications, but you know, that is a double-edged sword because it comes with its own complications. You know, because eventually such a companion could become like a singularity situation where it becomes evolved to the state that, okay, now it doesn't like you or it doesn't like the way you do things. And, you know, I could be less feeling than a real human. Um, Obviously, we try to, program it to have that learning, but at the same time, you want to have some limitations and safety measures. But that's something we discuss when we talk about AIs and robots. And as we've gosh, since before we even built computers, at least in this modern society, the current advanced civilization, we talked about that. Gosh, what there was a book. Was it Isaac Asimov? I think there's an earlier book than that. I can't remember the first book that discussed robots, but it predates the Industrial Revolution. Um, Yeah, so gosh, I mean, there's so many ramifications, implications of that, and while it sounds almost ideal, it's scary for other reasons.
Well, take our current situation, John, that you and I are both in. Okay, so I've never met you in person. You have never met me in person, but yet we're interacting. We're keeping each other company. So look at social media. People are addicted to social media. They don't know who they're talking to. They don't know who their followers are. They don't know who they don't know them in person, but it's companionship in a way. It's like keeping each other company. So you imagine turning that uh, into a visual aspect, which is like a robot, where like, do you understand what I'm saying? People aren't really interact. I mean, even if you take like people sitting around a table, I guarantee you most of them will not be interacting with each other. Most of them will be sitting on their iPhones or whatever phone they have. Most of them will be sitting on their phone, still, still logged in to social
Right.
media, interacting with strangers that they don't know. So, what is the difference between that and talking to somebody that you don't know? And having that visual person who you can interact with and talk to.
Oh well, I'm glad you asked. At least with platforms like this, because Twitter is technically social media, and so much more as it's developing. The one thing that you don't see on traditional social media is it's not. I mean, it's interactive, and you're interacting, but it's not necessarily wholesome. What's the word? It's not fulfilling. It's very temporary and it's very brief. It's superficial. Where in say like here in Spaces or other platforms, it's much more. It's rich. It's involved. You can foreseeably like I do like to even people I interact with online. If I happen to be in an area where I know some people, I try to meet up just like Logan does with a group of people to get to know them on the human level because already we're discussing so much, and which is awesome, is because you're developing a depth to a relationship, and you don't have that awkwardness that you we no longer seek that out because we've all again gotten so stuck in hiding behind technology and having so many superficial interactions with one another. But at least in spaces like Spaces, you can have that depth of conversation. You get to know somebody really well without all that awkwardness because you're coming from a place of mutual respect and mutual interest, and relationships and friendships that are that can be lifelong and deep can be developed through like say this type of platform versus say social media where you're just looking at pictures and liking this or making short quips or comments and then walking away from it to the next thing. So what are your thoughts on that?
Sorry, I was on mute there. Sorry, what was your question to me? What was your actual question?
Okay, so the question would be, would not, this is kind of a halfway solution, developing more meaningful relationships through technology, using them towards a better advantage than completely replacing an entire individual. Because like you said, before we back in the day, when we were younger and we'd meet people, but we go out. I wouldn't say that a bar would be the best place, but you would interact with people, maybe a group of friends or an activity that or something that you like to do, and you might make some friends or some acquaintances, and things will develop. But now in this modern technological age, people really want that instant gratification, which again is superficiality. But like I said, here in Spaces, you develop a deeper appreciation for who you're speaking with, and so for me, like I used to play this game but that Google made. It's called Ingress, and it's still out there. It kind of combined like geocaching with capture a flag on a global level. So that's the same company that made Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Go actually uses the data that was developed for this Ingress application and game. But the great thing about that game is it got you out and about, and you had to interact with other people in order to accomplish goals. And so I've made some really great friends over the last 12 or 13 years that application has been available, because it brings you out in the world and it has you accomplishing goals with people. So there are modern solutions that work to develop friendships and relationships that still bring you in the real world. It's just they're few and far between. So I'm saying, do you think it's better to just go full on and just have an artificial relationship with, say, an AI robot, or find a happy medium between technology and actual human interaction?
Yeah, but I think, yeah, as you say, there is an in between. But I don't. I honestly. I mean, you're talking about friendships. Well, friendships is different from relationships. You know, actual sexual, like loving sort of. You know, marriage, whatever. Uh, which I mean, I read on another forum a few weeks ago about marriage and how people feel that it's a outdated institution and how they don't feel that there's any benefit to it and how it will uh, uh, usually, well, statistics, 1 in 3 will end up, you know, in divorce, and that causes all sorts of problems and whatnot. Also, you know, the world is overpopulated, as you know. We are sinking. We're sinking like the Titanic right now. The Earth is sinking quick. So if we were to, let's say, and robots now, I'm not talking about robots now. I'm talking about in the future when they become so advanced that they can make your dinner for you, they can do your housework, because that's what I want a robot for. But but what I'm saying, I digress, and now I've lost my train of thought. But what was my point going to be? Come on, Rach.
Oh, you've
Uh,
got it, Rachel. You've got it.
yeah, yeah. No, I just think that, you know, I suppose we want to stop taking risks on other human beings, because you know, people, uh yeah, I mean, it's a reality and it's a fact of life. People will let you down, people will cheat on you, people will, and I think we've lost faith in humanity, really. And if robots were if this technology, which I know Elon Musk is wanting this to happen, he's wanting robots to progress into, like, you cannot differentiate between a human being and a robot. And that's where it's going to go. And you might say, no, that's too far fetched. I don't believe anything right now is too far fetched. And I think that, well, you know, well, if it were you, if you came home from after a day's work and you sat down and you were looking at four walls, and or you had a robot that was exactly like a human being that could talk to you without having to be without having to have any sort of, you don't have to program that robot, you don't have, but it talks to you, and would you rather that or sit in your own? I mean, I don't know. I'm fascinated with the whole sort of, but we're already into that era, because I mean, if you look at artificial intelligence, well, but there's a danger with artificial intelligence as well. I mean, let's move over from robots, but artificial intelligence is already very, very prevalent. So, I mean, for example, I go to ring my doctor, and I'm put onto this screen, where it is AI, uh, asking me for my symptoms, and sort of trying to establish what my symptoms are to ascertain whether or not I need to be seen by a doctor. You ring any company and you're talking to a robot, and you're not talking to a human being. Now, if this continues, like my occupation is a radio broadcaster and a model. So let's say that, you know, in time, why pay a presenter? Why pay the likes of me when you can get uh, just artificial intelligence to come on and interact with the listeners? They've already got 3 screens in front of me, which is like my email screen, my text screen. That's how we interact the majority of the time. It's through technology. It's not just sitting behind a mic. So that's going to be replaced. Where does my job go? So let's say I'm walking down the catwalk. Now, I don't know the word for this, but it's like a, you know, what do you call that when you can, it doesn't have to be a person, it's an image of a, what do you call
A
that?
hologram, right?
A hologram. What if models are replaced by holograms, which I believe is going to happen? So therefore, they won't need to pay models. There will be no such thing as a supermodel that is paid millions of pounds. They
Well,
will
I
simply
can
have
see that.
hologram.
They're already working on technology for. I mean, there's actually applications so that you can try on clothes as well. They've got those full body scanners, so you can get something that's just right for you and see how it is, and you can have a whole runway of models, holographic models that are beautiful or that are representative of you to see how you would look in it. They already have the technology for that, and I can see that, definitely replacing models.
And
Sadly.
what about the radio thing then?
Well, the radio thing, yes, that could be an eventuality.
What
Of course,
about TV presenters being replaced by robots?
well, I tell you what, the TV personalities would probably be or have much more personality if they were made of AI.
I would dispute that.
Well, I mean, unless you're talking like people like us and like spaces like these, obviously are much more fun than the traditional media. But this is an interesting use case. But yeah, no, TV broadcasters, as much as we're moving in a new paradigm because we're constantly bombarded with information and we're interacting with our entire world through screens, like you said. But I think we're getting less and less, or getting more and more away from like TV because they're trying to really push this augmented reality and this artificial intelligence and mixed use reality and virtual reality. They want everybody to be perpetually hooked into a system that, unfortunately right now and maybe even in the future, it takes the meaning and the joy out of things. Yes, we can have this utopia, but at what cost?
Well, do you think that we're living in utopia right now? Because I think we're living in hell.
Well, yes, Earth is technically hell. But the
What
sad
can be
thing,
worse? Surely there must be an alternative, and the alternative could not be bad. Could not be any worse than the hell that we're currently living in.
right?
Obviously, what we're doing isn't working. It's not working anymore. So, if there is an alternative, even if it's through artificial intelligence, robots, whatever, surely that can only be beneficial to people who are lonely, single, just feel isolated from the world. At least there, if robots were advanced so much, surely that can only be advantageous to people that just go, you know what, I'm just on my own in this world. So yeah, there's somebody to talk to, and I think that may in the future, maybe not in my lifetime, maybe not in your lifetime, but in the future, I think that's going to be a reality.
Yeah, and as much as I anticipate that future, and I think that it'd have a plethora of benefits. The reality of the situation is, when it comes down to it, we are human beings at our core, and as utopian as we all of these possibilities are, when they do come to fruition, whether in our lifetime or not, people will be living in this utopic state of perpetual bliss. But part of what makes us human and is a part of our whole of our character is we are able to experience a wide array of emotions. And I think the thing that people are missing is that if everything is ideal and perfect, it will become mundane and superficial, and it'll be lacking something because you cannot appreciate the good without the bad. There needs to be a little bit of conflict or else you're not going to appreciate the bliss you have. And
Yeah.
at our most basic level, that's what humans need.
Zim,
Whether we want to. Go ahead.
sorry to interject. Zim's been waiting for quite a while to speak. Zim, do you want to come in?
Oh, well, I'm okay.
Zim?
I'm in the middle of sawing too with a sawzall, so I'm missing pieces of it. But I wanted.
No, I just saw that you had requested to speak. Is there anything that you would like to quickly say?
No, I'm going to keep listening for a while, but I appreciate you bringing me up. If anybody needs to get in ahead of me, you can pop me down. But I'm listening.
Okay, I see there's quite a lot of listeners. Is there anyone else here who wants to have a say in anything?
Yes,
Is there
please do.
anyone?
I see. Actually, I noticed a few names that are, well, some participate, but I see some names that are in here on multiple occasions. But I don't think we had the opportunity to talk to you guys yet. Like Val, I don't believe I've spoken to you. Lacey, are you still present?
Okay, Andrew, are you listening? Are you still here with us? Yeah, do you want to say anything? Lacey? Oh, okay. Here we go. Happy. Do you want to? Do you want to? Do you want to interject? Do you want to say anything, Happy?